Chapter 451, Mysteries within History and History within Mysteries. As the team journeyed on, the oppressive darkness of the cave was intermittently pierced by the soft, eerie glow of ghostly flames. These luminous apparitions seemed to guide them, sketching out the path they should follow and marking their descent deeper into the cave's depths. The dim light from their lantern melded with these ghostly illuminations, providing just enough light for them to barely make out their surroundings. As they trudged along, the overwhelming prevalence of raw ore captivated their attention. This ore, of incredible purity, made up the very fabric of the cave. Layers upon layers of dense rock created a solid, sphere-like structure. At the cave's base, innumerable loose minerals lay strewn about, their sheer quantity making it impossible to gauge. These minerals, vital to modern industry, were the heartbeat of the city-state known as Frost. Yet, in this context, they added an eerie, almost surreal ambience to the cave. For Duncan, though, the uncanny nature of their surroundings was of little concern. Ever the pragmatist, he saw value where others might see superstition. Regardless of whether this ore was the handiwork of some ancient deity, or even the infamous Netherlord, its utility was paramount in Duncan's mind. Had he been in charge, he might even have contemplated the viability of setting up a mining operation within the cold sea. He kept these musings private, knowing that to someone like Agatha, his thoughts could appear radical, perhaps even heretical. Distracted by his internal deliberations, Duncan was jolted back to the present by an ambiguous shadow at the far end of his vision. Stopping dead in his tracks, he noticed he wasn't alone in his observation. Morris, clutching his lantern, pointed ahead, his voice echoing a mixture of curiosity and concern. "There's something up ahead." With the combined illumination of the lantern and the ghostly flames, the form of a massive shadow began to take shape from the cavern's seemingly infinite darkness. At first glance, it looked like a towering monolith or perhaps the massive trunk of an ancient tree, its upper half branching out, reaching into the inky void above. The sheer size of this silhouette wasn't lost on Agatha. Its sheer magnitude hinted at a structure so massive it could probably prop up an entire mountain, and even from their distance, it exuded an overwhelming sense of power. Vanna, ever vigilant, tightened her grasp on her oversized blade, urging the group to tread carefully. As they continued their approach, the once vague shape began to crystallize in their view. A titanic pillar, reminiscent of the main tower of a grand cathedral, stood at the heart of the cavern, taking their breath away when lit by their lantern's feeble glow. In awe, Morris uttered, almost as if in a trance, "Eye of wisdom." The pillar's rugged, coarse surface looked like an enormous tentacle of some deep-sea leviathan. Its base seemed deeply embedded in the earth, with crumbled, scarred rocks suggesting its violent emergence from the sea below Frost. The pillar extended upward, losing itself in the cavern's dark canopy, branching off into dimly lit tendrils that reminded one of a bizarre, oversized tree silently thriving in this mysterious underworld. The sheer size of the massive column was so overwhelming that the pale, hesitant light emanating from Morris's lantern could barely penetrate the immense shade it cast. The weak light revealed only a small patch of its rough exterior, a small speck compared to the vastness of the structure. Beyond that meagerly lit spot, the rest of the column was illuminated by an ethereal green flame that seemed to seep out from its many cracks and fissures. This ghostly flame highlighted parts of the monument, creating ominous shadows that danced in its eerie embrace. But large portions remained hidden in darkness, forcing Morris to squint, attempting to distinguish any finer details. The usually whimsical and easily distracted Alice couldn't help but stare in awe. Her astonishment was such that she held her head with both hands and detached it with an exaggerated yank. She held it up high, striving for a clearer view. But no matter how high she lifted her head, the mysterious structure remained elusive. Frustrated, she juggled her head for a few moments, finally reattaching it with a resounding pop. Her wide, unblinking eyes reflected the wonder she felt. Vanna, bemused by Alice's theatrics, found herself echoing Alice's sentiment, a soft, "Wow! What is this monstrous thing?" Morris, equally mesmerized by the colossal column that perfectly combined elements of beauty and menace, couldn't help but inch closer. Curiously, he reached out, his fingertips grazing the cool, rugged surface. "It feels as solid and cold as any stone, but its appearance, it's unlike anything I've seen." Duncan chimed in, "It reminds me of some massive limb or appendage," looking upwards, trying to fathom its height. After a contemplative pause, he speculated, "Perhaps it's the very thing preventing this entire cavern from caving in." Morris, lantern light flickering against the column's surface, mused, "Its texture is reminiscent of metal ore, but it's unlike any I've read about. The mixed impurities are puzzling." Duncan quipped with a hint of mischief, boldly guessing, perhaps it's a limb of the Nether Lord that's grown into the city-state and petrified here. A weighty silence followed Duncan's proclamation, broken eventually by Vanna's uneasy comment, it's a rather unsettling thought. Duncan, unperturbed, shrugged, I merely prefaced with boldly guessing to keep things light. Remember, my flames once touched this place. Although my recollections from that chaotic time are vague, I recall the elements here being peculiarly fire-resistant. As he ruminated, he approached the structure, fingertips skimming its coarse texture. Meanwhile, Agatha was also drawn towards this monolithic pillar. In her unique vision, the cavern seemed agitated, resonating with an unseen power. It felt distorted as if looking through a pool of rippling water. Yet, despite this visual chaos, the pillar was clear to her. She felt an irresistible pull towards it. Cautiously, Agatha reached out, her hand sliding over the pillar. Touching it felt like skimming through an age-old manuscript carved into stone, revealing the lingering stories and memories within. A particular set of indentations captured her curiosity. Tracing them, she realized they perfectly matched her fingers, as if inviting her to grasp some ancient truth. The indentations were clearly palm prints. Agatha's surprise gave way to an instinctual curiosity as she instinctively stretched her other hand to explore further. To her astonishment, she found another palm print, matching the first in its detail and mystery. At the center of the print, there was a soft trace of ash, delicate and ephemeral, as if the residue of some ancient touch. Feeling an urgent need to share her discovery, Agatha turned to find Duncan. But before she could speak, her usually dark, chaotic vision was suddenly flooded with swirling patterns of light and shadows. An overwhelming rush of memories engulfed her, memories that didn't belong to her yet felt profoundly personal. Emotions, as delicate as gossamer threads, wove through these recollections. It was as if a reservoir of dormant information had suddenly sprung to life within her mind, awakened by her touch on the palm prints. Visions of navigating the abyss, encountering the remnant aura of Governor Winston, the truth behind the Abyss Project, the endeavors of previous governors, the looming threat of ancient gods to the city-state, and a jumble of ancient thoughts wavering on the line between dream and reality all merged in her mind. Taken aback, Agatha gasped and swayed, on the brink of losing her balance. But a familiar hand caught her just in time. Duncan's voice, tinged with concern, resonated through the cavernous expanse, "Are you all right?" Shaking off the daze, Agatha quickly grasped the weight of the information that had just inundated her. Her voice urgent, she blurted out, "I've tapped into memories, residual memories left by her." "The clone's memories?" "Here." Duncan's brow furrowed, piecing together her words. Nodding vigorously, Agatha began recounting her experience. Yes. She had an encounter with Governor Winston in this very place, where she learned the truth of the Abyss Project. Words poured out of Agatha in a fervent torrent, her voice edged with desperation as if fearing the memories would fade if she didn't share them quickly. She relayed every detail she had gleaned from Governor Winston's final revelations to the Frost Queen's original intentions and, crucially, the last prevailing thought of her before vanishing. The central message was clear: the ancient god that threatened Frost was not genuine. It was a mere imitation of the Nether Lord. A weighty silence descended upon the group. Despite the startling nature of Agatha's revelations, none dared to interrupt her. Once she finished, the silence persisted, thick and palpable. Morris, the wise old scholar, finally found his voice, reflecting the collective sentiment, history shrouded in mist and mist shaping the history. Duncan, his countenance grave, turned his attention back to the imposing pillar, sensing its significance more profoundly than ever. Chapter 452, All Things Permissible. 50 years ago, a project known as the Frost Queen's Abyss was launched with the ambitious aim to identify and resolve the issue of mysterious metal ores located beneath the city-state. For decades, the ruling governors had been passing down arcane knowledge that included secrets about the ores, revelations about the Frost Queen herself, tales of curses, and even the myths of an ancient god. A menacing force, known as the Nether Lord, had manifested itself within the boundaries of the city-state, creating a substantial projection that hollowed out a large area underground. The magnitude of these truths was staggering, to say the least. However, for Duncan, all these shocking pieces of information seemed trivial compared to one mind-blowing claim, that the notion of an ancient god invading the city-state was a fabricated imitation. Vanna, who was a specialized judge in matters of heretical claims, clearly understood the gravity of this assertion. She looked with great seriousness at the giant pillar that appeared to support the entire underground cavern. After a thoughtful pause, she finally said, there are two ways to interpret the term forgery that Agatha just used. First, it's possible that this object is indeed a remnant of what the so-called ancient god left behind when invading the city-state, and its origin is in the deep sea below us. That leads to two separate interpretations. Duncan nodded in agreement. Exactly, two interpretations. The first possibility is that the source at the sea bottom is real. From this perspective, the corrosive body that has been projected from this source into the city-state could be viewed as a kind of illusion or decoy. The second possibility is a bit more complex. He took a moment, lifting his gaze to the colossal pillar that held up the entire underground space before finally exhaling. The second possibility is that the source deep under the sea is also a fabrication. Agatha, at the very last moment, not only touched what are believed to be the ancient god's tentacles in this cavern but also gleaned some understanding about what really lies beneath the sea. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to elaborate. A heavy silence filled the room. Alice, who had been listening intently but without full comprehension, finally broke the silence. She tugged on Duncan's arm and said, "This all sounds rather terrifying, doesn't it?" Duncan chuckled lightly, his eyes twinkling with a sort of ironic amusement. "Yes, it's a bit unclear which scenario is more frightening," he said as he patted Alice's hair, comforting her. She seemed uneasy, even though she didn't fully grasp the situation. "You don't need to worry too much. Whatever we're facing won't be more difficult than dealing with the mirror frost. Just so long as we don't allow the source at the bottom of the sea to keep evolving," Agatha added, her gaze meeting Duncan's. "As you suggested earlier, we need to venture below frost again to verify whether this ancient god is still a threat to our reality." Duncan hummed affirmatively, fully aware that Agatha was already making preparations for this daunting task. But then, something caught his attention. A flicker of light in Agatha's right hand revealed what appeared to be a metallic object. "Agatha, what do you have there in your hand?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. "In my hand." Agatha appeared momentarily puzzled as she raised her hand for a closer look, feeling an unfamiliar object resting in her palm. It was cold to the touch, yet seemed to have absorbed some warmth from her own body heat. She found herself holding a uniquely shaped brass key. "A key," Vanna intoned, her eyes widening in surprise before a light of recognition flashed in them. "Ah, is this the key you were talking about earlier? The one last given by Governor Winston to another Agatha? Could this be the key left behind by the Frost Queen herself?" Duncan's eyes subtly shifted, clearly intrigued. "May I take a closer look?" "Certainly." Agatha handed the key to Duncan without a moment's hesitation. The key was certainly peculiar. Its handle was meticulously crafted into the shape of an infinity symbol. Unusually, it didn't have the teeth or serrations one would expect. Instead, it featured a cylindrical structure with grooves. It reminded Duncan of a winding key for a clockwork doll. Curiosity piqued, Alice wandered closer and gently pulled on Duncan's arm. "Can I see?" This doesn't look like any key I've ever seen. What's it for?" Silence filled the room. Every gaze in the cavern shifted toward the doll like Alice. "Why is everyone looking at me?" Alice suddenly realized, pointing to herself. "Did I do something wrong? Do you feel anything unusual when you look at this key?" Duncan inquired, his eyes meeting Alice's. "A sense of familiarity or a sudden desire to touch it?" "No, not at all," Alice responded, visibly puzzled. "I've never seen it before." Vanna, who had been standing nearby, leaned in closer to Duncan and whispered, "Captain, do you think it could be?" "According to Nina," Duncan interrupted, speaking thoughtfully, "Alice has a keyhole on her back." Agatha looked shocked at this revelation, her eyes flicking toward Alice, who herself was a doll-like anomaly. Suddenly, the pieces seemed to come together. Points scattered across time and space seemed to connect within this cavern tainted by ancient, godlike influences. The key left behind by the Frost Queen and Alice, who bore an eerie resemblance to the Frost Queen, might be intimately connected. Alice, feeling the weight of their collective gaze, looked around bewilderedly. She then lifted her arm, attempting to reach around to her back. "I can't feel anything," she admitted, looking slightly crestfallen. "My clothes are in the way." Duncan finally broke the heavy silence that had filled the cavern. "We will address this matter back on the ship. This situation calls for extreme caution." He looked up at Agatha. "Would it be alright if I took this key with me?" Theoretically, that key is a legacy handed down among the governors of Frost. Governor Winston claimed that it holds information from the Frost Queen. But, Agatha hesitated briefly before shaking her head. That was then. You're welcome to take it. Thank you. Duncan didn't belabor the point. He handed the key to the dove perched on his shoulder. With a flash of an eerie green light, both AI and the key vanished, only for the dove to reappear moments later, the key conspicuously absent. It had been safely transported to Duncan's main body aboard his ship, the Vanished. There, Duncan found himself absent-mindedly toying with the peculiar key that had just been teleported to him. Back in the cavern below Frost, he took one last look at the massive pillar that supported the space, then reached out and tapped its hard, icy surface. It's time to leave, he announced, setting the stage for in this unfolding mystery. The cave was cavernous, a subterranean world that seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Despite their use of spiritual fire to light their way, a mystical flame that illuminated even the darkest corners, they had only managed to explore a small portion of the labyrinthine hollow. For Duncan, however, what they had discovered was enough, at least for the time being. He recognized the need for pause, a moment to fully analyze and comprehend the complex web of information they had just untangled. Future expeditions to map out the remainder of the cave could be left to Agatha and her specialized team. After all, they had verified that the cave was devoid of the contaminating influence of ancient gods and that its structural integrity was sound. Agatha could, therefore, comfortably proceed with more comprehensive explorations. Guided by the eerie luminescence of the spiritual fire they had set along their path, the group retreated from the deep cavern. They stepped onto an elevator platform, which promptly lifted them back up to the mining passage situated above ground. As they traversed the metal mine's dimly lit corridors, Duncan turned to Agatha, curiosity etched on his face. What are your preliminary thoughts about what lies beneath us? Agatha considered his question. I intend to organize additional expeditions to better understand the cave's topography, particularly the environs surrounding that immense, pillar-like structure. Should we stumble upon anything of significance, you will be the first to know. After we've gathered sufficient data, she paused, choosing her words with deliberate care, my recommendation would be for the city-state to initiate a metal ore extraction project. The challenge lies in devising a method that neither compromises the cave's stability nor damages the pillar. Ultimately, the execution of such an undertaking would fall to the experts at City Hall. Duncan raised an eyebrow. You don't harbor concerns about the potential risks of mining this metal ore? It could, after all, be a residue of ancient godly forces. Survival of the city-state is our primary imperative, Agatha replied softly, shaking her head. That said, something did strike me during our expedition. Do tell. If it's indeed the case that the metal ore beneath Frost is a byproduct of ancient godly influences, what does that imply about the geological safety of other city-states scattered across the boundless sea? Are their subterranean realms equally secure? A thoughtful silence descended upon them. Recall that after the mines were depleted in the time of the Queen, Frost sourced its metal ore from the mirror world for half a century, Agatha continued. We assumed, naturally, that this ore was as much a forgery as everything else in that parallel dimension. Yet even after the mirror world's dissolution, the ore persisted. We've just identified a new, rich vein in this very cave. This suggests the ore, rather than being twisted or counterfeit, is something far more natural. If the ore is a natural formation and not some perverse manifestation, then its existence resonates with the annihilation cult's doctrine of their God creating the world, Duncan observed, his tone imbued with a subtle gravity. Indeed, the mere suggestion borders on heresy, Agatha conceded with calm assurance. You appear quite steadfast in your stance. Agatha paused, her head slowly rising. Even though a black blindfold veiled her eyes, it was as if her gaze managed to transcend it, settling resolutely on the path that lay ahead of them. At the tunnel's end, daylight spilled in a warm, radiant flood of sunshine. Though in Agatha's sensory world, everything remained as frigid as a crypt, she knew, somewhere beyond her perceptions, the sun was warmly shining. At the tunnel's conclusion, the surface exit of the mine came into view, framed like a picture at the end of a long, dark gallery. Through that aperture, bright sunlight cascaded inward, splashing the walls of the tunnel with its golden, inviting glow. It seemed as though the world outside was promising warmth and radiance, a stark contrast to the dank and mysterious underground they were leaving behind. Yet, for Agatha, whose perceptions were shaded by her own unique sensitivities, the world continued to feel like an unyielding, cold place, a place as chilling and lifeless as a tomb. She didn't feel the sun's embrace or its radiant touch, but she intellectually recognized its presence. She knew that for others, the sunlight was a welcoming caress, a natural tapestry woven of warmth and light. With her hands gently clasped together over her chest in a pose reminiscent of prayer, Agatha leaned closer to Duncan and whispered, "As I've mentioned earlier, the first and foremost priority is the survival of the city-state. In this world, heresy can only be defined in one way, as any belief or action that threatens our collective existence. Outside of that, all other beliefs, no matter how unconventional or controversial, must be permissible." Her tone was imbued with the gravity of a devout priestess, her words echoing in the narrow space as if reaching for some greater cosmic understanding, affirming that survival itself sanctifies all means to achieve it. Chapter 453, Pointing to Divinity. The swirling wind, laden with light grey dust, slowly faded from Duncan's line of sight. Agatha was gone. Only after the last remnants of the dusty breeze had fully dissipated did Vanna speak, piercing the heavy silence. "I can't shake the feeling that she's transformed so much since our last encounter," she said, a note of uncertainty in her voice. Her final words were particularly striking. "They don't sound like something the gatekeeper we once knew would say." Duncan, ever the pragmatist, replied, "Life's experiences can reshape a person, and given what she's been through, it's not surprising. Moreover, her position now isn't just that of a simple gatekeeper. The responsibilities she bears demand she evolve." Vanna, trying to gauge Duncan's reaction, asked, "Aren't you concerned at all?" He responded with a measured tone, "She's remained steadfast. Those who undergo profound shifts in understanding often come out with even greater resolve. She might be burdened with the survival of the city-state, but she remains rational. She won't be swayed into paranoia or misguided paths." Her closing remarks might not exude the devoutness of old, but they were spoken with clarity. Vanna was quiet for a beat, and when Duncan turned to gaze intently at her, he posed a probing question, "Your real concern isn't about Agatha, is it?" Hesitating only briefly, Vanna confessed, "My faith dictates honesty. Yes, my concerns are more personal. When I look at Agatha, I see a reflection of my own faltering faith and actions that border on heresy." Duncan waited, giving her space to speak her truth. Vanna continued, "I always thought that all challenges could be met with strong faith and an unyielding spirit. I believed that the gods set the cosmic order, and we, as their creations, functioned harmoniously within that design. Yet, I've come to realize this cosmic order is as ephemeral as sea foam. Mere belief and tenacity can't save our city-state. The world as we've known it is being questioned. Our belief in the eternal sun, the metal ore that drives our era possibly being a gift from ancient deities, the realization that gods can't shield the city-state from all perils, and the uncharted mysteries lurking in the ocean's depths, which no holy book has mentioned. Your arrival even challenges my long-held beliefs about subspace." Duncan replied with a thoughtful nod, "On that last point, remain questioning. As for the rest, you're largely right. Our comprehension of the universe is inherently flawed. We can't pin our hopes on a singular, unchanging truth to explain everything. If such an unwavering truth does exist, it's beyond our current grasp. So, having our beliefs shaken is a necessary step in our civilization's progression." Absorbing Duncan's insights, Vanna seemed lost in contemplation. After a prolonged pause, she whispered more to herself than to him, "Then where do the gods fit into all this?" Duncan replied candidly, "I don't really know. My encounters with them, if any, have been from a distance, too distant to form a concrete belief. But two things I'm sure of: firstly, the four gods are real entities in this world. And secondly, they have, to some degree, been the guardians and guiding forces of our civilization." Vanna's face registered a brief hint of confusion. In her 2 decades of life, she had never come across anyone who spoke of the four gods with such clinical detachment without the usual reverence or admiration, as if they were mere items for scrutiny. This type of evaluation seemed almost blasphemous and audacious. Yet, coming from Duncan, who had experienced the enigmatic subspace, Vanna couldn't help but be affected by. His words struck her as chillingly analytical, much like a tool used to gauge the world around her. Her introspection was disrupted by Duncan's voice, gently chiding, "Vanna, don't overcomplicate things. You still have faith in Gamana, right?" Without hesitation, Vanna replied, "Yes, my faith remains steadfast. That's just it. Your faith hasn't wavered, and Agatha still puts her faith in Bartok. The fact that your gods haven't forsaken you despite your evolving thoughts suggests that your introspections aren't misaligned with their teachings." Duncan spoke with conviction, "Questioning and doubting doesn't automatically equate to heresy. The truly devout are those who maintain their faith even after wrestling with such uncertainties. It's vital to strike a balance between a robust faith and a healthy skepticism. Embrace the world for what it is, acknowledge that your perceptions might be limited or biased, and accept the inevitability of your own doubts. Frankly, if Gamana can hear your prayers about the disappeared, what isn't within your capacity to accept? Vanna's eyes darted instinctively towards the elevated city district, where the imposing silent cathedral stood tall atop Frost Peak. She imagined Agatha making her way back to that cathedral via the grey wind. Would Agatha seek solace in her prayer chamber, reflecting upon her recent alliance with the enigmatic shadows of subspace before the statue of Bartok? Would she ponder the future of the city-state and decide that any hindrance to its survival is heretical, while all else can be tolerated? After what felt like an eternity, Vanna finally redirected her gaze from the distant cathedral, her voice soft as she posed a question: does the deity truly remain indifferent? I can't say for sure, but if I were in their shoes, it wouldn't bother me. Duncan shrugged nonchalantly. From our perspective, neither the god of death nor the goddess of storm seems particularly concerned. Perhaps their priorities lie elsewhere. As Vanna sank into deep contemplation, Morris, who had been observing silently, couldn't resist commenting, I never took you for someone who'd hold such profound views on faith. I always assumed you were indifferent to such matters. Duncan looked at Morris with genuine interest. Why wouldn't I be? I've always been fascinated by any ideology that attempts to elucidate the world's mysteries. He paused, noticing the confusion etched on the faces of both Vanna and Morris. Alice, as usual, remained oblivious. With a playful smile, Duncan teased, there's no need for concern over the affairs of the city-state right now. Perhaps it's time we delve into the Book of Blasphemy. Amid the quiet, Shirley nodded off, the fourth math card still in her hand. A faint clinking of chains filled the air. Dog, ever so gently to avoid disturbing her slumber, used a paw to stabilize the dark chain. Sitting upright, he carefully draped a blanket over Shirley with his mouth. With another paw, he cleared the table of the math cards, ensuring they wouldn't be tainted by Shirley's drool. As Dog set about organizing the room, his attention was drawn to the math cards strewn across the table. Each card displayed basic arithmetic problems. He paused and mused, has she managed to answer most of these correctly? Intrigued, he whispered softly to himself, then instinctively glanced over at Shirley. She had shifted in her sleep, murmuring indistinct words, with a delicate trail of saliva shining at the edge of her lips. She must have put in quite an effort, he concluded. Shaking his head with a mixture of admiration and amusement, Dog lay back and, after some internal debate, stretched out a paw to pick up a book from a stack on the floor. The book was his. At first glance, the book looked ordinary, a common paperback that could be found in any bookstore within the city-state. The title Algebraic Computation was embossed on its front. Dog leaned down, his eye sockets glowing a deep, unsettling red, casting flickering shadows as he studied the book's cover. He hesitated briefly and then slowly flipped it open. Suddenly, he snapped his head up, scanning the room with heightened vigilance. The bookshelves seemed undisturbed. The room's dark nooks remained tranquil, beams of sunlight penetrated the window, and the gentle rhythm of waves could be heard from outside. All right, the surroundings are secure, potential distractions are minimal, and the book is still related to mathematics. It's time for the third attempt, Dog muttered, prepping himself. With renewed determination, Dog dived deep into the book's content, absorbing the formulas, internalizing the symbols, and working through the calculations. He sought to unravel the mysteries of the universe using the collective knowledge passed down by generations. Initially, distractions and stray thoughts fragmented his concentration. But soon, the intricacies of math began to weave a cocoon of focus around him. As always, the subject drew him in, engrossing him completely. As numbers and symbols swirled in his mind, painting a vast tapestry of comprehension, Dog felt an unfamiliar sensation. It was as if he wasn't alone in his quest for knowledge. Someone else was reading the same lines. Someone else was processing the same thoughts. An unseen presence was observing his journey with quiet interest. Perplexed, Dog tilted his head. Beneath the stark white pages, between the neatly printed words, and amidst the intricate web of knowledge crafted by symbols and diagrams, a radiant red glow, encircled by a myriad of tiny, luminous points of light, regarded him with an intense focus akin to an eye. Dog stiffened. He was transfixed by the mesmerizing red gleam. Drawn inexorably closer, he felt as though he was floating towards this constellation of radiant points. But this sensation was short-lived. Suddenly, an overpowering force originating from the mysterious chain he wore jerked him back to reality, breaking the spell that the pulsating red light had cast. Stunned, Dog gasped, his senses reeling from the abrupt interruption. Almost reflexively, his gaze darted to the black chain draped around his neck. It was this very chain, and the mysterious power it harbored, that had saved him in that crucial moment, evidence of Shirley's protective influence. Yet, upon inspection, the chain lay slack on the floor, showing no signs of recent movement. Further along the chain, Shirley remained undisturbed, nestled comfortably on the table, still lost in the land of dreams. She had not stirred, not even slightly. Chapter 454, Stream of Information. A mystical green flame in the captain's quarters arose, setting the dimly lit room aglow. From within its mesmerizing fire, a skeletal bird wrapped in these spectral flames took flight. As the flames whirled, they morphed into a swirling vortex, acting as a portal or doorway. From this mystic portal, Vanna, Alice, and Morris emerged, stepping carefully into the room. They took a moment to steady themselves, the light shadow shift of the teleportation momentarily disorienting them. Once they found their footing, they turned their attention to the navigation table just a few steps away. There, absorbed in studying a detailed sea chart, was Duncan. They approached, inclining their heads in respect, and greeted him with a deferential, "Captain." Without even raising his eyes, Duncan advised, "Take a moment to sit. It's best not to move immediately after teleportation, you might find yourselves unsteady." Only after meticulously confirming specific locations on his sea chart did Duncan finally lift his head, focusing his gaze on Morris. "Morris, you have the book with you, correct?" Morris swiftly responded, reaching into his attire and retrieving a book of imposing appearance, its cover as black as the abyss and with no title to be seen. It was known as the Book of Blasphemy. Holding it out to Duncan, Morris said, "It's right here." Vanna, curious and a tad worried, piped up once Duncan took possession of the book, "Now that the three of us have returned, only your avatar is left behind in the city-state of Frost. Is that not a concern?" Duncan replied reassuringly, "There shouldn't be any significant problems back in the city. With Tyrion poised to take over as ruler and Agatha by his side ensuring stability, everything is in good hands." He continued, "Your mission in Frost is done. Whatever minor tasks remain, my avatar is more than capable of addressing." With the gravity of the situation palpable, Duncan seated himself at the navigation table, setting the ominous black book next to his sea chart. This was the book that Morris and Vanna had acquired from a minor cult leader. Rumor had it that this book contained rare and vital information about the enigmatic Nether Lord. The tome was believed to hold secrets predating the era of divine creation and the cataclysmic event known as the Great Annihilation. Its exterior, however, gave no indication of its significance, only its jet-black cover and absence of a title set it apart. Strangely, no supernatural vibes emanated from it. Vanna, Morris, and Alice had all gathered around the table, drawn in by the book's mystery. While Alice, seemingly unaffected, leaned in for a closer look, both Vanna and Morris kept a respectful distance, hesitant to set their gaze too intently upon the tome. A curious wooden carving in the shape of a goat's head on the navigation table's edge turned to examine the book. The carving asked, its voice filled with curiosity, "What's this? Just a book? Why is it held in such high regard?" With a nonchalant tone, Duncan explained, "In essence, it's a holy scripture of the Annihilators. It's believed to document events preceding even the gods' creation. And while many might dismiss its content as the ravings of cultists, some parts intrigue me deeply. The written account of the gods' very creation." The wooden carving, in the shape of a goat's head, seemed truly startled by this revelation. Its tone shifted, skeptical and almost teasing, "Ah, the Nether Lord's account of world creation from those lunatics? I mean no disrespect, but their notions hardly strike me as credible. If you can just fabricate a tale about the genesis of our world with no tangible proof or logical foundation, then I'd argue any inebriated bard can spin a yarn about our universe's origins. I once heard of this ludicrous performance suggesting our world was conjured from a hodgepodge in a massive cauldron." Duncan replied calmly, though with an intensity that was hard to ignore. However, upon Morris's reading of this book, his psyche was tainted, drawing even the gaze of the four gods. "You are well aware of the gravity of that." The carved goat head made a creaking noise akin to wooden planks groaning under strain and lapsed into a thoughtful silence. After what felt like an eternity, the carving finally uttered, "The closer one gets to the truth, the more one's sanity is at stake." Standing aside and still visibly affected by his experience, Morris gravely added, "Indeed, it's an age-old adage about anomalies and revelations: the closer to truth, the more perilous it is to one's sanity. It's believed that objects that inflict severe mental afflictions often carry the genuine narrative of our world. Such is the paradox that scholars sometimes gauge the authenticity of ancient texts based on the mental turmoil they induce upon reading. The goat head oscillated gently as if deep in thought before stating, however, profound distortions or sheer overpowering energies can induce such mental perturbations too. In such circumstances, truth often becomes more elusive. The greater the mental toll, the more misguided the person becomes. It continued with a sincere tone, I speak from genuine concern, Morris. Many of your peers met their doom chasing these truths. Those who survived often believed they'd stumbled upon profound revelations, only to find themselves teetering on the brink of insanity. Today, their names grace the heretical blacklists of various religious orders. And given that you're aboard this vessel, I dare say you've earned a spot on that list as well. It was evident that despite the goat head's unconventional nature, it had grown fond of the ship's crew over time. Its words might have sounded stern, but the sentiment was pure and genuine concern. Acknowledging this, Morris replied, your concern is appreciated. It's undeniable that this world excels in beguiling us mortals, and our innate curiosity often leads us astray. Hence, we trust the captain to steer the course. The captain will, the goat head began, its tone shifting to one of apprehension as it noticed Duncan's hand poised atop the ominous black book, evidently preparing to unveil its contents. Hold on, are you certain you wish to delve into it? Duncan looked up with a hint of amusement. Did you really think I had Morris bring this artifact on board merely to elevate your stature? The goat head, slightly flustered yet ever playful, responded, well, it wouldn't be the worst idea. But Duncan wasn't about to be sidetracked by this jest. He steadied himself, taking a deep, purposeful breath, focusing intently on the task at hand. A subtle, almost translucent green flame sparked to life from within Duncan. Within moments, it consumed him, leaving behind not ashes but a spectral, ghostly version of the captain. Reassured by the successful transformation, Duncan turned his attention to the imposing black tome before him and cautiously turned to its first page. However, much to his surprise, the page appeared blank. He blinked, trying to adjust his eyes to the dim light. But as he looked again, a profound and impenetrable darkness seemed to close in from every corner of his vision. Suddenly, reality twisted and contorted, leaving no room for resistance or comprehension. The sensation was reminiscent of the first time Duncan had used the spirit compass, where he felt his consciousness being yanked and swallowed whole into a vast void. As the dizzying sensation subsided, Duncan quickly realized that the familiar confines of his captain's quarters had disappeared. The wooden goat head, Morris, and other familiar sights were nowhere to be seen. And the black book, the very object that had led him to this eerie void, was mysteriously absent. In the midst of this enveloping blackness, he gathered his thoughts. This was not what he'd anticipated, certainly not what Morris had recounted. The experience after opening the book was radically different. Then, from the periphery of his vision, a faint luminescence caught his eye. He turned and, hovering in the void, was a tiny beacon of white light. As Duncan squinted and focused, he realized that the light was actually text. As clarity returned, he could make out the words. Upon opening the book, his experience was entirely distinct from Morris's. Duncan froze. He stood there, entranced by the floating words, as a chilling realization washed over him. Time seemed irrelevant. A distant memory then tugged at him. A similar void, a similar scenario, where text floated eerily. It was in subspace. Within the recesses of the ship named the Vanished, he'd once opened the door to the captain's cabin and encountered such a realm, where text described. Suddenly, words materialized in front of him but rapidly began to dissipate. Duncan caught himself. He centered his thoughts, purposefully cluttering his mind with random numbers, words, and forgotten recollections. As he did so, the floating words gradually vanished. He then struggled to restrain his thoughts, attempting to still his racing heart. Countless questions surged within. What was this void? Why were words materializing? Why did they seem to describe him? Was this a mind-probing technique? Or a soul-level projection? He had encountered a similar phenomenon aboard the Vanished, but now it was tied to this book. What power did this tome wield? Despite his best efforts to control his thoughts, they spiraled. And in response, words once again emerged from the void, though now they were fragmented and disjointed. Manifestation. From thought to reality. Reality is. With a crease forming between his eyebrows, Zhou Ming cautiously approached the mysterious text that floated in the void. Curiously, he stretched out a finger, wondering if the ethereal words had any tangible substance. To his surprise, his finger merely caused a shimmering ripple to spread across the darkness, much like a stone cast into still water. Within these ripples, he discerned that there were other layers of text hidden behind the visible words. Hesitating only momentarily, Zhou Ming decided to see if he could reveal more. Using his hand, he continued to manipulate the text, causing the ripples to spread further and reveal the concealed messages within the depths of the darkness. And then, right in front of him, multiple lines of fragmented text began to emerge and stretch out, descending further and further. Transmission origin Leviathan Queen situation dire, condition deteriorating rapidly. Transmission origin King of Fire report any recent findings. Transmission origin Bartok distressing update, feedback from node becoming unclear, fear the cluster controller is duplicating, or has spiraled beyond our control. Origin LH02 pertinent data available. Elaborate. LH02 spotted an entity exhibiting cluster controller traits, potential cognitive shift detected, believed to have communication capabilities with me. Transmission origin Leviathan Queen remarkable revelation. Any subsequent developments? Transmission origin LH02 no further action. Transmission origin Bartok clarify. Transmission origin LH02 the intriguing entity dispatched a message symbolizing a dog's head and then withdrew. Zhou Ming tried to comprehend the fractured messages, attempting to stitch together the bigger picture from these cryptic transmissions. Chapter 455, Contemplation and Testing. In the enveloping darkness, the once rippling shadows gradually settled into stillness, the ghostly words that had appeared earlier vanishing as if they were never there. Zhou Ming strained his focus, attempting to delve deeper into the obsidian abyss around him, but he could no longer detect any signs of those enigmatic conversations. Yes, he was sure they were conversations, actual exchanges of dialogue that appeared to be between gods or celestial beings of some sort. Among the names mentioned, one had caught Zhou Ming's attention, Bartok, unmistakably the name of the god of death. As he stood amidst the impenetrable dark, Zhou Ming chose not to disturb the silence any further. Instead, he plunged into intense contemplation, his mind roiling like a tempestuous ocean. Despite his outwardly calm demeanor, his inner world was a labyrinth of incredulity and conflicting thoughts. Could all of this be some elaborate, cruel joke? He found that hard to believe. If this was really happening, then when did these exchanges take place? Were they echoes of past dialogues, or were they real-time conversations happening somewhere in a mysterious plane of existence? The conversations were being broadcast or reflected into this eerie, dark realm where he stood. Among the other names he had heard, he hypothesized that they too were the names of gods. For instance, the King of Fire could probably be Eternal Flame Tarujan, a deity revered by a sect known as the Flame Bearers. But what about the Leviathan Queen and the Storm Goddess? Could they possibly be the same entity under different titles? Yet, what truly unsettled Zhou Ming and sent his thoughts spiraling out of control was the fourth name, LH02. If the first three represented deities, then by process of elimination, the last name must be linked to Lehem, the god with dominion over both wisdom and folly. But LH02? It sounded less like a name and more like a product code or a mechanical identifier. Zhou Ming found himself wrestling with a plethora of wild theories, struggling to contain his overactive imagination from veering into the realm of absurdity. All the while, he didn't lose sight of the alarming details that were part of those divine conversations. The information pointed to a pressing crisis. Sentences like "the situation was dire" and "the cluster controller had begun duplicating itself," or "had lost control entirely" weighed heavy on him. What were they talking about? Was it a cryptic reference to the state of the world? Did the accelerating critical state mean that some colossal system, perhaps governing the fabric of reality itself, was on the verge of collapse? These haunting questions filled Zhou Ming's mind, creating an inner turbulence that belied his outward calm. As he stood in the all-encompassing darkness, the complexities of what he had heard wrestled for space in his already crowded thoughts, leaving him with more questions than answers. Zhou Ming's thoughts immediately snapped back to his last interaction with Agatha, where they had discussed various alarming events planned and Frost facing troubles, and Vision 001 experiencing malfunctions. As he pieced together these seemingly disparate incidents, they collectively began to resemble the warning signs of a large-scale system undergoing a series of cascading failures. The notion that the cluster controller had started duplicating itself gripped him with sudden tension. A phrase unbiddenly surfaced in his mind: "This is a counterfeit." As if on cue, he inhaled sharply in the encompassing darkness, his eyes involuntarily darting to the spot where the spectral words had previously manifested. He half expected new text to materialize, offering further insights into the mysterious situation. Of course, no more words appeared. Zhou Ming pulled his gaze away, his facial expression a mask of sober contemplation. Numerous questions begged for his attention. Even though he had seen only fragments of a conversation, each line was pregnant with layers of meaning, each name invoking deep thought. For example, why were Lehem, Gamana, and Tarujin using pseudonyms, while Bartok, the god of death, used his real name? And what could be deduced from the last message, purportedly from Lehem also referred to as LH02, who spoke of a suspicious visitor that had sent dog face and left? Under normal circumstances, his focus would have been entirely on this cryptic dog face, but given the data overload, it just added another layer of perplexity. Just then, a subtle noise disrupted Zhou Ming's internal maelstrom of thoughts. At first, it sounded like a quiet shattering, so faint that it could have easily been mistaken for an auditory illusion. Almost immediately, however, the noise escalated in volume and frequency. As if to match the cacophony, tendrils of distorted light began to ripple across the dark expanse. An intense chorus of discordant sounds filled Zhou Ming's consciousness, and the surrounding darkness itself seemed to disintegrate and fragment. Spirals of light erupted from all angles, culminating in a resonating boom that catapulted him back to reality. At that exact moment, seated in his chair, Duncan's eyes flew open. He was jolted by the sensation of the black tome in his hand igniting spontaneously into flames. Alice's panicked voice pierced the room, "It's on fire. Captain! The book's on fire!" Duncan was taken aback but quickly composed himself, slapping his hand over the roaring flames. In an instant, he had the fire under control, but not before it had consumed a significant portion of the tome. What remained on the table were only a few charred and tattered pages. Oozing from these remnants was a viscous, dark red liquid, almost resembling blood. It soaked the remaining pages, reducing them to an indecipherable, pulpy mass. Duncan flicked through the remnants, confirming that the text was now irretrievably lost. Lifting his gaze, Duncan's expression shifted subtly as he spoke, "I don't think I did anything." After a brief pause, Morris cautiously ventured, "Based on what just happened, it seems the book couldn't withstand the intensity of your power. This is what one would call a transcendental overload." The room fell silent, the weight of the words and the mysterious incidents leaving more questions than answers in their wake. "Couldn't withstand my power," Duncan repeated, his brow furrowed as he muttered under his breath. Was it simply a matter of the book not being able to withstand his power? But he suspected that the book had just served as a conduit for forces far more potent than anything he could muster. This brought to mind his experience with the Golden Sun mask he had originally found and planned. That relic had offered him a glimpse into the visage of the true sun god, but at the cost of the mask's own destruction. Morris, who couldn't read Duncan's thoughts, nevertheless noticed the solemn expression that crossed his captain's face. Unable to contain his curiosity, he ventured, "This book may just be a facsimile, created through some arcane ritual from the original supernatural artifact. These kinds of replicas are notoriously fragile." Duncan looked up sharply, his eyes narrowing. "So you're saying that if there exists an original, that one might not disintegrate when I read it?" "Logically speaking, yes," Morris said, adjusting his monocle. "In theory, the original should be more stable." Alice, who had been silently observing from the side, finally moved closer, her curiosity getting the better of her. "Captain, did something unusual happen? You've been awfully pensive." Duncan massaged his temples, his thoughts returning to the enigmatic scenes he had witnessed in the dark abyss. For a moment, he considered spilling the details, but then thought better of it. Revealing such arcane knowledge could prove harmful, or even fatal, for those ill-equipped to handle it. "I saw something quite different from what you or Morris might have witnessed," he said cautiously, choosing his words with care. "However, I can't share the specifics with you. It's too risky." Morris and Vanna exchanged a meaningful look, and Duncan noted that their eyes were now filled with a mixture of tension and concern. "Different from what I witnessed," Morris mused aloud, pausing as he thought deeply. "Does this book show varied content to individual readers?" "It might, or it might just be showing different content specifically to me," Duncan replied, his voice tinged with regret. "Unfortunately, I should have been the last one to examine it. If Tyrion had even schemed through it, we might have gleaned additional clues. Now, our only copy is ashes." Morris looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Vanna, however, was more straightforward. We should also be concerned about Mr. Tyrion's mental well-being, shouldn't we? Duncan waved away the suggestion. Reading books should be safer than indulging in other, more reckless activities. Besides, I'm here to supervise. Nothing would go wrong. Enough of this. He shook his head to dismiss the conversation and turned to Vanna, deciding to probe another angle. Vanna, have you ever heard of the term Leviathan Queen? Vanna looked visibly surprised, her eyes widening as she pondered the question. Leviathan Queen? No, I haven't. Is it the title of a ruler in some city-state? I can't recall ever hearing about a city-state with that name. As he scrutinized Vanna's reaction, Duncan also subtly focused his senses to detect any abnormal energy shifts or otherworldly phenomena in the surrounding environment. He wondered if merely uttering the term Leviathan Queen in this realm might trigger some sort of response. But after waiting for what felt like an eternity, though it was only half a minute, nothing out of the ordinary occurred. All right, let's set that question aside for now, Duncan finally said, shaking his head to clear it. He then turned his gaze towards Morris. What about LH02? Have you ever heard of that? No, Morris replied, clearly puzzled. But seeing the gravity etched on Duncan's face, he took a moment to search his memory before finally shaking his head. It sounds like some sort of machine code or serial number, doesn't it? Both Morris and Vanna appeared to be genuinely ignorant about these terms, confirming that they hadn't heard of them before. Yet Duncan knew that their lack of knowledge didn't necessarily eliminate the possibility that the terms Leviathan Queen and LH02 could correspond to the mysterious storm goddess Gamana and god of wisdom Lahem. It was a well-known fact that above the level of saints like Morris and Vanna, there were the popes, and even beyond the terrestrial domains of city-state cathedrals, there were the elusive cathedral arcs that sailed the boundless sea. These remote locations were the repositories of ancient wisdom and tightly guarded secrets far removed from ordinary human experience. Having concluded that nothing untoward was happening in the cabin, no inexplicable energy shifts, no sudden apparitions, Duncan let out a carefully modulated breath and shook his head. Forget about these names for now, he cautioned, his eyes meeting each of theirs in turn, instilling the gravity of his next words. Don't mention them to anyone, especially once we leave the Vanished. Do not utter or discuss these terms with anyone. Is that understood? Both Vanna and Morris nodded, the weight of Duncan's instruction hanging heavily in the air. They sensed that they had come into contact, however tangentially, with matters of great and potentially dangerous import. And so, in that solemn moment, the topic was closed, at least for now, as each person in the room quietly contemplated what these mysterious terms might mean and what role they might play in the unfolding saga of their lives. Chapter 456, The Blessed One. Vanna found herself deeply reflecting on the weight and significance of Duncan's words. Thoughts started to weave intricate patterns in her mind, linking ideas and drawing conclusions. But then, she purposefully checked her wandering mind and responded with a grave nod to Morris's statement. In this treacherous world, she knew that curbing one's natural curiosity was vital for survival. Duncan let out a sigh of relief, sensing that both Morris and Vanna grasped the gravity of what he'd conveyed. Shifting his attention, he instructed Alice, "Take care of that mess on the table. Don't toss it into the ocean, just set it ablaze." Alice responded with a quick, "Okay," and promptly began tidying the table. Duncan reclined in his chair, lost in thoughts of his recent encounter with the chilling darkness. He mentally revisited the disturbing interactions he had within that mysterious void. At the same time, he wondered how he might re-establish contact with that enigmatic realm. Considering the manuscript's inability to withstand the profound impact of the truth, Duncan's thoughts turned to the original Book of Blasphemy. Where could it be? If he were to obtain it, would it grant him a consistent link to the disconcerting void? Were there perhaps other mystical artifacts that might offer a similar connection? Duncan's mind drifted back to a memory, an unsettling dream aboard the Vanished, where he unexpectedly found himself on a different Vanished in subspace dimension. In the captain's quarters of that duplicate ship, he had encountered the same strange darkness. Boldly, he theorized that this dark space was an actual realm nestled within subspace. To communicate with it, one might need a specific conduit or method. While Morris's manuscript had facilitated a connection, Duncan pondered if other mediums might exist. Maybe, if he could discover a way back to the alternate Vanished, it would provide another avenue to the dark realm. A passage, within subspace itself? Shaking his head, Duncan abruptly arrested these thoughts. He was left wondering whether these musings truly originated from his own consciousness or were being insidiously planted by subspace. One thing, however, stood clear. He required more samples. Whether it was the scientist's golden masks, the book of blasphemy revered by the annihilators, or any artifact the apocalyptic Embers possessed, each could potentially provide insights into the true nature of their world. With renewed focus, Duncan addressed Morris and Vanna. Are you aware of any places I might find more of such artifacts? Specifically, items like the Book of Blasphemy that the cultists employ during significant rites and teachings. Morris looked stunned by the request. More, he echoed. After a pause, he responded, that might be challenging. Even though religious and governmental bodies confiscate cultist artifacts regularly, they typically eradicate these items post-examination and analysis, regardless of their rareness or intrinsic worth. Surprised, Duncan inquired, they just annihilate them? Without preserving any samples? Vanna, seemingly more versed on this subject than Morris, interjected, physical samples aren't preserved, only the gathered information. She continued, in cases of particularly perilous items, even the data might not be stored. Only a sanitized and safe version of descriptions remain, housed in specific repositories or sometimes merely held within the minds of designated guardians of secrets. Vanna hesitated for a moment before elaborating, the real issue with these powerful cultist relics is that they come with tremendous danger and the potential for corruption. What's even more concerning is that over time, the degree of danger and corruption they exude might amplify. Predicting the full scope of harm these items can unleash is difficult. Thus, the most prudent approach has always been to refrain from preserving samples. Additionally, Morris, sensing Vanna's reluctance, chimed in, human behavior is fickle and even the most resilient guardians can have moments of fragility. Those assigned to monitor these blasphemous relics can, over time, become vulnerable to their influences and often not even be aware of their descent into darkness. For instance, back in 1666, a revered saint in the city-state of Mach was seduced by a prohibited tome he was meant to safeguard. The book cast an illusion on him, which inadvertently triggered an incident, claiming the lives of many. It was this very event that compelled city-states to cease retaining samples of any confiscated heretical items. Vanna released a resigned sigh. In several aspects, these heretical items pose greater threats than anomalies. The most potent anomalies can be harnessed and utilized once we decode their binding principles. However, with these forbidden objects, even their creators can't always anticipate the dangers that might manifest. Duncan rubbed his temples, clearly feeling the weight of the conversation. Given this, it seems futile to expect any samples from the city-states. Our only option is to directly confront and deal with these rogue cultists. Hearing Duncan's decision, a trace of anxiety brushed past Vanna's features. Taking a deep breath, she offered, if you are truly set on this path, I might be able to procure some research data from the cathedral archives for you. Even though the original items have long been destroyed, sanitized, and safety-edited research records still exist. I'd appreciate any assistance in obtaining that information, Duncan responded, although with an underlying hint of skepticism. His quest wasn't merely for documented data, he sought a tangible medium among these heretical artifacts. The Book of Blasphemy had already revealed to him the potential for a supernatural item to present different manifestations or forms depending on the observer. He surmised that the scholarly interpretations and records from the Church of the True God might not be particularly helpful for his purpose. Still, he believed that expanding his understanding in the realm of the supernatural was always beneficial. Their deep discussion was abruptly disturbed by a loud commotion outside Duncan's cabin door. The distinct voices of Shirley and Dog could be heard. Duncan ordered, "See what's happening out there." Alice hastened to open the cabin door. As she did so, Shirley, with her petite frame, rushed past her, pulling a reluctant Dog behind. "Captain! It's urgent," she exclaimed, "Dog's been possessed. He swears he's seen something incredibly strange." Duncan shot a dubious glance at the shadowy hound. "Possessed? Dog is a shadow demon. Can he even be susceptible to possession?" Morris and Vanna exchanged glances, their expressions clearly questioning the plausibility of a supernatural entity being taken over by another supernatural force. Meanwhile, Dog, who was visibly rattled, proclaimed, "I'm telling you, I've encountered it twice. This presence just invaded my mind as I was engrossed in my reading. It felt like it was gazing directly into my very consciousness." "While you were reading, you say?" Duncan furrowed his brow, perplexed. "Why would that be surprising? Isn't that normal on this ship? Nina multitasks by vanquishing multiple demons in a single day, especially when she's rushing to complete her homework." My experience has nothing to do with my family or ancestors. Dog vehemently shook its large head, appearing visibly agitated. It wasn't a manifestation from the spirit realm or any malevolent entity that I've encountered before. What I saw appeared directly in my consciousness. I saw an array of strange lights, a large central light emitting a red glow encircled by smaller twinkling lights. The arrangement closely resembled the starry sky that separates our world from the spirit realm, but it felt different. Smaller lights were revolving around the central red light. Just as Dog was in the middle of its somewhat disjointed explanation, Morris abruptly interjected. Wait, what did you say? Can you describe what you saw once more? Dog recoiled, surprised by Morris's sudden and uncharacteristically intense reaction. I saw a large, glowing red light, and it was surrounded by several smaller, twinkling lights, Dog reiterated cautiously. Astonishment and confusion washed over Morris's face as he carefully verified Dog's description multiple times before lifting his head. It was as though his lifelong beliefs and understandings had been suddenly and irrevocably challenged. He was speechless for a moment. Finally, Vanna, who had been silently observing, spoke up hesitantly, turning to Morris. What Dog described sounds eerily similar to the gaze of Lehem, the god of wisdom, Morris softly murmured. He looked at Dog with an almost reverent gaze, as if Dog had transformed into an ancient, priceless artifact right before his eyes. Did you, by any chance, receive the gaze of the god of wisdom? An awkward silence enveloped the captain's cabin. After a long pause, Dog finally lifted its head, looking utterly confused. What did you just say? Duncan, however, seemed to be more concerned with Morris's claim than Dog's puzzlement. Are you absolutely certain about this? He inquired. Morris responded immediately, unless Dog is fabricating this tale, there's no other explanation. What he described is the image that forms in the minds of those blessed when the god of wisdom bestows his gaze upon them. I have experienced it myself. Anyone who follows Lehem would recognize it instantly. Duncan fell quiet. After what felt like an eternity, he finally broke his gaze from Morris and turned to look at Dog, who was lying dazedly on the floor. What exactly were you doing when you had this vision? I was engaged in exercises, Dog answered frankly. Once while I was studying geometry, and once during algebra. Duncan paused, his eyes locked onto Dog's face, or more accurately, its monstrous, oversized canine head. He didn't say anything more, simply staring in silent contemplation. Chapter 457, The Benevolence of Wisdom. The atmosphere in the captain's quarters was thick with an uncomfortable, palpable tension that hung in the air for what felt like an eternity. The space was filled with an uneasy silence, making it hard to breathe, as if everyone was walking on eggshells and afraid to disturb the fragile equilibrium. Finally, Duncan decided to cut through the awkwardness. Turning away from Dog, the surprisingly literate shadow demon lounging on the floor, he looked earnestly at Mr. Morris, who was seated next to him. Mr. Morris, speaking purely from a rational standpoint, do you find it at all credible that we're in this situation? Duncan asked, seeking an intellectual refuge in logic. Morris looked visibly perplexed and disoriented, his face resembling that of someone who'd been dragged out of bed to review a complex document in the wee hours of the morning. He felt mentally stretched, even more so than during the difficult spiritual examinations he had undergone years before on his path toward sainthood. After a lengthy and pregnant pause, Morris found the words to respond. Since the beginning of recorded history, there's no precedent for what we're seeing here. It's absolutely beyond my realm of comprehension. Duncan massaged the bridge of his nose, his face a tableau of conflicting emotions. Are there any theological tenets in your faith that would suggest the God of wisdom might extend his blessings to a creature like a shadow demon? Has there ever been a single instance of a demon who can read and write, like Dog here? Morris's face paled at the thought. A shadow demon is the antithesis of everything civilized society stands for. Not just the God of wisdom, but no divine being would ever condone such an anomaly. Just as Morris finished his statement, Vanna, who had been quietly observing the conversation, chimed in. Actually, the doctrines of the God of wisdom state that Lehem extends his love and wisdom impartially to all sentient beings, providing them with the intellectual tools to comprehend the world while also protecting them from harsh truths through a layer of ignorance. Nowhere does it explicitly say that shadow demons are excluded from the category of wise creatures. Morris shot back almost reflexively, since when are shadow demons considered sentient? But then he hesitated, glancing towards Dog, who lay contentedly on the floor. Duncan allowed himself a half smile. Well, judging by how quickly Dog is learning, we might be able to sign him up for middle school exams by this time next year. Who's to say? He might even end up sharing a desk with Nina. Feeling overwhelmed, Morris carefully moved to a nearby chair and sat down, taking a moment to regather his thoughts. Finally, he looked towards Dog, who was still on the floor, his expression a complex mix of disbelief and curiosity. Dog, when you had those visions, did you also hear a divine voice? Did you gain sudden insights into any form of knowledge? Dog vigorously shook his head. No, I only saw those rays of light twice, and they startled me both times. I didn't hear or feel anything else. Morris seemed to regain his composure and shifted to a more analytical mode. So you only saw a visual representation of him, but no revelations came through? Did you notice any improvement in your thinking or memory skills? Or any changes in your perception of the world around you after you were pulled back from staring at those rays? Again, Dog shook his head. No, nothing like that happened. And I didn't even stare at the rays for a long time. I just caught a brief glimpse before I was brought back to reality. Just a quick look, and then you were snapped back to reality. Morris seemed genuinely puzzled, his brow furrowing as he tried to reconcile Dog's experience with his own theological understanding. That's highly unusual. Encountering the God of Wisdom is typically an event of deep reflection and extended meditation. Even if a mortal mind can't fully grasp the divine dialogue, it's definitely not a matter of a mere glance. How did you find yourself back in this world so quickly? Dog thought for a moment before nuzzling against Shirley's arm affectionately. It felt like Shirley was the one who pulled me back. As I was becoming captivated by those brilliant rays of light, I sensed a powerful force tugging me back through our symbiotic chain. And then, suddenly, I was back in reality. Although Shirley doesn't seem to recall anything about it. All eyes in the room immediately turned to Shirley, who suddenly became the epicenter of everyone's scrutiny. Feeling the weight of the gazes upon her, Shirley instinctively pulled her neck inward, a bit like a turtle retreating into its shell. However, her expression soon changed to one of pride, as if she were a young child who had just executed an impressive trick and was now awaiting applause. Duncan's face went through a series of quick but significant transformations, each more puzzling than the last. Meanwhile, Vanna voiced her bewilderment. I've never heard of a symbiotic bond between a shadow demon and a human having the ability to counteract a divine gaze. Could it be that the connection between Shirley and Dog is extraordinarily strong, even compared to that of other annihilators? Before anyone could further ponder Vanna's question, Duncan cleared his throat and gestured towards Shirley, who was still beaming with innocent pride. It may not have been the strength of the symbiotic pact that pulled Dog back. It could also be the potent force of illiteracy. Vanna and Shirley both looked utterly confounded. Morris was equally stunned, staring at Duncan in incredulity. He knew the captain had an unorthodox way of thinking, but this angle was entirely unexpected. After a moment, however, the notion began to take root in his mind. The more he considered it, the more oddly plausible it seemed. Let's entertain the idea that a metaphysical duel took place within Dog, Duncan elaborated, massaging his temples as if to ease the mental gymnastics he was performing. On one side, we have the illuminating gaze of the God of Wisdom. On the other, we have Shirley, blissfully unlettered. The reality that emerged demonstrates that, astonishingly, illiteracy managed to triumph over divine wisdom. Morris stuttered as he tried to verbalize his thoughts. Logically, I don't even, never mind. The debate this would spark among the scholarly community in the city center would be a spectacle to behold. Let's just go with that hypothesis for now. A strange and indescribable mood settled over the captain's quarters as if reality itself had momentarily warped. Shirley, now standing at the center of this surreal tableau, appeared to be on the brink of tears. She glanced from Duncan to Morris and then, with a forlorn expression, pointed at Dog. So, am I holding Dog back? Because it was. For an ephemeral moment, perhaps the only one in her life, the notion of taking her studies seriously flitted across Shirley's mind. But before she could dwell on that thought, Duncan's voice broke in, don't jump to conclusions just yet. This situation might be far more complex than any of us can currently grasp. Upon hearing Duncan's words, Shirley's expression immediately shifted, her earlier dejection vanishing as if it had never been. Ah? What do you mean? Duncan didn't answer Shirley right away. Instead, he directed his gaze toward Dog, the enigmatic creature that had set off this whole chain of events. Dog, he began, his deep voice lending gravitas to the creature's simple name, you mentioned feeling as if you were being swept away when you looked at those lights, correct? Dog's response was an enthusiastic nod, his movements leaving no room for doubt. Switching focus, Duncan turned to Morris. Is this feeling of losing oneself typical for those who have experienced an encounter with the God of Wisdom? Morris shook his head decisively, his tone carrying an added weight of seriousness. No, absolutely not. A typical blessing from the God of Wisdom would involve a sort of intellectual and spiritual awakening, a mental dialogue that leaves the recipient feeling enlightened and in control, not disoriented or swept away. What would the consequences be, then, if a shadow demon were actually to receive wisdom or some form of divine grace from the wisdom god Lehem? Duncan pressed, steering the conversation toward an uncharted territory of speculation. Morris looked thoughtful, his mind obviously racing to catch up with Duncan's line of reasoning. Such an event has never been recorded. It's common knowledge that there exists an intrinsic tension, even a sort of repulsion, between the creations of the four righteous gods and the chaotic old gods. Shadow demons are offshoots of the Netherlord and inherently possess traits of chaos and corruption. Even Dog is not an exception. Should the wisdom god's radiance? Here Morris paused, his eyes growing solemn as they landed on Shirley. Should that divine light actually touch Dog, even if it had no intent to harm, its inherent nature might wreak havoc on Dog's very being. The outcome would be catastrophic, to say the least. Silence engulfed the room as the occupants absorbed the weight of Morris's words. Suddenly, that quiet was shattered by a raucous squawk from Ai, the dove. Perched on the sea chart table, Ai flapped her wings in what seemed to be a fit of hysteria, jumping up and then landing back down with a surprising thud. After a moment of seeming disorientation, she turned her head toward the goat head on the table and tilted her head, almost as if asking, "Charge Q coins." This odd interruption took everyone aback, but Duncan's expression subtly changed. A phrase popped into his mind, unbidden but oddly appropriate. Two incompatible operating systems, data exchange will trigger a fatal error. Slowly, a light of understanding dawned in Duncan's eyes as he turned back to Dog. Could it be that the Netherlord and LH-02 systems are incompatible? Could their conflicting data create a catastrophic error? Dog looked perplexed. "Captain, I don't know what you're talking about." Duncan waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind. It's a complicated theory and hard to explain right now." He then turned to Shirley, who still looked completely mystified. Sorting through a torrent of thoughts, Duncan finally found the words to explain. "Shirley, you pulling Dog back might have been a good thing. And I emphasize might. It could have stopped Dog from experiencing something potentially destructive, from being overwhelmed or even consumed by the wisdom god Lehem's influence." Duncan's words hovered in the air, inviting everyone to consider that perhaps, just perhaps, their understanding of divinity, wisdom, and even compatibility might be more complex than they'd ever imagined. Understanding dawned in Shirley's eyes like a light bulb suddenly flicking on. "Oh. So, are you saying it might actually be a good thing that I pulled Dog back from the wisdom god's influence?" Duncan found himself at a loss for a more nuanced answer and simply nodded. That affirmation was all Shirley needed to burst into a triumphant cheer. "So does that mean I have a legitimate reason to not do my homework now? I mean, I have to be on standby to pull Dog back, right?" Duncan stared at her, incredulous. Of all the potential ramifications and profound implications they had just discussed, was that seriously the first thing she thought of? Before he could formulate a response, Morris beat him to it. "It's not that simple, Shirley." She blinked, clearly taken aback. "What do you mean?" Wearing a solemn expression, Morris elaborated, "Receiving a blessing from the wisdom god, or any god for that matter, isn't exclusively a matter of scholarly achievement. By the same token, your academic performance or lack thereof doesn't necessarily bar you from divine favor. And, based on my recent observations, even if you were to diligently do your homework every day, it likely wouldn't change your Dog's relationship with Lehem." Shirley looked like she had just been handed a puzzle with missing pieces. Her face was a blend of confusion and uncertainty as she tried to make sense of Morris's statement. "So, what are you saying? That doing my homework or not won't make a difference in whether I can save Dog?" Morris sighed, sensing that he had not been entirely clear. "What I'm saying is that your ability to save Dog from divine influences is likely not tied to your performance in school. While wisdom and knowledge are valuable, they are not the sole determinants of one's worthiness in the eyes of divine beings. Therefore, not doing your homework shouldn't be viewed as a legitimate reason to avoid a blessing or, conversely, to evade a curse." As Morris's words settled in, the room seemed to grow quiet, leaving Shirley to mull over this new information. The notion that wisdom was more complex than just academic knowledge was slowly sinking in, making her previous enthusiasm about dodging homework feel rather trivial in comparison. Chapter 458, The Risk of Being Watched by a God. Morris delved into an intricate discussion about the intricate criteria the God of Wisdom employs to bestow blessings. Many people might assume that the followers of this deity are confined to erudite scholars or eccentric prodigies excelling in specific domains. While there's some truth to this perception, since most devotees of the God of Wisdom exhibit qualities of being learned and intelligent, this isn't an absolute rule. Seated near the captain's cabin door, Morris passionately elucidated these nuances, seemingly oblivious to the subtle expressions surely displayed beside him. His earnestness in conveying this information was evident. Morris began by clarifying that receiving favor from the God of Wisdom doesn't necessarily hinge on possessing an extensive pool of knowledge. He cited the example of Dog, a fast learner whose academic achievements fell short when compared to the official adherents who had successfully passed the rigorous three-part church examination. Nonetheless, Dog garnered attention from Lehem, the God of Wisdom. In various other city-states, countless followers, and even subsequently renowned saints, had received divine revelations prior to mastering profound knowledge. Morris recounted the tale of Saint Calfraud, a scholar from over 2 centuries ago. At the tender age of 16, Calfraud, a dock laborer who couldn't even read, received a divine revelation. This encounter became the catalyst for his eventual access to knowledge through books. Contrastingly, Morris shared the story of a renowned scholar from the city-state of Mach who fervently sought Lehem's favor throughout his lifetime. Despite excelling in nearly all examination projects at the Academy of Truth, he never experienced Lehem's divine glory before his demise. Posthumously, the Academy of Truth honored him with the title of a saint. Such situations weren't isolated incidents. Duncan, his chin resting thoughtfully on his hand, interjected, suggesting that the admission criteria of the God of Wisdom seemed capricious. Morris responded, contesting the notion of capriciousness. He emphasized that the examples he provided were merely minor cases. If not, the Academy of Truth wouldn't rely on a standardized examination as an effective means of screening followers. Instead, Morris explained the gods possessed inscrutable standards for evaluating the world. Over millennia, mortals had managed to deduce only a few guiding principles from these enigmatic standards. Duncan pondered Morris's explanations, contemplating his personal thoughts on the matter. While the old man's elucidation and examples seemed sound, Duncan found himself wrestling with Morris's final conclusion. Doubts lingered. Were the behavioral patterns of the gods genuinely unpredictable? Were there underlying reasons behind the apparent exceptions or even absurdities observed during Lehem's domain? Unbidden memories of the peculiar dark space and the information Duncan had encountered within it resurfaced in his mind. Recollections of the entity, likely Lehem, referred to as LH02, and their final communication's unsettling impact on Duncan plagued his thoughts. If these pieces of information were indeed current occurrences, if LH02 were truly Lehem, and if Duncan's suspicions held true, then the very concept of gods as understood by ordinary beings was deserving of his profound observation. Lost in contemplation, Duncan's gaze unintentionally shifted upward and settled on Dog. As Morris had articulated, despite Dog's remarkable aptitude for learning, its academic prowess significantly lagged behind the celebrated scholars of the Academy of Truth. Nevertheless, this creature, which had only recently emerged from illiteracy, captured the direct attention of Lehem, the God of Wisdom, an honor that countless scholars from the Academy of Truth could scarcely fathom attaining in their lifetimes, even though it didn't seem to bode well for Dog. The question lingered, what precisely drew Lehem's interest? Was it Dog's talent? Its relentless thirst for knowledge? Or, could it be because Dog was a unique being hailing from the profound cluster? Did this extraordinary canine, with a discernible heart, by some fortunate twist, align with LH02's discernment criteria? Involuntarily, Dog shrank back under Duncan's wordless scrutiny, an unsettling shiver coursing through its body. After a moment, it couldn't resist speaking up, "Captain, you." Duncan paid Dog no mind, shifting his gaze toward Morris instead. His query carried a weight of seriousness. In your estimation, Morris, is there a possibility that Shirley might, at some point, meet the standard set by the God of Wisdom and gain Lehem's approval? Morris was momentarily taken aback, but he swiftly shook his head, highly unlikely. Are you absolutely certain? Duncan's tone remained gravely composed. You mentioned that Lehem's judgment standard isn't always absolute and that even an illiterate individual might unexpectedly earn favor. While the God of Wisdom's judgment criteria might admit exceptions, there's at least one aspect that remains consistent: those who have been turned away once won't receive a second opportunity. Though there are scarce instances of explicit rejections by the God of Wisdom in history. Morris paused, glancing at Shirley. At the very least, when Dog was on the brink of being claimed, Shirley managed to pull him back from the precipice through her own capabilities. This is the most evident form of rejection I can conceive the God of Wisdom exhibiting toward a mortal. Duncan cast a complex gaze at Shirley. She appeared somewhat perplexed, her gaze darting around before she eventually asked, "So, what does that mean?" "It means you still have responsibilities to fulfill," Duncan swiftly responded, his words carrying a resolute tone. "Don't assume that preventing Dog's revelation can serve as an excuse to evade your studies." Shirley's expression dimmed immediately. Her thoughts raced, and she retorted more quickly than usual, "You guys have already determined that I'm not cut out for learning. Even the God of Wisdom explicitly indicated that my intellect is of no interest. In this world, over 90% of individuals never gain the chance to enter the Academy of Truth. 60% merely sit for the exams to secure a graduation certificate. Nearly 100% of people will never attain sainthood or find themselves under Lehem's gaze in their lifetime." Duncan gazed intently into Shirley's eyes, his expression mirroring his earnest tone. "Did you think that when I initially decided to teach you to read and write, it was with the intention of transforming you into a distinguished scholar like Morris?" Taken aback by Duncan's earnest demeanor, Shirley's mouth opened and closed a few times, but no words emerged. After a moment, she slowly lowered her gaze. I understand. I'm sorry, I was being stubborn. It's all right, in my eyes, you're still a child. Children are allowed to be determined," Duncan reassured gently, shaking his head. "Don't worry, I'm not scolding you, I'm simply contemplating what steps to take regarding Dog's future." "Me?" Dog, who had been sitting obediently to the side, looked up in confusion, not quite grasping the direction of Duncan's thoughts. "What about my future?" Duncan met its gaze. "Have you ever thought about the possibility that in the future, you might capture Lehem's attention once again, for a third or even fourth time?" Dog paused, then realization dawned upon it. Even though it lacked facial expressions, its entire form visibly trembled. "So, does this mean I can't read anymore?" it inquired anxiously. "Lehem, the God of Wisdom, is not a mere spectator lured by books. He has already taken notice of you," responded Morris, the elderly scholar seated nearby. He shook his head, his eyes conveying a sense of gravity. "I cannot pretend to fathom his intentions, but since he has shown interest in you before, it's hard to guarantee that he won't seek you out again. This would hold true even if you were to cease reading. In fact..." The aged scholar paused, his expression becoming unknowable as if he grappled with how to depict the deity he worshipped. Eventually, he shook his head and continued, "One might contend that as long as you continue to think, your intellect remains within the purview of the God of Wisdom. Whether he chooses to focus his attention on you once more is entirely at his discretion." The crimson light within Dog's eyes visibly quivered. Morris' words prompted a peculiar sensation within Duncan. Lehem's favor bore an uncanny resemblance to a curse woven by a malevolent god. Yet, upon reflection, the perspective of a shadow demon might indeed cast any benevolent blessing from a righteous deity as a form of curse. Even Alice, who had remained silent up to this point, chimed in. "So, does this imply that Dog will exist in a perpetual state of vulnerability from now on?" "Yes, there's an inherent risk. However, as long as the connection between Dog and Shirley remains, it may not necessarily result in dire consequences." Duncan shook his head. "Considering what Dog has described and my conjecture, it's likely that Lehem harbors no malice. He might even be oblivious to the fact that the intellect that suddenly captured his attention belongs to a shadow demon. Given this, it's improbable that he would attempt to claim Dog through a more forceful method." Hearing Duncan's assessment, Dog could only hang its head, a hint of bitterness permeating its voice. "Well, I suppose there's little else we can do. Take heart. Both you and Shirley still carry my mark. Even in the direst of situations, if Shirley somehow can't maintain her connection with you, I believe I should still be able to sense your presence," Duncan attempted to reassure the concerned creature. "While I've never attempted it before, I wouldn't be averse to trying to defy a righteous god and retrieve someone, or in this case, Dog. I'll absolutely make sure to hold on to you." Shirley interjected promptly, thumping her chest as she brandished the symbiotic chain she held in her hand. "You can count on me, Dog. After all, I've been directly rebuffed by the God of Wisdom. I'm the ideal anchor." Dog was on the verge of being touched by Duncan's words when Shirley's self-assured and proud demeanor caught him off guard. He could only regard her with a sense of puzzlement. "That's not exactly something to be boasting about, is it?" Shirley didn't offer a direct reply. Instead, she continued to wear a contented smile. However, her grasp on the chain gradually tightened, then tightened even further. Chapter 459, The Person in the Mirror. Shirley exited the room, her eyes glancing nervously at Dog that accompanied her. Vanna and Morris trailed behind her, and as the door closed, an enveloping silence filled the captain's room. Left in the room were Duncan, Alice, and a dove that appeared to be taking a peaceful nap. Alice was thoroughly engrossed in her domestic chores. She moved around the room, wiping down surfaces, dusting off the ornate furniture, and meticulously cleaning the windows. Duncan, meanwhile, was seated behind a wooden table that seemed to carry an air of antiquity. His gaze was fixed on some distant point, his thoughts deep and ponderous. The goat head, carved with intricate detail, sat on the table. As he slowly rotated its head to face Duncan, he emitted a faint creaking sound. Still contemplating about Lehem, the god of wisdom, it inquired, its voice imbued with a mystical timbre. Duncan reclined in his chair, the muscles of his face pulling into a contemplative expression. "Not just about Lehem, about all the gods," he began. "I've been thinking about their real role, their true connection with our world." The goat head seemed to consider this. Various schools of thought portray them in their scriptures as being the architects and custodians of our world's order. Conversely, some heretics view them as distorters of reality, claiming they usurped credit for the world's creation. Morris came across an intriguing perspective in that book of blasphemy. It suggested that our current gods may actually be the forgotten kings mentioned in ancient texts. Maybe all these theories are flawed, but they could each contain a fragment of the truth. After a moment of musing, the goat head figure added, "But personally, I find the gods to be somewhat inconsequential. They neither appear to have made significant improvements to our world nor have they unleashed catastrophic events." Duncan listened but casually rebutted, "For the vast majority of people living in our world, however, the divine protection is palpable. That providence allows them to survive, to keep going." "Survival, yes, it's a preservation of the current state of affairs," the goat head responded slowly. "It's like the frost situation that has persisted for the past 50 years. Before the equilibrium shattered, no one was aware of the looming calamities hidden beneath the surface. But at least people were alive." Duncan absorbed the words but did not immediately react. After some thought, he finally spoke, "When Dog ponders something, he comes into the field of vision of Lehem. Throughout history, there have been instances where individuals suddenly found themselves blessed by gods, and their lives changed dramatically, making them conduits for the four gods. Could it be that these gods have set up some kind of monitoring or scanning system over humans? Through certain focal points or nodes, they gauge the operational status of our world. This would imply that their involvement in, and understanding of, our world are actually quite indirect and limited." The goat head pondered this before responding. The orthodox religious authorities would not be pleased by such a mechanistic portrayal. "You speak as if you are examining a machine, showing no reverence towards the divine. Reverence hinders understanding." "I have no desire to revere them, I aim to comprehend them," Duncan declared calmly. "Especially since we've already had to clean up their messes on 2 separate occasions." As the conversation drew to a close, footsteps resounded in the long, stone corridor of a grand cathedral. The echoes rhythmically reverberated against the ancient walls as if each step was striking against layers of historical sediment, summoning secrets from the past. Agatha, garbed in a flowing black dress, made her way through the labyrinthine corridors of the grand cathedral. Her footsteps echoed softly on the stone floor, and no attendants accompanied her, only her own shadow kept her company. Despite the absence of life in her physical form, she moved with purpose. Gas lamps flickered sporadically along the walls, and candlesticks sat in small niches, their trembling flames casting a wavering dance of shadows on the ground. Only when she reached her room and securely closed the door behind her did Agatha's composure finally give way. She leaned back against the wooden surface of the door, releasing a long, expressive sigh. Technically, she didn't need to breathe, but the act of sighing was a relic of her once human nature. She clung to this gesture as a symbolic way to show that she was lowering her guard, a small effort to distance herself from becoming wholly corpse-like. Recent events had lent themselves to a certain easing of her burdens. Order within the cathedral had been restored, and the smaller churches scattered throughout the city-state were slowly resuming normal operations. Following the intervention of the Mist Fleet, the city's law and order were stabilizing at a brisk pace. While there remained a chaotic distribution of resources and the messy aftermath of victims to deal with, the situation was improving. The Mist Fleet had managed to bring in an influx of professionals skilled in administrative management and local governance. Placed in strategic roles within City Hall, these individuals were quickly adapting and beginning to alleviate the severe manpower shortages that had plagued various departments. Additionally, efforts to introduce Admiral Tyrion Abnamar, the man slated to be the new governor, were underway. Plans for the amalgamation of the city-state's remaining naval force and the Mist Fleet were also in the initial stages. Although the new governor had not officially assumed his duties, his influence was rapidly spreading throughout the city. In a past life, such rapid transformations would have been Frost's worst nightmare, but in its present state, these were positive developments. Agatha felt she could finally afford a slight moment of respite. A corpse might not suffer from physical fatigue, but her spirit still craved a break. Remaining against the door for a few more minutes, she finally shook her head as if to dispel her musings. She then walked toward her dressing table and settled into the chair. As she glanced into the mirror, her reflection stared back at her. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling washed over her, the unmistakable sensation of being watched. Her eyes darted around the room, but no other presence was there, nor did she sense any unfamiliar energies. But that eerie feeling was not imagined. The blind priestess raised her head, her eyes veiled behind a cover, attuned to every minute sound and shift in the air that filled the room. Her gaze seemed to scan every corner, eventually resting on the mirror before her. She knew something was amiss, but what it was remained tantalizingly elusive. The room's inanimate furnishings loomed like shadowy figures in her limited vision, each one exuding an atmosphere of coldness as if tombstones surrounded her in a graveyard. Then, in an instant, the uneasy sensation of being watched evaporated. In the mirror, the figures' eyes seemed to have diverted their gaze. Agatha, who was perched in front of the dressing table, hesitated. Sensing something unusual, she cautiously extended her arm towards the mirror. As her fingers made contact, she was met with the cold, unyielding surface of the glass. The figure in the mirror mimicked her actions after a moment that felt like an eternity, cautiously raising its arm and extending its fingers towards Agatha's. As their fingertips seemingly met, an unexpected touch of warmth flitted through the cold sensation. In that brief moment, Agatha's disordered, dark field of vision was penetrated by new patterns of light and shadow. A delicate, glowing outline suddenly materialized within the otherwise inert mirror. Both versions of Agatha remained silent, facing each other through the looking glass. A palpable quietude enveloped the room. Finally, the Agatha in the room broke the stillness. "Are you there?" Her voice was tinged with a cautious curiosity. "Yes," came a voice that seemed to bypass the air, transmitting directly into her thoughts. "I'm here." When did you appear?" "From the moment you received that key," the voice in her head calmly responded, "I was there." Agatha took a moment to process this. The sensation was uncanny. While she knew that the voice in her mind was unmistakably her own, laden with the subtle emotions she would expect from her own speech, she also sensed that she was engaging in dialogue with a separate entity. This was neither a figment of her imagination nor a manifestation of dissociative identity disorder, it was something else entirely. Incredible, the reflection in the mirror echoed her thoughts. One might think this resembles symptoms of dissociative identity disorder, but we both know that's not the case. Even the city-state's most skilled psychiatrists would be baffled by this situation, Agatha mused. Let's not add to the city-state's psychiatrists' woes. They have enough challenges as it is. Agatha raised a hand to massage her temples. The experience of speaking to what appeared to be an other self was disorienting. Throughout their exchange, she battled an unsettling illusion, a growing inability to distinguish which version of herself was the real one. Although she was not experiencing actual cognitive dissonance, she felt compelled to pause and collect her thoughts. After a moment, she raised her head to meet her reflection's gaze through the mirror. "That key, did it serve as a vessel for your soul? And then use that connection to transfer you into my..." She hesitated, grappling for the right words to articulate her current state. The entity that mirrored her so closely, was it a figment of her imagination, a projection of her own thoughts, or perhaps something even more tangible? Both were left pondering this enigma, each equally unsure of the boundaries of their mysterious, interconnected existence. "I'm not sure," the voice inside Agatha's head admitted. "I have no idea if I possess a soul or any understanding of how this process works. I'm equally unclear on how that key was instrumental in making all of this happen. For a long time, my consciousness was shrouded in turmoil, it's only in the last couple of days that I've regained some semblance of clarity. The voice paused briefly, as if sorting through incomplete fragments of understanding, before adding, as far as I can ascertain, the key appears to have the unique capacity to store and transfer memories. But as for the intricacies and the full scope of its abilities, only the Frost Queen herself might be privy to such knowledge. The Frost Queen, Agatha echoed softly, almost as though she were speaking to the air. It seems I must bring this to the captain's attention. But shouldn't our first course of action be to report this to the Supreme Death Cathedral? The mirrored Agatha gently reminded her. The Agatha seated at the dressing table appeared momentarily surprised, her facial expression undergoing a subtle shift. She hesitated for a beat before responding, "You have a point. However, the Death Cathedral is currently situated at the farthest reaches of civilization, navigating uncharted waters. They might not be in a position to concern themselves with what they could consider personal matters." Pausing to collect her thoughts, she lifted her head and stared intently at her reflection. "What's your take on this?" The mirrored Agatha took a moment to think, both sides seemingly connected by a stream of shared thought, their mental and emotional states resonating in the reflective surface that separated them. A flicker of green light, akin to a tiny flame, ignited in the eyes of the Agatha within the mirror. "I concur with your sentiment, we should inform the captain. Based on what I can perceive, he has considerable experience dealing with mirrors and might offer valuable insights into this enigma," she finally said, concluding their shared deliberation. Chapter 460, Secret Construction. An unsettling presence abruptly interrupted the smooth flow of the conversation that had been ongoing. "There's someone coming, it seems to be one of our retainers." Agatha quickly pulled her hand away from the reflective surface of the mirror. "I get it. I promise not to spook him," came the voice from the mirror, sending its message straight into Agatha's thoughts. "I'll remain close, hidden. Look closely and you'll find traces of me." Agatha acknowledged with a nod. Yet, just as the image in the mirror was about to vanish, a thought flashed across her mind, prompting her to ask, "Do you feel cold where you are?" "I don't feel the cold anymore." The voice within her consciousness faded away, and the eerie feeling of being observed lessened. The reflection of Agatha in the mirror reverted to its ordinary state, eyes concealed beneath a dark cloth and dressed in the attire of a priestess. Hesitating for a split second, Agatha tentatively extended her hand towards the mirror. The chill of the plain glass greeted her fingers, making the recent surreal event feel like nothing but a fleeting illusion. Almost immediately, she detected footsteps drawing close to the door, which was followed by a soft knock. "Archbishop, are you available?" The senior guardians still habitually referred to her as the gatekeeper, while the younger clerics of the church had adopted the title archbishop for her. Gathering her thoughts and maintaining her poise, Agatha replied, "I'm here, come on in." The door slowly creaked open, revealing a distinguished church retainer wearing a somber grey robe. He greeted Agatha with a salute, "Archbishop, City Hall has dispatched an urgent message. They insist on your prompt presence at the southern port. Admiral Tyrion is already there, waiting for you." "City Hall? They require me at the southern port." Agatha couldn't help but knit her brows in confusion. Did they specify the reason? "They didn't provide details, citing only its urgency and confidentiality," the retainer replied with a hint of unease. "However, Admiral Tyrion did send word," he mentioned, "the Master of Fire might find it of interest." A flicker of concern passed across Agatha's face. "Understood. Ready the vehicle, I shall depart at once." In no time, Agatha was en route to the southern port, being transported in a steam-powered car. Given the mysterious nature of Tyrion's message, she opted to journey solo without her usual retinue. Throughout the trip, her mind was in turmoil, spinning with speculation. What could possibly have transpired? What would elicit such urgency from someone as composed as Admiral Tyrion? She recalled that during a recent conflict, the southern port had been overrun by imitation monsters. Cleanup operations were still underway. Could they have stumbled upon something amidst the rubble? Maybe an unholy relic from the dreaded annihilators? Or perhaps a peculiar specimen left behind by the retreating fake creatures? Yet, none of these scenarios seemed significant enough to warrant Admiral Tyrion's immediate and cryptic summons. With these unsettling notions, Agatha deftly made her way through the city's empty, martial law-controlled streets. She maneuvered past various security points before finally reaching the cordoned-off southern port. Every corner was manned by city-state guards. The church's armed guardians patrolled methodically, identifying and marking areas of contamination for future decontamination. Groups of priests collected samples from the designated zones. Now and then, groups of academy students, garbed in heavy protective outfits, moved from one building to another under the supervision of their instructors. These students, studying civil engineering, were assigned to assess key port infrastructures and make plans for subsequent repair and reconstruction. The vehicle came to a halt in an expansive clearing just outside the restricted area's perimeter. Accompanied by a pair of soldiers, Agatha navigated through a labyrinth of bustling activity stations, each teeming with workers, towards a less frequented segment of the port territory. Their journey concluded before a colossal structure resembling an old warehouse. "This is as far as we can accompany you," the duo of soldiers informed Agatha with a hint of remorse. "We're not privy to what lies ahead. The general will elucidate the circumstances to you." "What lies ahead?" Agatha found the choice of words intriguing but decided not to probe. Offering a gracious nod to the soldiers, she turned her attention to the formidable warehouse structure. It was evident that it had been sealed off for a considerable duration, with the vestiges of past battles marring its exterior. Interestingly, the warehouse wasn't safeguarded by city-state troops but by a phalanx of undead mariners. Through Agatha's unique vision, the living radiated a gentle warmth and luminescence. In stark contrast, the undead manifested as vacant, ashen apparitions, their indistinct forms enveloped in a smoky, grey haze. Recognizing the undead's dominance over the warehouse's defenses, she surmised that something exceptionally peculiar was transpiring. It dawned on her that Admiral Tyrion might have more faith in his undead brigade than in the regular city-state sentinels. "Greetings, ma'am," an undead watcher addressed her. A grievous wound separated his upper torso from the rest, with almost a quarter of it missing. He remained intact, almost magically, with tattered fabric remnants fluttering around him. He sported a fresh coat denoting a frost soldier but embellished it with a sleeve insignia of the Queen's Guard. In spite of his gruesome visage, the undead mariner executed a flawless salute to Agatha. "Upon entry, a guide will usher you to the elevator. The general awaits your presence in the underground chamber." Acknowledging him, Agatha was now certain that the true nature of the situation would remain cloaked in mystery until she was deep within the facility. Inside the warehouse, another detachment of undead sailors directed her to a concealed elevator, cleverly camouflaged behind faux wall panels. She embarked on the elevator journey. It descended for what felt like an eternity before finally opening its gates to a clandestine facility, absent from any known documentation. Emerging from the elevator, her sight was greeted by an enormous, dimly lit underground chamber. The remnants of the faux invasion sludge littered the floor. Undead sailors industriously cleared the debris, and in the chamber's depths stood a towering individual guarding a massive entryway. It was none other than Admiral Tyrion, the newly appointed ruler of Frost. Without hesitation, Agatha advanced towards him. "Ah, Ms. Agatha, your presence is most anticipated," Tyrion extended his greetings. "I half expected you to live up to the tales, making a grand entrance from the city's heart, soaring here on the currents of the wind." The corners of Agatha's lips quirked up slightly, revealing a hint of amusement. "I might command the grey wind, but even I wouldn't venture across such vast distances," she remarked coolly. However, her casual demeanor was briefly disrupted when her attention snapped to the massive door looming behind Tyrion. "What's the purpose of this underground hideaway? Why establish such a place in the South Port?" Tyrion raised an eyebrow, a wry smile playing on his lips. "It seems this place was as much a mystery to you as it was to the rest of us. This facility eludes all official documentation. If it weren't for our recent efforts to excavate the wreckage here, this place would have remained a concealed enigma." He paused dramatically before leaning in. "Care to wager on what we stumbled upon in this clandestine chamber?" Exhaling with evident exasperation, Agatha retorted, "Enough with the suspense, Governor." An eerie green glow emanated momentarily from beneath the cloth shrouding her eyes. "We're among our own kind here." A hearty laugh burst from Tyrion, but it soon faded, giving way to a solemn expression. He took a step to the side, inviting her to look for herself. "Behold! The truth lies just beyond this threshold." Following the unspoken invitation, Agatha's sight was drawn to the door. The ancient barrier bore silent testimony to a bygone struggle. Faded bloodstains and punctured bullet holes hinted at an undisclosed skirmish that had occurred deep within this very facility during the Frost defensive battles. But now, no remnants of that fierce battle, neither invader nor defender, remained. Hesitating no further, Agatha reached out, her fingers connecting with the door. The once sturdy lock had long since been breached, allowing the weighty alloy gate to swing open with a groan. A vast expanse bathed in the warm glow of gas lamps and electric bulbs stretched out before her while the briny tang of the sea teased her senses. Frozen at the threshold, she observed a colossal, elliptical, egg-like structure securely anchored by robust beams. Directly beneath this intricate machine, a chute extended, carrying with it the unmistakable aroma of the ocean. It seemed to form a direct channel, connecting this chamber to the distant sea. After what felt like an eternity, Agatha finally managed to voice her astonishment. "Is this a marine exploration vessel, or more specifically, an underwater submersible?" Tyrion interjected, a cocktail of emotions evident in his voice. "It seems to be crafted from a contemporary design, showcasing advancements far surpassing any technology we've harnessed to date." With the revelation sinking in, Agatha swiveled around to face him, her voice urgent. "Who's the mastermind behind this marvel?" "Governor Winston is a probable suspect. But given the depth of this secret, it's plausible that multiple governors had a hand in its creation," Tyrion offered cautiously. "We've yet to locate comprehensive records detailing its inception, so the identity of the original instigator remains shrouded in uncertainty. What we do know is that, from the meager clues we've gathered, this facility has been operational in secret until a mere 2 months prior." Chapter 461, Convergence. Deep beneath the Earth's surface, sealed away from prying eyes, lay a clandestine facility with a tunnel leading directly to the ocean. This massive undertaking, shrouded in mystery and known to none, contained a secret hidden amidst a tapestry of truths and falsehoods. It was a riddle wrapped in an enigma, spanning 5 decades of unrealized dreams, unspoken fears, and societal taboos. Standing at the convergence of these complex threads was Agatha, and before her lay a colossal machine, its cold, metallic body suspended by an intricate lattice of steel beams. The atmosphere was heavy as if time had come to a standstill only to resume its relentless march forward. She was looking at a submersible vessel covertly constructed by the government of the city-state. Agatha observed the monolithic structure through a thick, dark glass panel. The weight of its history and potential seemed to press against the boundaries of her awareness. Finally, she broke the heavy silence, her voice tinged with grit. "How did you discover it?" Tyrion responded, "It involved a considerable amount of luck. I believe that even among Governor Winston's inner circle, only a handful were aware of this project. Most of those individuals likely perished in the recent defensive efforts. When I took over the operations at City Hall, I observed some unusual movements, both financial and personnel, that all seemed to be directed towards an undisclosed scientific research project located at this port." He paused, his gaze shifting to the immense vessel hanging in its steel cradle. "The rest isn't very complicated. After the South Port fell, we conducted an exhaustive search. We found a warehouse that raised questions, a shaft that was clearly not just a utility tunnel, this underground lair, and, of course, this remarkable submersible." Tyrion's expression remained unflustered as he recounted the discovery, but Agatha was silently impressed by his capabilities. His rapid assimilation of information and control over the city-state, especially after being absent for 50 years, were nothing short of extraordinary. Uncovering a secret facility of this magnitude couldn't have been easy. It felt as though he had never left the city. "Can this machine be used now?" Agatha finally asked, breaking another spell of silence. Tyrion shook his head. "We need to thoroughly examine it. While it was constructed based on blueprints left by the Frost Queen, it also incorporates a range of modern and even cutting-edge technologies. Additionally, this facility houses several support systems, air pumps, steel cables, and communication devices that are integral to the submersible's operation. We must assess the state and functionality of these components. The unfortunate news," he continued, "is that the people who had intimate knowledge of this machine and its infrastructure are likely dead, victims of Frost's last defensive battle. When we discovered this facility, it was sealed from the inside. It appears that those inside aimed to isolate those monstrous creatures, unaware of the scope of the catastrophe they were facing." Tyrion sighed softly as he concluded. "But the good news is," he lifted his hand, gesturing around the room, "the submersible and all the equipment in this hall are in impeccable condition." Agatha didn't respond. Silently, she lifted her gaze, turned, and looked back towards the direction from which she had come, pondering the magnitude of the situation and the mysterious journey that lay ahead. The door before Agatha was heavy and slightly warped, a silent testament to some unfathomable past struggle. Her gaze was transfixed by a series of bloodstains on its surface, tracing the chilling outline of a handprint. Although the life had long drained from the blood, leaving it brown and faded, the imprint still emitted a faint glow that caught her eye. Just as she was lost in her contemplation, Tyrion's voice broke through her reverie. "Next, I'll try to find experts who were involved in this covered project. Maybe not all the technicians were in the facility when it was locked down. But if we can't locate any survivors with the necessary knowledge, we may have to rely on some of the veterans from the Mist Fleet. Mist Fleet? Agatha's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. A slight smile graced Tyrion's lips. Those who participated in the Abyss project years ago would be quite stunned to see this modern incarnation of a submersible. Agatha went silent, her mind a whirlpool of emotions. She wasn't sure whether to be amazed at the circular nature of history or find some comfort in the idea that all things were falling back into their predestined places. Tyrion, standing beside her, also lapsed into silence. The Iron Admiral's face gradually lost its smile as he slowly surveyed the chamber, his gaze intense and reflective. Finally, his eyes settled on the door leading to the elevator. He offered a subtle nod as if paying respects to the intricate web of human ambition and folly that had led them to this moment. Out at sea, the breeze was soft, and the waves were rhythmic. Below their feet, the steam core of the ship, the White Oak, powered through the waters, its robust mechanisms humming. Lawrence, adorned in a captain's coat that had seen many years of service, stood on the elevated deck, eyes fixed on the distant horizon. But the seasoned captain's inner world was anything but tranquil. A gentle, feminine voice emanated from a small mirror hanging from his chest. Feeling nervous? The feeling hasn't left me since we set sail from Frost, Lawrence replied, smacking his lips as if tasting the salt in the air. We are deliberately seeking out a ship that others have fled from for a century. If the Explorers Association hears of this, they'll think I've lost my mind. Most captains on the boundless sea are hardly pillars of sanity. You'll simply be the most legendary among a fleet of madmen, Martha's voice came through the mirror, tinged with a teasing laughter. Doesn't that thought give you a sense of encouragement? Lawrence sighed. If you tell a man who is about to be hanged that his noose is the most exquisite of all ropes, even suggesting to tie it into a bough for him, do you think that would bring him any comfort? Just as Martha opened her mouth to speak, another voice, hoarse and unrefined, suddenly interrupted from the nearby flagpole. Oh, sure thing. As long as the noose does its job, I don't give a damn if you tie it into a bough, or even bedazzle it for all I care. The moment was broken, but the air was still thick with unspoken thoughts and emotions as the ship cut through the waters, each person aboard grappling with their own unique blend of anticipation and dread. A faint twitch crossed Lawrence's lips as he turned to identify the source of the crass interjection. Perched high atop the ship's flagpole, Anomaly 077 dangled by a noose. As the ship swayed in the ocean's rhythm, he swung to and fro, a grotesque spectacle against the backdrop of the open sea. Have you no plans to come down? Lawrence's voice dripped with exasperation as he gazed at the desiccated corpse clinging to the flagpole. You've been up there an entire day. What if the noose starts working all of a sudden? I was just starting to feel drowsy, the corpse retorted, its voice tinged with a bizarre levity. You said I could choose my own sleeping spot, remember? I recall saying you could select a resting place that wouldn't disturb others, Lawrence shot back, fixing the corpse with a stern glare. I didn't think that meant you'd be hanging from the ship's flagpole. Your sealing method has clearly failed you. Your only recourse now is to report to the Vanished. At this, the corpse emitted an exaggerated wail as if Lawrence had stripped it of its last sliver of dignity. Ignoring the dramatic lament, Lawrence leaned down to speak into the small mirror hanging from his chest. Do you think things will go smoothly? Why ask me? Martha's voice emanated from the mirror. Because your intuition has always been remarkably accurate. You're the one who's chosen our departure times in the past, aren't you? Do you even remember that? Martha's voice held a note of surprise, quickly replaced by a soft laugh. Don't worry excessively. You've already accepted your fate as a member of the Vanished Fleet. This isn't your first run-in with that ominous ship. True, but the nerves haven't dissipated, Lawrence sighed, adjusting his collar reflexively. Besides, my last encounter with that ship is a haunting memory, a nightmare I'd rather forget. Don't fret too much. At least this time, the Vanished won't be aiming directly for you. Before Martha could finish her sentence, an ear-piercing screech cut her off. In the next instant, an eerie green flame encircled the White Oak. Accompanied by a thunderous roar from the engines, the ship lurched violently, veering off course due to an abrupt rudder movement. The once calm sea transformed dramatically. Countless horrifying, ink-black tendrils emerged on the water's cerulean surface, snaking like twisted strands of hair. The sky, too, changed as sunlight vanished, supplanted by a dense cascade of ominous clouds and fog. The azure ocean turned into a dark, sullied mess, as if defiled by the black tendrils. Anomaly 077, still hanging from the flagpole, let out a high-pitched scream. Amidst the corpse's unsettling wails and the crew's alarmed shouts, Lawrence knew, they were being pulled into the spirit realm. With a deafening roar and a surge of monstrous waves, a towering silhouette of a ship burst through the thick, shrouding fog ahead, completely engulfed in infernal flames. The vanished had arrived. Like a molten cliff, its looming form surged closer, threatening to consume them all. The shrill, panicked scream of Anomaly 077 reverberated over the turbulent sea. "It's coming, it's coming. Damn it, it's still charging at us. I've had enough. I want to go home. Get me down from here. I want to go home, do you hear me?" Just as the words escaped his lips, the flaming bow of the vanished ground to an astonishingly abrupt halt. It stopped a mere half-meter from the White Oak's side as though restrained by some unseen force. Lawrence, standing petrified on the bow of his ship, struggled to find his footing in reality. When he finally did, he looked up at the immense, burning apparition of a ship towering over him. For a fleeting moment, the line between past terror and present reality blurred, plunging him back into a vividly remembered nightmare. The vanished had returned. Emerging into Lawrence's line of sight was a tall, commanding figure, Duncan Abnemar, the eternal master of the vanished. He stood high on the deck of his ghost ship, looking down upon the scene with what Lawrence could only imagine was a mixture of curiosity and authority. This marked Lawrence's second face-to-face encounter with the mythical being, an experience so few lived to recount. Then Duncan Abnemar's voice boomed, resonant and as authoritative as a crack of thunder ripping through the sky. "Lawrence, what on earth is happening with your ship?" The words rang out, heavy with gravitas, filling the air with a tension that felt almost corporeal. For a moment, everyone and everything seemed to hold its breath as if waiting for Lawrence's answer to determine the fate of both ships and all their inhabitants. Chapter 462, The First Step Towards Harmonious Relationships. A swirling vortex of fire spontaneously grew on the deck, illuminating the area. From this luminous portal emerged the master of the vanished fleet. He stood tall and regal, his form shrouded in ethereal flames. His eyes glowed as intensely as burning torches, serving as a stark reminder of the terror of the boundless sea. Wherever he looked, it felt as if every flame on earth intensified and danced to his command. Following closely behind this imposing figure was a refined woman donning a rich purple dress. Her silver hair cascaded to her waist, and her stunning, albeit slightly pallid, face added to her mystique. She treaded lightly behind Captain Duncan, exuding an aura of mystery and grace reminiscent of a devoted attendant. Lawrence's heartbeat raced, and his anxiety peaked. He keenly observed as Duncan advanced toward him. With every step the captain took, the otherworldly flames surrounding him seemed to pulsate and surge. Only when Duncan finally paused on the deck did Lawrence muster the courage to bow respectfully and greet him, "Captain." Surveying the vessel with a discerning eye, Duncan commented, "Your ship isn't too shabby." He recalled encountering this exploration ship in the past, and the memories of their intertwined fates resurfaced. A sense of wonder blossomed within him. For, in essence, this marked the maiden voyage of his true form stepping onto foreign decks outside the vanished fleet. Prior to boarding the White Oak, Duncan had reservations, questioning whether his departure from the vanished would instigate any unexpected shifts. After all, strolling through the city-state as a mere projection of himself and departing his fleet in his actual form were vastly distinct endeavors. But his current venture proved his apprehensions baseless, at least within the confines of the vanished fleet. There were no complications due to his absence. A wave of confusion gripped Lawrence. Unsure if Captain Duncan's remark was praise or critique, he responded somewhat sheepishly, I hope it meets your approval." Chuckling at Lawrence's discomfort, Duncan said, "Relax. Remember, we've met before." Seeing Lawrence's familiar nervousness, a response he had witnessed countless times in the past, Duncan tried to ease the tension. "Just envision me as a veteran explorer you might bump into at the Explorers Association." Duncan then appraised Lawrence's uniform, particularly noting the emblem of the Explorers Association on his collar. With a reminiscent smile, he remarked, "Decades ago, I too was a zealous adventurer. Alas, my insignia from those days was misplaced in subspace." Lawrence, taken by surprise, dared to meet the captain's gaze. His anxiety gradually ebbed, and his thought process regained its pace. An epiphany struck him: the daunting subspace spectre before him was stating facts. A century prior, Duncan Abnemar was not only an esteemed member of the Explorers Association but also one of its most renowned members. Upon reflection, the Explorers Association hadn't officially expelled this spectral captain, for no one had ever contemplated the necessity of revoking the membership of a subspace shadow. Duncan observed Lawrence's internal turmoil but chose not to dwell on it. Once he saw that Lawrence had somewhat settled, Duncan initiated a light-hearted conversation as if they were discussing mundane topics, inquiring, "So, how was your voyage getting here?" Attempting to seem composed, Lawrence replied, "It was smooth, actually. We embarked from Frost's East Port, then journeyed past the barricade established by the Mist Fleet in the vast ocean. They even guided us further." Duncan, nodding in acknowledgement, mentioned, "Yes, I gave instructions to Tyrion. The Mist Fleet won't pose any threats to you." His gaze then shifted to the flagpole, where he spotted a peculiar sight. "Is that anomaly 077 dangling there?" Swallowing hard, Lawrence responded, "Yes, that's him." Raising an eyebrow, Duncan asked, "What did he do to deserve that? Why is he suspended from the flagpole?" There was a pause as Lawrence gathered his thoughts, finally explaining with a forced chuckle, "He chose to hang himself there, believing it would help him return to his dormant state. Clearly, it hasn't had the desired effect." Duncan, amused, murmured, "Every humanoid anomaly I come across seems to have their quirks." His gaze shifted to Alice, who, despite appearing refined, seemed engrossed in her thoughts. He then addressed the dried-up being hanging mid-air, "Get down." Almost instantaneously, the desiccated figure, which had been immobile moments ago, vibrated briefly and plummeted onto the deck with a thud. In a disoriented manner, it hastened towards Duncan, quivering as if it had been jolted with a surge of electricity, stuttering, Captain, it's Sailor. I report to you." An irritated Duncan inquired, "Have you always had a stutter?" The figure hesitated, I am a sailor." Amused by the anomaly's evident fear of him, Duncan chuckled. It was fascinating to him that a being listed among the top 100 most powerful anomalies, possessing high-level cognition, could be so terrified of him, Captain Duncan. Puzzled by the stark contrast, Duncan then glanced over at Alice, who accompanied him. Both Alice and the dried-up figure were elite anomalies, their cognition akin to humans. Yet, Alice showed no signs of fearing him. Initially, when she boarded the Vanished, there was a brief period of apprehension, but she quickly acclimated, even managing to communicate using objects on the ship. Feeling Duncan's gaze, Alice responded with a radiant, albeit somewhat dazed, smile. Duncan contemplated, realizing it might not be Alice's rapid adjustment skills but rather her sluggish cognitive response. Perhaps after her initial fear, she simply forgot to remain afraid. Meanwhile, Alice's attention was drawn to the jittery dried-up being opposite her. After a moment of reflection, it appeared she remembered Duncan's pre-departure briefing. She extended a friendly greeting, "Hi there. I'm Alice. I've heard you're an anomaly as well." The dried figure, still trembling, eyed the poised lady before him, who, while looking entirely human, moved with a peculiar disjointed grace, asking in return, "And who might you be?" Alice's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Oh, I just remembered. I'm number 099. The sailor looked slightly perplexed, likely not accustomed to conversing with fellow anomalies so casually. He replied hesitantly, "Well, I go by 077. After pondering for a bit, Alice's face lit up with a triumphant smile, "That means my number's higher than yours." Overhearing this, Duncan felt compelled to clarify, anomalies are numbered in a descending sequence, so technically, 077 precedes 099. A flicker of realization passed through Alice's eyes as she asked, "Does this mean he's mightier than I am?" Duncan patiently elucidated, "The ranking of anomalies, especially those within the top 100, doesn't directly indicate strength or power. Their abilities can manifest differently in varying situations. For instance, at sea, he would likely have an advantage over you. On land, however, your powers could surpass his." But Duncan wasn't certain how much of this Alice grasped. She scrutinized the sailor intently, and without warning, made a grasping gesture with her hand. In an instant, the sailor seemed paralyzed, his entire being stiffened, and he began to undergo a transformation that rendered him doll-like. As abruptly as it started, Alice released her grip. The sailor staggered back, eyes wide with shock, as he gaped at the puppet-like entity before him, stammering, "What in the world?" Seemingly unimpressed, Alice commented, "Not powerful. He doesn't even know how to safeguard his own thread." Duncan, looking sternly at Alice, reprimanded, you shouldn't tamper with others' threads without their consent. Wait a second, are you implying that Anomaly 077 possesses a thread? Alice nodded with certainty, yes, he has several hovering around him. However, they're quite odd. Typically, threads of ordinary people ascend and eventually vanish. But his thread seems to extend outward only to loop back into his form. Duncan's gaze sharpened, focusing intently on the flustered sailor. A soft green glint flashed within Alice's eyes, allowing Duncan, for a brief moment, to perceive the nearly invisible white threads originating from the sailor's cranium and joints. These threads, instead of ascending infinitely, circled back into him. Duncan pondered, do all sentient humanoid anomalies possess these threads? Or was this characteristic specific to Anomaly 077? And how were these threads, which differed from the ones found in ordinary humans and circulated within oneself, formed? These questions swirled in Duncan's mind, but he momentarily set them aside to earnestly apologize to the sailor, saying, I'm genuinely sorry. Alice is still learning and meant no harm, she merely wanted to greet you. Desperate to defuse the situation, the sailor, looking agitated, responded, no, please don't apologize. I'm all right, just a little startled. I'll remember to maintain my distance from Alice in the future. As he voiced these thoughts, he started to mumble to himself, phrases like it's no wonder they're on the flagship, and those close to the boss always possess extraordinary strengths. He spoke just loud enough that Lawrence, standing nearby, could catch snippets of his mutterings. Lawrence, observing this unfolding scene with a mix of confusion and intrigue, couldn't fully grasp what had just transpired. He pieced together that some form of interaction or communication had occurred between the two anomalies, and it seemed that the sailor had come out of it somewhat shaken. An insight then struck Lawrence, and he turned his gaze towards the elegantly attired lady. Hold on, Anomaly 099. Captain, is she the one from? Interrupting with a chuckle, Duncan replied, yes, she's the coffin you once transported aboard your ship. However, since then, the vanished has integrated the coffin, and the puppet within being the contents has been in a somewhat erratic state for some time, quite akin to our friend, the sailor, here. Upon Duncan's explanation, Alice, with a hint of indignation, swiftly approached him to clarify, Captain, I must correct you, I'm not erratic. I usually conduct myself quite appropriately. Jumping in, the dried-out sailor hastily added, exactly, same for me. I'm not erratic either. When Captain Lawrence requested that I disembark to confront the cultists, I didn't think twice. Still processing the information, Lawrence glanced alternately between the sailor, earnestly defending his reliability, and the poised yet slightly unstable Miss Dahl. His eyes ultimately settled on Captain Duncan, seeking understanding. Suddenly, the weighty atmosphere that had permeated the deck seemed to lift, and an unexpected bond formed between Lawrence and Duncan. It was a bond stemming from the shared trials and tribulations of being captains on the vast expanse of the boundless sea while simultaneously managing unpredictable, mercurial anomalies on their ships. Chapter 463, The Hybrid. Duncan slowly and gracefully walked over to the railing at the edge of the deck on his ship, the White Oak. He leaned against it, taking a long, contemplative look at the serene ocean below him. At this particular juncture, both the White Oak and its enigmatic counterpart, the Vanished, had emerged from the mystical realm known as the spirit world and were now floating on the tranquil, deep blue sea. The water beneath the White Oak was crystal clear, serving almost like a mirror that reflected the image of another ship, the Black Oak. This shadowy reflection was shrouded in a misty aura, and from deep within its dark silhouette, a few lights flickered to life, glowing softly but noticeably. After a significant amount of time had passed, Duncan finally broke his gaze from the reflective ocean surface and sighed softly. Quite the spectacle we have here, Lawrence, he commented, his voice tinged with awe. You've certainly had one extraordinary adventure to share. Lawrence, who had been standing respectfully at a distance, replied cautiously, indeed, it has been beyond incredible, Captain. I've spent decades sailing these seas and encountered numerous unexplainable phenomena, but what we went through with Frost takes the cake. However, the risk was worth it because I was able to bring Martha back. Curiosity sparked in Duncan's eyes. How is your wife, Martha, now? And how did you manage to coordinate the operations between these two ships you each seem to control? Lawrence looked earnest as he responded, Martha and her ship, the Black Oak, now essentially function as a shadow counterpart to the White Oak. As you can see, her ship is the one reflected below us in the water. But when the need arises, the black oak can manifest in our world as a phantom vessel and sail alongside the white oak. Alternatively, the two ships can switch places between light and shadow. This allows us to navigate deeper into the spirit realm, bypassing obstacles in the material world. We've already done this once while navigating through the area known as Frost, and it worked exceedingly well. Intriguing, Duncan noted. Did Martha teach you these methods? This sort of, let's call them, sailing techniques. Yes, Lawrence nodded solemnly. Martha was lost in the mirrored, spiritual world beneath what we know as the cold sea for over 10 years. She's acquired a wealth of knowledge during that time. In past voyages, she has acted as our guide. Duncan remained quiet for a moment, his eyes once again focused on the reflected image of the black oak in the water below. Finally, he broke the silence. Would it be possible for me to speak with her privately? Lawrence hesitated for a moment, his face reflecting a mixture of surprise, nervousness, and caution. May I inquire as to? Don't worry, Duncan interrupted, I only want to get a better understanding of the people who serve under me. The Black Oak may be an unusual ship, but on these seas, no vessel is stranger than the vanished. I can be quite tolerant as long as there are no hidden secrets. Lawrence seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. Although he remained somewhat hesitant, he nodded in agreement. All right, I'll make the arrangements and let Martha know. Satisfied, Duncan nodded in return and then turned his attention to Alice and the individual known only as Sailor, who were crouched on the deck nearby. They were intently poking at a captured bug with tiny sticks, engaged in a lively debate about whether or not the insect possessed a soul. Alice was skeptical that the bug possessed a soul, mainly because she couldn't see any ethereal threads attached to it, which, to her, indicated the absence of a soul. Meanwhile, the sailor was convinced otherwise. He passionately argued that he had observed bugs in Bartok's mystical garden that indeed had souls. He even ventured a whimsical hypothesis about little gatekeepers, tiny beings the size of bugs who were tasked with guiding the souls of deceased mosquitoes from the mortal world to their final resting place. These gatekeepers were especially busy during the summer months, he claimed, particularly pestering the souls of those who had passed away in June and July. Both were visibly surprised by the audacity and creativity of each other's arguments, almost as if each considered the other to be bluffing. To Duncan, who was silently observing this odd interaction, the entire spectacle resembled a contest between two individuals playfully competing to outdo each other in absurdity. Watching them for too long could almost make a bystander feel as if their own intelligence was being compromised by the sheer foolishness of the discussion. Standing next to Duncan, Lawrence was equally silent and bemused by the scene. After a while, Duncan simply shook his head and said, "Let them play." Lawrence chuckled softly. "I agree. It's a better use of their time than howling at the flagpole as they were doing earlier." Soon after, Lawrence had a secluded room prepared on the white oak. The room's centerpiece was a large, ornate mirror. Once everyone else had left, Duncan turned to face the imposing mirror. "I need to speak with you," he announced, directing his words at the reflective surface. Almost instantaneously, the mirror's surface turned pitch black, as though consumed by a dark, flowing liquid. Out of this abyss emerged a silhouette, which gradually solidified into a woman. She wore a white shirt, brown vest, and pants. "I heard from Lawrence that you wanted to speak to me privately," she said, standing before the transformed mirror and meeting Duncan's eyes with calm assurance. "It seems you've noticed something." Duncan slowly pulled a chair from the side of the room and sat down, maintaining eye contact with the figure in the mirror. There were too many inconsistencies. Your multiple shadows obscured certain details, making it challenging to ascertain the true nature of the Black Oak. "But it wasn't enough to fool me," he said calmly. "Martha, how much of you is actually you?" "Less than 1 in 1,000, she responded, her voice tinged with a certain melancholy. Duncan fixed his gaze on her. 1 in 1,000 is a small fraction. Yet, you still identify as Martha. It's as though you sincerely believe in this identity." Martha in the mirror nodded. "That's because Martha is the only complete personality within this complex amalgam of identities. Without a coherent personality to serve as an anchor, memories are just blank canvases. Going through them wouldn't create a sense of self. Over time, these vast and chaotic memories have been reorganized in countless ways. In the end, I believe that Martha is the only representative capable of managing this chaos. I need to be Martha, and Martha needs to exist." Duncan leaned back in his chair. "So, you're essentially a hybrid entity. And you're withholding far more than you've let on to Lawrence." A significant portion of the consciousnesses that have fallen into that mysterious sea over the past 50 years has become a part of you. Or should I say, you've absorbed or devoured those consciousnesses. Devour is a rather loaded term, the figure known as Martha in the mirror began, but it doesn't capture my experience. I haven't actively consumed anything, nor do I have any interest in souls. There's a powerful force deep within the mirrored space that engulfs everything in its path. The memories that constitute me are merely the vestiges, the residual fragments that survived this overwhelming force. These tiny fragments eventually coalesced, much like how particles of dust gather to form clumps. Martha didn't exist prior to this aggregation, she's merely a spectral entity that arose from these fragments, somewhat belatedly assuming the role of stewardship or caretaker over them. Duncan furrowed his brows, contemplating her words. Remnants left after being crushed by some massive force, you say? Then why was the entity we know as Martha not obliterated as well? Because of Lawrence's presence in this sea, the mirrored figure smiled faintly. You favor him, and so in a way, your favor extends to me, to Martha. Duncan fell silent, mulling over this. Finally, he spoke, the realm within the mirror is nonlinear, discontinuous. Exactly, Martha confirmed. In the mirrored space and time don't flow in the manner you're accustomed to. Ends may precede beginnings. You helped create Martha, and now she stands before you, answering your questions. Duncan exhaled softly. A massive amalgamation of information and memories. That explains your vast knowledge. It's not just your extensive time in the mirrored realm, but also the multitude of memories you've absorbed or merged with. But let's get back to the initial point. Can the fraction that identifies as Martha, which constitutes less than 1 in 1,000 of your entity, truly maintain a stable sense of self forever? Is there a risk that this caretaker personality will eventually be overwhelmed by the sea of disparate memories, forgetting its identity and turning into a chaotic and dangerous lost soul? The woman looked up, her calm face betraying a sense of courage. Like you were once. Duncan remained unflustered. No, I journeyed much further into the abyss than you. The subspace I explored is darker and more mysterious than your mirrored world, making me potentially far more hazardous. Hence, I understand the catastrophic potential of a lost soul running amok, even one less volatile than I was. Martha remained silent, contemplating his words. Finally, she broke the silence. Do you recognize me as Martha now? Duncan took a few moments to consider his answer. Martha was a minuscule part of this multifaceted hybrid, but for the personality that identifies as Martha, this complex entity was her entire world. Her existence and self-awareness were not in doubt, even if her future stability was questionable. His mind briefly wandered, envisioning a tranquil scene, a gentle sea breeze, the rhythmic ebb and flow of calm waves. It was a momentary vision, but it solidified his resolve. Yes, I recognize you as Martha, he finally answered. The risks of what you could become do not erase what you are now. You exist as Martha, and that's what matters at this moment. The entity in the mirror, Martha, seemed to draw a sense of peace from his words, perhaps the closest thing to solace a being of her complex nature could experience. He found himself standing on the surface of the water, each footstep creating gentle ripples that fanned out around him. Sunlight dappled through the leaves of overhanging trees, casting flickering shadows on the water's surface. Fish leaped gracefully from the water, defying gravity as they swam through the air around him in a languid dance. Their scales glinted, capturing the sunlight and reflecting it back in radiant flashes. Casting his gaze downwards, Duncan studied the water beneath his feet. At first glance, it appeared clear, almost glass-like in its transparency. But a deeper look revealed that the clarity was deceptive, a mere surface illusion. Beneath lay depths shrouded in mist and murkiness, so indistinct and inscrutable that he could barely make out anything below. Just then, more aquatic creatures broke the surface of the water, ascending into the air and joining the circling school of fish. They were remarkably similar to the fish he had dreamt of during his very first fishing trip as a child, a dream that seemed both a lifetime ago and strangely immediate. Duncan's eyes abruptly refocused, shifting from the vivid mental tableau back to the room's reality. The mirror in front of him held a shadow, a swirling mass of darkness that seemed to writhe in anticipation as if awaiting his final verdict. Miss Martha, Duncan eventually spoke, shattering the lingering silence, welcome to the vanished fleet. In response, the chaotic, formless shadow that filled the mirror abruptly contracted. It once again assumed the shape of Martha, the female adventurer garbed in a white shirt, brown vest, and pants. The turbulent darkness that had been roiling behind her seemed to settle as if pacified. Meanwhile, on the deck of the White Oak, Lawrence found himself perplexed. He had been overseeing Alice, the puppet-like figure and the mummy they called Sailor, who were engrossed in an odd experiment with a bug. Glancing down at himself, he noticed the restless, green, ghostly flames that had been haphazardly flickering around him for the past 3 days were now receding. His spectral form, which he had been unable to fully control, seemed to stabilize. It was as if the spectral flames, which had been frequently activated without his intent, had finally found a state of equilibrium, becoming a controllable part of his being. The consistent trigger or stimulus, which had been causing the flames to activate involuntarily, seemed to have inexplicably vanished. Control. Lawrence murmured to himself, his brow furrowed in confusion yet tinged with a new sense of possibility. Chapter 464, The Future of the White Oak. In Duncan's perspective, what was once a tumultuous sea of dark shadows within the mirror had once more taken the form of a confident female explorer. As he observed, the erratic movements of the shadows deep within the mirror settled, and there was a peaceful moment of stillness. For a long while, Duncan remained silent, simply taking in the unfolding scene. Within the reflection, once the woman, Martha, had fully formed, she remained still, reminiscent of the dramatic pause before a film started. A few seconds passed, and then vitality surged back into her features. She looked down at herself, a hint of bewilderment evident, before slowly lifting her gaze. What did you do to me?" she inquired. Duncan, roused from his thoughts, shook his head gently. "Not much, just offered you a welcome." Taking a moment to form his words, he then posed a question: "If you decide to stay as Martha permanently, will you ever reveal the truth to Lawrence?" Martha hesitated for a beat. "He might be aware," she began slowly. "I've subtly mentioned to him that my identity mainly stems from Martha, but it's also pieced together from his own recollections." Knowing Lawrence's keen insights and his extensive exposure to the mystical, and considering the vast amount of information I've inadvertently shared, he might deduce that if Martha can encompass one memory, she can certainly contain countless more. I mean... She halted, a nuanced smile gracing her lips. "In this mirror city, I did seem unusually knowledgeable." "And his reaction?" Duncan probed. "He seemed unaffected," Martha replied with a slight shake of her head. "But I'm unsure if he'll always remain that way." Duncan studied her briefly, then unexpectedly chuckled. "It's comforting to see you're concerned about this," he remarked lightly. "Let's set all these matters aside for the time being, my dear. In this immense ocean riddled with obscurities and oddities, any shred of warmth becomes even more valuable. Lawrence is well aware of this." As the reflection displayed a contemplative Martha, Duncan, in the real world, took a moment before adding, "What insights do you have regarding the deep waters below frost?" Pensively, Martha replied, "The deep waters." Her face contorted as she sifted through her extensive memory bank. "I do possess some recollections of it, but they are mostly shadowy and ambiguous, intertwined with the dread of submersion and the bizarre delusions sparked by icy suffocation. It's doubtful these memories would be of any solid use, yet." "Curious," Duncan interjected, "yet." Within the reflection, Martha seemed lost in thought briefly, then made a wide gesture. Suddenly, her image within the mirror began to scatter, reminiscent of a swift splash of ink. The inky streaks quickly expanded, covering the entire mirrored surface, and indistinct figures began to rise from the abyss. A vast, looming shadow emerged, seemingly suspended in an infinite expanse of nothingness. This shadow resembled an island or perhaps an uneven mass on the verge of fragmentation. Surrounding this main shadow were myriad smaller fragments reminiscent of pieces that had broken off from the main mass. These fragments appeared to orbit the primary shadow like satellites around a planet. A monumental structure stood at the heart of this suspended island akin to a pillar. This object spanned infinitely both up and down through the darkness, piercing through the shadow and seemingly extending into the depths of the void itself. From the depths of the mirror, Martha's voice resonated, "When I sift through the myriad memories related to the deep sea, what emerges is a collective fear, the shared terror of countless souls who were consumed by the depths. They all converge on this image. It's challenging to decipher. The scene seems to depict a vast floating entity in the ocean's depths, bisected by an immense pillar. Without a frame of reference, it's hard to gauge the scale of the entity or the pillar." Duncan stood transfixed, absorbing the scene that was laid out in the mirror, deep in contemplation. His mind was flooded with scattered pieces of information about the Abyss project. Tales of lost submarines, deranged deep-sea pioneers, terrifying tales of the ocean's deepest trenches, the vast void discovered within the metal mines, and the primordial deity's appendage that seemed to tear through the very fabric of reality, plunging deep into frost. It became apparent that something tangible lurked in the deep sea. The image in the mirror began to fade, replaced by Martha's silhouette. That's the extent of my knowledge. Despite the vastness of memories I possess, only a handful pertains to the deep sea and even fewer from a clear perspective. If you... Duncan, in a gentle tone, cut her off, it's fine, my dear. I'll explore it for myself. On the ship's deck, Alice and the mummy-like sailor were engrossed with their discovery of a second insect, prodding it playfully. But this activity clearly didn't hold their attention like the chaos they caused earlier in the kitchen. Growing restless, Alice discarded the twig she was holding and, with a pout, gazed at the unfamiliar deck. Why isn't the captain back? The mere mention of the captain made the sailor shudder. He took a moment, seemingly mustering courage, before asking, "Aren't you afraid of being around him?" "Why should I be?" Alice responded, looking perplexedly at the mummified sailor. "I like the captain's company. There's no reason for me to fear him." The mummy's face contorted with terror. "That's the subspace realm. Do you even grasp what that means?" he exclaimed, clearly disturbed. "Merely looking at him makes me feel my sanity slipping away. Yet, you spend all day by his side. If anyone should be labeled 077, it should be you. You're far stranger than I am." Alice tilted her head in slight bemusement, her attention drifting from the mummy to Lawrence, who was engrossed in conversation with his first mate, Gus, a short distance away. With an aura of excitement, Gus extended his palm, showcasing a small, serene flame dancing on its surface. The place where the flame touched his skin revealed a translucent layer, transitioning the flesh into an almost ghostly appearance. Outside this area, his skin appeared entirely normal. "The entire crew has this ability now," Gus remarked, the flame's glow reflecting in his eyes. "Any idea why?" Lawrence, deep in thought, brought a flame to life on his fingertips with a snap. He gazed at it, the soft light flickering in his eyes. "I can't say for sure," he admitted, putting out the flame with a swift gesture. "It all began after Captain Duncan's arrival. Could there be a connection?" "It might be," Gus responded, his face showing relief. Before, these flames would unpredictably surge, seemingly triggered by unknown factors. It was unnerving. Several crew members even expressed concerns about our next port visit. Not every place is as accepting as Frost and planned. Pensively, Lawrence's gaze drifted to the vast sea beyond. "The future," he whispered, the weight of leadership evident in his voice. The ethereal flame's energy pulsated within him, a symbol of the change he and his crew were undergoing. "We must decide our path." Lawrence's contemplation was interrupted by a firm, resonant voice, "Having fun, are we?" Both Lawrence and Gus reacted instinctively, flames flaring up around them in surprise. Within a heartbeat, Lawrence contained his flame and pivoted to face the voice. There stood Captain Duncan, observing them with a cryptic expression. His initial view upon emerging was of anomalies 077 and 099, casually squatting on the deck, amusing themselves with insects. Following that, he observed the White Oak's captain and first officer, his new subordinates, engrossed in their newfound flame-controlling abilities. For those familiar with the lore of the seas, this was the infamous Vanished Fleet. To the uninformed, it might appear as if Duncan had embarked on a voyage with a group of mischievous children. He couldn't help but wonder what sort of crew he had inadvertently assembled. "Ca. Captain Duncan." Gus reacted immediately, quickly snuffing out the last of his flame and smoothing his attire. He started, "We were just exploring this flame phenomenon to ensure the Frost incident doesn't repeat itself." "By the Frost incident, do you refer to when Captain Lawrence led a Marine squad only to end up detained by the local authorities?" Duncan interjected, rubbing his temples. "And required my emissary to secure their release." He waved his hand dismissively, "As long as you're enjoying yourselves." While Duncan spoke, Alice dashed over with her skirt fluttering. Her voice, bubbling with excitement, pierced the atmosphere. "Captain! You've returned. Have you completed your tasks?" She reached him and began shaking his arm energetically. Duncan responded, attempting to free himself from her animated grip, "Yes, Alice, I've finished up." "Careful there, you might end up yanking my arm off with all that vigor." He gently steadied the animated doll. Glancing over at Lawrence, he nodded, conveying a silent message, "Everything's fine with Martha." She's now officially a member of the vanished fleet. Lawrence hesitated, seemingly searching Duncan's eyes for deeper implications. You realized she's not just a... Duncan interrupted, a soft, knowing glint in his eyes. If you choose not to dwell on her true nature, she won't either. As for me, it hardly matters. The boundless sea is immense and filled with mysteries. The vanished fleet has always been accustomed to the bizarre and inexplicable. The addition of a ghost ship doesn't really shift the balance. Lawrence seemed to grapple with Duncan's words. He opened his mouth as if to articulate his thoughts but ultimately said nothing. Instead, he drew in a deep breath and extended a profound bow of gratitude toward Duncan. Duncan grinned, placing a reassuring hand on Lawrence's shoulder. It's good to have you as a part of the fleet, he said warmly. Changing the topic slightly, he added, earlier, I overheard you pondering the future. What's on your mind? Lawrence seemed caught off guard, his face revealing a tapestry of emotions. The future is uncertain, he confessed. Given everything that's transpired, do you believe we can still dock at regular ports like old times? Duncan perceived the inner turmoil that was reflected in Lawrence's words. He sighed deeply, his thoughts wandering to the intricate fate of the White Oak and its crew. Indeed, the future was an enigma. Chapter 465, Pass. The long-term fate of the entire crew aboard the ship known as the White Oak had been largely overlooked until now, but at last, the question had been thrust into the spotlight for discussion. It's a misguided notion to think that secrets can remain hidden in this interconnected world. Frost, the city-state they hailed from, was not isolated, it was part of a larger, global network of maritime activity. The unusual occurrences surrounding the White Oak, notably its mysterious reflections in the sea, were bound to attract attention from other sea captains and harbor authorities. Beyond the ship's notorious reputation as a member of the vanished fleet, it had also gained the dubious status of a ghost ship, seemingly enshrouded in mystical forces and displaying bizarre behaviors. City-states, particularly those with access to the boundless sea, adhere to stringent safety protocols when it comes to their ships and seafarers. A vessel that goes momentarily off the radar while at sea is subject to rigorous quarantine and inspection procedures upon its return. Even the smallest irregularity could result in the ship being denied port entry. That said, the White Oak's transformation into what could only be described as a supernatural object presented a challenge far beyond the norm. Perhaps only the city-states of Pland and Frost would dare to offer sanctuary to the White Oak in its altered state. Further complicating matters was the likelihood that the mysterious leader of the vanished fleet might not permit his underlings to simply abandon the fleet and reintegrate into conventional society. So, what did the future hold for the White Oak and its crew? According to accounts of the vanished fleet, life on such ships entailed navigating through strange occurrences, surviving in hallucinatory realms, and wandering through a range of bizarre and dangerous environments from fog-shrouded waters to stormy seas, to fantastical lands and oceanic abysses filled with inexplicable phenomena. Captain Lawrence appeared deeply concerned. A veteran of many years at sea, mainly in the perilous waters of the boundless sea, he seemed unprepared for such a drastic change in circumstance. Unlike Captain Duncan, who had long been estranged from mainstream society, or Tyrion, who commanded an entire fleet with an iron fist, Lawrence was responsible for a crew of sailors with families and financial obligations. How could he support his crew if they were to abandon established maritime routes in the boundless sea? Moreover, the so-called vanished fleet appeared to lack any sort of conventional compensation or welfare systems for its sailors. Breaking the heavy silence, Duncan mused, to be frank, even if you discount the associations with the vanished fleet and the mysterious phenomena linked to the Black Oak, your prospects weren't looking great to begin with. Confused, Lawrence queried, why would you say that? Duncan shrugged nonchalantly. Remember anomaly 099? Now consider the current anomaly 077. The color drained from Lawrence's face as he struggled to find his words. Finally, he managed, look, no shipping venture is without risks. The White Oak has an extensive insurance policy in place, more than sufficient to cover any potential losses and associated penalties. The room fell silent again as everyone pondered the uncertain future that lay ahead for the White Oak and its crew. Are you telling me that your current marine insurance actually covers all of these extraordinary circumstances? Duncan arched an eyebrow skeptically, then added, in that case, the 2 incidents of lost cargo shouldn't pose a significant problem for you. He paused abruptly as if a sudden thought had entered his mind. Wait a minute, what was the insurance payout for encountering the vanished? Or for becoming a part of the vanished fleet? How much did you get for that? Lawrence's expression shifted to one of momentary confusion, clearly caught off guard by Duncan's line of questioning. Actually, those situations aren't covered by our insurance. They fall under the category of natural disasters. The Anomaly 099 incident wasn't covered either because the loss of the doll coffin was directly tied to the vanished. But I have to ask, why are you inquiring about this? The moment Duncan heard the words not covered, a fleeting look of disappointment crossed his face. He waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, it was just a passing thought. Sensing the sudden awkwardness, Lawrence hesitated, contemplating whether to speak further. He found himself recalling numerous notorious cases of insurance fraud and opted for silence. Switching gears, Duncan broke the tension. You know, you may not have to worry overly much about the future of the White Oak. Even if you do become a part of the vanished fleet, it doesn't mean you'll be eternally cut off from legal maritime routes and ports. Lawrence looked genuinely surprised by this revelation, his eyes widening as he tried to gauge the intentions behind Duncan's cryptic words. Smiling wryly, Duncan elaborated, "Did you think the vanished would stay isolated from mainstream society forever? So you're saying?" Duncan's smile deepened, becoming more sanguine. "You've heard the rumors, I'm sure, that I've regained my humanity. As someone who has returned to a human state, naturally, I'd be interested in reconnecting with civilized society. I've already begun initiating contact with various city-states, starting with Planned, then Frost, and even made overtures to the Storm Church and Death Church. Truthfully, I feel I've made substantial headway." Subconsciously, Lawrence began piecing together recent events that hinted at the vanished's reintegration, or their return journey as some had called it. His facial expression subtly shifted, revealing his growing awareness of the situation. Duncan noticed the change and paused to compose himself, a tiny muscle in his eye twitching before he regained control. "I admit the noise generated from these attempts at establishing contact has been significant." Lawrence remained silent, contemplating Duncan's words. "But what really matters," Duncan continued, waving his hand as if to clear the air, "is that the vanished fleet has intentions to return to the civilized world. You and your crew on the White Oak might well serve as a bridge that facilitates the vanished's ongoing efforts to build relations with mainstream society." Suddenly comprehending the full scope of Duncan's vision, Lawrence's eyes widened in astonishment. This twist was notably divergent from what the historical records suggested about the fate of the vanished. It presented an entirely new array of possibilities and perhaps, responsibilities for him and his crew. Snapping out of his initial astonishment, Lawrence quickly refocused on the practical challenges at hand. "I understand what you're getting at. You aim to normalize the vanished fleet's relationships with the various city-states, and the first step in that plan is to reintegrate us, the fleet members, into mainstream maritime routes. However, as you've seen the state of the White Oak, you must realize that most city-states will be hesitant to welcome a ship tinged with supernatural influences." Duncan spread his arms wide and began to elaborate. "Ah, but there are notable exceptions to that rule. Take, for instance, the Sea Mist and the Bright Star, both of which have undergone extraordinary transformations and are only rivaled by the vanished fleet in terms of their legendary status. The Sea Mist is currently the flagship of the Frost Navy, while the Bright Star enjoys the privilege of limitless passage through international waters as an honorary member of the Explorers Association. There are also other legendary vessels, each with its own set of eerie and mysterious qualities, that still manage to navigate the boundless seas. Their captains, backed by influential supporters and bearing special documentation, have secured exceptions to the rules." He paused for effect before adding, "Also, don't forget that each ark under the aegis of the Four Gods Church is technically a ship transformed by supernatural forces. Yet, they sail freely, indicating that both the religious organizations and the city-states maintain a certain level of flexibility when it comes to ships altered by supernatural powers." Stunned by Duncan's exhaustive exposition, Lawrence took a moment to collect his thoughts. He finally spoke, his expression conflicted. "Well, it's true that the arks are a different matter entirely. They are perceived as being blessed by the gods, which grants them a unique status. But I do concede your point, exceptions are indeed possible." The seasoned captain then licked his chapped lips, contemplating deeply before continuing. "However, securing an exception is far from easy. The acceptance of these so-called mutated ships like the Sea Mist and Bright Star took decades of negotiation and diplomacy. Even now, many city-states remain skeptical, if not openly hostile, towards them. And it's not just these two, other legendary ships you mentioned face similar challenges." Lawrence's voice gained a note of gravity as he went on. "I'm well aware of those other ships, like the tulip, which disappeared into the spirit realm for 12 years, and the dust song, renowned for its perilous journey across the Illusion Sea. Though they managed to return to the realm of the civilized, their readmittance was anything but smooth. He drew a deep breath before pressing on. To be accepted back, each of these ships had to undergo rigorous checks, endure long periods of surveillance, and secure explicit approval from the Four Gods Church. These processes were far from trivial, and even after successfully navigating them, the ships continue to operate under the watchful eye of the Church, subjected to regular re-evaluations. The special permissions granted to their captains are not something easily acquired, but rather the result of lengthy and complex negotiations. Lawrence's face reflected a mix of apprehension and resolve, emphasizing the weight of the challenge that lay ahead for the White Oak and its crew. After outlining the complexities involved in securing an exception for mutated ships, Lawrence exhaled a deep sigh as if he'd been holding his breath throughout his explanation. Duncan appeared to be more invested in the discussion now, particularly keen on understanding the bureaucracy involved in such a process. So you're saying that if a church endorses the ship, that's the main ticket for acceptance? What exactly needs to be done to get this official stamp of approval? Duncan inquired with palpable curiosity. Lawrence cleared his throat before answering. At its core, the deity associated with the ship's patron organization must vouch for it. For instance, the White Oak falls under the jurisdiction of the Explorers Association, which is under the aegis of the Storm Church and its goddess, Gamana, who is known as the guardian deity of sea explorers. To be readmitted legally into normal maritime routes, a storm saint must publicly swear before the goddess to inspect the White Oak and then must carry out this inspection once a divine mandate has been issued. Subsequently, an inquisitor from a recognized city-state must issue an official pass for the ship. Drawing another long breath, Lawrence continued, technically, Lady Agatha fits this bill to some extent. She holds the title of gatekeeper, a role recognized by the city-state, and she has also become your emissary due to a sequence of events. The catch is, she isn't affiliated with the Storm Church. Duncan's eyes widened slightly, a revelation apparently dawning upon him. What if I told you that I have a saint from the Storm Church under my command? Caught off guard, Lawrence blinked in disbelief. You do? Duncan fixed his gaze intently on Lawrence. Yes, a fully ordained saint from the Storm Church. If I understand correctly, this saint would inspect the ship, while an inquisitor from a city-state would issue the necessary pass. Now, is there any rule that says that these two roles, the saint and the inquisitor, can't be performed by the same individual? Feeling somewhat disoriented by the sudden twist in the conversation, Lawrence replied almost reflexively, I don't believe there's any rule explicitly prohibiting that. A satisfied grin formed on Duncan's face. Well then, I'd suggest you return to your duties. I'll take it upon myself to sort out the intricacies of obtaining this pass. Before Lawrence could muster a response or raise any further queries, Duncan was already gone. With a flourish of flames, he disappeared from the deck, leaving Lawrence both bewildered and intrigued by the unfolding events. Chapter 466, Summoning. Standing on the deck of the Vanished, Duncan looked intently at Vanna. The weight of their previous discussions about the White Oak and its current predicaments rested heavily in the air. In Vanna's hand, a delicately carved amulet made of sea breath wood glistened, reflecting the ship's ambient light. Vanna needed a moment to grasp the entirety of what Duncan had conveyed, the looming challenges facing the White Oak and the potential strategies envisioned by its captain. Letting the carved amulet fall into a barrel nearby, Vanna finally raised her eyes to meet Duncan's. She questioned, You're asking me to back the White Oak and give them a pass, essentially cleansing their status? You want me to use my authority as an inquisitor and saint? Seeing the confusion in her eyes, Duncan replied with conviction, It's a logical move. You're the saint of the storm goddess and a recognized inquisitor of Planned. Who better to help? Vanna retorted, slightly defensive, but I'm no longer an inquisitor. That title was stripped from me. Duncan responded, trying to assuage her worries, that was a private decision made by your pope, wasn't it? In the public eye, your role hasn't wavered. His words took Vanna by surprise. She had always functioned within the confines of her position, and the thought of exploiting such nuances was foreign to her. Duncan's proposition seemed to dance on the edge of what was ethical. Searching for words, Vanna started, This method. I'm uncertain if it's morally justifiable. Duncan, not letting her trail off, interjected with a sense of urgency, the White Oak is in desperate need to be legally recognized again. The Vanished fleet has been long estranged from the modern world. Surely, you wouldn't want us to forever remain an enigmatic specter across the globe. Transforming the perception of the once feared vanished fleet can be a monumental achievement. As a revered saint of the storm goddess, isn't it your duty to champion such causes? His words left Vanna ruminating, the weight of the decision bearing down on her. However, before she could reply, she was interrupted by an eerie, echoing bell that rang only in her ears. Vanna's eyes widened in realization, and she whispered, mostly to herself, the summoning bell, it's from the Grand Storm Cathedral. They're calling upon the saints. But why do I still hear its summons, especially concerning the tomb of the nameless king? From a distance, Duncan's voice seemed muffled by the resonance of the bell. What's going on? With a hint of astonishment, she replied, I'm being summoned. But I don't understand why I can still hear it. Duncan's eyebrow quirked upwards in surprise. Isn't that expected? You still hold the esteemed title of a saint within the Storm Church. Vanna's expression clouded with doubt, her brow furrowed deeply. I was under the impression that once I stepped foot on the vanished, the church would sever ties with me. Duncan detected a slight hint in Vanna's voice suggesting that by boarding the vanished, she might have been considered a part of a rogue or even pirate crew. Clearing his throat, he responded evenly, don't jump to conclusions. If the Grand Storm Cathedral is beckoning you, then perhaps you should head to the prayer room. And if by any chance you find yourself in the presence of Pope Helena, perhaps you could mention the matter of obtaining a pass for the White Oak. Though Vanna looked like she had a flurry of questions to unleash, she managed to restrain herself. The relentless ringing of the bell in her mind made her nod hastily at Duncan before she made her way to the ship's cabin area. Many of the rooms aboard the Vanished were unoccupied. Thanks to the generosity of the ship's captain, Vanna had repurposed one of the cabins into a sacred space of worship. Ideally, this room would serve as a conduit for her to connect spiritually and participate in the church's assembly. Duncan watched Vanna's retreating figure, waiting until she was entirely out of sight before shifting his gaze. He noticed Alice, who had come aboard the Vanished with him. She was preoccupied with filling a large barrel with water, presumably to clean the deck. He let out a soft sigh, muttering, she's certainly not easy to deceive. As his thoughts wandered, he reached into the barrel and retrieved the amulet carved by Vanna from the unique sea breath wood. Though the amulet wasn't especially ornate, the craftsmanship was evident. As Duncan toyed with it, standing at the ship's edge, he hoped Vanna would make her return soon. In the quiet lull, Duncan's mind raced, sorting through the vast intelligence he'd amassed, notably the new insights he'd gained from the White Oak. The sprawling shadow beneath the ocean's surface, the entity known as Martha, and the evolving nature of the hybrid weighed heavily on his mind. Duncan's imagination painted vivid images, the vast shadow morphing and solidifying into the figure of Martha, and a surreal vision of a peculiar fish he once imagined. His gaze was pulled to the vast expanse of the sea. It was a mysterious realm, with waves that resembled flowing curtains, concealing countless secrets. As he mused, he considered the unpredictability of fishing, the uncertainty of what one might catch. And Duncan had certainly reeled in an unexpected fish. A somber mood took hold of Duncan. He carefully placed the carved amulet back into the barrel and instead picked up a raw, unshaped piece of the sea breath wood. He held it up, examining it closely. Then, with a gravitas that almost seemed out of place, he remarked, "This resembles a McDonald's cheeseburger." The piece of wood remained inert, revealing no secrets or powers. Duncan scrutinized the wood for some time, his hopes dashed. He cracked a self-deprecating grin, glancing surreptitiously around to ensure he hadn't been witnessed in his somewhat silly moment of hopefulness. With a resigned shrug, he threw the wood back to its original spot. Magic isn't child's play. What's the real secret behind it? He mused aloud. Simultaneously, deep within the bowels of the Vanished, Vanna was hastily preparing the ritualistic setting in a secluded cabin. She carefully bolted the cabin door, ensuring she wouldn't be interrupted. She then took a moment to review her hasty but carefully thought-out ceremonial layout. Typically, a summoning response required the specialized tide chambers in churches that were designed to establish a potent psychic link. Yet, aboard the Vanished, with its limited resources, improvisation was essential. Vanna had placed her frequently used prayer book nearby, treating it as a spiritual anchor tethering her to sacred grounds. In the room's center, she ignited a large candelabra, using it as a substitute for a proper ceremonial fire basin. Nearby, she positioned bottles of consecrated oil and incense she had previously purchased from various city-states. These acted as symbolic offerings, intended to amplify the ritual's potency, even if it was just enough to establish the required psychic connection. Honestly, Her setup was a far cry from the stringent standards of proper religious ceremonies and bordered on being irreverent. But she had little choice given her circumstances. The insistent bell chimes in her consciousness persisted, echoing continuously, seemingly demanding her response. They seemed relentless, almost as if they wouldn't stop until she answered their call. "May the goddess have mercy on my soul. Had I known, I would have secured finer sanctified oil," Vanna whispered to herself. Steeling her nerves, she delicately poured the holy oil and essence into the candelabrum. As the flames soared, she closed her eyes, taking a deep, calming breath. A vast, ancient expanse, reminiscent of a starlit night sky, seemed to stretch out before her. Luminescent tendrils of light danced around countless majestic pillars. Amidst the vast expanse of ruins and ancient structures, shadowy figures began to materialize one after another. Only after everyone seemed to have arrived did Vanna's spiritual projection appear noticeably tardy. A fleeting wave of dizziness and momentary disorientation made her stand still, getting her bearings. Once grounded, she assessed herself and the other beings' forms. "This was more seamless than I anticipated," she whispered, genuinely taken aback. She had held modest expectations about the success of the ritual, especially considering she was aboard the Vanished and had used a makeshift altar and a candelabrum instead of a tide chamber. Yet, everything had gone off without a hitch. Her reflections were disrupted by an approaching figure. As she raised her eyes, she identified the silhouette and its distinct energy. It was Bishop Valentine, a figure from her past she hadn't encountered in ages. "Vanna, you've arrived at last." The bishop's voice, aged but familiar, was tinged with a mix of relief and happiness. "I was unsure if you would make it." "I honestly didn't think I'd make it," Vanna confessed, her voice revealing a hint of self-consciousness. "Did the assembly have to wait because of me? I had to cobble together a makeshift ritual on the fly. It consumed a good deal of time." "Rest assured, you weren't the sole reason for our delayed start," Bishop Valentine responded reassuringly. "Oddly enough, even Her Holiness the Pope hasn't arrived yet." He leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper, punctuated by a curious undertone. "Tell me, are you still aboard that ship?" "Indeed, I am on the ship," Vanna whispered back, matching his hushed tone and glancing around warily. "In fact, just moments ago, I was engrossed in a conversation with the ship's captain." Bishop Valentine's brows knitted together, an expression of disbelief evident on his features. "Did the captain genuinely allow you to establish a prayer room aboard the ship?" he inquired. "Moreover, are you telling me you successfully established a psychic link from the ship? Did you chance upon some potent artifact?" Vanna's cheeks flushed a shade of pink as she replied, "It's merely a rudimentary sacred space. To be honest, I was skeptical about its effectiveness." "Merely a basic sacred space?" Valentine began to probe further, but his words were suddenly drowned out by a resonating rumble emanating from the square's heart. As the ground vibrated, the ancient and revered tomb of the nameless king began its ascension from the square's center. A reverent hush settled over the assembly of saints, their attention riveted on the massive, grey, pyramid-like edifice. Drawn to the moment, Vanna's gaze landed unwaveringly on the formidable doors set into the pyramid's base. Gradually, with an air of anticipation, the doors creaked open to reveal a guardian mummy. This eerie sentinel, suspended between realms of life and the afterlife, emerged. A palpable tension seized Vanna's heart, only to heighten as the looming figure made a beeline directly towards her, causing whispers to spread like wildfire amongst the assembly. This was the third instance where the tomb guardian had singled out the same listener for communication. Yet, in the midst of this recognition, Vanna experienced a strange sense of familiarity, even comfort. She offered an apologetic shrug towards Valentine, her gesture conveying a sense of resignation. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward, bracing herself for the impending encounter. The looming, skeletal guardian neared, its deep-set, murky yellow eyes settling on Vanna's figure. "Good afternoon," it intoned in a voice as old as time. "Please, accompany me." Chapter 467, The Secret Revealed by the Guardian. The behavior of the tomb guardian had transformed noticeably, becoming not just polite but almost reverential in his interactions with Vanna. This palpable change in the air did not go unnoticed by her peers, who threw puzzled looks her way as if questioning what could have elicited such a shift in the guardian's demeanor. Vanna herself was equally mystified. While she sensed that something significant had transpired, she couldn't quite articulate what exactly had caused this strange alteration. She had an inkling, but it was too vague to put into words. She lowered her gaze as the towering guardian extended his massive hand, offering her a scroll of parchment. With a moment's hesitation, Vanna accepted it and took a discreet breath to calm her nerves. "I'll return shortly," she informed Bishop Valentine hurriedly before following the tomb guardian towards a pale, distant structure that loomed ahead. As she entered, the weighty stone door creaked closed behind her, sealing off the ancient, mystical tomb once more. To her surprise, the guardian did not vanish into the ether as she had anticipated. Instead, he assumed the role of a guide, leading her further into the labyrinthine depths of the tomb. Their footsteps echoed in the otherwise silent space, amplifying the sense of isolation and gravity of the situation. As they ventured deeper, Vanna mentally reviewed the various taboos and customs she needed to be aware of within this mysterious domain known as Vision 004. Her eyes remained vigilant, observing the Guardian's every move. She thought back to her last venture into the tomb and how the Guardian had behaved then, even though her memories were clouded due to Vision 004's constraints. She couldn't remember specific events from her previous visit, but a faint recollection of the Guardian's altered attitude gnawed at her. She hadn't paid it much heed back then, but now, a barrage of theories and conjectures began to flood her mind uncontrollably. Caught up in her whirlwind of thoughts, she was jolted back to reality by a deep, gravelly voice that shattered the engulfing silence. "Is there something you wish to ask?" The Guardian had unexpectedly initiated conversation, stunning Vanna. Was this looming, typically reticent figure really starting a dialogue with her, the listener, as she ventured into this sacred tomb? Quickly rifling through her accumulated knowledge about Vision 004, she composed herself before carefully wording her inquiry, "Why are you showing such friendliness towards me?" "Because you are the messenger," the Guardian responded immediately, "a messenger who has ascended beyond mere mortals and is thus worthy of respect." Confused, Vanna hesitated. "Messenger? What does that mean? Am I not a saint to the storm goddess Gamana? But everyone outside in the square is. The Leviathan Queen has no living messengers. All perished before the first long night," the Guardian interjected, his voice remaining eerily neutral whether he was discussing divine beings or otherwise. "You are the messenger of the fire usurper." Vanna felt her heart tighten, her mind erupting in a chaotic frenzy, and her breathing halted involuntarily. Astonishment anchored her in place, the revelation she had just received surpassed anything she could have imagined. It was as if a mental storm had swept across her consciousness, leaving in its wake an overwhelming cascade of guesses, realizations, and new understandings. She recalled the title Leviathan Queen. Captain Duncan had uttered this mysterious name in a conversation with her and Morris not long ago, and now, its significance took on a new, startling dimension. After having read the Book of Blasphemy, Vanna recalled Mr. Morris mentioning the term Long Night several times. According to this forbidden text, the ancient kings had attempted to create the world not once, but during 3 distinct periods known as the Long Nights. Similarly, there were 3 corresponding cycles of world creation. As her mind drifted back to the conversation about the fire usurper, a sudden realization sparked within her. Could the fire usurper be Captain Duncan? She blurted out, almost instinctively. She knew that discussing the master of the tomb or its inner secrets was taboo within the realm of Vision 004. However, conversations about the external world were not subject to these restrictions. Mustering courage, she directed her question at the enigmatic tomb guardian. Deep inside, her intuition assured her that this line of inquiry wouldn't bring harm upon her. To her surprise, the guardian did not respond at once. There was a long, uncomfortable pause before he finally turned his head and looked directly into her eyes. "Any secrets learned within these walls will be forgotten upon your exit. Your questions, therefore, are futile," he stated gravely. The words doused Vanna's flaming curiosity like a sudden downpour. She was reminded that Vision 004 had a way of erasing memories once one left its confines. Even if she penned down what she learned, these forbidden notes would ultimately be destroyed. Afraid to probe further into the forgetting mechanism of Vision 004 since such a question could be perceived as referring to the tomb itself and thus invite peril, Vanna had no choice but to press on, albeit with a heavy heart, towards the innermost chamber of the tomb. Just as she took a step, the guardian's voice echoed once again, "The fire usurper is not Duncan." Her eyes widened in surprise. Before she could ponder why the guardian had suddenly decided to answer her earlier question, her instincts prompted her to ask, "And the Leviathan Queen? You mentioned she is connected to the storm, so..." "We have arrived," the guardian interrupted abruptly, his deep voice quashing her inquiry. Lifting her gaze, Vanna saw that they had reached the end of the lengthy corridor. A grand door stood before her, leading to the central chamber of the tomb. Flickers of pale firelight from within beckoned her to step inside. In that moment, it dawned on her, the window for questioning was now closed. Regardless of her mysterious status as the messenger, there were limits to the degree of courtesy or information that the Tomb Guardian could offer. Whether these limitations were quantitative or topical, she couldn't tell. Worse, her inability to retain memories from within Vision 004 meant she wouldn't have the chance to refine her understanding through repeated visits. A sense of loss and curiosity, mingled with resignation, washed over her as she steeled herself to enter the central chamber, letting go of the questions that would remain, for now, unanswered. A whirlwind of thoughts spiraled through Vanna's mind as she stood at the threshold of the innermost chamber. Finally, she drew in a slow, calming breath and turned to the Tomb Guardian, wrapped in age-old bandages, his presence wavering between the realms of life and death. "Thank you for your patience," she whispered in gratitude. "Please enter. I will escort you out later, although you won't remember," the Guardian responded, his voice as enigmatic as ever. Nodding, Vanna crossed the threshold into the tomb chamber. As she did, the Guardian silently faded away, melting back into the shadowy corridor from whence he came. Inside the chamber, a sense of timelessness engulfed her. There sat the headless nameless king upon an ancient, solemn throne. A basin of pale fire flickered softly in a corner, filling the room with a somber, tranquil ambience. As she approached the throne, Vanna's eyes fell upon a plush armchair positioned as if specifically for her, the listener. A small table stood in front of the armchair, laden with a bowl of fruit, assorted pastries, and even a steaming cup of hot tea. She halted, nearly losing her composure. Though she knew her memories from this chamber wouldn't make it past Vision 004's mysterious barriers, she was fairly confident that such luxuries had never been described in the fragmented accounts occasionally smuggled out on parchment. No records of listening had ever mentioned such treats. Yet, after a brief moment of disbelief and an almost reflexive urge to voice her astonishment, Vanna regained her focus. Her gaze turned steely, and she began to scrutinize her surroundings with a professional eye. The chamber itself was carved from cold, unyielding stone, a place that logically couldn't house a pantry or a kitchen. The Guardian, while perhaps capable of brewing tea, was unlikely to engage in the delicate art of pastry making. She studied the items on the table more closely. The fruits were undeniably fresh, the tea was still sending up curls of steam, and the plate of pastries sat on an intricately crafted wooden platter inlaid with silver. The design hinted at the artistic flair of the southern city-states, possibly even of elven origins, like those from Wind Harbor or South Harbor. Tentatively, she picked up a biscuit, feeling the warmth that indicated it had recently been baked. Had this pastry been in an oven in some distant city-state just an hour ago? This led her to a series of rapid-fire questions. Did the Tomb Guardian have the ability to travel to the material world? Or were there devotees in the real world who were obedient to the Tomb Guardian, making offerings to this shadowy realm known as Vision 004? The southern style of the offerings suggested they were sourced from elven territories. The elves were a race steeped in mystery and longevity, and their religious practices differed significantly from the doctrines of today's Four Gods Church. Could there be ancient elven scriptures that offered commentary on Vision 004? Just as Vanna was sinking deeper into her thoughts, carried away by her inquisitive professional instincts, a soft, scraping noise resounded through the chamber, jolting her back to the present and effectively breaking her train of thought. As Vanna turned her attention toward the source of the noise, she saw the headless king's arm slowly lifting as if he were about to rise from his ancient throne. Before she could fully process what she was witnessing, her surroundings shifted abruptly. Her eyes snapped open wide to reveal a very different scene, towering, ancient pillars framing a grand square, punctuated by the erratic dance of dim lights streaking across the night sky. Ethereal projections of saints were converging from afar, while in her peripheral vision, a pale, enigmatic structure was sinking into the earth, accompanied by a cacophony of deep, rumbling sounds. Had her mission inside Vision 004 come to an end? Confusion washed over Vanna. She shook her head to clear it, realizing her memory was fragmented, frozen at the moment she and the courteous Tomb Guardian had entered the mystical realm. This sensation of memory disruption was not new to her, for she had entered Vision 004 as the listener before. But this time was different. Something felt off. Residual, inconsistent impressions lingered on the edges of her now blank slate of a memory, like faint echoes of something she couldn't quite place. Before she could delve deeper into this curious sensation, however, her focus was drawn back to the present. Her fellow members of the clergy had gathered in the square. Bishop Valentine's spiritual projection was prominent among them. Further away, the often tardy Pope Helena stood at the edge of the square, observing the scene with a silent, watchful gaze. Vanna, Valentine was the first to break the silence. How do you feel? This is your third time entering the tomb. Has it had any effects on you? Caught off guard by the question, Vanna furrowed her brow as if mentally sifting through her emotions and thoughts to provide an answer. But before she could articulate her feelings, she let out an involuntary burp. The assemblage of saintly projections on the square fell into an awkward, stunned silence. Even Bishop Valentine, who had known Vanna since she was a child, seemed at a loss for words. After a moment of hesitation, the seasoned cleric finally managed to utter, "Did you gnaw on a rock inside?" The question was absurd, but the atmosphere had already shifted from solemnity to something slightly more bewildering. Chapter 468, A New Vision. Feeling the atmosphere grow weird, Valentine seemed to realize his remark might have been inappropriate or surprising. His face reddened slightly, and with a touch of hesitancy, he explained, "You see, Vision 004 affects everyone differently. Some emerge feeling dizzy, and some experience temporary memory lapses or even shifts in their cognitive functions. I've come to understand these varied reactions, but you're the first person I've seen come out, well, burping." Vanna felt the weight of the stares surrounding her. The situation felt surreal, and she felt a pang of vulnerability. I'm not sure why that happened," she began, only to be interrupted by another burp. Suppressing the urge to burp again, Vanna tried to recollect her experience inside Vision 004. She noticed that the ethereal figures around them began to shift and rearrange, parting to make way for Pope Helena's entrance. Seeing the revered Pope, Vanna instinctively straightened up in a show of respect. But as she raised her head, another burp escaped her lips. Helena's brow furrowed. For a moment, the esteemed Pope studied Vanna, then let her gaze drift to where the tomb of the nameless king had once been. Breaking the silence, she inquired, "Vanna, did you perhaps consume the guardian of the tomb?" Vanna blinked in surprise. Gathering her wits, Vanna responded with rigid attention, "I would never go as far as to eat stones inside." Yet Helena's face remained stoic. Given Vanna's past record of remarkable accomplishments, it wasn't entirely implausible to the Pope that Vanna could do such a thing. After a moment, she dismissed the idea, "Even for someone as unpredictable as you, that would be excessive. Can you tell me what happened?" Trying hard to remember, Vanna replied, "I just can't." A fleeting memory seemed to bubble up, but it was gone before she could grasp it. She sighed in frustration, "I genuinely cannot remember." Pope Helena's expression remained unchanged. It seems that even after 3 attempts, the memory-erasing effect of Vision 004 remains potent. She pointed at the parchment Vanna held, "Perhaps the parchment can provide some insight into your experience." The mention of the parchment snapped Vanna back to reality, and she immediately unfurled it. But, as was typical after an entry into Vision 004, most of it was torn away, leaving behind only a few lines of scrawled writing. When Vanna's gaze landed on the words, her eyes immediately narrowed, signaling a mix of surprise and concern. Vision frost. Vision vanished. Vision vanished fleet. These 3 lines were written haphazardly, and unlike the usual visions she'd come across, these had distinctive names without accompanying numbers. A hint of gravity crept into Helena's eyes as she took in the information, her expression becoming increasingly solemn. After glancing at the parchment's contents, Bishop Valentine seemed equally perplexed and alarmed. Vanna had once again extracted peculiar codes from the tomb of the nameless king, codes that deviated from the regular format seen in the anomalies and visions list. For a moment, Vanna was lost for words. She pondered over the handwritten lines, then, with a puzzled expression, looked up at Helena, "Visions, but they have no numbers." Helena's voice carried a weight as she responded, "The mention of vision frost does not particularly shock me. After Plan's transformation into a vision, I sensed its impending revelation. However, the mention of the vanished without a number is puzzling." Valentine quickly added, "Furthermore, the vanished fleet is mentioned as a separate entity, indicating it's distinct from the vanished, even without a numbered label." Without uttering a word, Helena's eyes scanned the spiritual figures present. Their movements suggested they grasped the gravity of the situation. Familiar with the protocols concerning confidentiality and potential contamination, the saintly projections respectfully bowed and vacated the gathering without awaiting further instructions. The expansive, time-worn square was soon devoid of all but Vanna, Valentine, and Helena. After the last of the saints had departed, Helena, in a quest for clarity, inquired, "What has recently transpired regarding the vanished?" And why has the name Vanished Fleet resurfaced? Is it possible that Captain Duncan is rallying his fleet once more? The legacy of the Vanished Fleet was well known, though it hails from a bygone era, over a century ago. It was not seen as a threatening vision in contemporary understanding. Commanded by the state-of-the-art ship, the Vanished, and bolstered by formidable warships, the Sea Mist and Bright Star, the Vanished Fleet was a naval powerhouse of its time in the vast expanse of the boundless sea. Accompanied by other auxiliary ships, it was a dominant force, powerful enough to challenge even the city-states. Before its tragic dissolution, this mighty fleet had charted numerous islands, founded vital maritime routes, and even demarcated portions of the known world's frontiers. Captain Duncan and his legendary fleet epitomized valor and grandeur during that age, embarking on ventures where few dared. Yet, their legacy abruptly ended when the Vanished was consumed by subspace. Subsequently, the Vanished fleet fractured. The flagship, once lost, re-emerged in the human realm labeled as Vision 005. Over the decades that followed, the other ships scattered, leaving only the Sea Mist and Bright Star. However, they no longer sailed under the banner of the Vanished Fleet. Historically, the term Vanished Fleet was never designated as a vision. Therefore, the emergence of a new vision labeled the Vanished Fleet was puzzling. Taking a deep breath, Vanna began, "There exists a ship named the White Oak." She paused momentarily, collecting her thoughts to recount the recent incident that transpired in the cold sea. Though she was certain that Pope Helena would have been briefed through her intricate network of informants and possibly possessed a general understanding of Frost's situation, only Vanna, who had been directly involved in the event, could elucidate its intricacies. That particular ship, the White Oak, has now assimilated into the ranks of the Vanished Fleet. With keen interest, Helena absorbed every detail of Vanna's recounting of the Mirror Frost incident. She listened intently as Vanna described the transformation of the White Oak and its subsequent assimilation into the Vanished Fleet. Once Vanna had concluded her tale, Helena pondered for a moment before speaking. "It appears that a new iteration of the Vanished Fleet is materializing. The moment the White Oak was transmuted and integrated as part of this fleet, a novel vision was registered in the tomb of the Nameless King." Vanna slowly nodded in agreement, manifested as a vision, and intriguingly, one devoid of a numerical designation. Helena reflected, such phenomena have been recorded historically. Typically, the emergence of a new vision has been linked to cataclysmic events or significant environmental upheavals over vast territories or oceanic expanses. I wonder, what ramifications does the reformation of the Vanished Fleet portend? For a brief moment, Vanna seemed lost in thought. "It appears, no noticeable repercussions have been observed," she remarked contemplatively, after a considerable pause. "Presently, no casualties have been reported, nor have any regions been rendered off-limits. Rather, with the consolidation of Frost's state during the metamorphosis of the White Oak, events seem to be progressing in a surprisingly favorable direction." Helena carefully observed Vanna, remarking, "Moreover, this new vision has not established any discernible rules or taboos." A contemplative expression flitted across Vanna's features. Bishop Valentine chimed in, "Standard visions possess associated rules and prohibitions, akin to how conventional anomalies have inherent dangers and conditions for containment or sealing. However, from your depiction, it seems the Vanished Fleet presently doesn't display any taboo characteristics. Although the White Oak possesses its unique attributes, these distinctive traits are restricted to that individual vessel and don't seem to extend to the entire fleet." Helena mused, "It's conceivable that since this vision is still nascent, its underlying principles remain elusive. Alternatively, it might be mirroring the prevailing circumstances in Plan's present scenario." Vanna echoed, her attention shifting to Bishop Valentine, awaiting further enlightenment. Valentine elucidated with a grave demeanor, "As I conveyed during our prior communication, tranquility prevails in Plan. Nights there no longer evoke terror, and darkness has ceased to spawn aberrations. I've been devoid of any alarming updates about any paranormal disturbances within the city for quite some time. I am optimistic that Frost might exhibit similar stability." Nodding in agreement, Helena added, "A serene night and the benign cloak of darkness, an environment conducive to thriving. A region's true anomaly might be its sheer lack of anomalies. Presently, Plan epitomizes such a domain." Vanna hesitated momentarily, letting her thoughts organize themselves. The weight of the situation and its implications weighed heavily on her mind. In an attempt to cut through the thick silence, Bishop Valentine speculated, could it be that these visions without numbers function uniquely? They might act as barriers against all otherworldly influences, with their only distinct feature being the absence of any anomalies within their boundaries. Deep in thought, Helena responded, we must be cautious in drawing any conclusions. It would be wise to monitor the newly emerged vision frost closely before making any judgments. Her gaze then turned towards Vanna with a hint of suspicion. As the one orchestrating these events, has Captain Duncan exhibited any out-of-the-ordinary behavior? Does he harbor any specific ambitions or intentions? Is he plotting to expand the fleet's dominance, or perhaps reunite with the Sea Mist and the Bright Star? Did he confide any of his plans to you? Vanna took a deep breath, her face a canvas of unease. He did assign me a particular mission. Helena's eyebrows furrowed, her tone taking on a more serious note. What did he entrust to you? Vanna replied cautiously, he seeks a way for the White Oak to bypass certain checks, essentially wanting me to uncover a potential blind spot in the Church's oversight. Helena's eyes widened in surprise and a touch of alarm, awaiting further explanation. Chapter 469, Signature. Helena and Vanna found themselves in a series of discussions, frequently double-checking with each other to make certain they had correctly understood the unfolding situation. To make sure I've got this straight, Helena started, narrowing her eyes for emphasis, you're telling me that Duncan Abnemar, a man who is infamously known as the Shadow of Subspace, has decided to rebuild his so-called vanished fleet. And this decision comes in the wake of the recent crisis triggered by Frost's event. Moreover, his initial step in this endeavor involved you manipulating legal technicalities to secure a ship permit on his behalf. Visibly uneasy and looking like she'd rather be anywhere else, Vanna nodded her agreement. Yes, that's exactly what he told me. Helena pushed further, and Duncan Abnemar's objective for this complex maneuver is to make sure that the revamped vanished fleet will continue their maritime freight operations without any hiccups. Again, Vanna nodded, reiterating, yes, that's precisely what he's aiming for. Helena's eyes momentarily shifted upwards toward the spot where Vision 004 had previously vanished into the ground. She then looked back at Vanna, her eyes alternating between the 2 points as if comparing them. Finally, she burst out, as if the situation weren't complex enough. Today, even the Nameless King's tomb has updated its archive of world anomalies. Duncan Abnemar's actions have introduced 3 new unnumbered visions into our reality. This is going to overload the 4 religious organizations we have, demanding a significant investment of resources and time to investigate and understand these new visions, the vanished fleet included. Vanna cast her eyes down, her posture shrinking as if trying to make herself smaller, but his intention is still for the Storm Church to grant a special permit for a ship called the White Oak. Helena fixed her gaze on Vanna with an intensity that skirted the edge of outright fury but didn't utter a word. Finally, Vanna broke eye contact, her body language clearly conveying her discomfort and regret. Unfortunately for her, the message fell flat. Standing at a height of 1.7 meters, Helena was dwarfed by Vanna's nearly 1.9 meter stature, negating any intimidation factor the Pope might have had over the Inquisitor. Regaining her composure, Helena stepped back and took a deep, steadying breath. Vanna, I have 2 things to tell you, she said, her face resolute. Firstly, you're not authorized to issue this permit. You wear the dual hats of Inquisitor and Saint, but you're also now affiliated with the Vanished. This compromises your ability to make impartial decisions. You should be aware of this conflict of interest. Embarrassment and regret washed over Vanna's face once more as she asked, and the second thing? Helena closed her eyes briefly, gathering her thoughts before reopening them. The second thing is, I will be the one to sign the permit for the ship. Vanna's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Helena as if she had just revealed an unimaginable secret. Unmoved by Vanna's astonishment, Helena sighed, what type of permit do you suppose Duncan Abnemar would most appreciate? Still in shock, Vanna remained speechless. Helena continued, unfazed, the permit will be prepared shortly. I will seclude myself in the Grand Storm Cathedral to seek guidance from the goddess. Assuming all goes well, the permit will be sent to you through a covered ritual. Please make sure the site for the ceremony on your end is set up and be on standby for further directions. As Helena uttered her concluding remarks, her figure began to fade as if evaporating into the air. Gradually, she vanished entirely, leaving behind an empty gathering square. Simultaneously, somewhere in the vast expanse of the boundless sea, a secret maritime passageway shrouded in mystical energy hid the majestic Ark Cathedral. This awe-inspiring vessel, almost like a floating citadel, meandered slowly through the hidden currents of the sea, a clandestine oasis amid the known world. At the heart of the Ark Cathedral was a steam core radiating immense energy. The core transformed sacred steam into ethereal clouds that perpetually enshrouded the structure. Harmonious bell tolls reverberated through the air, signifying the completion of a spiritual congregation within the cathedral's hallowed halls. Deep within the bowels of the Ark Cathedral, in a section referred to as the bottom hold, which was submerged beneath the waters of the boundless sea, flickering braziers cast a warm light, slicing through the veil of darkness. Between two such braziers stood Helena, the female pope. She slowly opened her eyes, which had been closed in contemplation. Inhaling deeply, her face was a complex tapestry of emotions, doubt, resolve, and something indefinable. As if on cue, an elderly, raspy voice broke the silence. "You seem troubled, young lady." Helena lifted her eyes towards a tangled web of blood vessels and nerves that flickered ominously in the firelight. These biological cables were augmented by artificial conduits and electrodes, their weak luminescence pulsating in the cavernous space. "Have you been conscious this whole time?" Helena asked, her voice tinged with respectful curiosity as she addressed the mythical creature upon whose back the Ark Cathedral rested. "Didn't really want to be, but your spiritual channel gatherings are too loud to ignore," the ancient creature replied. "Especially today. It was noisier than usual." "I apologize for the disturbance," Helena said, her tone sincere. "There have been some recent events that have left me pondering deeply. I'm planning to pray to seek divine guidance." "You're seeking an audience with the Queen?" the creature inquired in its time-worn voice. "Very well, I shall not disturb you. Perhaps this time you'll receive more unequivocal guidance. Oh, and do pass along my salutations to her." Helena nodded in acknowledgement and turned to face the nearest brazier. Closing her eyes, she began to pray, entering a deep state of spiritual concentration. A profound silence filled the vast chamber, making it seem as if time itself had ceased to flow. Only the ever-dancing flames of the braziers created any movement, their light and shadows forming an invisible bridge to some otherworldly realm. After what felt like an eternity, Helena ended her prayer and opened her eyes. Something had changed, she could feel it. While the goddess's messages remained as enigmatic as ever, Helena sensed a hint of emotion within the divine utterances, a nuance that she struggled to identify. After deep introspection, the essence of the message became clear, it was one of permission and approval. With a resigned sigh, Helena turned to the biomechanical nexus of nerves, cables, and electrodes. "I received the divine message, and I conveyed your greetings to the goddess," she announced. There was no response. The Leviathan on whose back the Ark Cathedral was built had seemingly returned to its dormant state, a recurring pattern that Helena had grown accustomed to. Reaching into the surrounding darkness, Helena retrieved a blank travel permit. Confirming it was the appropriate document, she quickly inscribed her signature along with other pertinent details. Approaching the nearest brazier, she bowed her head in a brief moment of prayer before casting the permit into the flames. Within seconds, the paper and its magically duplicated copies were consumed by fire, disintegrated into fine ash, and disseminated into the material world, carried by supernatural forces to their intended destinations. Regaining consciousness in her cabin, Vanna's eyes fluttered open and she drew deep, steadying breaths. The atmosphere in this makeshift ritual space starkly contrasted the serene tide chamber within the cathedral. Her newly alert senses quickly registered the all-encompassing feeling of being submerged in seawater, an environment that even she, a revered storm saint, found slightly disconcerting. However, the spiritual gathering had been successful, and that was what mattered. Taking a few moments to ground herself and steady her thoughts, Vanna mentally reviewed the intricacies of the gathering she had just participated in. She settled in to wait patiently for a message from Pope Helena, along with the permit that would likely be delivered through a secret ritual. Conventionally, Pope Helena would engage in a series of prayer rituals to sanctify the permit, even if certain bureaucratic steps like the inspection of the licensed vessel had been bypassed for one reason or another. Prayer to the goddess was an indispensable step in the process. Yet, as Vanna's eyes swept over the improvised altar she had set up for the ritual, her expression abruptly froze in place. The stout, long-lasting candles she'd placed as ritual braziers were surprisingly burnt down to a mound of ashy wax, even though they were intended to last the entire day. Amidst the last tendrils of dissipating smoke, she noticed a document on the floor, glowing faintly with an ethereal light. "Already?" Puzzled, Vanna approached the document cautiously and picked it up, scanning its contents meticulously. The document appeared standard, detailing basic information about the white oak and any supernatural elements involved, and stamped with the church's official seal. Two versions were present, an original and a duplicate, likely intended for routine customs inspections. All were signed by Pope Helena. Everything seemed perfectly in order, save for the unnervingly fast delivery time. She had barely had the chance to reorient herself post-gathering before the documents arrived. As Vanna continued to inspect the documents, a voice reverberated within her mind. It was Pope Helena. The items Captain Duncan requested have been sent via the secret ritual. Glancing down at the papers in her hands, Vanna decided to set aside her minor reservations. Yes, I've received them, she mentally affirmed. With a feeling of relief washing over her, Vanna thanked the Pope and bid her farewell. She then carefully stored the documents in a secure place before making her way out of the cabin. As she emerged onto the deck, she found Duncan waiting for her. A welcoming smile spread across his face as she approached. You were gone for quite a while. Did everything go as planned with the gathering? The gathering was successful, Vanna said, pausing slightly as she chose her words. The first thing that crossed her mind was the 3 unnumbered visions she had discovered on the parchment she'd brought back from Vision 004. Wearing a complex expression, she looked at Duncan, who still wore his comforting smile. She then handed him the freshly received travel permit from the Grand Storm Cathedral. But before we discuss anything else, take a look at this. It's the permit you were asking for. A permit? Duncan's eyebrows lifted in momentary surprise. He had mentioned the need for a permit to Vanna, but he certainly hadn't anticipated that she'd produce it so swiftly upon her return from the spiritual gathering. The swiftness of the document's arrival had him momentarily taken aback. Nonetheless, he extended his hand to take the proffered documents and began to quickly scan through them. You're quite efficient, aren't you? He said in a light tone, his eyes still scheming over the official verbiage. Did you carry these permits with you? The circumstances are a bit more complicated than that, Vanna replied, her expression shifting to one of slight embarrassment. You see, I didn't actually sign these documents. They were signed by Pope Helena herself. She became aware of our. Before she could finish her sentence, Duncan abruptly interrupted her, his eyes snapping up to meet hers. Hold on a moment, did you say these were signed by Pope Helena? Confused by Duncan's intense reaction, Vanna hesitated for a moment. Yes, they were signed by Pope Helena. Is something wrong? Duncan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he held Vanna's gaze for a weighty pause, his eyes searching hers as if seeking some hidden truth. Finally, he looked back down at the documents in his hand, focusing intently on the signature at the bottom of the page. The signatory's name read Gamana. He double-checked. Each and every piece of paperwork, originals, duplicates, and supplementary certificates all bore the same signature. The name was unmistakable, and it was not that of Pope Helena. The realization seemed to usher in a heavier atmosphere, laden with unanswered questions and a new level of complexity. With the signature before him, Duncan felt a range of emotions, curiosity, suspicion, and a burgeoning sense of wonder about the deepening intricacies of their situation. Chapter 470, The Hint from Gamana. A wave of familiarity washed over him as Duncan laid eyes on it. Memories flooded back of his time in Pland where he had once received a letter. This wasn't just any letter, it bore the thanks of what was believed to be the very same storm goddess. The handwriting on that note had been so distinctive that Duncan could recall every curve and stroke. Yet, with confidence and certainty that was typical of her, Vanna contradicted this sentiment, stating that the handwriting on the pass belonged to Pope Helena. Her attention to detail was impeccable, and lying about something so minute was out of character for her. Thus, in Duncan's mind, if Vanna believed the name on the pass to be Helena's, then it must be so from her viewpoint. But this brought forth a disconcerting question. Whose version of events was accurate? Was there a deeper, hidden message the storm goddess was trying to convey? And if so, what might her ultimate goal be? Though shocked, Duncan didn't allow his feelings to overwhelm him. Gazing at the pieces of paper, he found no glaring errors. Eager for more understanding, he looked towards Vanna and inquired about her conversation with Helena regarding the pass. Promptly, Vanna narrated the sequence of events. She spoke of how Pope Helena had not given any extra information, merely mentioning that Duncan's request was ready. Finishing her tale, she noticed Duncan's puzzling demeanor and asked if something was amiss with the documents. After a brief pause, Duncan assured her all was well. However, he couldn't help but be struck by Vanna's genuine ignorance. If her story was true, it seemed that even Pope Helena was unaware of the change in signature. Could the Pope be part of some elaborate scheme? But why? Vanna, observant as always, detected the subtle shifts in Duncan's reactions. She hesitated to question him directly, and instead shifted the conversation, revealing news of a new prophecy. Duncan responded with genuine surprise, a new prophecy? Isn't that a tightly guarded secret within your assembly? Are you sure you can just reveal it to me? With a hint of mischief, Vanna replied that this prophecy would soon be public knowledge anyway. She then dropped a bombshell: this new prophecy was related to Duncan. Vanna continued, detailing the prophecy's 3 visions: frost, vanished, and the vanished fleet. None of these visions had been numbered, much like the previous prophecy from Planned. The revelation left the room silent, except for the ambient sounds of the sea. After digesting this new information, Duncan remarked on the significance of these visions, particularly noting the weight of the vanished. Vanna concurred, mentioning the ripple effects even a single prophecy can create among the 4 churches. But this time, there were 3 new visions, one of which was an update to the vanished, previously numbered 005. The implications of this were vast. So, I assume both the religious communities and the scientific establishments will be extremely busy during this period. Without a doubt. A lot of researchers will find themselves burning the midnight oil, and many might even lose their hair in the process. Church leaders, including the popes, might also have countless sleepless nights. Even if the newfound insights don't indicate any imminent threats, the subsequent interpretation rituals and the immense task of organizing the collected data will be daunting. Duncan reflected for a moment, then remarked, I genuinely wish them the best in their endeavors. Vanna, usually unflappable, struggled to hide her anxiety. A strange sense of unease was gnawing at her from inside. After collecting her thoughts, she finally managed to ask, considering you're at the center of all this, aren't you at least a bit concerned? Meeting her gaze, Duncan responded, maybe I should be more cautious in the future? Or perhaps I could persuade your pope to take things a little lighter. Vanna didn't reply. The young inquisitor was visibly confused by his casual demeanor. But Duncan didn't focus on her reaction. He took in his surroundings, the familiar deck of his ship, the sturdy masts, and the ghostly sails flapping in the wind. The vanished sailed on smoothly as it always did, navigating the ocean. To Duncan, its owner, everything seemed just as it always had. However, in the record of Vision 004, titled Tomb of the Nameless King, the status of his ship had changed. It was no longer labeled as Vision 005. It was now without a number. What could this alteration mean? In contemplation, Duncan stared at his hand, then focused on the document. The name Gamana emanated an overwhelming presence, capturing his undivided attention. His thoughts raced back to the unexpected link he'd discovered between Dog and the God of Wisdom, the cryptic void, and the records of divine dialogues he had stumbled upon in that abyss. Turning swiftly to Vanna, Duncan's eyes bore into hers as he asked, Vanna, is there a way for someone to converse with the gods? Taken aback by the sudden question, Vanna stuttered, what do you mean, hold a conversation with the gods? That's right, Duncan reiterated, engage in a direct dialogue with them. An idea struck him, if that shadowy void was genuinely some form of communication channel to the gods, and if the destroyed Book of Blasphemy served merely as an entry point into this enigma, then it was possible that these access points weren't limited to fringe religious groups. In other words, if even heretical items could bridge this divine connection, then mainstream religions, particularly those associated with the 4 major churches, might have even more potent tools or techniques. The inference seemed quite logical. He had previously overlooked this angle. Partly due to his history of dealing with heretics as a result of his encounters with the Golden Mask and the blasphemous tome, and partly because he might have been subconsciously steering clear of it. Having always recognized the power and influence of the 4 churches within various city-states, Duncan inherently trusted institutions like the ones Vanna and Morris belonged to. Entering the void was fraught with danger, as seen from the damages to both the Golden Mask and the heretical book. The sheer power of such truths was often too overwhelming for mere artifacts to handle. Improper use could destroy these sacred objects and even jeopardize the user's lives. He felt it might be more suitable for the heretics to shoulder such risks. However, Duncan's thoughts were evolving in a new direction. This change in mindset was triggered by the unexpected sight of the storm goddess's signature on the document. He knew he couldn't fully share these thoughts with Vanna. She was a devout follower of her faith, and it would be tactless to say outright, given the rarity of heretical artifacts, I'm contemplating the idea of using sacred objects from your storm church. There was a risk she might be deeply offended and perhaps feel compelled to unsheath her great sword in response. To Vanna, Duncan's casual query about divinity seemed out of place. She was quite surprised by the captain's newfound curiosity about the gods. But upon reflecting on his past scholarly pursuits in religious matters, she responded after a pause, the kind of communication you're referring to can vary. At its simplest, any act of worship is deemed communication with God. An ordinary believer's evening supplications are viewed as conversing with the divine. Stepping up from that, ordained priests, through rigorous training, rituals, and special artifacts, come to understand the wisdom of the gods. They derive strength or visions from this profound wisdom and truth, achieving a deeper level of communication. At the pinnacle of this connection are saints like myself. We don't need intricate ceremonies. Just our spiritual harmony allows us a direct line to the divine will, as our souls are inherently intertwined with our God's essence. Vanna's voice echoed a touch of pride towards the end, but she soon realized that Duncan's expression indicated his questions hadn't been addressed. That's not the type of communication I had in mind, Duncan clarified, choosing his words cautiously to explain his aim to Vanna. I mean a mode of interaction that's more direct, personal, and effective. Not just getting ambiguous visions during prayers but engaging in clear conversations with the four deities. Vanna was momentarily stunned, trying to comprehend Duncan's profound implications. Hence, Duncan surmised that Vanna might not have the answers he was searching for, something he had already prepared himself for. Never mind, it might be a bit too ambitious of me, he dismissed with a gesture and a gentle exhale. The ritualistic approaches you adopt probably won't align with my needs. Maybe delving into the sacred scriptures of the four major churches firsthand would be a more productive approach. Caught off guard, Vanna tried to wrap her head around Duncan's line of reasoning. Thankfully, Duncan decided to shift gears from this perplexing discussion. Later, go to the White Oak and present the pass to Lawrence. I won't be accompanying you, Duncan directed. Should he ask about subsequent plans, inform him to collaborate with the Vanished for now. Once everything settles on Frost's End, we can draft a more enduring strategy. Vanna acknowledged. Understood, Captain. Duncan gave a nod of approval. However, soon after, his expression became contemplative, as if something had caught his attention. What was that? Curiosity piqued, Vanna inquired, is something amiss? Agatha has sent a message, Duncan revealed, his demeanor turning grave. She claims to have discovered a method to venture into the deep ocean. Chapter 471, The Potential Behind the Key. Deep below the surface of Frost's southern port, a hidden facility continued its operations. All non-essential staff had already been evacuated to safety, leaving only Agatha and Tyrion in the vast, empty space, patiently awaiting Duncan's arrival. Behind them stood a massive machine, a well-kept secret of the city's former government. The apparatus was enormous, designed to withstand extreme pressure and shaped like an egg. It was anchored securely between thick steel beams using strong cables. An overhead light cast a subdued, icy glow onto the submarine's metallic exterior, giving it an almost ethereal presence. The atmosphere in the cavernous hall was thick with uneasy silence. Just as the tension seemed unbearable, Agatha shattered the quiet with her voice. He's here, she announced. As she spoke, her arms stretched out wide. Bright green flames erupted from the scars that disfigured her body as if she were reaching out to embrace the sun. A green fire materialized in front of her and quickly transformed into a spinning vortex. From this fiery gateway, a skeletal bird named Ai flew out, followed by a robust figure covered in a black coat and adorned with bandages. Acknowledging the new arrival, Tyrion bowed his head slightly and stepped out of the way. Father, he said respectfully. Agatha's flames dissipated, and she clasped her hands together in a prayerful gesture, bowing her head humbly. We apologize for summoning you here, she added softly. Dismissing her concern with a wave of his hand, Duncan's eyes were already locked onto the massive machine that dominated the room. Receiving reports can't compare to a personal visit. So this is the machine, then? Yes, Agatha confirmed, giving a subtle nod. It is Governor Winston's legacy, although it could be the result of the efforts of previous governors as well. Our latest checks indicate that the submarine is almost ready for deployment and in excellent condition. Duncan responded with a noncommittal hum but said nothing more. He stood silently, his eyes studying the enormous relic as if he were gazing upon a piece of history that was uniquely a part of Frost. The submarine seemed to encapsulate lost hopes and individual struggles long buried by the passage of time. Bathed in the soft lighting of this nearly forgotten chamber, it was as if the bravery and anxieties of countless humans had been frozen into this massive steel creation. Duncan felt as if he could almost hear the tales of grit and rebellion that seemed to resonate within the metallic shell of the submarine. He walked over to the railing and reached out to touch its cold, solid surface. A subtle pulse reverberated through his otherwise emotionless body, sparking a fleeting sense of recognition. He mentally traced this feeling back through the labyrinth of his memories, connecting it to a time when a radiant Nina embraced her uncle with open arms. Then, the same sensation re-emerged when he discovered the silver brooch on the vanished and heard the name Lucretia mentioned by others. These shards of past affection and memory seemed to rattle within him, refusing to be entirely forgotten. Finally, Duncan pulled his hand back, his eyes falling thoughtfully onto his own palm. For a moment, he appeared to be scrutinizing the man who once owned this body. After a deep and significant pause, he softly murmured, "Ah, you would know this. Father." Tyrion's voice punctuated the still air like a sharp knife. "What did you say?" "Nothing of consequence," Duncan replied, his gaze shifting away from the submarine to meet Tyrion's eyes. "Is this submarine in operational condition?" Tyrion hesitated for a moment, grappling with his internal uncertainty before speaking. "We've conducted a comprehensive assessment of the facility and the submarine. The overall structure is in good shape. However, we are facing two main challenges. First, the original team of engineers and technicians who maintained this facility is no longer available. Consequently, some of the machinery and documentation have been damaged or lost. But this is manageable. Our experienced crew from the Mist Fleet should be able to handle it, especially since the design is based on the Frost Queen's blueprints." Pausing for breath and to choose his words with care, he continued, "The second challenge is more complex. The submarine's design is significantly different from its predecessors. Rather than relying on air pumps from the surface, it was designed to utilize integrated oxygen cylinders. Unfortunately, we've only located the slots where these cylinders are supposed to go, but the actual cylinders themselves are missing. Presumably, they were never manufactured. This is why Lady Agatha mentioned earlier that the submarine is nearly complete. Creating a compatible oxygen supply system from scratch will take time." Duncan listened intently, his eyes never wavering from Tyrion's face. Sensing his father's unwavering attention, Tyrion hesitated. "Father. I have no need to breathe," Duncan said, his tone flat and unemotional. "Are there any other concerns you would like to address?" Caught off guard, Tyrion was momentarily speechless. Then, the implications of what his father had just said dawned on him. His eyes widened briefly before he composed himself, nodding hurriedly. "Ah, then, it would seem there are no further issues to discuss. Many in the Mist Fleet also have no need to breathe. Your focus on this detail suggests you're a bit disoriented by recent events," Duncan observed, shaking his head lightly. "Since there are no significant barriers, make sure the submarine is prepared for operation as soon as possible. That is my primary concern here in Frost." On hearing his father's command, Tyrion's posture stiffened instinctively. Although it had been a century since he last received orders from his father, the reflex to obey was still strong. "Yes, father," he said, before hurrying off to oversee the necessary preparations. Duncan's eyes returned to the imposing submarine, studying its intricacies. Then his gaze shifted to Agatha, who still stood at her original position but looked somewhat hesitant. "Speak your mind, Agatha," he said softly yet firmly. "We're alone here. What's troubling you?" Caught off guard, Agatha quickly regained her composure. "You noticed. Your flame casts two shadows, even though one is trying to blend in. But remember, the flame you carry was created by me, which makes hiding in its light somewhat ineffective." Duncan's eyes softened as he continued, "I noticed when I first arrived but didn't press the issue since you seemed reluctant to discuss it. I thought it was best to keep this matter hidden from Admiral Tyrion for the time being," Agatha said, stepping aside to reveal that her shadow remained stationary, independent of her movements. Her shadow, it seemed, had a will of its own. In the next moment, the stationary shadow began to quiver and transform. Emerging from it was a slightly distorted figure that bore some resemblance to the gatekeeper. The figure offered a subtle bow before speaking in a voice eerily reminiscent of Agatha's husky timbre, "It's an honor to meet you, Captain Duncan." "Interesting. I believe this is our first introduction," Duncan responded, his eyes narrowing slightly as they settled on the wavering apparition. After examining it briefly, he directed his attention back to Agatha. "Has she always been this indistinct?" "In a mirror, she appears clearly," Agatha quickly replied. "Moreover, our observations have led us to believe that her form becomes increasingly blurred when she experiences anxiety. The more nervous she is, the less solid she appears. Right now, she seems to be a bit unsettled in your presence." "Intriguing," Duncan murmured, clearly fascinated. He turned his gaze back to the enigmatic shadow. Earlier, I was under the impression that you had dispersed into oblivion when Agatha absorbed the residual memories you left behind. I did disperse, initially, the shadowy figure spoke in its soft, echoing voice. However, I somehow managed to find my way back into this world. I'm afraid I can't explain how exactly that happened. By the time I regained consciousness, I was but a reflection in a mirror. Agatha promptly added, we suspect that this resurrection may be related to the key, although we don't have concrete evidence to support that theory. The key? You mean the brass key? Duncan clarified. Exactly, Agatha nodded. From what she recalls, her reappearance coincided with my acquisition of the brass key. This suggests that the key may have properties that extend beyond mere informational storage. It could also serve as a repository for memories, personalities, or even souls. Given the right circumstances, these stored elements could possibly be reconstructed. Duncan remained silent, carefully processing this revelation. The very key they were discussing, bestowed by the late Frost Queen Rhaenora, was currently in the possession of his original body aboard the Vanished. He had resisted the urge to use that key on Alice due to an instinctual caution. Now, it appeared that his caution might have been warranted. When Agatha had come into possession of the brass key, this duplicate Agatha, who had once interacted with the key, had been reconstituted. This led him to wonder, what would happen if the key were used on Alice? Could it unlock dormant memories or even the dormant soul of the late Frost Queen? Generations of Frost governors had been subtly influenced by this brass key. They inadvertently stumbled upon truths regarding the Abyss Project, unintentionally took on the legacy of the Frost Queen, and even fell under the sway of her will. This influence was often crudely deemed the curse of the Frost Queen. But given the recent events involving Agatha and her shadowy doppelganger, Duncan began to ponder the deeper, more unsettling implications of the key. If Alice, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the Frost Queen, was indeed the vessel while the brass key acted as the keeper of the soul, then together they could potentially resurrect the Frost Queen. A deep sigh emanated from within him, silent but weighty. Duncan now understood why Agatha had chosen to withhold this hypothesis from Tyrion. But as he stood there contemplating, a nagging unease began to creep into his thoughts. Could it really be that simple? Could Alice, who seemed little more than a puppet, and the brass key which could be a vessel for the soul actually serve as the means to bring the Frost Queen back to life? Was the equation truly that straightforward? The possibilities stretched before him, complex and fraught with unforeseen ramifications. Chapter 472, The Puzzle of the Key. In the middle of the vast, seemingly endless ocean, Duncan sat at the captain's desk aboard the ship named the Vanished. A hint of concern wrinkled his forehead. He discreetly reached underneath the desk, revealing a secret compartment. From this hidden spot, he took out a brass winding key, a treasure that Agatha had once discovered and was now with him. He closely inspected the key, taking in its every feature. The old winding key felt surprisingly cold in his hand. Sunlight streamed through the window, causing the brass surface of the key to gleam. The handle of the key was shaped like the infinity symbol, adorned with detailed etchings that captivated Duncan. As he scrutinized the artifact commonly referred to as the Queen's Relic, he found his mind wandering into unknown possibilities. There was a theory that this key might be the vessel for Rhaenora's soul, a thought that intensified his already focused stare. The legendary Frost Queen was a captivating character, her secrets always pulling Duncan deeper into her mysterious world. The potential to speak with Rhaenora was tantalizing. But one thing was clear to Duncan, ensuring the safety of Alice was paramount. His focus shifted back to Agatha and the vague figure standing next to her. "Can you remember when you were called a counterfeit in the city-state?" he asked without preamble. The silhouette seemed to nod, replying, "Yes, I remember. I also remember what happened when I went down into the mine, surrounded by an eerie darkness." Duncan replied, "I'm already aware of that story. The real Agatha informed me." He looked thoughtful before adding, "Honestly, seeing you reminds me of someone else." "Who?" Both versions of Agatha asked simultaneously. He slowly explained, "A soul's shadow named Martha. She's married to Lawrence and recently joined my crew. For over 10 years, she has lived as a counterfeit, wandering in the Mirror Frost realm." The ghostly version of Agatha seemed slightly taken aback. Duncan continued, "Over the years, this counterfeit Martha has been wandering in mirror space, drawing and merging with countless memories and thoughts. This has created a massive blend of experiences, with Martha at its center. Your situation seems quite similar to hers, except you seem to be at an earlier, untouched stage. With the Mirror Frost destroyed, you'll probably stay in this form. Agatha, the original, interjected in disbelief, could that really happen? I always thought my situation was unique. Duncan replied firmly, directing his gaze at the shadowy figure, your case isn't unique, and that's what intrigues me. After Mirror Frost vanished, all the counterfeit entities disappeared. Yet, two personas, Martha's and yours, remained. This makes me wonder if it's not the Mirror City that sustains you two but some other force. These copied personalities and memories seem stable in our world. Martha even exists outside the domain of Frost. Might this mean that whatever force is keeping these copies alive is as powerful and everlasting as the real world? Silence enveloped the hall where the submersible was securely anchored. After what felt like an eternity, Agatha hesitantly raised her head. She locked eyes with her shadow counterpart, a wordless conversation passing between them. Duncan's voice cut through the stillness, have you ever pondered your future? Caught off guard, Agatha blinked, future? What do you imply? Duncan observed the faint figure, one can't forever live in the shadow of another. It's crucial for you to think about what's next and your aspirations. The shadowy Agatha fell silent, pondering his words. After a thoughtful pause, she murmured, but I am literally her shadow. Duncan calmly explained, what I mean is, one can't live indefinitely as a mere reflection of another. You have a distinct personality and unique memories. Though many of those memories are borrowed from another's life, your recent experiences are undeniably yours. So, what about tomorrow? Agatha. Upon hearing Agatha, both women turned their focus to Duncan. He scanned their faces and said softly, ponder on it. We're not pressed for time. Duncan's deep thoughts were eventually interrupted by a knock on the door to his quarters on the Vanished. Diverting his attention from a secondary virtual projection, he beckoned, come in. The door gently opened, revealing Alice sneaking in, more like a silent thief than an expected visitor. She proudly held a plate of freshly baked cookies, exclaiming, look! I've mastered baking cookies. She placed the treats in front of Duncan, her eyes quickly scanning the room, seemingly in search of AI. AI is over in Frost, Duncan commented nonchalantly, his attention fixed on a peculiar Gothic doll on his desk. The captain's quarters were his personal sanctuary. Among all the ship's residents, only Alice and Nina had the privilege of entering uninvited. Alice was Duncan's first humanoid encounter in this realm. His trust in her was unwavering. Though sometimes unpredictable, Duncan knew Alice's loyalty and faith in him was genuine. Her naive yet profound trust was a treasure in this strange and often cold world. Suddenly feeling Duncan's steady gaze, Alice looked around in confusion, inspecting her clothes and then her neckline. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing in particular, Duncan replied, quickly shifting his focus. He reached for a cookie, taking a bite. There, quite good. Alice's face lit up with pride. However, her smile faded as her eyes landed on the brass key. Picking it up, she played with it, asking playfully, planning to wind me up with this? Don't touch that. Snatching the key from her, he added with a hint of franticness, this key is off limits without my express permission. Duncan paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts before proceeding. Firstly, even if someone did have the audacity to wind you up with that key, we don't truly know what the outcome would be. Would Rhaenora's soul and memories truly merge with yours? Would you remain Alice, or would you be completely overtaken? And what would the intent of the Frost Queen be if she did return? We cannot predict her goals or desires. Alice looked deeply into Duncan's eyes, trying to fathom the depths of his concerns. Secondly, while the key and you share a connection, there could be other mechanisms or procedures required that we are unaware of. It's not as simple as inserting a key and turning it, there might be rituals or conditions to be met. And thirdly, Duncan continued, we have no idea about the duration. Even if Rhaenora's soul and memories were to occupy your form, it could be for a limited period or indefinitely. There's no way of telling. Alice's eyes widened with every revelation, trying to process all the new information. She hesitated for a moment before replying, it's all so much to take in. But if this key is so dangerous, why keep it around? Why not destroy it? Duncan sighed, it's not that simple. The key might be more resilient than we think. And if we act recklessly, we might unintentionally trigger its power. Alice nodded slowly, absorbing the gravity of the situation, so, we tread carefully, always vigilant of the unknown. Exactly, Duncan affirmed. And always together, facing whatever comes our way. Duncan paused, letting his thoughts gather and swirl as he tried to make sense of the tangled web of memories and discoveries. He remembered that intense and surreal moment during his exploration of Alice's ornate casket. The room had grown cold, and a silvery mist had appeared, from which emerged the ethereal image of the Frost Queen herself. The air around him had been thick with anticipation, and her chilling presence was almost palpable. She looked regal, her ice blue eyes piercing through the fog, her ethereal robes billowing gently. Her voice, delicate yet filled with conviction, had resonated through the room, "Please do not distort history." It was a plea, but also a warning. The Frost Queen, remembered in legends for meeting her fate with grace and stoicism, now stood before him as a vision from the past. Duncan couldn't help but wonder, had she, in her infinite wisdom and foresight, devised a backup plan, a means to ensure her return if the tides of history ever turned against her? The very idea sent shivers down Duncan's spine, not from fear, but from the realization of the intricate web of destinies he might have unknowingly stumbled upon. Chapter 473, Profaning the Prototype and the Fall. Alice had left the scene, departing to some undisclosed location. Duncan couldn't fully understand how much the innocent puppet named Alice knew or understood, but he was somewhat reassured by her recent awareness of the potential danger that the mysterious key posed. Until Alice fully understood what the key was and what it could do, he was skeptical that she would even consider using it again. Outside, the sun was slowly setting, its light dimming as night approached. 2 rings of magical runes, visible only to those who knew to look for them, started to descend toward the horizon. The fading sunlight cast an amber glow over the expansive ocean, a sight that spilled into Duncan's room through the window. Sitting at his desk and enjoying the picturesque sunset, Duncan turned his attention to a brass key that lay before him. As the sun's light mixed with the creeping shadows, the intricate patterns engraved on the key's handle seemed to come alive, shimmering in the fading light. After a few moments of quiet contemplation and cautious hesitation, Duncan took a deep breath and reached out to pick up the key. As he touched it, a small green flame, soft as an ember, sparked from his fingertips and began to travel into the key itself. Initially, Duncan had been hesitant to use what he referred to as the ethereal flame to investigate the key. He was worried that the flame's powerful properties might alter or corrupt the key's own mystical nature. But now, he felt he had no other options left. Duncan was desperate to find out the secret that Raynora had hidden within this key. Keeping this objective in mind, he carefully controlled the intensity of the ghostly flame so that it wouldn't damage the delicate artifact. He remained on high alert, ready to snuff out the flame at the first sign of any problem. As he held the key, the ethereal flame gently wrapped around his fingers and the brass, covering it in a gentle green glow. For Duncan, it felt like he was diving into a chaotic, boundless universe. His eyes slowly closed as he used the flame as a kind of second sight to explore the hidden world within the key. He was greeted by a vision of a fog so expansive it seemed endless. Swirls of dust and smoke formed and vanished in an ever-changing tableau. Puzzled, Duncan tried to make sense of the disorienting fog that filled his sight, but it was just a chaotic mess, constantly changing but never revealing anything. This foggy realm was the key's hidden truth. It was similar to what he had experienced when he had previously probed into the mysterious puppet's coffin, but the situation here was fundamentally different. After spending some time enveloped in this endless fog, Duncan noticed that the ethereal flame was still diffusing normally, showing no signs of damaging the key. Relieved, he cautiously refocused his attention in one specific direction within the fog. However, as he did so, he felt an odd sensation pulsing in the palm of his hand that held the key. What could it mean? Was it the key reacting to his investigation? At first, Duncan thought that the unusual sensation he felt might be coming from the brass key he was physically holding in the real world. But then a startling thought occurred to him: did he have a physical form within this mysterious fog? He remembered that during his previous exploration of the puppet's coffin, he had existed merely as a field of vision, lacking physicality. Was the change because the key and the coffin had different magical properties? Or could it be that his own mystical abilities had evolved in a way he didn't yet understand? These questions flooded Duncan's mind as he looked down at his palm, intrigued by what he found there. Held in his grasp was a mysterious, rectangular object with a black shell. It seemed to be made from a strange blend of metal and plastic. The device was small, about half the length of his palm and as wide as 2 of his fingers. The surface was polished and sleek, suggesting it was man-made. Intricate patterns on the device hinted at an underlying purpose or aesthetic, while one end featured a complex, metallic port organized with meticulous detail. The object struck Duncan as a sort of data storage unit or control module, perhaps designed to interface with some kind of machinery. It reminded him of a USB drive or external hard drive, but from a different world. The port didn't match any configurations he was familiar with. Suddenly, an image flashed through his mind, a memory from Planned, a place he had visited, where historical records had been consumed in a massive fire. He remembered the invading heirs of the sun, each armed with complex, black umbrellas containing intricate mechanical and electronic workings. Comparing the black rectangle to the umbrella he'd seen in Planned, Duncan noted similarities and differences. Both were highly precise, complex, and sophisticated, seemingly beyond the technology of his current world. At least, these items didn't appear to be made by any known civilization from the great cities across the sea. Duncan recalled that in his world, such objects were termed blasphemous prototypes. As his friend Dog had once explained, throughout the long history of this world, certain eras are sealed off. Objects originating from these taboo periods are known as blasphemous prototypes. Their mere presence can be hazardous to beings in the real world. Could this strange, black box device be one of these forbidden artifacts, a blasphemous prototype? As he pondered the potential connection between the small device and the brass key he was still holding in his other hand, Duncan's contemplation was abruptly cut short. A deep, rumbling noise echoed from far away, grabbing his attention. Startled, Duncan turned toward the sound. In the next moment, a dazzling light burst through the fog that enveloped this mysterious space. It streaked across the obscured sky like a meteor, rapidly morphing into a blazing fireball within the misty expanse. As it roared past him, the fiery entity descended rapidly, its passage acting like a wind that swept away the surrounding fog. What was revealed in the blaze was nothing short of awe-inspiring, a massive figure propelled by flames. The entity appeared as though three spindle-shaped structures had been fused together, each ending in enormous thrusters that spewed streams of light. The surface of this massive object was in constant upheaval, with periodic explosions tearing its shell apart, ejecting plumes of smoke, and scattering flames in all directions. Debris rained down from the points of explosion, falling onto the fog-covered landscape below like temporary meteors, glowing brilliantly for a moment before extinguishing. Duncan couldn't make out the exact size of the ship without anything to compare it to, but its scale was undeniably massive. The silhouette, engulfed in fire and veiled by plumes of smoke, dwarfed any city-state Duncan had ever known. It could have been even larger than several city-states combined. He imagined it traveling across galaxies, streaking by countless stars before making its dramatic entrance into this foggy, illusory realm. Its descent culminated in a ground-quaking explosion that left Duncan utterly captivated. This gargantuan entity, which Duncan mentally named the Giant Arc, finally broke apart in an explosion so intense that it felt as if the very fabric of space-time could unravel. The arc split into three pieces, each turning into a fiery comet that streaked through the fog, leaving thick trails of smoke behind. The distance to where these fragments had fallen was insurmountably vast, well beyond any reasonable reach. Even if Duncan had the ability to teleport thousands of miles, he questioned whether he could reach the Ark's final resting place. After all, this misty environment seemed to be a mere echo of a long-lost moment in history. Just then, he felt a gentle warmth emanating from his palm. Looking down, he saw the brass key he had been holding. Its handle was etched with an infinity symbol, and it emitted a soft light that moved in intricate patterns, eventually forming the words New Hope. Abruptly, an otherworldly rumble echoed within his consciousness, causing the foggy illusion to dissolve into nothingness. As light and shadow blended and shifted, he found himself back in his own bedroom. Shaking off the disorienting experience, Duncan refocused his senses. The brass key was still in his hand, but its warm glow and dancing patterns had vanished, leaving behind only the memory of their fleeting existence. Still, every detail remained etched in his memory, especially the name New Hope. With a sense of urgency, Duncan stood up and reached for the notebook on his desk. He wrote down the words New Hope and detailed the extraordinary vision he had experienced. Only after capturing every nuance did he allow himself a sigh of relief and sit back down. In his world, memories and thoughts were usually resilient against corruption, but Duncan knew that caution was indispensable. For in dealing with enigmas such as these, even the smallest oversight could lead to unimagined consequences. After transcribing the bewildering events he had just lived through, Duncan sat back, lost in a sea of contemplation. The myriad questions plaguing his mind ranged from the essence of what he had actually witnessed to the tangled cause and effect relationships, the inexplicable connection between the strange data device and the brass key, and the ultimate location of the shattered Ark ship. However, one thing stood out as undeniable to him: what he had experienced was not merely a figment of his imagination or a mere illusion. At some point in the distant past, before the formation of city-states and the recorded annals of history as he knew them, a real event had taken place. A gargantuan spaceship, a titan of unknown origin and design, had made a calamitous descent onto this planet. The arc had ruptured in the process, disseminating its fragments far and wide across an unknown landscape. Inhaling gently, Duncan allowed himself a measured moment to absorb the gravity of his newfound insights. The realization that he might be dealing with an authentic episode from this world's history, obscure, forgotten, but undeniably real, sent a shiver down his spine. With deliberate motion, he slipped the brass key into his pocket for safekeeping, its form settling against the fabric as if it were a piece of an unfinished puzzle. Raising his eyes, he turned his gaze toward the window, where he saw Vision 001, a landmark or perhaps an artifact, now almost entirely swallowed by the sprawling expanse of the landscape beyond his room. Things just got interesting, Duncan muttered to himself, his voice tinged with a newfound sense of excitement and curiosity. What had initially seemed like isolated anomalies in his life, mystical keys, illusory realms, and cosmic arcships, were now beginning to coalesce into a larger, more intricate tapestry. Duncan sensed that he was on the cusp of unraveling something monumental, something that could potentially upend his understanding of reality itself. And in that moment, fueled by a blend of awe, trepidation, and an insatiable desire for answers, Duncan knew that he was irreversibly committed to following this mysterious path, wherever it may lead. Chapter 474, Morris's Knowledge Blind Spot. Morris was called to the captain's quarters as the evening sky began to darken. As he entered, he found Captain Duncan already waiting for him, standing beside a table overflowing with navigation charts. On the desk nearby, there was a disorganized heap of books. These were collected from various places like Plant and Frost, and some were even acquired during their interactions with the enigmatic Mist Fleet. Since it had been established that reading posed no harm even while at sea, the ship's library had grown considerably. This was probably due to the sailors' hunger for entertainment and the captain's endless curiosity. Morris's eyes roved over the books, taking in the wide array of subjects they covered. They ranged from stories of city-states, authoritative records of past events, to the more controversial and provocative works that explored outlandish theories about the end of the world. For Morris, a seasoned scholar, the assortment both intrigued and unnerved him. The sheer diversity of the collection hinted that Captain Duncan was on a quest for knowledge that wasn't easily categorized. The invitation to the captain's quarters now made sense. Duncan must have needed Morris's expertise on a particular topic. Feeling a sense of trepidation, Morris whispered a silent prayer to Lehem, the god of wisdom, seeking his divine guidance for clarity and understanding. Subconsciously, he also caressed the multicolored charm bracelet on his wrist, drawing comfort from it, before finally sitting down to face Duncan. "How may I assist you, Captain?" Morris inquired. Knowing Morris's wary look, Duncan said, "I've encountered some puzzles that I believe your vast knowledge might help solve." He laughed softly, trying to ease the tension. "Relax, it might be just a query about our past. Could it be merely a question of history? What could be so mysterious that even the master of the vanished ship hesitated to approach it directly?" Though Captain Duncan's words were meant to be reassuring, Morris couldn't help but feel the weight of the situation. To calm himself, he mentally recited Lehem's name multiple times, invoking the god's protective blessings. Taking a deep breath to center himself, he said, "All right, Captain, I'm all ears." Duncan hesitated for a moment, noticing Morris's heightened anxiety. He composed himself, then asked, "In all your studies, have you ever read about an event where a vast, man-made object plummeted from the sky, causing a massive fire and a blinding flash of light? Maybe this object broke apart upon impact, with its fragments spreading across various lands." Morris was taken aback by the question, clearly not expecting this line of inquiry. He met Duncan's piercing gaze, momentarily stunned. "Is that the extent of your question?" he managed to ask, his voice quivering slightly. "That sums it up," Duncan affirmed, though he was careful not to provide too much detail, wanting an unbiased answer from Morris. "Have you come across any historical accounts that match this description?" Still somewhat shocked by the unexpected query, Morris took a few moments to gather his thoughts. After a considerable pause, he responded, his voice filled with uncertainty, "To my knowledge, there's nothing in the records that fits that exact scenario." "Are you including both the acknowledged histories and those less accepted tales?" Duncan's question, while persistent, wasn't unexpected. Considering how stories get warped over time, it's entirely possible that this event has been embellished and turned into legend, or even incorporated into some blasphemous teachings, especially if it took place many eons ago. Taking a moment to consolidate his thoughts, Morris replied, I'm quite certain of what I know. That includes the sanctioned historical accounts, the untold tales whispered in hushed tones, and even those controversial theories that many would label as heresy. I've yet to encounter a tale resembling what you describe. Still, the world is vast and its tales, even vaster. There might be isolated folktales or hidden chronicles that slipped my notice. But, Morris hesitated before adding, if such an event has eluded my knowledge, uncovering more information might prove challenging. You might consider turning to the vast collection at the Great Library of the Academy of Truth or seeking out ancient tomes in Mock and Wind Harbor. After processing Morris's words, Duncan slowly nodded, in that case, I'd like you to reach out to your scholarly peers and delve deeper. And, if it comes to it, we can initiate a dialogue with the esteemed Academy of Truth. The gravity in Duncan's voice was palpable, causing Morris to acknowledge with an earnest nod. There was an air of urgency, suggesting that this was not just an academic curiosity. Although Morris had dedicated his life to studying history, his natural thirst for knowledge was still very much alive. He ventured, Captain, might I inquire about the root of this quest of yours? Taking a deep breath, Duncan finally divulged, in truth, I'm not entirely sure. I've been plagued by haunting visions. Their precise meaning eludes me, but I'm convinced they bear ties to both the current state of our world and tales long forgotten. Nodding with understanding, Morris responded, I'll leave no stone unturned in my investigation. Morris refrained from probing Duncan further about the visions. He understood the need for balance in curiosity, treading the line between being uninformed and dangerously obsessed. As Morris was about to leave, Duncan's voice, tinged with an air of mystery, interjected, while you search, keep the term New Hope at the forefront of your inquiries. Pondering on the words, Morris speculated, does that refer to a ship by any chance? Duncan paused, then nodded slowly, a complex emotion flitting across his face, indeed. A ship. But not just any ship. A ship from the vast expanse of the cosmos, one that met a tragic end due to a catastrophic engine failure. Far away, in the southern port of Frost, a secret underground facility buzzed with activity. Engineers, ageless and eternally dedicated, revived practices and knowledge from 50 years prior. Dusty blueprints were pulled out from long-forgotten storage, and engineers as ancient as the designs they held gathered amidst a chaotic array of machinery, tubing, and wires, exchanging technical jargon and ideas that would sound alien to an outsider. In the grand hall, Tyrion occupied a quiet corner, observing the flurry of activity as his team worked diligently. I would never have imagined these blueprints would come into play again in my existence, mused a skeletal undead engineer, half his body augmented by intricate steam-powered devices. He held up a blueprint with a combination of bone fingers and metallic digits. Observe these improved drainage systems and equilibrium mechanisms. The design of this submarine has evolved over time, but its foundational concept remains untouched. To descend, fill it with water, to ascend, release the water, all while maintaining balance with the ballasts positioned beneath the cabin. Tyrion looked over, an eyebrow raised slightly. While I share in your enthusiasm, he began with a tone of amusement, I'd like to remind you of your current condition. You're no longer among the living. A dry, raspy chuckle emerged from the undead engineer, revealing a mouth of mismatched, decaying teeth. It's much the same really. Being undead has its own perks. He lightly tapped the steam mechanism that powered his half-mechanical body, coaxing some stuck gears back to life. Looking towards the submarine, now surrounded by his fellow undead engineers, he let out a sigh of nostalgia. This really makes me wonder about its creators. The thought, care, and ingenuity poured into this machine is evident. It's a testament to their desire for it to serve a purpose. Tyrion, lost in thought, simply nodded. After a prolonged silence, he finally said, focus on your task. The submarine could be pivotal for us this time. We can't afford errors. Aye, Captain, replied the undead, moving away. As Tyrion watched him go, he took a deep, albeit unnecessary, sigh. Suddenly, a soft glow and a faint hum emanated from a crystal ball lens adjacent to him. Lucretia's voice playfully rang out, tough day at the office, dear brother? Governance isn't as simple as piracy, now is it? Turning to face the slowly illuminating crystal ball, which now projected Lucretia's image, Tyrion's face was stoic. I relocated this device from the ship so you could reach out during crises, not for casual banter. Lucretia's laughter filled the space. You're not the feared pirate anymore, dear brother. As a governor, one must strike a balance between gravitas and affability. Her playful demeanor shifted as she leaned in, her eyes searching. I'm genuinely curious. Is this truly the doing of our father? Heaving another sigh, Tyrion answered, what else could it be? Father's managed to make monumental changes here. The entirety of Frost is now under his sway. I find solace in believing he's regained his lost humanity. And while his plans have caught me off guard, they're not entirely unwelcome. Both Frost and the Mist Fleet are now in good hands. Lucretia's usually playful demeanor shifted as her teasing smile faded. With a thoughtful expression, she hesitated for a moment before voicing her concern. How is father these days? Is he truly well? Tyrion nodded, offering a reassuring glance. He's thriving. On the Vanished, he spends most of his time either indulging in fishing or tending to a dove. Meanwhile, his avatar in Frost enjoys a serene walk in the local park every morning. In the afternoons, he oversees the engineering projects here. If it would put your mind at ease, next time he's around, I could activate the crystal ball. Then, you could converse with him directly. No, no. That won't be necessary. Lucretia's response was swift and a tad louder than she intended. Collecting herself, she adopted her usual poised posture and added, I need to mentally prepare for such an interaction. Let's put that aside for now. There's a considerable amount on my plate here, after all. Curiosity piqued, Tyrion's eyebrow arched. What might you be so preoccupied with over there? He inquired, taking the opportunity to press on another matter of interest. On that note, how has your research been progressing? Any updates on that fragment that reportedly plummeted from the heavens? Lucretia hesitated, momentarily lost in thought. She had hoped to steer the conversation away from this topic, but now, faced with the question, she exhaled a heavy sigh of resignation. We haven't made any significant breakthroughs, she admitted, her tone tinged with frustration. Even Tyrion L., the esteemed scholar from Wind Harbor, is completely stumped. Chapter 475, Taking the First Steps of Exploration. Tyrion L., a highly respected elf and scholar in the fields of mathematics, mechanics, and natural history, had received 4 lifetime achievement awards from the Academy of Truth. He was renowned for his unyielding commitment to the pursuit of knowledge. Tyrion would often spend both day and night engrossed in research in his laboratory. This level of dedication worried Lucretia, who was deeply concerned that his extreme focus on his studies might one day cost him his life. However, in a public gathering of his scholarly peers, Tyrion L. found himself in the unusual position of acknowledging his inability to unravel the mysteries of an enigmatic object, a large, glowing geometric shape that had descended from the sky. Lucretia looked up and her eyes scanned the room, briefly resting on a crystal sphere on her desk before focusing on the otherworldly illumination pouring through the window. Even at this late hour, the sea outside her window appeared to be bathed in sunlight, creating a seamless bridge of light between the sky and the ocean. Lucretia sighed, shifting her attention back to her desk, where a peculiar, dust-covered sphere rested on a stand. The sphere had a rough, stone-like surface marked by strange, erratic designs. While not exactly aesthetically pleasing, the sphere exuded an irresistible aura of mystery. This mysterious object was actually a scaled-down model of an enormous stone sphere that was encased within the larger geometric light structure hovering above the sea. The model sphere was exactly 10 meters in diameter and was the only tangible result of extensive research conducted by numerous experts over an extended period of time. Speaking to her elder brother via the crystal sphere on her desk, Lucretia said, Master Tyrion L. has gone to Wind Harbor to rest and recuperate. His students practically had to force him to leave. If he doesn't take this time to recover, I'm afraid he might die prematurely. For an elf, dying at the age of 500 would be a true tragedy. She continued, when he left, he was clearly disheartened. The object from the sky still remains an enigma that we cannot solve. Both the radiant light surrounding it and the sphere at its core are baffling to all of us. We have managed to collect some samples from the stone sphere, but every analysis indicates that the material is nothing more than finely ground stone powder. Attempts to probe the interior of the sphere have been utterly fruitless. Neither conventional methods nor magical interventions have been successful. The object seems to be shielded by a thick, impenetrable shell that keeps its secrets well guarded. We've held off on conducting any destructive tests so far. She added, despite all the uncertainties and questions, there's one thing that we've all agreed upon: the geometric light structure most likely originates from the rune circle that surrounds Vision 001. This conclusion was made possible thanks to research conducted at the tower in Wind Harbor. There, scholars have identified missing portions along the periphery of Vision 001 and have confirmed that these gaps correspond exactly to our mysterious geometric light body. Burdened by a multitude of concerns, Lucretia rapidly unloaded a torrent of detailed information. Tyrion, ever the attentive listener, allowed her to complete her narrative without any interruptions. Only after she had finished speaking did he find the opportunity to respond. So, the object has been confirmed as a fragment from Vision 001. Lucy, you know Father had alerted the Church about the potential waning of the sun. Yes, I'm aware, Lucretia replied with a subtle nod. No one is taking Captain Duncan's warning lightly, but it has caused a ripple of widespread fear and apprehension, especially when it comes to discussions about the vanished. Tyrion gave a wistful smile. Having recently been in frequent contact with their father, Duncan Abnemar, and experiencing his novel approaches firsthand, he decided to tactfully change the subject. So, what's the next step? What are your plans concerning this sun situation? Lucretia shrugged dismissively. What could we possibly do? Launch this enormous stone sphere back into orbit? Try to reintegrate it into the sun's runic circle? It appears that only the lost civilization of the ancient kingdom of Crete knew the secret to anchoring the sun in the sky. Tyrion lapsed into thoughtful silence. After a brief pause, Lucretia abruptly shifted gears. Has Father been informed about my research here? I haven't said a word, Tyrion assured her, shaking his head. I wouldn't share it without your explicit permission. Why, are you thinking about seeking his help? Lucretia hesitated momentarily, showing a flicker of interest in the idea before dismissing it. Let me think about it some more. It's not certain that Father could even assist with these complexities. And to be honest, I'm somewhat intimidated by him. He's mellowed out considerably lately, Tyrion said with a chuckle. But if you're hesitant, I won't push the matter. Just remember, even if I keep mum, the news may still reach him. He's now entangled with the church and various city-states. If he takes an interest, I won't stand in his way. Waving her hand dismissively, Lucretia let out a sigh. Always candid with her family, the woman who outsiders called the sea witch relented. Fine, enough already. When are you sending me that spirit lens you mentioned? Tyrion hesitated. 2 seconds later, an exasperated cry erupted from the crystal ball. You forgot again. The next morning, Duncan noticed Tyrion's worn-out appearance as he visited the southern port. Tyrion, you look exhausted. Rubbing his forehead, Tyrion sighed. I've had a lot on my plate lately. It wasn't just an excuse. Tyrion was indeed overwhelmed. The responsibility of governing a city-state had proven to be far more taxing than commanding a naval fleet. And then there was the added weight of tolerating his sister Lucretia's incessant questioning and complaints for over 2 hours, which had also taken a significant toll on his energy and patience. Pivoting skillfully away from the slightly awkward subject of Lucretia's research, Tyrion regained his composure. The reason I asked to meet you so early today is to inform you that the submersible is ready for deployment. Duncan's eyebrows lifted in mild surprise. So soon? Yes, once we realized that the occupants wouldn't require oxygen, it streamlined a lot of the preparation work, Tyrion explained, nodding. Besides, this new submersible is based on designs that date back to the era of the former Queen. Although there have been many upgrades and enhancements, the core principles of its operation remain fundamentally the same. It's relatively straightforward to operate. After a momentary pause in which Duncan carefully studied his son, he seemed satisfied. Very well. Show it to me. Tyrion looked slightly surprised at the immediacy of Duncan's request. You want to inspect it right now? I had thought to run some more tests first. Today's meeting was primarily so you could get a first-hand look at the... Duncan interrupted him. You've already conducted preliminary tests, haven't you? Tyrion hesitated for a split second before admitting, yes, a few. I had 2 undead sailors take the vessel on a brief dive down to several dozen meters last night. The primary objective was to confirm the vessel's functional status and gain insights into its operational processes. Everything went smoothly. That will suffice, Duncan confirmed, swiveling on his heel and striding toward the warehouse that served as an entrance to the underground facility. Consider this my takeover of any subsequent testing. I'll be the one to lead the official underwater mission, after all. Caught somewhat off guard by his father's sense of urgency, Tyrion picked up his pace to keep up with Duncan's brisk walk. As they hurried toward the subterranean facility, he couldn't help but feel a measure of perplexity. Something was off about Duncan today. His father was displaying an uncharacteristic urgency, a preoccupation that made Tyrion uneasy. It was as if the man had stumbled upon a critical piece of information or unearthed a significant secret, driving him to push forward rapidly. This sense of urgency, it triggered in Tyrion a vague yet poignant sense of déjà vu. Duncan, his imposing figure sheathed in a black coat, moved ahead at a swift pace. Tyrion quickened his steps even more, striving to match his father's brisk tempo. As he observed his father's rapidly receding back, it finally clicked why this situation seemed so familiar. This was an emotional echo from years past, a feeling he had experienced when his father was on the verge of embarking on an extended maritime expedition. It was the kind of demeanor Duncan assumed when he had discovered clues leading to ancient ruins, or when a new, uncharted sea route appeared on their maps, or when they received unexpected reports of anomalies and mysteries from the fringes of the civilized world. This was Duncan in discovery mode, gearing up for a journey into the unknown. Memories that had lain dormant for years suddenly roared back to life, flooding Tyrion's mind. Flickering images from the past overlaid the present moment, like translucent layers of an old photograph. Caught in this reverie, Tyrion had slowed his pace. Duncan paused and turned, casting a puzzled glance back at his son. "Tyrion, is something the matter? Hurry up." Shaken out of his contemplative state, Tyrion quickened his steps. "Ah, of course, father," he hastily replied. Duncan gave a curt nod and resumed his stride, apparently dismissing Tyrion's momentary hesitation as insignificant. He seemed to be driven by a reinvigorated zeal for exploration, an insatiable hunger to unearth the world's mysteries that propelled him relentlessly forward. The source of this newfound urgency in Duncan was not lost on Tyrion. It likely originated from the insights his father had gathered the previous day. Duncan had been examining a brass key, an artifact that seemed to peel back a corner of the world's opaque tapestry. It had revealed the existence of a gigantic spaceship that had crashed onto their world in an era long forgotten, a marvel of ancient technology referred to as a blasphemous prototype. These revelations touched on enigmas so deep and complex that even noted scholars like Morris hadn't dared to venture into them. Indeed, the universe was a labyrinth of boundless mysteries. Each new piece of evidence or clue seemed to merely emphasize how convoluted and impenetrable these secrets were, akin to a web of veils, each layer hiding yet another layer beneath it. And so, any opportunity to advance even an inch closer to the underlying truths of their world was invaluable. For Duncan, who had the soul of an adventurer and an explorer, this was not merely an opportunity, it was a calling. A magnetic force pulling him toward the uncharted territories of knowledge and discovery was simply too powerful to resist. Chapter 476, Submersion. In the vast, icy realms of the southern reaches of frost, a brightly lit submersible control hall stood out like a guiding lighthouse. The combined illumination of gas and electric lights replicated daylight within its confines. This artificial sun cast lively, moving shadows throughout the vast room. Dominating the scene was a colossal, egg-shaped submersible suspended mid-air by an intricate web of steel cables. It sat poised at the precipice of a chute that led to the cold, uncharted sea below. Around this magnificent piece of machinery scurried undead engineers. With their odd and macabre figures, they moved quickly and efficiently, checking every detail and making last-minute tweaks, all in preparation for the vehicle's descent into the depths below. Duncan watched from a vantage point, comfortably seated beside the robust steel frame supporting the submersible. He observed with keen interest, soaking in every detail, patiently waiting for the signal indicating that Tyrion's team was ready. It was evident that despite the undead engineer's eerie, almost nightmarish look, there was a bubbling undercurrent of excitement and anticipation. Their every action conveyed a subtle touch of glee, even eagerness. Interrupting Duncan's observations was the approach of a broad-shouldered, bald man, visibly anxious. As he got closer, he crouched low in front of Duncan and nervously began, "Captain, it's an honor to see you here." Duncan's gaze shifted to the newcomer. Recognizing him from earlier briefings, he said, "You're Aiden, aren't you? A remnant from the time of the vanished fleet alongside Tyrion." A hint of a smile crossed Aiden's face. "Yes, that's me." "So, you remember?" Duncan replied, shaking his head slightly, "Not personally. My memory got scrambled during the subspace transit. But I've been briefed about you and the other first phase sailors from the Mist Fleet." Aiden, visibly more nervous now, said, "No need for explanations. Having you back is, well, it's a relief. The crew missed you. They're fearful too, right?" Duncan chuckled lightly, scanning the many faces in the hall. He noticed how many quickly looked away, avoiding his direct gaze. "It's a good thing I'm here in this proxy form. If it were the real me, I reckon the sailors would be too unnerved to even work. Aiden admitted, hesitantly playing with his shirt buttons, a lot of them are from the second phase of recruits. Your reputation precedes you, Captain. Their first interaction with you was the Frost battle 5 decades ago. Duncan completed the sentence, his voice softening. His contemplative silence was interrupted by Tyrion's announcement. The submersible is primed and ready, Father. Duncan's face broke into a genuine smile. Then it's time. He stood up, joining Tyrion as they walked to the docking platform. The magnificent submersible symbolized countless hours of effort, ingenuity, and dedication, silently beckoning them to embark on their forthcoming adventure. The open side hatch of the submersible was spherical and inviting. Beyond its formidable, waterproof barrier, the interior was bathed in the sharp glow of bright lights, revealing the vessel's intricate design. Contrary to its vast external structure, the space inside seemed a bit tight. Given the dense tangle of pipes, valves, and a myriad of control panels, it looked like it could comfortably hold just 3 or 4 people. Duncan peered into the vessel's cozy interior, preparing to step inside. But suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks. Something caught his attention, prompting him to sharply turn his gaze in a specific direction. Without warning, a swirling tornado of grey mists rushed into the hall, growing more ferocious as it approached the platform where the submersible was anchored. As the whirlwind reached its climax, it magically transformed into a familiar figure now standing face to face with Duncan and Tyrion. From the remnants of the grey gust appeared Agatha. She looked much as she always did, the sightless nun adorned in a dark, flowing dress, her hair falling in thick waves over her shoulders. I wish to join you on this journey, she stated, wasting no time in conveying her desire upon her dramatic entrance. Duncan raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback. You wish to explore the depths with us? May I ask why? Agatha responded with determination, I must see for myself what mysteries lie hidden below Frost. As the gatekeeper of this city, I cannot just stay secluded within the cathedral's walls, simply waiting to hear about your discoveries. Moreover, she hesitated, and for a brief moment, everything went silent. Slowly, she tilted her head upwards, her eyes concealed behind a black veil, making direct eye contact with Duncan. This city belongs to the Frostfiends. It's a matter of our heritage. At least one Frostfien should represent us on a vessel that we have so painstakingly crafted. Think of my presence as a representation for Governor Winston and all those governors of Frost before him. I want to be there to witness the secrets below. Pondering for a second, Duncan replied, it seems you've given this a lot of thought and are aware of the inherent risks. If you're certain, I won't stop you. Before he could consult Tyrion for his thoughts, Tyrion quickly interjected, given the submersible's capacity to accommodate up to 4 people, having 2 shouldn't be a problem, however. Gently interrupting Tyrion, Agatha mentioned, don't worry, I don't need to breathe. Pausing briefly, Tyrion took a step back and nodded in agreement, then we shouldn't face any challenges. With a light-hearted chuckle, Duncan walked toward the submersible's entrance, extending a hand to Agatha, signaling her to follow. All right then, let's embark. As they boarded the submersible, the circular hatch closed with a resounding thud. 2 robust undead sailors promptly approached the platform, expertly locking the exterior mechanism. Now, the submersible's interior was a world unto its own, cocooned from the outer environment by thick steel walls. Within this intimate setting, the gentle hum of the machinery and the sporadic gurgling sounds of the pipework formed a serene ambience. The crew cabin, surprisingly, lacked traditional seating. Instead, Duncan and Agatha found themselves standing in front of an expansive control panel. Their hands instinctively reached out, gripping the cold, metallic tubes that acted as safety railings on both sides. Just to their side, a heavy-duty glass porthole offered a window to the outside. Through it, they watched the skeletal, undead sailors efficiently work on the platform, detaching the thick steel cables that kept the submersible in place and releasing the chunky safety locks embedded in the steel frame. Suddenly, the crisp and clear voice of Tyrion resonated from a sleek communication device tucked away at a corner of the panel. Father, Miss Agatha, are you able to hear me? Stepping closer to the device, Duncan answered, loud and clear, Tyrion. Very well. I won't bore you with the nitty-gritty of operating the submersible, it's been designed for simplicity and should be intuitive. Instead, let's discuss what will transpire once you submerge. The craft runs primarily on a compact steam core combined with an auxiliary generator. This should ideally power any extensive underwater exploration. Should there be an issue with the core or generator, there's a set of backup batteries housed in the vessel's undercarriage, giving you approximately 2 hours of continued operation. Furthermore, the submersible is equipped with 3 high-powered external spotlights. Be advised, their illumination will wane as you reach greater depths, so navigate with care. Given the significant water resistance at the ocean bed, the propulsion system operates at a conservative speed. Keep this in mind while traversing the deep. As for communication, the device's signal range is capped at 300 meters. Beyond this point, conventional communication will be disrupted. That being said, neither your mystical powers nor Miss Agatha's psychic abilities should be hindered. And while I may seem overly cautious, it's vital to remember the unpredictable dangers of the deep sea. If you sense anything unusual or threatening, ascend without delay. For emergencies, there's a lever on the top left of the panel. Yanking it will shed the submersible's bottom weight and deploy buoyant aids to either side of the hull. If the situation becomes dire, don't hesitate to leave the submersible behind. You can utilize your power to teleport yourself and Miss Agatha to safety. We can always build another machine. Duncan, attentive as ever, soaked in every word Tyrion conveyed. Frankly, to him, Tyrion, once renowned as the great pirate of the cold sea, seemed a tad long-winded. Much of what he said seemed obvious or redundant. Nevertheless, out of respect, Duncan heard him out patiently. Only once Tyrion had wrapped up did he reply, tone solemn, acknowledged. Let's begin. Positioned at the end of the hall, beyond the submersible's confines, Tyrion stood behind a command console. Taking a moment, he inhaled deeply and signaled his team with a determined nod. Activate the sea gate. Start the tunnel flooding process. Detach the submersible's main power cord and stand by for hook disengagement. The submersible's robust steel structure resonated with a deep, thunderous vibration, producing a muted, reverberating hum inside its spherical chamber. A slight trembling emanated from the vessel's foundation, soon followed by the grinding sound of metal against metal. When the sea valve was activated, torrents of seawater gushed into the launch tunnel below the structure, quickly reaching the required depth. The remaining duo of heavy-duty cables, which had steadfastly gripped the submersible, started to creak under the tension and slowly relaxed their grip. Duncan and Agatha first felt a sudden lurch, and then the sensation of dropping. For a brief moment, gravity seemed to lose its grip on them. Swiftly, the submersible was enveloped by the cold embrace of the water, sliding down the inclined channel. Aided by a series of guiding grooves, the vessel was directed towards an underwater gateway that marked the boundary of the southern harbor. Through the reinforced porthole, the water outside shifted from crystal clear to a somber abyss. Sporadic streaks of light flickered in the engulfing darkness, their presence growing more pronounced as the submersible's internal vibrations reached a crescendo. And then, as swiftly as it had begun, a serene calm took hold. Stretching out infinitely in front of them was an expansive canvas of blue, which deepened in hue the further they ventured. Rays of sunlight pierced through the waters above, creating a dance of luminous beams and contrasting shadows outside their viewing pane. Streams of bubbles floated upwards from the submersible's exterior, shimmering like enigmatic sea sprites adorned in iridescent colors. Agatha seemed to be entirely entranced by this surreal panorama. Letting go of her grip on the control panel, she gravitated towards the window, gripping the safety railing. As she drew closer, her veiled eyes seemed drawn, almost magnetically, to the marine depths transitioning into a shadowy void. "What visions fill your sight?" Duncan asked, his voice light as he familiarized himself with the assortment of controls before him. "Radiance, muted yet omnipresent," Agatha whispered, seemingly lost in her own thoughts or perhaps entranced by the captivating view. "The world outside has been shrouded in twilight, hasn't it? There's a lingering touch of daylight, but the abyssal depths will soon be bathed in absolute darkness," Duncan affirmed, making subtle course corrections on the control panel. "And now? What meets your gaze?" "A breathtaking tapestry of luminosity, delicate yet spanning my entire field of vision," Agatha articulated, her voice filled with awe. "What might that be?" "That," Duncan intoned, directing his gaze through the porthole, "is frost. Bathed in the remnants of sunlight and accentuated by the submersible's powerful lights, a monumental, jagged underwater cliff stood sentinel. This is the very bedrock upon which our city-state is built." Chapter 477, A Voyage Beneath the Waves. Guided by Duncan's seasoned but slightly rusty expertise, the submarine began to make subtle adjustments to its trajectory. Beneath the aquatic territory of the Frost City-State, a massive underwater cliff subtly shifted position. The only visible clues to its movement were given away by the murky ocean water, viewable through the porthole of the submarine. Gone was the sunlight that had once penetrated the ocean surface. What remained were beams of light emitted by 3 powerful searchlights mounted on the submarine's bow. These lights cast expansive, glowing patches on the craggy underwater cliff. Beyond the limits of these bright spots, a shroud of total darkness reigned supreme. Inside the submarine's cabin, the monotonous hum of machinery filled the air, punctuated only by the occasional hissing sound from the automated valves that adjusted the vessel's internal pressure. These unvarying, sterile sounds seemed to magnify the solitude felt by the occupants, adding to the sense of isolation. This particular brand of loneliness was the kind that surfaced when one stepped away from the comfort of the crowd or ventured beyond the boundaries of established society. It was the unsettling feeling experienced when descending into the boundless depths wrapped in the cloak of the seemingly endless ocean. Agatha stood quietly in front of the porthole, her eyes fixated on a point outside the submarine. She appeared to be lost in thought, her gaze locked in for what felt like an eternity. Finally, she broke the silence. The light is dimming, but I can still make out the base of the city-state. It gives off a faint glimmer, serving as a lone guiding light for me in this overwhelming darkness. For Agatha, the world appeared distinctively different than it did to most people. Do you know what I'm thinking? Duncan's voice suddenly broke the silence, coming from behind her. What are you pondering? She asked. Duncan began to speak in soft tones, his words blending seamlessly with the machine-generated sounds surrounding them. I believe this is how we perceive the world. Imagine the world as an immense ocean. If we consider civilization as a single entity, then we find ourselves submerged in an endless, mysterious abyss that veils the world from our full understanding. Every so often, we manage to catch fleeting glimpses of different landscapes as they emerge from the dark, while we ourselves stay anchored in the relative safety of civilization's light. We try to piece together the shape of the world from these transitory snapshots, yet we rarely get a chance to fully understand the complete truth that lies behind these brief illuminations. Assuming this analogy holds, then a lone fallen leaf could obstruct our view of an entire forest. A solitary rock might hide a majestic mountain. A quick flash of a vine illuminated momentarily could actually be a part of some mythical creature lurking in the shadows. Beyond the weak boundary of light lies an entire realm of unknowns, and within that lit space, we discern only fragments of truth, which are constrained by the limitations of our perspectives and temporal circumstances. During these perilous underwater journeys, different people react in varied ways to the obscured reality that exists beyond the visible spectrum of light. Some accidentally catch a glimpse of this enigmatic world, and the revelation drives them to the brink of insanity. Others strive to extend the reach of illumination, exploring the unknown and thereby earning the title of pioneers. However, the line separating these explorers from the madmen is often indistinct and ever-changing. Yet, the majority of people prefer the safety of what we could call the ark of civilization, content with a limited but adequate light source, their attention narrow and focused on immediate concerns. We refer to these individuals as mundane. In a world that behaves according to their expectations, they find a comforting sense of stability and security. Hesitant to look beyond the confines of their safe haven, these individuals often deemed the most ordinary, vulnerable, and powerless actually constitute the majority. They are the cogs in the machine that ensure the smooth operation of this ark, even offering support to the pioneers and rebels among us. As Duncan's words lingered in the air, the sound of seawater rushing into the submarine's ballast tanks reverberated from below, punctuating his statement. Simultaneously, the submarine adjusted its angle slightly, accelerating its descent into the ocean's depths. Outside the forward window, the jagged cliff face, now washed in the brilliant glow of the searchlights, began to recede upward, replaced by the abyss. At any moment, the visible landscape could vanish into unfathomable darkness, or perhaps, it wouldn't. Motivated by this contemplation, Duncan scanned their immediate environment. Although the cabin remained well lit thanks to the overhead lighting fixtures, the familiarity of this enclosed space felt reassuring, especially after staring into the external darkness for an extended period. However, occasional creaking sounds from the submarine's hull served as a disquieting reminder. Their secure, illuminated cocoon was separated from billions of tons of crushing seawater by merely a thin layer of steel. This steel shell, a marvel of engineering, was crafted painstakingly by countless mundane individuals, craftsmen who may never venture beyond the walls of their city-state, yet had set this modest submarine on its exploratory mission into the great unknown with their skills and wisdom. After a significant pause, Agatha finally spoke softly. To be honest, I sometimes feel both fortunate and overwhelmed by my ability to see just a little more than most people can. Like you said, we're all navigating through an endless abyss, and my sight extends just a tad farther where normal light fails to reach. But often, that feels overwhelmingly insignificant compared to the sheer scale of the unknown that surrounds us. Duncan responded softly, indeed, when pitted against the immensity of this boundless ocean, a slightly extended field of vision may seem trivial. However, for those of us committed to navigating this vast darkness, the ability to see even 1 meter farther can be of extraordinary significance. With a casual flick of a switch, Duncan turned off the main cabin lights, leaving only the essential controls illuminated. The interior of the submarine dimmed instantly, but this reduction of internal light made the beams from the high-powered searchlight outside the porthole appear all the more vivid. The complex textures and features of the underwater cliff, now spotlighted even more intensely, came into sharper focus, enriching their understanding of the world that lay beyond the confines of their steel sanctuary. You speak of a world that's hovering on the brink of despair, yet there's a note of hope in your voice, Agatha observed, her eyes narrowing slightly as if grappling with a paradox. It's an intriguing comparison that confounds me. Duncan paused before responding, his demeanor relaxed yet thoughtful. I describe a world tinged with despair because that's the unvarnished truth of our existence. Yet, I remain hopeful because that's intrinsic to my being. While we may not have the power to transform the world, we do have the ability to master our own attitude towards it. Agatha looked at him, her facial expression softening into a warm, subtle smile. I didn't expect such philosophical depth and emotional sensitivity from you, she admitted. Sometimes, I forget you were once hailed as the world's most renowned explorer. Duncan simply chuckled at her comment, his gaze drifting back to the porthole window. The underwater cliff illuminated by the submarine's powerful searchlight gradually emerged from the darkness. It had a texture resembling stone, punctuated by patches of growth that appeared to be sea flora, perhaps coral or some parasitic form of underwater plant life. But what struck him was the uniformity of the base of the cliff, a feature that seemed too regular to be a mere product of nature. With a deft hand on the controls, Duncan piloted the submarine closer to the anomaly, stopping when they were just a stone's throw away from the mysterious formation. Then, with a slightly awkward fumble, he located a particular lever on the control console and activated the mechanical arm affixed to the submarine's front. Under the spotlight, the mechanical appendage unfolded slowly, its pointed end making contact with the cliff. A gentle scraping motion followed, and fragments of the formation began to drift in the water. Amidst this floating debris, however, Duncan noticed a more solid, perhaps even artificial, structure hidden within. Breaking the lingering silence, Duncan suddenly posed a question. You know, it's been bothering me for quite some time. Throughout history, numerous deep excavation projects have been undertaken across various city-states for mining, for constructing subterranean facilities, or simply for the sake of scientific inquiry. Has no one ever punctured this base layer? Agatha was momentarily taken aback by the abrupt query. After collecting her thoughts, she shook her head and began, as far as my knowledge extends, there hasn't been a single instance of breaking through this base layer. The world beneath our feet is a perilous place, dark, unpredictable, and rife with anomalies. Despite the safeguards of advanced technology like steam-driven machinery and flame barriers, workers in these deep excavation sites face psychological trauma and inexplicable accidents on an annual basis. The notion of drilling through an entire city-state seems not just reckless but foolhardy. She took another moment to gather her thoughts before adding, and for those audacious enough to defy the odds and drill deeper, it seems they've always met with failure. The Academy of Truth, known for its relentless pursuit of knowledge, once spearheaded such an endeavor. However, they discovered that after reaching a certain depth, progress becomes agonizingly slow, until even the most advanced, hardened drill bits eventually shatter, unable to penetrate any further. As she concluded, both of them pondered the implications, staring at the enigmatic formation before them as if it held the answers to the questions that hung heavily in the cabin's confined space. The resistance increases as you go deeper. Duncan pondered aloud, his eyes fixed on the mechanical arm visible through the porthole. It had succeeded in dislodging some of the exterior material, revealing a denser, darker substrate below. The dislodged fragments floated away in the water, exposing a structure that was more solid and enigmatic than initially perceived. The composition of this newly revealed layer was ambiguous. Was it rock, metal, or something else entirely? Intriguingly, the surface exhibited a pattern of regular grooves that reminded him of the texture found on certain marine creatures' skin or perhaps even armor. Eager to examine the mysterious substance further, Duncan manipulated the submarine's mechanical arm in an attempt to obtain a sample. Despite multiple tries, he met with no success. It was as if the material defied extraction. The mechanical arm, although designed for strength and versatility, was unable to make even a scratch on the unexpectedly resilient surface. Was this some sort of base shell or an armor that guarded whatever lay beneath? Various theories began swirling in Duncan's head, some even involving audacious exploration plans. However, he eventually reined in his curiosity, remembering the primary objective of this expedition, investigating the massive unknown entity lying underneath the Frost City-state. With no certainty of when or if he would get another chance at such a deep-sea expedition, it seemed imprudent to squander precious time on a speculative detour. A distinct sound from the submarine's ballast tanks filled the cabin as the vessel continued its descent. Time became indistinct as they moved farther away from the city-state's base and its enveloping cliff. Quite suddenly, the area illuminated by the submarine's powerful searchlight came to an abrupt end. The beam that once revealed the mysterious cliff was now swallowed by an encompassing darkness, leaving only an infinite expanse of ocean stretching out before them. Even the most potent searchlight couldn't find anything else to reveal in this enormous void. The only thing Duncan could see was a faint beam extending outward from the submarine's window, disconnected from any point of reference, either within or beyond its luminescent reach. The feeling of descending into this massive, unyielding darkness was exponentially more unsettling than any deep mine void Duncan had previously encountered. It was a different magnitude of isolation and incomprehensibility. Agatha, sharing in the unnerving sensation, clutched the handrail in front of her, her knuckles whitening with a hint of tension. Whatever illumination had lingered within her field of vision had been consumed, leaving both explorers adrift in an all-encompassing sea of darkness, confronted by the very mysteries they had set out to understand. Chapter 478, Overlooking the Abyss. The submarine ventured beyond the defined edges of the city-state, leaving behind the rugged cliffs that marked its boundaries. Now, it found itself in the vast expanse of an underwater abyss. The sub's powerful searchlight tirelessly tried to illuminate the pitch-black waters, but found nothing of interest within its scope. Every so often, a fleeting flash of light would catch within the searchlight's path, reflecting the sparkle of a bubble or some floating debris from above. These small flashes added an otherworldly glow to the overwhelming darkness that surrounded them. Skillfully, Duncan maneuvered a control lever, initiating the gentle sound of water filling the ballast tanks. He expertly controlled the submarine's angle of descent, tilting it slightly to provide a better upward view. As he moved deeper, he was urged to look back and observe the city-state's foundational outlines. Suddenly, the searchlight revealed a massive shape lurking below. There was a palpable sense of unease as what seemed like a rock layer became clear in the illumination. Even without any supernatural elements, the sight was so overwhelming that it might unsettle an average observer, possibly even evoking profound fear. Within the submarine's porthole, the enormous base of a structure named Frost came into view. It loomed large, appearing upside down as if it was a floating world above. Shadowed against this vast backdrop were countless bizarre formations, looking like densely packed tower-like forests or gigantic stalagmites. A thick substance connected these stalagmites, weaving in and out between these various tall structures. But despite the intimidating surroundings, Duncan felt an insatiable urge to explore. He skillfully piloted the submarine closer to this strange underwater forest. In a parallel moment, Duncan found himself back in the captain's quarters aboard the Vanished, dramatically opening the door of the Lost. Around this time, Zhou Ming returned to his home and, as expected, found a glowing keepsake newly appeared on his table, a meticulously designed model of Frost. He was captivated by the artifact and picked it up, closely inspecting the replica of the city-state from every angle. The strange outgrowths on it resembled chaotic, malformed tentacles or, more audaciously, odd-looking limbs. Thanks to Zhou Ming's previous explorations, he had a comprehensive understanding of the city-state's foundational architecture, much more than what he had perceived through his flame-induced visions. With a sense of familiarity, he closed his eyes, absorbing the wealth of insights from this alternate dimension. He could vividly feel the vibrations of the submarine and visualize the grand landscapes gliding past the transparent porthole. The humble vessel was now navigating between two massive stalagmites that were believed to be hundreds of meters tall. The searchlight's beam was Duncan's guide, allowing him to traverse this perilous pathway safely. Interestingly, no such spectacle had been recorded in the data from the Abyss project. Neither Tyrion nor the records in City Hall had mentioned a submarine journeying through this dangling forest at the foundation of the city-state. The pioneers who first ventured into these depths might have focused exclusively on exploring the deep sea, bypassing other potential avenues of investigation. Another possibility is that the looming, shadowy giants lurking in the waters seemed too intimidating, causing the initial submarines to avoid such daring explorations. Or, perhaps someone had indeed ventured into this unknown territory, but whatever they discovered remained concealed, never making its way to the surface. As these thoughts crossed Duncan's mind, the beam from the searchlight cut through another dark expanse, revealing an image that made its way into his line of sight. Reacting immediately, Duncan pulled a lever on the control panel. The rapid reversal of propulsion created such a forceful jerk that the submarine emitted a sharp, metallic groan. The sturdy steel vessel trembled amidst the vast depths, the sound of its strained machinery creating a cacophony in the watery abyss. Yet, after all the tumult, the submarine came to a sudden stop, just inches away from crashing into a nearby stalagmite. A concerned voice pierced the silence. "What just happened?" Agatha questioned, her voice tinged with anxiety. She quickly turned her gaze to the porthole, only to see countless glowing particles drifting lazily around, overshadowed by a much more prominent light. Its intricate details remained hidden, its origin uncertain. Duncan remained silent, his attention captivated by the astonishing sight beyond the porthole. Emerging from the darkness was an immense, pale-colored eye. A solitary eye, stark against the dark, tentacle-like extensions. It was of such an enormous scale that their submarine seemed like a mere grain of sand next to it. This colossal eye showed no signs of life, giving the impression that it had been lifeless for centuries or perhaps millennia. Its pale and hollow appearance suggested that it once gazed serenely at the endless ocean floor, even in its final moments. Now, the submarine hovered right in front of its dormant lens under the silent scrutiny of this bygone behemoth. "That," Duncan whispered, breaking the silence, "is an eye." The residual light from the searchlight illuminated the surrounding area, highlighting the suspended black stalagmites within the water. With this clearer view, Duncan could confidently deduce these weren't mere rock formations but organic appendages. They resembled tentacles, though decayed and lifeless, hanging beneath the ocean like dried vines in a subterranean cavern. Agatha's hand clenched the handrail even tighter. Even without a heartbeat, she felt a surge of emotion threatening to erupt from within. Grappling with the enormity of the revelation, she stammered, "Are you saying the foundation of the city-state rests atop a colossal creature?" Duncan replied measuredly. He too was taken aback by this discovery but tried to remain calm and organize his thoughts. "Or, at least, remnants of such a creature are still evident here." Agatha took a moment to process, her mind a whirlwind of emotions. When she finally broke her silence, her voice wavered with disbelief. "Could it possibly be alive?" She spoke in hushed tones as if fearing that even the slightest whisper could awaken the colossal behemoth beneath them. "In all likelihood, it's long been dead," Duncan said, already cautiously maneuvering the submarine further away from the gargantuan, lifeless eye. Even with his conviction about the creature's demise, the unnerving possibility that it might react remained at the back of his mind. Yet, its preservation doesn't align with what we know of biology. This looks less like a natural corpse and more like a grotesque relic, or a city constructed upon such a relic. Agatha's mind raced. She was torn between marveling at Captain Duncan's analytical composure amidst such staggering revelations and pondering the implausibility of a creature so massive and durable that it defied biological norms. The weight of the realization that their beloved city-state rested atop a mysterious Goliath left her grappling with a profound sense of astonishment. Snapping out of her reverie, Agatha turned her gaze to Duncan, uncertainty clouding her eyes. Could Frost be the only city built this way? Despite her internal turmoil, Agatha's innate curiosity pushed her to seek answers. Though she wasn't entirely sure what she wanted to hear, her need to understand propelled her to voice her questions. Duncan looked thoughtful for a moment before replying, "It's possible other city-states share a similar foundation. I recall structures beneath plan that didn't possess an eye but rather had a collection of misshapen growths in its place." Agatha, taken aback, responded, "You've been underplanned as well." Duncan shook his head. "Not physically. This journey marks my first tangible exploration into the deep sea. However, I've garnered insights about what may lie beneath city-states through other means." As he spoke, his attention was once again captured by the eerie, inverted forest that seemed to float in the obsidian depths outside the porthole. But deducing from a distance had its limitations. If not for this direct exploration, Duncan might have never fully grasped the haunting and ineffable reality concealed beneath the city's surface. The enormous, pallid eye began to recede from their view as the searchlight's beam methodically illuminated the surrounding, sinuous tentacles. But even as the eye was engulfed by the surrounding darkness, an eerie feeling clung to them. It felt as though invisible tendrils were ensnaring the submarine, squeezing it from every angle, to the point where even the rhythmic humming of the steam core seemed stifled and hesitant. Of course, these sensations were just products of their heightened emotions and vivid imaginations. In reality, the submarine maintained its smooth departure from the daunting forest and the ever-watchful eye, with no real impediments in its path. Breaking the tense silence, Duncan spoke up, addressing Agatha, "This revelation about the foundation of our city-state is just the tip of the iceberg. We're plunging into a realm of mysteries, where every shadow could hide an unexpected truth. The question is, are you prepared to continue this journey into the unknown?" Agatha's eyes settled on the encroaching abyss outside the porthole. After a brief moment of contemplation, she looked back at Duncan with a determined expression. Without a doubt, she affirmed with the steely confidence of someone sworn to protect their home, "Let's delve deeper into these mysteries." Chapter 479, Human. The submersible moved with a gentle, humming sound that vibrated throughout its frame, punctuated by occasional low rumbles emanating from the ballast tank as the vessel made its slow descent. Above, the world they had left was one of decay and desolation, but below lay an enigmatic and dark abyss that seemed almost otherworldly. As they delved deeper into this uncharted oceanic chasm, Agatha felt an overwhelming, eerie sense of dread gnaw at her from within. The foreboding was so palpable, it seemed as though the depths were swallowing not just the submersible, but also her courage and composure. Periodic flashes of light, originating from either reflective gas bubbles or the soft glow of underwater plankton, intermittently broke the surrounding darkness. For Duncan, who was at the controls, these luminescent flickers were the sole reminders of his earthly existence. They acted like beacons, reassuring him that he was indeed piloting a submersible through the ocean rather than drifting, lost and directionless, through the boundless emptiness of outer space. Yet, Duncan couldn't shake an unsettling thought. When considering the very essence of terror and the unknown, was there truly any difference between the cold vacuum of space and this pitch-black oceanic trench filled with billions of tons of seawater? The propulsion system was fueled by a steam core that emitted a deep, rhythmic hum, while sporadic hissing sounds came from the pressure gauges on the control panel. These gauges signaled the vessel's current operational state, and they reminded Duncan to proceed cautiously. To mitigate the risk of catastrophic damage caused by sudden pressure changes, he slowed their rate of descent. Casting a sidelong glance at Agatha, he noticed her solemn face. "Agatha," Duncan ventured, "what's on your mind?" Agatha hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I keep wondering, did the original explorers of this project see the same horrors we're encountering now? I mean, the grotesque creatures, the unidentifiable remains, the unfathomable and terrifying appendages, even the detached eyeball we saw sinking further into the abyss. Before it all went horribly wrong, didn't anyone ever look up, driven by curiosity or perhaps sheer recklessness?" Duncan paused, his thoughts tumbling over each other as he recalled what he'd learned about the Abyss project from his conversations with Tyrion. Had anyone ever truly understood the horrific truths lurking beneath the city-state, or were these secrets deliberately kept hidden, much like the dark history of the metal ore mine? "Maybe some did glance back at the Abyss," Duncan finally replied after a moment of silence, "but whatever they found, it was probably never documented or shared. As the gatekeeper of the city-state, you know better than anyone the dangerous implications of such knowledge." Agatha's voice softened as she continued, "Many would lose their sanity. The sheer terror of knowing could cause mass nightmares and widespread panic, even without the influence of the Abyss's mysterious powers. Those nightmares could spill over into the reality beneath the city-state, triggering events beyond our understanding. In the worst-case scenario, it might awaken whatever it is." Duncan nodded gravely. "We live in a world built on the grotesque and incomprehensible remnants of an ancient, unknown entity. For most, a veil of ignorance keeps them blissfully unaware of a truth so disturbing it could shatter their minds. Generally, as long as these truths remain hidden, they pose no threat. The real problem arises when there are exceptional cases, people who uncover these truths." After a pause, Agatha asked, "So, what's our next step? Will you share what we've discovered down here?" Duncan looked at her, his eyes heavy with the weight of their mission and the dreadful choices that lay ahead. "Currently, I have no plans to divulge what we've discovered down here to anyone who isn't emotionally or psychologically prepared for the ramifications. The last thing I want is to disrupt the peace and stability that most people rely on in their day-to-day lives," Duncan began, his voice tinged with a gravity that mirrored the weight of their discovery. "However, there's a principle you must be well aware of: knowledge of existence binds it to the fate of the world. The more we know about something, the more entangled it becomes with the fabric of our reality." Agatha's eyes widened as she recognized the reference. "The second law of anomalies and visions," she confirmed. "Once you know something, you can't unknow it. Our exposure to the truth beneath the city-state has woven us into a complicated tapestry of fate and circumstance. At some point, we'll have to confront what that means. Duncan nodded in a subdued manner, letting her words hang in the air. Both understood the magnitude of their situation, but before they could delve further into the philosophical implications, a sudden, eerie thud reverberated throughout the submersible's frame. The sound was startlingly organic, as though something or someone was knocking against the exterior shell of their vessel. Agatha's head snapped up, her eyes wide. "Did you hear that?" It sounded like something was knocking on the outside of the submersible. Duncan was momentarily rattled but quickly regained his composure. Scanning the control panel, he assessed the pressure gauges and structural integrity indicators. "It's probably just the water pressure. With billions of tons of seawater pressing down on us, minor shifts and distortions in the submersible's hull are to be expected. It's within the acceptable range of operation, so there's no immediate cause for concern." Although Agatha seemed partially reassured by Duncan's explanation, a lingering sense of unease remained etched on her face. Despite her formidable training and role as a guardian, she felt an unfamiliar vulnerability. Away from the safeguards and constructs of human civilization, far from the reach of divine blessings or supernatural powers, they were both dwarfed by the relentless forces of nature. Their very survival rested on a fragile equilibrium, held together by the steel walls of their submersible, a tiny speck of engineering caught in an immense oceanic expanse. Agatha was no stranger to confrontations with otherworldly entities or nightmarish visions, but this was different. The fear she felt now was more primal, rooted in the relentless, unforgiving laws of physics. It was a humbling reminder that their submersible, for all its advanced engineering, was still susceptible to the extraordinary pressures exerted by billions of tons of seawater. A miscalculation or structural failure would mean instant death. Attempting to dispel the growing tension, or perhaps just seeking to fill the stifling silence that contrasted so sharply with the unsettling sounds from outside, Agatha looked over at Duncan, who was skillfully navigating through the controls. "You seem to have a knack for machinery. I would have thought Governor Tyrion would have sent a specialized engineer for such a critical mission, yet you seem to be handling yourself remarkably well." Duncan gave her a half-smile, his eyes still on the control panel. "Skilled? I wouldn't say so. In fact, I've never driven anything more complicated than a car, and even that, I only learned to do today." Agatha looked at him in disbelief, struggling to reconcile this admission with the man who was currently piloting a high-tech submersible through one of the most hostile environments in the world or beneath it. "What? But here's the catch," Duncan continued, looking remarkably unperturbed. "Even Tyrion's most qualified engineers, well versed as they are in studying blueprints and schematics, couldn't actually operate this machine. No one has ever driven this thing. It's a product of Frost's rulership, and its technology is a far cry from the submersibles built 50 years ago. Those who had the expertise to understand its unique workings have long since disappeared. So, we're navigating uncharted waters in every sense." Agatha was momentarily stunned, her mouth slightly open as she processed his revelation. Duncan chuckled at her reaction and added, "However, I have two aces up my sleeve. First, I'm not particularly concerned with the traditional idea of safety. In the worst-case scenario, I have ways to get out unscathed. And secondly..." Here, he paused and looked down at the joystick he was maneuvering and the control panel covered in dials, buttons, and levers. Emerald-hued, ethereal flames flickered subtly amidst the machinery, illuminating the sacred mixture of steam and oil that lubricated the complex internal mechanisms. This tiny fire danced in response to Duncan's commands, glowing intermittently, acting almost like the machine's own heartbeat. "It's not quite as responsive as my own ship, the Vanished," Duncan continued, "and the sensory feedback from this soulless mechanical beast is limited, but it suffices. Machines tend to listen to me." In that moment, Agatha sensed the ethereal flames for what they were: a form of spirit fire, a connective force that coursed through the steel and oil, the steam and the gears. It was as though the machine had become an extension of Duncan, pulsating in harmony with his will. This tiny stream of spirit fire lent her a strange sense of security, even in the crushing depths of the dark, cold ocean. She nodded subtly, as if giving a silent salute to Duncan's mastery over the vessel. Oblivious to her silent acknowledgement, Duncan returned his focus to the control panel. Despite the enhanced connectivity provided by his spirit flame, he still had to manually guide the machine. It was a way of life he was familiar with, operating on the principle of, "I don't know how this works, but I'll figure it out." It was how he had started piloting the Vanished, after all. Before either could contemplate further, another thud broke their concentration. This one was different, a sharper, more distinct sound that suggested something had made deliberate contact with the exterior of the submersible, differing from the previous, more diffuse noises that could be attributed to hull deformation. Agatha perked up immediately, her eyes narrowing. There it is again. Could the hull be warping under the pressure? Or is it something else? Duncan's eyes tightened, his brow furrowing as he swiftly moved his hand to a different control lever. The moment called for keen observation and quick decision-making. Despite their previous conversation, despite their understandings and realizations, the immediate reality was clear: something was out there. No, it's something different, Duncan responded, his voice tinged with a palpable sense of urgency. He had felt a distinct impact against the submersible's hull emanating from the deep abyss below them. The machinery inside the submersible sprang to life with amplified vigor, filling the small space with a chorus of mechanical whirs and clicks. Duncan manipulated the controls expertly, causing the external searchlights to pivot, scanning through the impenetrable, ink-black water. The submersible's propellers adjusted, subtly altering the vessel's orientation. And then, bathed momentarily in the sweep of the submersible's searchlights, a figure emerged outside the porthole window. A human-like figure. Agatha was the first to register this startling apparition. An outline resembling a human form appeared in her line of sight. It emitted a spectral glow, somewhat akin to the life force she had observed in humans on the surface. Except, this glow was hauntingly subdued, its luminescence paler, almost ghostly. She couldn't help but let out a soft, involuntary gasp. Ah! Duncan's eyes widened, his lips parting as if to curse, but he restrained himself. It was already an unsettling experience to encounter a forest of tentacles deep within the submerged base of the city-state and to see a massive, pale eyeball that seemed to pierce through the dark depths. The sudden materialization of a figure at this extreme depth, nearly a kilometer beneath the surface of frost, was shocking to say the least. But what followed next was even more unnerving. As the submersible adjusted its bearings and the searchlights continued their scanning arc, more figures emerged from the obsidian darkness of the ocean. Not just one, but a multitude of ethereal people, each glowing faintly, suspended in the water like otherworldly specters. They floated aimlessly, yet with an air of purpose, creating a tableau that was at once surreal, deeply chilling, and profoundly unsettling. Duncan and Agatha locked eyes for a moment, each understanding the gravity of this eerie discovery. They were not merely navigating the physical depths of the ocean, they had ventured into a realm that defied reason and tested the boundaries of their understanding of reality itself. Chapter 480, Original Blueprint. The submersible's powerful lights pierced the gloom of the vast ocean, unmasking shadowy figures that were previously hidden within the abyssal darkness. As these elusive beings floated into Duncan's field of vision, he noticed their human-like shapes, almost unending in number, suspended and gently swaying in the vast aquatic realm. But as he looked more carefully, a strange feature about these entities became evident. They didn't have any specific facial characteristics or distinguishable limbs. No clothes adorned their form. Instead, these beings were merely vague, human-esque silhouettes, their textures coarse and their hue a rich, absorbing shade of black. Their appearance was reminiscent of figures hastily molded from obsidian clay, rudimentary representations devoid of intricate details. Sharing his discovery with Agatha, Duncan commented, "They seem to be mere silhouettes, don't they?" Agatha's reply conveyed astonishment. "From where I sit, they exude a sort of spiritual luminance, almost as if they are sentient entities inhabiting an underwater city." Silenced by this revelation, Duncan's forehead creased in thought as he skillfully steered the submersible closer to one of these human forms hovering nearby. The subtle movements caused by the submersible's propulsion disturbed the serenity of their watery surroundings, causing one of the figures, with its spherical, smooth head, to drift closer to the observation window. Its stunted, coarse limbs appeared unfinished, floating in the water. With deliberate slowness, a mechanical arm extended, its clawed end gently tapping the figure's midsection. Yet, there was no reaction. No sign that it was a living entity. Lifting his eyes, Duncan intently observed the other forms in the distance as they glided momentarily within the boundary of the submersible's illumination, only to fade back into the encompassing darkness. He pondered, how vast was this assembly of entities? Were they in the thousands? Maybe tens of thousands? Or could their numbers reach millions? A distant memory resurfaced in Duncan's thoughts. He remembered a detail from the Abyss Project briefing with Tyrion. The third submersible had returned in panic after its last dive. Once extracted, its explorer repeated a harrowing statement, "We all died down there." With furrowed brows, Duncan stared out, pondering the vast number of shadowy forms floating outside. Could this have been the haunting scene that drove the previous explorer to the brink of insanity? Breaking the quiet, Agatha spoke with an earnest voice, "This scenario. It makes me think of the imitations that once invaded our city-state." "I had a similar thought," Duncan replied, "but these are different. Even with their strange qualities, the imitations still had human features, faces, limbs, and regular clothing. On the other hand, these figures are even more basic, only capturing the essence of a human form. It's as if they're preliminary sketches, even more primitive than the imitations. What if they're in an early stage?" Agatha proposed, "Could it be that the imitations are developed from these initial, crude versions?" Duncan spoke cautiously, his voice tinged with hesitation. "Determining the origins of these forms is challenging. It's possible that they've been floating aimlessly in the depths of the ocean for a long time, maybe even before the Abyss project was initiated. The entities that attacked our city-state came into our dimension through the mirror feature, but these oceanic forms exist physically in this realm. There might be a link between the two, but it's probably not as simple as saying one evolved from the other." Agatha pondered his words, finding them thought-provoking. She was suddenly reminded of something a cultist had said during a previous confrontation: "There were never any counterfeits to begin with, in other words, we're all fakes." As if a light bulb went off in his head at the same moment, Duncan's eyes scanned the floating, clay-like forms before darting to the dark, mysterious waters beneath them. His hand reached for the lever controlling the submersible's descent. Inside the belly of the submersible, the sound of creaking, grinding machinery reverberated as if ancient, decrepit equipment were gasping for breath. The vessel's hull groaned under the immense water pressure. As Duncan maneuvered the controls, the submersible began its further descent into the abyss. Amidst the symphony of eerie noises enveloping them, Agatha looked over at Duncan with concern. "Captain, is this vessel sturdy enough for this?" Duncan's eyes were fixed on the control panel, interpreting the faint signals sent by the indicator lights. His grip on the lever remained unflinchingly firm. "It'll hold up," he said with quiet assurance, "we're getting close." "Close to what?" Agatha questioned, a mixture of surprise and anticipation coloring her words. "Do you know what's down there?" Duncan didn't answer. He focused on piloting the submersible with meticulous precision, tweaking the angle of the propellers ever so slightly. The hull itself, already under a lot of strain, began to make more unsettling noises with each passing moment. Even the seam where the viewport connected to the rest of the hull emitted distressing creaks and cracks. The vehicle seemed perpetually on the edge of collapsing, the immense pressure of the water threatening to crush it into a twisted ball of metal. Nevertheless, they continued their descent, precariously teetering on the brink of catastrophe, plunging deeper into the pitch-black depths. But it wasn't just the ship's structure that sounded alarms. There were other sounds originating from outside the vessel and far more disconcerting, persistent, shocking impact noises: bang, bang, bang. These clay-like humanoid forms were periodically colliding with the exterior of the submersible, their impacts making sounds akin to stones thudding against a human skull. It was a spine-chillingly dull resonance, and Agatha found her grip tightening on the handrail in front of her involuntarily. She felt the submersible tilt forward, the angle becoming so steep that it was difficult to stand without holding onto something. Then, something suddenly came into her line of sight outside the porthole. What appeared to be an endless, shifting expanse materialized at the fringes of the searchlight's beam, filling the lower edge of the window. It looked like land. "Is that the seafloor?" Agatha blurted out, incredulous and amazed. "Are we actually looking at the ocean floor?" Duncan stared intently through the porthole, his eyes narrowing as they focused on the startling and tumultuous terrain that had suddenly appeared in the middle of the inky abyss. The jagged edges of what appeared to be a shoreline stretched out in front of them, and beyond that lay the blurry outlines of unidentifiable structures. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he gently shook his head. "No, this isn't the seafloor. We're nowhere near what we'd traditionally call the seafloor. What we're seeing is a piece of land that is actually floating within the ocean." "A floating piece of land?" Agatha queried, her brow furrowing in disbelief. "Another version of frost," Duncan answered softly. "Even though we can only see a small section of the shoreline, I recognize the distinctive landscape. This is frost, but in its original, untamed state, devoid of ports, buildings, or any other man-made structures." At his words, a visible shiver coursed through Agatha's body. Duncan's gaze then moved upward to the ocean surface above this floating island they had dubbed Frost. In that watery sky, countless humanoid figures floated, encircling the landmass like bees around their hive. It was a haunting tableau, as if they were witnessing a moment from the dawn of time, perfectly preserved deep within the ocean, a frozen snapshot of a bygone era seemingly suspended in time. "What is this place?" Agatha asked, her voice breaking the stifling silence. "It's the original blueprint," Duncan replied in a quiet, almost reverential tone. He recalled the events of the third long night when the so-called King of Darkness revealed the blueprint for creation to the collective and set in motion the genesis of their world. To sidestep the tragic fates that befell the Dream King and the Pale Giant King, he fragmented the blueprint, replacing a unified world with 1,200 separate city-states. Civilization had persevered past that dark epoch, giving rise to what they called the Deep Sea Era. Everything in this era had been built based on the 1,200 city-states blueprint that the King of Darkness had gifted. Certain aspects of this narrative, mentioned in a text they referred to as the Book of Blasphemy, had been corroborated. But were there alternative interpretations or explanations? Duncan fell into a contemplative silence, his thoughts swirling like a tempest. Agatha, meanwhile, had begun to grasp the implications of what Duncan called the original blueprint. Struggling with the sheer enormity of the revelation, she stammered, "Are you suggesting that Frost, its current inhabitants, and indeed, all the city-states and mortal beings in our world, might have originated from these entities in the deep sea?" "It's a possibility," Duncan answered. He shook his head softly and spoke with a voice that carried a profound weight. "The heretical writings of the Annihilation cult provide details on the creation process attributed to the Netherlord. Even though these theories are considered blasphemous, we can't afford to dismiss the potential truths that these ancient texts may hold." Agatha tried to speak but found herself momentarily speechless. Ever since they had ventured into these uncharted territories, her understanding of the world had been turned upside down. Her mind was awash in a sea of questions, and even her steady resolve as a seasoned gatekeeper was shaken. If the Annihilation cult's claims about the Netherlord creating the world contained even an ounce of truth, then did that not mean that all beings in their mortal realm were, in essence, creations of this Netherlord? Even after surviving the existential crisis posed by the Mirror Frost incident and having fortified her convictions through extreme trials, Agatha still found it exceedingly challenging to assimilate this world-altering possibility into her understanding of reality. Yet, despite the deep-seated contradictions and hesitations swirling in her mind, she didn't entirely dismiss what she was seeing. She knew that when she made the decision to venture into the deep sea, she was stepping into a realm where the normal rules could be defied, and the impossible could become reality. "Shall we go deeper?" she asked Duncan, forcing her voice to remain steady, striving to display a semblance of composure. Duncan, however, didn't reach for the submersible's controls again. Instead, his eyes scanned the array of gauges and dials on the control panel as he focused intently on the sensory feedback from the vessel. "We've reached the submarine's operational limit," he finally declared. "The hull can't take any more pressure, it's at its breaking point." "We were so close," Agatha replied, her voice tinged with a sense of palpable regret and yearning. "We were almost at that floating island." "It's okay, it's only the submarine that has its limitations," Duncan reassured her, shaking his head gently. His eyes returned to the porthole, transfixed on the scene unfolding outside. "There's something else here that is far more resilient." Agatha looked at him, her eyes clouded with confusion. Duncan, however, remained focused on the scene beyond the porthole. He continued to observe the floating humanoid entities that seemed to drift aimlessly in the pale light filtering through the water. "You said earlier that in your perception, these blank human forms emitted an aura, almost as if they were alive," Duncan remarked as if speaking to both Agatha and himself. Just then, one of the indistinct humanoid entities that had been floating outside the submarine slowly turned its nebulous head toward the porthole as if responding to Duncan's words. Its gaze, if it could be called that, seemed to lock onto Agatha. Chapter 481, Deeper into the Deep Sea. Suddenly, Duncan experienced an intense, jarring sensation that he recognized as somewhat similar to the moments of astral projection he had felt in the past. It felt as though his consciousness was fragmenting, and a new form was born almost as if he had a second body that could interact with the world. However, this experience was unique in its own way. From the perspective of his newly formed entity, Duncan found himself in a strange and unsettling environment. Beams of light cut through the darkness, erratic and unstable, resembling static interference you'd see on an outdated television screen. The environment was liquid and ever-changing, featuring rippling patterns of light and shadow. It seemed as if he was in an ancient, shadowy world populated by numerous floating humanoid shapes. At the same time, his attention was inexplicably drawn to an oddly tilted submarine that floated above what appeared to be an underwater island. The submarine's soft, illuminating light cut through the murky water, creating a circle of visibility. Beyond the confined scope of the submarine's spotlight, Duncan could still make out dim shapes and flickers of light, allowing him to perceive the environment from an entirely new and unfamiliar angle. Through the glass porthole of the submarine, he noticed his newly formed entity floating in the murkiness of the deep sea. Curiously, it lifted what could be described as a limb to touch its own face, which lacked any distinct features. Duncan couldn't feel the sensation of eyes because this new form didn't have any, nor did it have hands or feet in the conventional sense. An unusual, rough texture was felt when the end of its limb brushed against the face. Driven by an unexpected gut feeling, Duncan directed this new form to press against its featureless face. Almost magically, the face began to change. The dark, smooth surface started rippling, and within moments, 2 eyes materialized. His perception and experience instantly became more intense. Still adjusting to the controls of this rudimentary new form, Duncan began to cautiously move towards the submarine. His newly formed eyes scrutinized its inner workings and reflected his own form in the glass. The experience was both exhilarating and unnerving. Suddenly, Agatha gasped at the sight of the mysterious entity outside the submarine's cabin. She spun around to find Duncan, still in his original form, standing at the control panel. "You really startled me," she said. "People tend to have that reaction around me," Duncan coolly responded, his eyes still focused on the submarine's control panel. "You might as well get used to it." Agatha's senses heightened. She nervously glanced between Duncan and the unsettling form floating outside. She couldn't shake the thought that it was typical for Captain Duncan to incite fear, even in such an unusual setting as the ocean. Though she was scared, she couldn't articulate her concerns. Instead, she changed the subject, asking, "So, what's your next move?" Having adapted to this new, temporary form capable of navigating the dark waters, "My aim is to scout the path ahead," Duncan casually said. His fingers danced over the control panel, adjusting settings and levers. The submarine's engine made a strained grumbling noise in response. "We also need to ascend slightly. This vessel isn't built to withstand these extreme depths for too long." As water was expelled from the decompression chamber, the submarine began its slow ascent toward the surface. Agatha, however, seemed entranced, her eyes glued to the porthole. She watched Duncan's secondary form, a humanoid figure, slowly fade away into the abyss of the ocean. Soon, the omnipotent darkness of the deep sea swallowed even the faintest glow from the ascending submarine. However, Duncan was not left blind. He emitted a soft, ethereal flame into the surrounding water, using this meager source of light along with his body's specialized senses to navigate. His path was obstructed by humanoid forms suspended in the icy waters, seemingly lifeless and frozen in place. Despite Duncan's best efforts to avoid these mysterious, floating entities, he couldn't entirely dodge them. Each time he swam past, unsettling thoughts plagued his mind. It was as if these dormant figures, their countless unseeing eyes and inert souls, were on the verge of waking up. It felt like they were scrutinizing him, perhaps even ready to reach out and touch him at any moment. Yet, in the end, they remained static, like empty dolls crafted from ocean silt, devoid of life and movement. Navigating through this eerie tableau, Duncan arrived at a precipice at the edge of what was known as the underwater floating island. He paused, taking a moment to survey the underwater landscape that lay ahead of him. According to reports, this area corresponded to the southeast coast of Frost. Above the waterline, this coastline was home to ports, warehouses, customs offices, and a charming little church perched on a cliff, framed by evergreen trees even in the depths of winter. However, beneath the waves, the scene was entirely different. Only bleak, jagged cliffs stood, their haunting dark hues evoking images of primitive sculptures stripped of all adornment. Duncan then redirected his gaze toward the heart of the underwater island. Amid the low light and encroaching shadows, he could barely make out a massive, towering structure. It seemed like either a peak of a submerged mountain or perhaps a gigantic pillar that seemed to impale the island itself. Suddenly, Duncan's mind flashed back to an image Martha had described during one of their previous communications. She had spoken of countless minds drowning in the ocean, each catching a fleeting glimpse of a dark abyss before dissolving into nothingness. Their collective terror had imprinted a recurring vision, a colossal pillar penetrating a vast entity deep within the sea. Upon reflection, Duncan realized the immense entity he was now observing appeared strikingly similar to the original blueprint of Frost that Martha had described. And as for the towering pillar? Was it a manifestation of the Netherlord, making its incursion into the real world? Or could it be something else, perhaps the thing that was rumored to be a false creation? The questions loomed large, filling Duncan with a mix of dread and anticipation as he contemplated his next moves in this alien, underwater world. Duncan halted his forward movement, staring contemplatively at the distant pillar that beckoned him from afar. After progressing only a short distance, he found himself disheartened. The underwater journey ahead was daunting, stretching across what would be half of a city-state on land. Underwater distances had a deceptive quality, particularly when traversing a setting as punishing as the deep sea. Although his current form seemed impervious to the immense pressures that would crush a regular human, he realized that covering such an expansive distance would be a draining and tedious undertaking. As he pondered, an idea started to crystallize in his mind. With a sense of hesitant experimentation, Duncan slowly raised an arm and waved it in the water. A dim green flame followed the motion of his hand, quickly morphing into a swirling vortex of portal. Almost instantly, a skeletal bird, wreathed in roaring flames, burst forth from the portal and circled around him. AI squawked in a piercing voice, "Who summons the fleet? Transmission successful. Transmission successful. Open the door, the delivery has arrived." Duncan was completely taken aback. AI, flapping her fiery wings beside him, moved through the billions of tons of oceanic pressure as if she were soaring freely through the sky. Her voice, a sharp and dissonant synthesis of tones, prattled on ceaselessly, piercing enough to tunnel its way into one's consciousness. It was astonishing this environment of extreme pressure and darkness seemed to have no adverse effect on AI at all. Initially, Duncan had only hoped to test whether AI's unique ability for teleportation could prove useful in this underwater expedition. He had been ready to teleport her back to the submarine if she was unable to adapt. But her performance was exceeding not just the baseline, but also soaring past any expectations he had. Dumbfounded, Duncan watched AI loop around him, unfazed by the water as if it were merely an illusionary obstacle. After a lingering moment of awe, he extended his arm and the bird obediently alighted upon it. She cocked her head, looking quizzically at him. "What's up, what's up, what's up?" Duncan opened his mouth, then realized his current form didn't actually have one. Even if it did, he was uncertain how verbal communication would work in this underwater realm. Opting for an alternative, he focused his thoughts intently, striving to mentally transmit his questions to the avian spirit. "We are underwater now. Do you sense anything unusual?" Peering into AI's eyes, Duncan sought any sign that she had understood him. Her head tilted slightly, a gesture that usually indicated curiosity or contemplation. With bated breath, he waited for her response, hoping that their newfound synergy could unlock further secrets of the abyss that lay before them. "Gigi, you're surfing too." The bird's voice resonated with a sudden burst of enthusiasm, causing it to flap its wings vigorously. As AI did so, a shower of ethereal green sparks cascaded from its skeletal form, illuminating their immediate surroundings in an eerie glow. "Skywing 3G, so fast, Skywing 3G, too fast." Duncan's eyes took on a contemplative cast as he processed AI's animated exclamations. He found himself lost in thought, mulling over the implications of what had just transpired between them. Time seemed to slow as he pondered, so absorbed was he that he didn't immediately respond to the spirit bird. Noticing his lack of engagement, AI grew less frenetic and settled down. She curiously pecked at his arm before asking, "No response from the application?" This question acted like a mental reset button for Duncan, pulling him back from the depths of his contemplation and refocusing his attention on the urgent matters that awaited him. There was much work to be done, and every moment was precious in this unpredictable environment. He lifted his head, his gaze cutting through the murky expanse towards the enigmatic darkness that lay beyond. A renewed sense of purpose filled him, and he turned his focus inward, mentally formulating his instructions to AI. "Take me to that place," he thought, projecting as clearly as he could. "Command received." "Command received." AI's response came swiftly, her voice tinged with the usual exuberance. Her wings beat even more energetically than before, whipping up flames that spiraled around her in a blazing vortex. "Mission will be accomplished." As he heard AI's confident affirmation, Duncan couldn't help but feel a mix of anticipation and trepidation. With her at his side, they were about to delve into the unknown, and for the first time in a long while, he felt an inkling of excitement laced with the suspense of uncertainty. Chapter 482, The Room. In the vast, deep ocean, where darkness prevails, a lone sphere shimmering with a ghostly green hue raced through the water, evoking the imagery of a comet flying beneath the waves. The immense pressure from the countless tons of seawater surrounding it appeared to have no effect, unable to hinder its swift journey. AI journeyed with breathtaking speed through the watery abyss, only stopping when she reached the center of this submerged landform. As the glow of the green fire dimmed, AI underwent a transformation, shifting from her fiery form to her human-like appearance. After this transition, she suspended herself within the water, and Duncan emerged in her place. With a hint of perplexity on his face, Duncan cast a strange glance her way, prompting AI to drift closer. She gracefully landed on his shoulder and asked, tilting her head, "What are you looking at?" In response, Duncan remained silent, choosing instead to tenderly caress the dove perched atop his shoulder. He then directed his attention back to the towering structure at the center of the underwater terrain. Standing in front of it, the colossal pillar dominated his view. This massive structure began from the pinnacle of the underwater land, rising majestically, piercing the underwater island and continuing its ascent through the vast ocean. However, the pillar wasn't endless. As Duncan approached, he noticed more intricacies. The topmost section of the pillar appeared to be abruptly cut off while still underwater, suggesting it had been severed at a significant height. Before delving deeper into this mysterious phenomenon, Duncan cautiously neared the pillar's middle section, examining its surface patterns. The surface was intricately detailed and densely packed with complex yet uniform designs. The pillar's outer layer resembled multiple tentacles, so finely crafted that it seemed more like a product of sophisticated design than a natural formation. Hesitant, Duncan reached out. While his current form didn't possess fully defined hands and feet, as his arm neared the pillar, it underwent a swift transformation, reshaping itself into a hand. He pondered whether this change was a response triggered by an external factor, much like a primitive mold responding to stimuli. This contemplation reminded Duncan of a previous sensation when his facial features reshaped themselves into an eye. As these thoughts flowed, he felt his newly formed fingers touch the pillar's dark surface, which felt as rough as cast iron yet with a surprising softness. With heightened curiosity, Duncan closely examined the pillar's surface. Hidden beneath its dull, dark grey exterior, he detected faint light blue lines akin to veins running beneath human skin. This observation led to a startling epiphany. Duncan's thoughts raced back to a tissue sample he had retrieved from Captain Christo Babeley's mouth within the depths of the obsidian. The texture of the pillar and the sample Duncan had were strikingly alike. This monumental structure, standing defiantly in the ocean's depths, could it possibly be a physical representation of the Netherlord's appendage in our realm? Duncan was awash with a cocktail of emotions as he retreated a few steps, allowing his eyes to sweep across the vastness of the pillar before him. Locating a scar made by Captain Christo on such an expansive structure seemed a daunting, if not impossible, task. Yet, this realization only deepened Duncan's admiration for the captain's courage and prowess. After taking a few moments to absorb his surroundings, Duncan embarked on his journey upwards, navigating towards the stark and sudden termination of the pillar. After what felt like an eternity, Duncan reached the end. It was precisely as he had visualized. The pillar looked like it had been violently severed, the edges ragged and rough, reminiscent of bite marks left behind by ferocious, uneven teeth. The center of the pillar's end receded inwards, resembling the ominous mouth of a dormant volcano. Duncan hovered adjacent to this jagged termination, gauging the pillar's enormity. He deduced that if the cavity within the metal ore mine had indeed been created by a similar appendage or tentacle, the one that had impaled the city-state was significantly smaller. Possibly only 1/5 of the size of the behemoth he currently observed, if not smaller. Could the appendage that had pierced the city-state merely be a smaller manifestation of this vast underwater entity? Or was it that the tentacle in the mine was in its infancy, meant to grow larger with time? Duncan pondered the possibilities had the battle for Frost's defense gone awry, had he failed to vanquish Frost's reflection, and had the tentacle in the mine's cavern grown unchecked, would it have eventually erupted from the mine, piercing through the mountains and emerging as a mighty pillar? A pillar reminiscent of the one he currently surveyed, seemingly perforating the entirety of the hovering landmass? Was this the vision the fervent disciples of the Annihilation sect had spoken of, their desire to mimic their lord's majestic design in the tangible realm? These haunting thoughts occupied Duncan's mind when, out of the blue, a streak of light whizzed by his line of sight, snapping him out of his introspection. He quickly focused his gaze on the source of the light, finding the origin at the epicenter of the volcanic indentation. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself towards the mysterious illumination. Navigating past the sharp overhangs on the pillar's perimeter and the descending shadowy matter, Duncan entered a vast, eerie underwater space. Within this silent expanse, a sudden burst of illumination captured his attention, compelling him to swim with relentless determination towards the very core of the pillow's fracture. By the time he reached his destination, however, the luminous beacon had dimmed and disappeared. All that remained was a gaping abyss, silent as a crypt and cold as unyielding stone, nestled within the heart of the fragmented column. Hovering, Duncan tried to discern any details within this inky void. It felt like a tangible pause in time, a chasm echoing with silent whispers of regret and hidden tales of yore. But then, a peculiar shift in his vision caught his attention. Below him, at the heart of the pillow's break, the texture of the ground appeared off-kilter. It wasn't crisp and defined, instead, it appeared fuzzy. Indeed, it was as if he was observing reality through a frosted glass pane, distorting and blurring the borders of existence. Duncan, ever the cautious explorer, didn't rush to this anomalous ground. Before making contact, he summoned a faint, ethereal flame on his fingertip and delicately cast it upon the hazy expanse below. Relying on old wisdom, when uncertainty looms, let spirit fire illuminate the gloom, he decided that precaution was paramount. The verdant spirit flame disappeared almost instantaneously upon contact, absorbed by the obsidian expanse, much like water seeping into parched earth. Mere moments later, traces of the green glow began to pervade the surrounding void, and suddenly, the entire floor became aflame with a ghostly luminescence. As the flames proliferated, Duncan felt an inexplicable link forming. Yet, this newfound bond wasn't tethered to the mighty column beneath, which emitted the vibes of an age-old entity. To Duncan's surprise, the connection led him to a presence that felt strangely familiar. Soon, the ground below underwent a transformative metamorphosis under the influence of the spreading fire, gradually reflecting a mirror's sheen. This reflective expanse began to ripple as if it were made of a thick, silken fluid, dancing with the spirit fire's glow. Driven by an instinctual urge, Duncan gravitated towards this shimmering, liquid-like plane. Entranced by the fire's mesmerizing call, he outstretched a hand to caress its surface. Boom! It felt as if a deafening explosion reverberated within his consciousness. Time, which seemed to have stood still, hurtled forward. A veil that had shrouded the fringes of reality was ripped apart. Duncan sensed an immediate transition as though he'd stepped through some cosmic gateway. Consequently, the realm around him started to imbue itself with a radiant, golden light. The intense chill and the sensation of being submerged in the dense, murky abyss of the ocean evaporated suddenly. In its place, Duncan felt the unmistakable, grounding feeling of solid ground beneath his feet. This was a stark departure from the weightless drift he'd just experienced in the underwater realm. The radiant light that had been blinding him began to dim, allowing his eyes to adjust. Once they did, Duncan's surroundings came into sharp focus, leaving him utterly astounded. He stood in the midst of an opulent, illuminated chamber. Golden beams of light poured down from an intricate chandelier hanging overhead, highlighting the room's exquisite details. Expensive-looking furniture gleamed under the ambient glow, and artful sculptures made of precious metals sparkled. A luxurious bed swathed in translucent drapes at the center of the room commanded attention. And through these translucent veils, Duncan could discern a form that seemed to be resting, possibly in a deep slumber. Overwhelmed by this sudden shift in surroundings, Duncan hesitated only briefly before impulsively turning to look behind him. It was the path he must have emerged from. But instead of the familiar blue of the ocean or even the comfort of a door, he was met with a jarring, fragmented void. The chamber seemed to terminate abruptly at this edge, giving way to a gaping rift in reality. This abyss was a chaotic mesh of splintered floors and walls, fading into a swirling expanse of ominous shadows and muted glimmers. It held an unsettling allure, seemingly filled with enigmatic secrets, yet also felt hauntingly vacant. It's here and now that a singular concept surged into his consciousness subspace. Duncan's heart raced, though he wasn't even sure if the form he currently inhabited possessed one. The sight before him was beyond his wildest imaginations, a half-intact room precariously juxtaposed against the maelstrom of subspace. The tumultuous dance of lights and darkness emitted an eerie, silent cacophony, hinting at profound and possibly maddening revelations. With trepidation, Duncan reached out, guiding his fingers toward the chaotic abyss at the room's edge, only to find them halted by an invisible, cold barricade. Suddenly, a voice, crystal clear and resonant, pierced the stillness from behind him, declaring, "You can't proceed. The door isn't truly open to you yet." Startled, Duncan spun around. The gossamer curtains that had shrouded the opulent bed were now pushed aside, revealing an awakened presence. The individual reclined gracefully, her gaze fixed intently on Duncan. Lustrous silver locks flowed gracefully down her back, and her deep violet eyes shimmered with a brilliance that rivaled the most precious of gemstones. Incredulously, he whispered, "Alice." Chapter 483, The Frost Queen. However, just as quickly as he recognized her, he became confused. Upon closer examination, Duncan realized that while this woman looked almost identical to Alice, there was something fundamentally different about her. Moreover, it couldn't possibly be Alice in this place. He deduced that she must be Raynora. Curiosity filling his eyes, Duncan locked his gaze with hers and ventured, "Are you the Frost Queen?" Hearing her old title, she smiled wistfully. Shifting into a more comfortable position, she studied him with a puzzled expression. "And who might you be? How did you get in here without using that door?" "Door?" Duncan replied, puzzled by her question. The mere mention of a door heightened his curiosity. "What door are you talking about?" With a simple wave of her hand, she pointed toward a far corner of the room. Duncan's eyes followed her gesture and landed on an ornately decorated door, which seemed to serve as the room's entrance. Generally, the people who enter this room are either servants of this estate or guests holding a special key. "You appear to be neither," she explained. The word key sent a jolt through Duncan. Trying to maintain his composure, he cautiously inquired, "This key you mention, is it a brass key, perhaps like those used for winding up dolls?" "Are you, indeed, the Frost Queen, Raynora?" Her smile widened appreciatively as she nodded in confirmation. "Yes, that's me, Raynora. But I'm still curious about you." Collecting himself and suppressing the tumult of emotions within, Duncan responded with a level tone, "You may refer to me simply as Duncan." He provided only his first name, consciously leaving out his well-known last name. Yet, upon hearing it, Raynora's eyes flickered with a spark of recognition, and her smile grew even broader. "Ah, you must be the renowned Captain Duncan. It's starting to make sense why you're here. Although, I must say, you are not at all how I imagined you would look." Caught off guard by her observation, Duncan's gaze dropped to examine his own body. His physical form was disconcerting. It was entirely pitch black, resembling a rough, unfinished sculpture as if the artist had rushed the process and abandoned it. His eerie, unsettling appearance was not what anyone would describe as inviting. "This appearance is merely a temporary avatar," Duncan tried to explain, a touch of awkwardness coloring his voice. Yet, he noted her lack of surprise and couldn't help but ask, "You don't seem very shocked to see me. Did you expect my arrival?" "No, I stopped being surprised a long time ago," Raynora responded, her demeanor completely unflustered. "When you've continuously witnessed the unimaginable, grappled with the mysteries of existence, stared into the abyss of mortality, and even experienced prophetic dreams before closing your eyes at night, you lose your ability to be startled or shocked." She flashed a smile, her tone so matter-of-fact that she could have been talking about mundane daily occurrences like the weather. "Eventually, the numbing effect of these experiences desensitizes you to any new astonishments that life might throw your way." As Duncan absorbed her words, he found himself mentally piecing together various shards of lore and rumors about the enigmatic Frost Queen. Raynora was said to possess psychic abilities from birth, including talents that ranged from communicating with supernatural entities to forecasting future events and discerning hidden truths. While ruminating on this, Duncan maintained his outward calm. He walked over to a corner of the room and pulled up a chair, positioning it in front of the large bed where Raynora reclined. "I have a lot of questions. I hope you can provide some answers." "As do I," Raynora replied, her smile returning. "It's been an extraordinarily long time since I've had the luxury of a stimulating conversation. A visitor is such a rare and delightful occurrence. If you're willing to answer some of my questions, I would be more than happy to reciprocate." "Very well," Duncan agreed, diving right into his queries without hesitation. "What is this place? And why are you here?" Raynora sighed lightly as if grappling with the weight of the questions he'd posed. "Let's see, how do I explain this? Think of this place as a drifting nexus. It's not anchored to any one location but rather serves as a conduit between multiple places. Do you see the veil of darkness along the room's periphery? Sometimes, what lies beyond that veil changes, and under specific conditions, this room can connect to other places. As for me, my role is to bridge my dream realm with the underwater world, an ocean realm bound by frost." "Do I need to elaborate further?" she offered. "No, that's sufficient for now," Duncan replied quickly. "Please continue. Why are you here?" Raynora's voice took on a softer, almost ethereal quality. "I'm here to safeguard a dream," to ensure that the entity lying dormant in the underwater abyss remains asleep. Duncan's eyes narrowed. Are you referring to the Netherlord? Raynora paused, examining Duncan closely before speaking. You're more knowledgeable than I had anticipated. However, you're not entirely correct. While it's true that the entity in question originates from that King of Darkness, what lies in the abyss is not the real Netherlord. It's more accurate to describe it as a clone. At that moment, Duncan recalled a phrase he had come across in a mysterious dark space he had explored. The cluster controller has begun replicating itself. It suddenly made a chilling amount of sense. So it dawned on Duncan, the towering underwater pillar he had encountered in the deep sea wasn't actually the Netherlord, but rather a clone that had manifested itself into the physical realm. Was it possible that this clone of an ancient deity had somehow breached the so-called city-state blueprint submerged in the ocean depths? Could the disruptive power it radiated have set off a chain reaction of calamities? And was all this a sign that the Netherlord was losing its grip on control? Could it be that the Netherlord, which once seemed to be in a stable condition, had degraded over vast periods of time to reach this precarious state? Taking this train of thought a step further, Duncan pondered the status of the other ancient gods, often portrayed as malevolent beings. If the Netherlord had lost control, what about the so-called four gods that interacted more directly with the mortal realm? Could they too be on the verge of losing control? Had they already started spiraling into instability? He thought about recent disasters that had struck regions like Plant and Frost despite being under the protection of the Storm Goddess and the God of Death. He recalled the malfunctioning of Vision 001, a powerful surveillance system. Were these large-scale systemic failures indicating that the entire world was heading towards a state of chaos and disorder? As he sifted through these unsettling questions, Duncan's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Raynora's voice. It's now my turn to inquire, she said, her words snapping him back to reality. Gathering his fragmented thoughts quickly, Duncan nodded. Go ahead. How did you manage to find your way here? She asked, her violet eyes shimmering with curiosity. In the depths below Frost, I encountered the clone you spoke of. Near its point of rupture, I found an entrance that led me here, Duncan responded candidly. As for how I reached such depths, I used a submarine provided by Frost. A submarine? Raynora's eyebrows lifted slightly, her face taking on an expression of tempered surprise. Ah, so they've gone ahead and actually built a new one. You knew that the rebel government planned to construct a new submarine, even after they blamed you for their woes and executed you in the name of the Abyss Project. Duncan looked genuinely shocked. Of course they would, Raynora responded, her lips curling into a faint smile. They are Frostfiends, after all. Duncan fell silent, his eyes intently fixed on Raynora, the former queen and now mysterious guardian of an even more mysterious realm. Her last words seemed to encapsulate a complex tapestry of history, politics, and perhaps even a touch of sorrow. For a moment, he felt as though he were staring into an abyss of unanswered questions. Raynora continued her thoughts, her voice steady and resolute. The people of Frost are not ones to quietly surrender to adversity. When plunged into the darkest corners of despair, they'll ignite whatever they can just to fend off the consuming darkness. It was only natural that when my Abyss project spiraled beyond control, putting our entire city-state on the edge of calamity, a rebellion would erupt. They dethroned me, doing whatever they deemed essential to ensure the survival of our people. They would inevitably explore the secrets of the deep sea, much like I had done, and construct submarines in an attempt to solve the problems at hand. She elaborated further, they would strive to improve upon the machinery I had initiated, slow down the pace of the project, and learn from my impulsive methods. Their aim would be to carry out everything in a more balanced, less destructive way. If they stumbled, new rebels would rise up, ineffective leaders would be ousted, and fresh strategies would be tried. The cycle would go on, perpetually confronting the icy darkness and impenetrable depths of the ocean. She paused, raising her head to lock eyes with Duncan. This process would continue until the last Frostfien took their last breath or until the menacing darkness that we all feared was finally vanquished. With her eyes meeting his, she seemed to pierce through the uncanny, pitch-black form that housed his consciousness. The only feature of him that still seemed humanly warm was his eyes, which revealed an ocean of experiences and thoughts. I never anticipated, though, that you, a figure as legendary as Captain Duncan, would be the one navigating these perilous depths in a submarine. An sentient, almost spectral version of you, no less. Does this mean my successors have become even more radical than I was? Duncan paused, his gaze dropping for a moment before he spoke. They failed, he finally admitted, shaking his head gently. A cataclysmic event obliterated the city-state's government before they could revitalize the Abyss project. The entire system descended into utter chaos. However, the one silver lining was that the cataclysm eventually receded. Among the spoils of war we discovered in the aftermath was the very submarine that allowed me to explore these depths. His words seemed to hang in the air, pregnant with a complicated blend of regret, revelation, and a tinge of hope. In that moment, the room seemed to encapsulate the countless stories, mistakes, and lessons that both Duncan and Raynora had lived through. It was a silent testament to their continuous struggle against an unyielding, dark ocean that harbored secrets as deep and vast as their own lives. Chapter 484, Offspring. An extended quietness that lasted a lengthy 12 seconds gripped the Frost Queen. Her captivating eyes, resembling precious purple gems, serene yet mysterious, seemed to hide the storm of thoughts brewing inside her. When the weight of the quiet became nearly unbearable, she gave a subtle nod, and a soft murmur, passed her lips. She appeared deep in thought, hesitating for a moment before seeking an update. "How fares Frost these days then?" Duncan, with unwavering confidence, met her gaze directly. "Tyrion has assumed the position of governor. The Mist Fleet's annexation of the city-state is progressing rapidly. Meanwhile, the remnants of the Frost Navy are undergoing a significant reformation." A faint smile touched the corners of Raynora's mouth. "Tyrion, interesting. It's always intriguing how destiny plays out its cards, isn't it? But this outcome doesn't seem all that unfavorable, don't you think?" Duncan refrained from answering her directly. Instead, he maintained his calm demeanor, sharing, "There's more. The current head of the city-state's religious order now reports directly to me." At this revelation, a fleeting expression of surprise crossed Raynora's face. She tilted her head slightly, her curiosity piqued. "Does this mean you are the one truly pulling the strings in Frost now?" "I have no aspirations to govern any city-state, but you can interpret the situation as you see fit." Raynora's eyebrows furrowed in genuine intrigue. "I'm quite curious about how things have unfolded in Frost. I had meticulously planned strategies, but your role was a factor I hadn't anticipated. You hinted at some disaster, but none of my projections foresaw such a drastic turn of events." Duncan's voice took on a somber tone. "An army of deep-sea doppelgangers besieged Frost, and a parallel city-state threatened to manifest in our world. While you were occupied trying to appease the deep-sea entity, a rogue religious group sensed its power and exploited it. Their efforts were unwittingly aided by the aggressive mining activities in Frost." Feeling it was time, Duncan chose to reveal everything, describing all the events that had transpired in Frost, including the transformative measures he had instigated. Raynora was all ears, never interrupting, absorbing every word. When Duncan wrapped up his account, she let out a profound sigh, her face adorned with a contemplative smile. Compared to the ancient marine deities, unpredictable humans always seem more formidable. She paused momentarily, and her sigh of distress transformed into one of relief. In the grand scheme of things, it turned out better than most worst-case predictions. The majority survived, and that's the most critical outcome. But Duncan prodded her further, what if this city-state had been completely overtaken by a subspace shadow? Raynora simply smiled, casting a profound gaze at Duncan. "Then, it would appear, you are destined to stand as Frost's greatest guardian." Duncan said, his voice filled with a mix of gratitude and bewilderment, "The way you see me, it's different from most. After regaining my human nature, I've met countless individuals. The vast majority are visibly shocked upon first encountering me. Very few can handle such a meeting with calmness, let alone exhibit the kind of positive outlook you have towards me." Raynora responded with a soft chuckle, "Don't mistake it for mere positivity. It's my perception of reality. The fact that you've reclaimed your humanity and your efforts to support Frost essentially make you its strongest guardian. Many might instinctively shun this truth, but I've spent so much of my life confronting fear that I've learned to sift the truth from it." Taking a moment to process her words, Duncan eventually replied, "Your turn to be on the receiving end of questions." He took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts. "When did this replica of the Netherlord first intrude our realm? And is there a possibility we might face similar threats in the future?" A shadow of regret passed Raynora's face. "I wish I had a clear answer for you. By the time I became aware of its existence, it was already entrenched in the deep sea. In our initial encounters with it, it was nothing more than a disembodied voice. It claimed to be a rogue replica, seeking to be neutralized." Duncan, intrigued, asked, "Encounters? How exactly did you first come into contact with it?" And based on what you're saying, this replica not only informed you about the crisis but also sought your help. She nodded slightly in affirmation. Did you know that I possess psychic abilities? Duncan replied cautiously, I've heard rumors suggesting you have the power to see everything, spanning both the past and present. Raynora smiled gently, rumors have a way of magnifying the truth. I don't have the power to predict the future or know everything. But there's a grain of truth in those stories. Natural psychics, like me, often hear voices that others cannot. She paused, her gaze becoming introspective. When I was a child, these voices, these eerie whispers, haunted my nights, and sometimes, I'd see unsettling visions in my dreams. For children like me, these overwhelming symptoms could be quite threatening, even to our loved ones. She continued with a hint of sadness in her voice, imagine having a young child. Chapter 485, Alice's Secret. The room was enveloped in an almost overwhelming silence, so deep and far-reaching that it seemed as if it could touch the edges of time itself. This unsettling stillness weighed heavily on the atmosphere, pressing down like a dense fog that threatened to swallow any sound that dared to disturb it. Finally, Duncan broke the silence. His voice sliced through the quiet like a razor-sharp knife, echoing off the walls as if to challenge the absence of noise. To suggest that we are the descendants of ancient gods is not only staggering but verges on heretical, he declared with a gravitas that matched the occasion. Even the most zealous members of the Annihilation sect would hesitate to propose such a daring and potentially blasphemous theory. Raynora met Duncan's gaze unflinchingly, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. I find your use of the word blasphemous quite interesting, she retorted. Yet, the truth I've unearthed from this never-ending enigma of a reality stands unchallenged. You saw it for yourself, Duncan, in those abyss-like underground chambers. While the Annihilation sect may have misinterpreted the specifics of their creation theory, they got one thing right. Our world was deliberately crafted by ancient gods in accordance with an intricate master plan. And the very essence of these gods serves as the foundational building blocks of all that exists. Duncan was visibly stunned. For a few long seconds, which felt like an eternity, he was lost in deep thought, trying to process the earth-shattering revelations Raynora had just shared. When he finally spoke, his voice was soft, almost as though he was thinking aloud rather than speaking directly to her. So, let me get this straight. The Netherlord willingly sacrificed itself to shape all that lies above the ocean, following a sort of design template located in the depths of the sea. Its essence is the core of all existence. And now, due to some mysterious glitch, the fundamental elements that constitute the material world have started to awaken, activating various aspects of this original design. Is this the dreadful secret behind what happened to Frost? Raynora nodded solemnly, her voice barely more than a whisper. The Netherlord had the unique power to duplicate and create, evolving everything from its foundational essence. However, it appears that over countless millennia, either the original design began to degrade or there was some malfunction in the core creator mechanism. This triggered a cycle of creating flawed replicas. Frost is just the tip of the iceberg, he won't be the last anomaly we see. The severity of Raynora's revelation seemed to shake Duncan to his core, unsettling a man who was normally a pillar of stoicism. He struggled to keep his composure as a wave of dread welled up within him, the unbearable notion that this ancient god could gradually reawaken within every living creature and even inanimate objects around them. From a dark and horrifying angle, this newfound understanding of reality seemed even more menacing than the immediate threat of the Black Sun, which had ominously overshadowed the city-state of Plant following a recent catastrophe. All of this profound insight you've revealed, did you obtain it during your unsettling encounter with the entity you've mentioned? Duncan said, trying hard to suppress the tempest of confusion and wonder whirling inside his head. For a moment, his eyes shifted towards the enigmatic underwater display at the edge of the room. In those dark, murky depths, a gigantic pillar-like structure stood, as if keeping a silent, eternal watch over their conversation. Raynora paused, her eyes reflecting deep contemplation before she answered. It, being a flawed copy of something far grander, doesn't possess the ability to communicate in the way you or I would understand. However, its very existence has provided me with an invaluable reservoir of insights and knowledge. She paused, choosing her words carefully. I understand the skepticism underlying your question. Humans are inherently limited in our ability to comprehend complex truths. Even when we come face to face with mind-bending revelations, our cognition may falter, incapable of fully grasping the enormity of the facts before us. Therefore, I won't claim my interpretations to be the final word on reality. They are just one perspective, rooted in fragmented impressions I've managed to glean from what could be the scattered thoughts of an ancient deity. Duncan took his time to absorb what Raynora had just told him. He seemed to retreat within himself as if diving into a vast ocean of thought, pondering the enigmas she had just presented. After what felt like a long stretch of time, he suddenly turned towards her. What, or who is Alice? Is she the instrument you intend to use for your own resurrection? Raynora's eyes widened slightly, her brows knitting in genuine confusion. Alice? Who are you talking about? Duncan studied her face intently before pulling his eyes away. Your forgetfulness regarding the name is puzzling. I had assumed that she emerged from your own consciousness. She is a doll, one that bears an uncanny resemblance to you. After your execution, the people of Frost discovered a sealed container on the cold sea. Inside it, Alice was lying dormant. Initially catalogued as Anomaly 099, she is now a member of my crew. Raynora was quiet for a long moment as if sifting through Duncan's words. Gradually, a soft, unknowable smile began to appear on her face. I see, so that's how it is. Duncan immediately seized on her vague statement, his eyes bright with intensified curiosity. What exactly are you getting at? What does "so that's how it is" mean? Raynora sighed softly, her eyes becoming distant. My dreams are a convoluted tapestry of disparate scenarios. It's like being lost at sea in a fog so thick you can't see your hand before your face. I often find myself submerged in a dark, chilling void, almost hypnotized by fragmentary whispers. Sometimes, I can't tell if I'm a human soul wrestling with reality or some sort of distorted clone of an ancient god stranded in the depths of an unending ocean. Yet, there are brief intervals when my dreamscapes transform. The surroundings coalesce into more tangible forms like wooden cabins on dry land, filled with the anxious murmurings of faces I don't recognize. And in those moments, I wonder. She paused, her eyes slowly rising to meet Duncan's. A soft smile graced her lips as if touched by some hidden, ethereal knowledge. Lately, my dreams have increased in frequency. The once ambiguous whispers have transformed into a collection of odd yet captivating figures. They dance and twirl around me while an ever-watchful presence observes from the fringes of these visions. You seem particularly interested in this doll, Alice, don't you? In a world such as this, Alice, like me, has very few people she can genuinely trust, Duncan replied, his eyes unwavering as they met hers. His gaze seemed to pierce through the affable facade she wore. This turbulent sea has produced a myriad of creations, from shipwrecks lost to the depths to forsaken sailors, but an executed queen-turned-self-aware doll stands alone as a singular anomaly. Your reaction, however, suggests you didn't know about this. Raynora looked thoughtful for a moment, her eyes clouding with a complex mix of emotions before a glint of understanding flashed within them. This doll, she calls herself Alice, doesn't she? A crease formed between Duncan's brows, signaling his confusion. Yes. Is there an issue with that? What if I told you that the doll isn't exactly my duplicate? Raynora posed the question cautiously, her voice laced with sincerity yet tinged with a slight apprehension. Or to be more precise, she isn't a perfect replica of me. Explain, Duncan ordered succinctly. Raynora hesitated, visibly grappling with her thoughts before she spoke. Perhaps the real question shouldn't focus on Alice, but rather the instrument of my execution, the guillotine. Duncan looked puzzled. What are you implying? I'm not fond of reliving painful memories, Raynora admitted, her hand subconsciously moving to lightly touch the nape of her neck. You may not know this, but the guillotine used to execute me was specifically called the Alice guillotine. Understanding finally washed over Duncan. He grasped the implication of what the Frost Queen was suggesting. But a part of him wished that the veils of ignorance had never been lifted. So, you're hinting that Alice might be a creation of this chaotic sea, not a replica of you but possibly of the guillotine itself. Duncan began, his voice faltering mid-sentence as he struggled to wrap his mind around the concept. But that doesn't add up. She looks exactly like you. Raynora cut him off, almost as if she had anticipated his confusion. She shook her head slowly, her eyes drifting towards the deep, dark sea at the edge of the room. This chaotic sea was spawned from an imperfect, anomalous imitation of an ancient deity. Therefore, within its depths, irregular creations should be expected. Imagine if a beheaded queen and a guillotine both descend into the abyss, falling into this ancient being's sphere of influence, especially due to actions I took in the past. It could trigger some extraordinary and unpredictable changes. A melding and reshaping, a blending and completing of forms, all imbued with a dash of the arcane. Her words hung heavy in the air, drawing a curtain of solemnity over the room. It was a revelation that expanded the bounds of their understanding, yet in doing so, it unfurled a tapestry of even more intricate mysteries, adding another layer of complexity to their already convoluted reality. She paused, her eyes thoughtfully resting on the massive tentacle of the ancient god behind the room's dim light. "It seems, it can't distinguish between one form and another," she said, her voice tinged with wonder. The room lapsed back into silence, but this time the quiet felt different, more contemplative, charged with a newfound understanding of the complexities they were grappling with. Finally, Duncan broke the silence with a sigh of resignation. "So, in some mystifying way, the ancient god has formed something akin to a placenta." Raynora looked visibly surprised before she regained her composure. "An unconventional metaphor, but apt. It certainly aligns with your unique way of expressing things." Duncan exhaled deeply. What more could he say? They were in the midst of a sea so mysterious and unfathomable that every aspect of it seemed beyond their comprehension. Using another, perhaps less fitting metaphor, when faced with the choice of saving the mother or the child, the ancient god seemed to have preserved the placenta that connects them. But there was one thing he understood: the doll's insistence that her name was Alice was not unfounded. She was, in fact, a manifestation of the Alice guillotine. Since entering this strange world, Duncan had encountered numerous bewildering phenomena, but this latest revelation was perhaps the most surreal of them all. Raynora, sensing Duncan's solemn mood, attempted to offer him some solace. "Take comfort in the fact that you have one less thing to worry about. Alice is not a vessel I've been using to resurrect myself. In fact, I never had any intention of undergoing some grand resurrection to begin with." Duncan looked at her, trying to recalibrate his thoughts, pushing aside his disorientation and focusing on the matter at hand. "Then what about the key you mentioned earlier? And the keyhole in Alice's back? Are they not part of your grand plans?" Raynora maintained her composed demeanor as she answered. "I'm not sure what you mean by keyhole, but if you're talking about a brass wind-up key, then yes, that is the item I entrusted to the city's governor. Under normal circumstances, it's the essential artifact required to gain access to this chamber." She paused briefly before continuing, "However, I neither crafted this key nor was its original holder." Duncan looked visibly taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. "You're not the first owner of the key? Where did you get it?" "It was given to me by a friend," Raynora disclosed. "A learned and amiable older man." Her revelation dangled in the air, adding another enigmatic layer to an already complex tapestry of mysteries. The room seemed to brim with unanswered questions, each one further complicating their understanding of the esoteric world they found themselves navigating. Chapter 486, Raynora's Friend. Duncan was utterly stunned to discover that the shiny brass key, which Raynora had so thoughtlessly left behind, was not some inconsequential object. Instead, it was a deeply treasured memento from a friend. This sudden realization ignited a wave of fascination and wonder within Duncan, similar to the way a small pebble creates expanding ripples when dropped into a still pond. He couldn't stop questioning the various aspects of the seemingly mundane key. Who had crafted this artifact, and for what specific purpose? What deeper meaning did the key hold? Most perplexing of all, why did touching the key evoke such a vivid and fantastical vision in him, a vision of a spaceship descending from the sky only to be obliterated in a devastating explosion? Duncan became increasingly consumed by a need to unravel these mysteries. To his great fortune, the enigmatic Frost Queen was unexpectedly open and forthcoming about the whole situation. She chose not to cloak her knowledge in veiled hints or abstract riddles. Instead, she offered a clear, direct account of her experiences. "Not long after I left the cathedral, I was immersed in various activities aimed at consolidating power. I was meeting different kinds of people, showing up at public events, and deeply involved in the political landscape," she began, her lips curling upward slightly as she recalled the past. "During a fundraising event designed to bring influential individuals together, I encountered a peculiar old man. Interestingly, he had managed to slip past the extensive security measures and intelligence operatives, making his way into the event uninvited. At first glance, he seemed like an academic, wearing scholarly robes and emanating an air of calm intelligence. It was quite a shock when I found out he had essentially gate-crashed the event. Even so, he and I were drawn into a riveting conversation that had me completely mesmerized by his depth of knowledge. Eventually, the security team discovered he was an unauthorized guest and had him escorted out. But that was far from the last time I interacted with him," she continued. This mysterious old man had an uncanny ability to appear out of nowhere, sometimes at grand social events, sometimes at smaller, more private dinners with friends. He always managed to arrive just as everyone else was preoccupied, allowing us to converse freely. Our discussions ranged from history to complex mathematical theories to the nuances of scientific discoveries. And then, just before anyone could notice his presence, he would vanish as quietly as he had appeared. After that first security incident, he managed to stay completely undetected. To everyone else, he was as elusive as a ghost. She paused and her voice softened, tinged with a hint of nostalgia. It's so intriguing, don't you think? A friend who is only visible to me, a companion in intellectual pursuits, a confidant, a spectral advisor of sorts. A phantom friend, for lack of a better term. I made a deliberate choice to keep his existence hidden from others. At first, my reason was a fear of causing concern within the church. I knew that if the bishops were to find out about this mysterious figure, they might suspect that my psychic powers were becoming dangerously unpredictable, possibly leading them to lock me away. But for me, it wasn't the notion of confinement that I feared, it was the loss of my invaluable time, which would be squandered away in some secluded chamber. Later, as I gradually gained control over the city-state, revealing the existence of my secret advisor became an even greater risk. My position could be compromised, Raynora elaborated. Our unique friendship endured for roughly 3 years. Despite our significant age gap, he became an incredibly important figure in my life. Just when I had grown accustomed to the idea that he would remain my covered consultant indefinitely, perhaps even witnessing my eventual coronation, he suddenly appeared before me in the dim light just before dawn to say goodbye, she continued. The window of opportunity has closed, he informed me with a somber tone, making it clear that this would be our last meeting. Raynora paused for a moment as if reliving the emotions of that fateful day. Then, he extended his palm towards me. Resting in it was the very brass key we've been discussing. He told me that this key wasn't just a physical object, it was a nexus of sorts. The key held the power to connect disparate points across both time and space and was even capable of transmitting knowledge and memories. One day, it will fulfill its purpose, he assured me. After explaining the key's extraordinary capabilities, my phantom friend slowly turned away from me. His silhouette began to blend seamlessly with the first light of the emerging dawn. Just as the sun broke over the horizon, he disappeared, absorbed by the rising light. I never saw him again, Raynora concluded. Duncan was deeply engrossed in her storytelling, his mind awash with countless connections and insights. The puzzle pieces seemed to fit together in a pattern becoming increasingly familiar to him. When Raynora finished speaking, he couldn't contain his conjecture any longer. Wait, the man you're describing. Could he be an Ender missionary, Captain Duncan? Raynora interjected, finishing his sentence with a smile that suggested she'd been waiting for him to make that connection. I had my suspicions early on, given my extensive training in the church and my familiarity with many religious texts. I've read enough to recognize the traits of the Enders. Duncan began to speak, his forehead creased in confusion. So, you're saying you befriended an Ender missionary, but then, he hesitated, struck by an inconsistency. That doesn't fit the usual profile of an Ender. Exactly, Raynora affirmed, nodding her head. Though there were undeniable elements that aligned with the typical characteristics of Enders, his persona was fundamentally different. Unlike the manic, fervent followers we generally associate with Enders, this man was lucid, intellectually engaging, affable, and even kind-hearted. The only commonality he shared with typical Enders was his uncanny ability for what might be termed nonlinear interventions, the way he could appear and disappear in such mysterious circumstances. Typically, Enders are known to be erratic and unstable, usually incapable of rational thought. The constant disruptions in their timelines tend to muddle their cognitive functions, and their fanatical devotion to the realm of subspace often results in shattered sanity, Duncan noted, clearly puzzled. However, the individual you encountered seems to be the polar opposite of this description. He paused abruptly as if jolted by an electric current. A long-forgotten memory had resurfaced, related not to someone else but to his own past experience. Years before, Tyrion had shared a conversation with him about a mysterious event that occurred a century ago. According to Tyrion, the night before the fateful voyage of the Vanished, a group of mysterious figures dressed as if they were monks had appeared as if out of nowhere. The Captain Duncan back then had engaged in an all-night dialogue. Then, just as mysterious as they came, the group evaporating from existence with the first rays of dawn. Tyrion had always speculated that the visit from these mysterious individuals had triggered the Vanished's pivotal journey toward what was known as the frontier. Intriguingly, these figures fit the description of rational, well-spoken Ender missionaries. Though his current form restricted him from displaying nuanced emotions, Duncan's sudden pause and slight shift in eye movements didn't escape Raynora's razor-sharp perception. Sensing a change, she inquired, "Did you recall something?" Instead of responding immediately, Duncan met her gaze and allowed a weighty silence to fill the room. It was as if they were two seasoned warriors communicating through unsaid words and veiled histories. Raynora's friend was not an isolated anomaly, there seemed to be a subgroup of rational, articulate Ender missionaries within the usually zealous and unpredictable Ender community. This subgroup operated on what was known as window periods, intervals of time when they could safely interact with the human world, and their motives remained deeply enigmatic. As Duncan mentally wrestled with this newfound understanding, his thoughts churned like a turbulent ocean, each swell bringing with it a new theory or insight. Amidst this cognitive tempest, one idea emerged as an anchor. Finally breaking the silence, he announced, "They also visited the vanished." For the first time, Raynora's composed demeanor showed signs of astonishment. It seemed she was not as unflappable as she had initially appeared to be. "You've had contact with these coherent Ender missionaries too?" Raynora hastily questioned, her eyes glowing with renewed interest. "What did they tell you? What messages did they?" "I can't remember, unfortunately," Duncan cut her off, stifling her burgeoning excitement. "The degradation caused by my exposure to subspace has erased that segment of my memory. I only know of my previous engagement with them through secondary accounts." A shadow of disappointment quickly swept across Raynora's face, like a passing cloud momentarily darkening the bright sky. Regaining his focus, Duncan steered the conversation back to its original topic. "When you realized your friend was an unconventional Ender, didn't you feel compelled to dig deeper into his true identity? Weren't you curious about his ultimate intentions?" "I did inquire, but to expect a straightforward answer would have been naive," Raynora sighed, her voice tinged with a sense of futility. "Although we had a good working relationship, every time I tried to delve into the subject of his true identity, he would deflect with a vague reply, 'The time isn't right, don't venture beyond the border prematurely.'" Duncan repeated the phrase, "Don't venture beyond the border prematurely," while furrowing his brow. "It's surprisingly open-minded of you to establish a friendship with such an enigmatic figure under these ambiguous conditions. In my experience, most sources of power come with their own set of dangers," Raynora explained with a matter-of-fact tone. "Compared to the dreams that have haunted me since my childhood, an Ender seems relatively benign." Not offering any immediate response, Duncan rose from his seat and walked toward a darker corner of the room. Before completely turning away, he posed one final question. "What are your plans for your future?" Raynora looked puzzled by the question. "Future? Do you intend to stay trapped in this drifting nexus forever?" Duncan asked, his chin gesturing towards a massive tentacle that seemed to reach out from the dark depths of the sea. "Is your plan to eternally suppress this erroneous clone using the power of your dreams? And what alternative do you suggest?" "The alternative is uncertain in its feasibility," Duncan admitted. "But what would happen if I could completely eliminate this erroneous clone?" Raynora paused, contemplating deeply before answering, "Freedom. Both the clone and I would finally be liberated." "And what comes after liberation?" "That is something I cannot foresee," Raynora acknowledged, shaking her head. "I don't have the ability to imagine what reality would look like once this never-ending nightmare comes to an end. The Nexus could lose its current anchor and attach itself to another location. Alternatively, I might sever my connection to the physical realm entirely, transitioning into a spectral form in a sort of purgatorial state, waiting for the day this room opens again." Duncan's voice took on a more serious tone. "That doesn't sound like a particularly appealing prospect. Being exiled into eternal nothingness hardly seems better than being trapped in an endless nightmare." "You're correct," Raynora agreed. "It might even be a more grim fate. This room isn't under my control, it drifts unpredictably. It's more likely to spiral into the depths of subspace than to find another anchor in the real world." Duncan found himself immersed in deep contemplation, his thoughts swirling like a tempest, too complex and entangled to express aloud at the moment. "If you do indeed have the power to end this dreadful situation, I'd strongly encourage you to act now while time permits." Meeting her gaze intently, Duncan's voice was soft, almost a hushed murmur in response, "Are you sure you want this? Even if it could potentially sentence you to an eternity of isolation." Raynora's smile was tinged with sadness as she responded, "Living in a perpetual nightmare is its own kind of eternal exile, wouldn't you agree?" Achieving liberation now would also remove a sustained threat hanging over Frost. It would ensure the safety and stability of my city-state and my people, at least for a considerable length of time. Her words hung in the air, conveying a gravity that underscored her willingness to make personal sacrifices for the greater good. It was a grim choice, but it was clear that she had weighed her options and had come to accept the potential consequences. Chapter 487, Deep Sea Arson. Rhaenora exuded a sense of calm and balance that gave the impression she had spent years meticulously shaping her own destiny. She seemed as though she had already mentally navigated through all the potential paths her life could take, whether that meant enduring a perpetual nightmare or facing eternal exile. To her, such outcomes were simply part of the detailed future she had mapped out for herself. Contrary to what Duncan initially thought, Rhaenora, often referred to as the Frost Queen, hadn't made any plans for what he called her rebirth. The idea of re-entering the world of mortals wasn't something she had considered in her grand scheme of things. This puzzled Duncan, who couldn't comprehend her detached attitude. Are you truly willing to sacrifice everything for Frost, even something as significant as your own life? Duncan asked, his eyes filled with genuine curiosity as they met Rhaenora's. You spent over a decade in captivity, confined under a church. You weren't even acknowledged as a human being until you were 12. Subjected to continuous observation, bound by chains, and put through ceaseless experiments, every thought and utterance of yours was scrutinized for any potential threat to humanity. Despite your best efforts, you still ended up being publicly displayed on an execution platform and branded the Mad Queen. I don't want to sound cynical, but from a logical standpoint, I find your decision baffling. Rhaenora fell quiet, leaning back against her bed while staring at the sheer fabric of the canopy above her. Her thoughts seemed to wander far and wide. After a lengthy pause, she let out a soft, amused laugh and shook her head. Yet, why would I go through all of this, indeed? She redirected her attention to Duncan. Perhaps you misunderstand me, Captain. You seem to think that I should bear a grudge against that cold city, but the reality is different. That city did everything it could to keep me alive, she explained. From a wider viewpoint, our complicated yet fragile civilized world aims to preserve the lives of everyone, including people like me with psychic abilities. Even if that required confining me with chains, locking me in iron cages, and keeping me in a dungeon for a decade, they never intended for me to die in that place. They always hoped that one day I would rejoin society as a human being. I don't harbor any ill will towards anyone, Captain, Rhaenora said, letting out a gentle sigh. People weren't being deliberately malicious towards me. The world is a harsh place for everyone, and each person is simply doing the best they can to navigate it. The woman once known as the Frost Queen rose gracefully from her bed, which bore an unsettling resemblance to the one she had been confined to for a decade in the basement of a cathedral. The only difference was that this one had no bars. She walked slowly to the edge of the room, standing beside Duncan, her eyes transfixed on the turbulent, dark depths of the ocean beyond the window. My parents, the clergy, everyone was doing their utmost to keep me alive. My supporters and I worked diligently to secure the safety of the city-state. Governor Winston and his predecessors were committed to finishing the work that I couldn't complete. But sometimes, despite one's best efforts, failure is inevitable, and that comes with its own set of consequences. Lifting her arm, she pointed at the enormous tentacles that could be seen lurking ominously in the dark waters outside. Even ancient gods can fail, can't they? She mused. Duncan pondered her words for a moment before replying, if what you're saying is true, new flawed copies will inevitably emerge, born from the fabric of this flawed world. Destroying one won't fix the root issue. Rhaenora turned her gaze to Duncan, others will continue to do their best. What about you? Are you willing to act? Duncan paused before softly saying, I will do my best. That's good enough for me, Rhaenora smiled, her eyes revealing a sense of urgency. Let's get started then. I've been asleep for too long. It's time for me to wake up from this nightmare, and it's time to set it free. Duncan hesitated for a while, but ultimately gave a quiet nod of agreement. Almost instantly, a group of dim green flames appeared beside him. These flames swirled and expanded, slowly transforming into a vortex-like portal. As he took a step towards the gateway, Rhaenora's face underwent a sudden change. She looked at the ascending green flames, her eyes narrowing as if she were grasping at a distant, fuzzy memory. Abruptly, she turned to Duncan, who was just about to step through the portal. Is it you? Duncan stopped in his tracks. A moment of confusion passed before he understood the reason for Rhaenora's sudden emotional jolt. This wouldn't count as altering history, would it?" he said, pausing at the threshold of the swirling gateway. He slightly turned his head towards her. "So, what's your decision?" "So that's the way it is, that's how it is," Raynora murmured, her face shifting through a myriad of expressions as if complex puzzles that had baffled her for years had suddenly been solved. A flicker of understanding seemed to light up her eyes. For the first time, her smile looked genuinely radiant. She lifted her gaze to Duncan and waved her hand as if saying farewell to a longtime friend or companion. "Proceed as you see fit, Captain. I believe we are making the right decision." Duncan looked deeply into Raynora's eyes as if to capture the essence of the woman once known as the Frost Queen. Without uttering another word, he moved forward, stepping into the swirling vortex of green flames. Raynora remained still, watching as Duncan's silhouette disappeared into the vortex, much like a wise and compassionate figure had vanished in the morning light many years ago. She shifted her gaze and turned around, positioning herself at the room's shattered edge. Her eyes fixed on the dormant tentacles of the ancient god that had haunted her for decades, along with all the destiny and responsibility they implied. From the deep abyss, threads of dim green flames started to emerge, initially as tiny as fireflies. In a fleeting moment, they grew in size and intensity, spreading like wildfire, enveloping the entire pillar. A subtle vibration arose beneath her feet, growing in strength over time. The mansion began to quiver, the energy sustaining this dreamlike state started to wane. The connection point between the drifting nexus and the external world was rapidly dissolving. Outside the room, the darkness surged violently, with layers of ripples and beams of light expanding wildly before collapsing back into the shadows. The tentacles of the ancient god began to morph amidst the fluctuating light and darkness. They seemed to bend and stretch as if trying to reach into the broken room. Yet, Raynora stood calmly before this terrifying display. She watched as the newly formed, almost illusory, tentacle reached toward her, stretching until it hit an invisible barrier where it began to spread. Slowly, Raynora extended her hand and placed her palm on the pulsating surface of the mysterious flesh. She could feel all the emotions it was trying to convey through the dream's barrier: confusion, tension, discomfort, and a hint of regret. "Yes, I understand," she whispered. "You never wanted to manifest in this world. It will be over soon. Think of it as just a dream. You'll return to where you belong. As my time to leave approaches, my thoughts turn to what comes next. When this anchor of reality shatters, I'll set forth. Maybe I'll find myself in a distant realm, or perhaps there will be no next destination at all. Even if my calculations hold true, I anticipate an incredibly long journey ahead. Should there be wonders to see along the way, I'll pause to savor them," Raynora mused, growing introspective in the waning moments before waking from the dream state. "For all the time we've spent together, I've never asked your name," she continued, her eyes fixed on the tentacle on the other side of the dream's boundary. The sensations she received from it were fragmented, barely coherent wisps of thought, like splinters of an idea erupting from a soul too broken to fully formulate them. After decades of this silent dialogue, she'd grown accustomed to interpreting these shattered transmissions. "I know you're called Netherlord, among other titles. But those aren't your real names, are they? Do you have a name? Either yours or that of your original form?" It's a sudden curiosity, but one I find myself indulging. Amid the cacophony of disjointed noise and whisperings, a single, crystalline thought emerged. Raynora listened with the rapt attention of a child, just as she had years ago when she was confined and chained, attuning herself to murmurs from an incomprehensible abyss. A name seemed to rise from her subconscious mind. A smile slowly spread across her face. LH01. What an unusual name. Navigator number 1, is that your original name as well? I'll remember that. It's good to finally meet you, Navigator number 1. So, goodbye for now, and good morning. Suddenly, a tidal wave of flames surged from the darkness, engulfing the tentacle that had reached into the drifting nexus. It was incinerated instantly, reduced to ashes in the conflagration. The blaze even began to erode the boundary of the dream, manifesting beside Raynora and around her, sprouting into clusters of ethereal but brilliant fireworks. Intrigued, Raynora reached out to touch the flickering spectral flames, only to see them dissipate upon contact with her fingertips. In the oceanic depths below, the newly ignited ghost flames illuminated the entire underwater expanse like a celestial event, casting light upon a floating island shrouded in darkness and revealing human-shaped husks drifting aimlessly in the abyssal waters. Duncan hovered at the periphery of the dark island, observing the blaze he had set into motion. Its intensity and transformation filled even him, the one who'd sparked the conflagration, with a profound sense of awe and wonder. Chapter 488, Returning Home. Duncan had ignited a wildfire beneath the ocean depths that spread with an unforeseen and aggressive intensity. Initially, he had intended to kindle a controlled blaze at the fringe of the towering pillar. He anticipated a slow and manageable spread of the flame. But to his shock, what started as a tiny spark transformed into a vast, bright blaze in mere moments, illuminating the deep waters in its resplendent glow. The sheer peculiarity of witnessing a wildfire thrive beneath the immense pressure of the ocean, a place saturated with billions of tons of seawater, was perplexing and contrary to any logical understanding. Many believed that entities of a supernatural or otherworldly nature acted as the most potent catalysts for spiritual flames. The tentacle of the ancient deity, with its transcendent properties, was no exception to this belief. Yet, despite this knowledge, the speed and intensity at which the flame consumed were startlingly ferocious. It seemed as if an invisible force was bolstering the fire, making it more potent. Was it the unique marine surroundings that amplified its power? Or was the tentacle of the ancient deity actively aiding its progression? Lines of concentration appeared on Duncan's brow as he tried to interpret the flood of information relayed to him through the fire. This information was presented in disjointed bursts, punctuated by twisted sounds and interspersed with erratic flashes of light and shadow. These seemed to be the uncontrollable after-effects from the disintegrating tentacle. For most humans, even the faintest whisper from these beings could tip them over the edge into insanity. Yet, these chaotic signals were more of a nuisance than a threat for Duncan. He endeavored to filter out the relevant data amidst the cacophony. And as the distorted sounds began to wane, he was able to discern some coherent voices. His eyes widened in shock beneath the water when he gazed upon the rapidly deteriorating tentacle of the ancient god, enveloped in the eerie green flame. LH-01? Navigator number 1, he exclaimed. In the immediate aftermath of his query, a stifling silence ensued. It was so profound that it felt all-consuming. Amid this quiet, a faint and ethereal thought grazed his consciousness, whispering, "Thank you, usurper of fire." Taken aback, Duncan's mind raced, attempting to connect the dots between the unfolding mysteries. Lost in thought, and debating whether to further investigate this area or to venture deeper, his attention was suddenly captured by a fleeting glimmer in his peripheral sight. Duncan's attention was abruptly drawn to AI, the dove that had often fluttered around him. The usually calm bird was now radiating a blinding burst of light. It reminded Duncan of a projector that had gone awry, with its fiery aura stuttering erratically. The dove, caught in distress, flapped its wings vigorously while emitting a series of disrupted, electronic-like cries. "Your signal quality is compromised, please verify your hardware linkage to the remote server, awaiting response." Seeing AI's state, Duncan's expression turned steely, and he signaled for the dove to return immediately. As AI settled back, Duncan could see his temporary body deteriorating at a rapid pace, with internal flames visible through newly formed cracks. Meanwhile, the human-shaped floating entities began showing similar signs of disintegration in the encompassing waters nearby. Countless humanoid forms crumbled into a dark sediment, cascading downward towards the shadowy floating island deep beneath. With the flawed replica of the ancient deity consumed by the flames, the nearby makeshift human figures also crumbled away. Only the floating island, presumably the original model, remained unchanged. All else in these ocean depths was rapidly breaking down, returning to what seemed like its natural state. Duncan quickly grasped the domino effect taking place around him. Then, he felt an abrupt sensation like he was being ejected from this vessel, which was evidently no longer viable. As the connection weakened, Duncan had a fleeting regretful thought, "It's such a shame. I believed this marine-adapted body would serve multiple purposes, but it appears it was only good for a single use." Inside the cockpit, Duncan let out a sigh, mourning the loss of another temporary body while inspecting the submersible status. The aftermath of the pillow's collapse sent powerful currents their way, but they were fortunate that the submersible remained unscathed. Suddenly, Agatha's voice, thick with horror, pierced through. What just happened?" She motioned towards the rapidly dimming oceanic depths. Here and there, sporadic green flares erupted, illuminating parts of a colossal submerged structure, making it look like a series of undersea explosions. Outside the submersible, the ocean currents churned violently. The combined noise of the machinery working, interspersed with occasional thuds against the vessel, created a tense atmosphere. It was clear that something monumental had unfolded below them. "I've uncovered the root cause of the disturbance in Frost," Duncan began, shifting slightly to ensure Agatha was following his words closely. Deep within the heart of the submerged floating island, believed to be the blueprint for the very creation of the world, lies an enormously vast tentacle of an ancient god. It's an imperfect replica of the mysterious Nether Lord. Its mere presence has been altering the balance of this marine realm. Duncan briefly looked over at Agatha, who was visibly on edge, thirsting for more details. The spirit of the Frost Queen has been working tirelessly for the past 5 decades to keep this imperfect being in check. It's been a long and arduous struggle. Agatha's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never anticipated that Captain Duncan's exploratory venture through his avatar would yield such groundbreaking revelations. Words momentarily eluded her. Gathering her thoughts, she finally stammered, "Then, what transpired next?" "It went up in flames," Duncan stated with a matter-of-fact tone. Agatha blinked, processing his response. "It caught fire." Duncan nodded affirmatively, gesturing outside. "Did you not witness the blaze that I kindled?" Agatha shook her head, her mind racing. "It's not that I misheard you. I did grasp your words, but, no, I didn't truly grasp the gravity. I genuinely cannot fathom it." "You mean to say, you simply set an ancient god on fire? Even if it's just an imitation, you ignited it?" Duncan, anticipating Agatha's disbelief, took a deep breath. He struggled to articulate the complexity of the situation. After a moment's contemplation, he offered, "To be honest, even I was taken aback. It proved to be more flammable than I had predicted." Agatha simply stared, at a loss for words. After what felt like an eternity, Agatha finally managed to piece her thoughts together. "So, regarding the spirit of the Frost Queen, did you inadvertently burn her too?" Duncan shook his head reassuringly. "She was liberated. As to her whereabouts, I cannot say. We may cross paths with her once more. We had quite an enlightening conversation about her past, the ocean's mysteries, and some unsettling truths about our reality. Many of her revelations were game changers." "Game changers?" Agatha, still grappling with the magnitude of the prior revelation, tried to keep up. "What do you mean by game changers?" Duncan looked squarely at Agatha, his tone grave, the kind that demands one to partake in rituals, offer prayers, and pen down their last wishes before learning. And then, afterward, undergo a thorough psychological assessment. He continued with a faint smile, "I'll share everything with you once we're back on solid ground, and when you're mentally prepared." Despite her role as a gatekeeper, accustomed to confronting innumerable challenges and wielding unparalleled mental resilience, Agatha could feel a deep unease settling within her upon hearing Duncan's forewarning. The gravity with which this captain spoke, a man known to navigate even the complex terrains of subspace, indicated that he had unearthed something of immense magnitude within the desolate and chilling expanses of the deep sea. Back on the Vanished, Duncan had made his way from the private compartment to the familiar surroundings of his captain's chambers. Perched at the corner of the navigational desk was the eerie goat head, its dark neck producing a soft mechanical sound as it shifted to face him. The dark gemstone-like eyes set within it focused intently on Duncan. "Your name?" it queried in a direct manner. "Duncan Abnamar," he replied with a brief wave of his hand. Settling into his chair, he shifted his attention back to the goat head. "Did my absence seem prolonged?" "You strayed beyond the customary bounds," the goat head remarked, a hint of relief evident in its tone. "I sensed a fragment of your consciousness journeying to an extraordinarily remote location. A place so far-flung that even the Vanished found it challenging to maintain a connection. I hope you don't misconstrue my concern. The very fate of this vast vessel hinges on the astute guidance of its captain." Duncan interrupted, "Your loyalty and concern are commendable. It was an extended yet fleeting voyage, there's no cause for alarm. What's Alice's current status?" "Miss Alice?" The goat head took a moment before responding. "She had been resting in her chambers. However, presently, she seems to be rushing in the direction of this room." Before it could provide any more details, the swift patter of feet was audible just outside the chamber door, soon accompanied by the unmistakable aura of Alice. Before she could even knock, Duncan preempted, "Come in." Despite his prompt, 2 subsequent knocks echoed. The door then swung open, revealing the puppet-like Alice who, realizing she was slightly late in her response, emitted a soft "oh" before entering. "Captain! Captain!" She raced towards Duncan, a sense of urgency in her eyes. Before he could formulate a response, she launched into her narration. "Something's amiss. I've just awakened from a dream. I dreamt something." Duncan had planned to convey several crucial pieces of information to Alice, but her unexpected agitation caught him off guard, leading him to inquire with a creased brow, "A dream? What transpired in this dream?" Alice hesitated, her voice imbued with a strange mix of enthusiasm and bewilderment. "I can't remember the precise details yet. I was left with this overpowering sensation of capability, perhaps? It was reminiscent of your past descriptions, as though I had suddenly evolved, acquired cognitive abilities." Chapter 489, Key to the Past. As Duncan watched Alice in silence, he couldn't help but be captivated by the unwavering self-assurance that radiated from her face. When their eyes met, her confidence struck him in such a powerful way that it created an unsettling, almost discordant feeling inside him. This emotional dissonance tugged at the corners of his mind, refusing to be dismissed. He found himself grappling with a challenging question: how could one face hold such a range of contrasting, even conflicting, attributes? Alice noticed Duncan's pensive look and broke the silence. "Captain," she began, her curiosity now piqued by Duncan's apparent bewilderment. Leaning forward in a gesture of soft-spoken concern, she continued, "You've been quiet for some time now. Is something bothering you? Did I say something wrong?" Duncan quickly shook his head as if trying to clear a lingering thought. "No, it's not you," he said, his eyes suddenly locking onto Alice with a newly stern intensity. "Alice, have you ever given any thought to your relationship with the Frost Queen?" The question seemed to catch Alice off guard. She paused for a moment, scratching her head as she collected her thoughts. "Well, I did think about it once," she finally said, her voice tinged with noticeable uncertainty. "But I decided it wasn't important, so I let the thought go." Duncan's eyes widened in surprise. "Not important?" Alice answered with a sincere earnestness. "The Frost Queen and I are separate beings. Her accomplishments are her own, and I have no claim to them. I have my own strengths and my own life, and I'm happy with that. Besides," she added, "Mr. Morris once told me that there could be someone else in the world who looks just like me. So, I've come to accept that the Frost Queen is just a doppelganger, even though I'm actually a doll." Listening to Alice articulate these thoughts, Duncan observed the calm, content expression that adorned her face. As she spoke of her own satisfaction with life as it was, he felt an unfamiliar emotion stir within him. He pondered the enigma that was Alice. Could she be a flawed masterpiece created by some ancient sea deity lurking in the unfathomable depths? Or the unintended result of combining the legacy of the fallen Raynora with the historical artifact of a guillotine? Perhaps she held secrets so deeply buried that even Raynora could not have predicted them. But according to Alice, such speculations were irrelevant. In spite of her seeming lack of worldly wisdom, Alice exuded a genuine happiness. She navigated a complex world, teeming with inexplicable phenomena, with a sense of wonder rather than fear or anxiety. To her, this strange, mysterious world was her own personal version of normal. Like a child venturing into the world under the gentle warmth of sunlight for the first time, she relished the prospect of discovering the unknown and the new. In a world teeming with diverse beings, warriors possessing incredible bravery, scholars filled with boundless knowledge, and followers expressing devout faith, none could experience life through the unique lens that Alice did. Duncan realized, in this distorted world where fear often held sway, that Alice, despite being classified as a mere doll, exhibited more qualities that were inherently human than anyone else he had encountered. She reminded him of people he'd met in another, simpler world, a place where anomalies and peculiarities were absent, where there were no deities or inexplicable occurrences. In that world, people lived their lives calmly and peacefully under the sun. His reflections were interrupted by Alice's voice. "Captain? You seem lost in thought again." Shaking his head slightly, Duncan replied, "It's nothing, really. I was just considering how you possess a unique form of wisdom." Confused but delighted by Duncan's sudden praise, Alice's face lit up with a joyful expression. He. She didn't understand why Duncan considered her wise, but if the captain was giving her a compliment, she figured it was something worth being pleased about. Duncan's hand then moved toward the brass key that lay beside him. Their submersible was in the process of ascending from the ocean depths, still far from their retrieval destination. Information from the Frost Queen and Raynora had provided him with much to consider, but many questions remained unanswered, filled with gaps and ambiguities. This brass key had initially been handed over to Raynora by a perceptive entity known as Ember. Despite her keen intellect, Raynora had failed to grasp the true nature or purpose of the key. Intriguingly, a matching keyhole had manifested in Alice, a doll-like figure seemingly born out of random chance and error. Could all this still be a mere coincidence? Had Ender foreseen these events? Or had an ancient sea deity reached into the abyss of Rhaenora's memories, extracting them to create a corresponding keyhole in Alice? Duncan felt that perhaps the time had come for an experimental test. Alice, he spoke solemnly, eyes fixed intently on her, please accompany me. Taken aback for a moment, Alice quickly stood up. Oh, okay, she responded, trailing behind him. Go ahead, take care of the ship, Duncan instructed as he left the navigation table. Inhaling deeply, he led the way to the captain's quarters. Confused but obedient, Alice followed Duncan into the bedroom. At his behest, she closed the door behind them, her face a mask of perplexity. Captain, what are we about to do? Holding the brass key, Duncan looked at Alice intently. I want to test this key. Alice's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, didn't you say this key could be dangerous? That it might contain the soul of the Frost Queen or something along those lines. The danger has been mitigated, Duncan said, his voice a soothing blend of assurance and resolve. I've personally seen to it. Alice perked up at this end, without a moment's hesitation, began to reach for the zipper at the back of her dress. In that case, I'll start undressing. There's no need for that. Just exposing the keyhole will do, Duncan interjected, surprised and slightly embarrassed by her forthright willingness. You're not afraid? Alice glanced back at him, her eyes full of trust. You said there was no danger, Captain. Plus, if anything goes wrong, you're the one who'll be winding me up. You'll protect me, won't you? A pause hung in the air before Duncan slowly nodded. Yes, I'll protect you. Gesturing toward a round stool located next to the bed, he added, please sit there. I don't know what will happen once the key is turned, and it's safer if you're not standing. All right. Complying with Duncan's instruction, Alice sat down on the stool, her back turned to him. She unfastened the upper part of her dress, revealing the keyhole, a delicate, polished, porcelain-like circle set into her back, surrounded by an intricately crafted, gilded design. Duncan stared at the brass key in his hand, matching it visually with the keyhole. Everything seemed to fit perfectly. A feeling of anticipation tinged with nervousness welled up inside him. Taking a deep breath to quell his rising emotions, he carefully aligned the key with the hole. Alice. Yes. Don't be afraid. Okay. As Duncan inserted the key into the keyhole, he heard a distinct click, a sound that seemed to echo not just in the room but in the corners of his mind. This was no ordinary mechanical interaction. Duncan felt a mysterious force pulsing through the key, which began to turn of its own accord. It rotated until it reached a horizontal position and then clicked once more. At that instant, reality itself seemed to shift. The room's lighting morphed while shadows contorted and reassembled. Duncan felt a familiar disorientation akin to traversing the spirit realm, a transitional dizziness that made his surroundings appear to dissolve and reconfigure. Before he even had a chance to utter a surprised nod again, Duncan found himself standing in a grand yet eerily somber mansion. The expansive hall was flanked by towering pillars stretching upward to support a dark, brooding ceiling. The walls were embellished with intricate patterns and reliefs, and slender, tall windows punctuated the space. What caught his attention most was the unsettling sight beyond those windows. Thorny, black vines climbed upwards as if seeking to engulf the structure while chaotic flickers of light and shadow danced around them. This was an entirely different world, a place that felt simultaneously majestic and foreboding. It was as if they had been transported into the nexus of multiple realities, or perhaps to a dimension where the laws of time and space had fractured. And all of this had been unlocked by a simple turn of a key. Within the disquieting confines of the mansion, Duncan could hear a symphony of unsettling sounds. Intermittent whispers filled the air, punctuated by sporadic laughter and the echo of footsteps reverberating through the wooden floorboards. Most intriguingly, he heard faint strains of music, an ethereal melody that suggested a ballroom dance taking place in some distant, hidden part of the house. Duncan's brow furrowed, his senses heightening as he tried to make sense of the eerie environment. Just then, a fleeting movement caught his peripheral vision. He whipped his head around to focus on it, but what greeted him was an empty corner devoid of any tangible presence. Yet, he was absolutely certain that he'd seen something, or rather, someone. The figure had resembled a maid dressed in traditional black and white garb. Most disturbingly, where the figure's head should have been, there was nothing. The collar of the dress revealed a hauntingly empty space, a bare neck with no head above it. Duncan paused, standing still in the large, vacant hall. He absorbed the peculiar atmosphere, keenly aware of an aura that seemed to hum with unnerving energy. Making up his mind, he began to move toward a grand staircase at the far end of the hall that spiraled upwards. As he placed his foot on the first step, the wooden boards creaked mournfully under his weight. Climbing higher, a sudden wave of familiarity washed over him, making him halt mid-step. His eyes widened as he took in the ornate furnishings and archaic style of the mansion's interior. A sense of recognition gripped him. It was an emotional echo of a room he'd visited before. The sensation was unmistakable. This was the same environment where he had encountered the Frost Queen, Rhaenora, in her dormant state. Confusion mingled with an insatiable curiosity as Duncan pondered the implication of his surroundings. Why had he been transported to this hauntingly familiar place after winding up Alice's key? What was the connection between this eerie mansion and the dormant Frost Queen? And most importantly, what did this place hold for him and Alice, who had been so inexplicably linked to this unfolding mystery? Chapter 490, Alice's Mansion. From this elevated vantage point, Duncan had a sweeping view of the expansive and impressive interiors of an ancient mansion, which was both grandiose and beautifully preserved. Every intricate detail and ornate carving within the mansion reminded him of a chamber he once knew, the chamber of the Frost Queen Rhaenora. As this realization dawned upon him, a jolt of thrill surged through his body, compelling him to turn his attention to other parts of the mansion. Directly opposite his position on the staircase, the second floor opened up to an elongated corridor that exuded an air of mystery. The walls of this passage were adorned with age-old paintings, whose details had been blurred by time, interspersed with black iron candlesticks. These candlesticks held candles whose weak flames flickered, casting a ghostly illumination. The corridor seemed to culminate at a distant endpoint, where Duncan could make out a door. Intuitively, he believed this door led to the chambers of the mansion's lord or master. Resolute in his curiosity, Duncan began his trek down the corridor. Each step he took on the ancient wooden floorboards elicited a creak, the sound echoing eerily in the hushed surroundings. The quivering candlelight, disturbed by his movement, created dancing shadows on the walls, further intensifying the corridor's spooky ambience. However, as he approached the end of the corridor, a startling discovery stopped him in his tracks. Confusion furrowed his brow when he saw that the regal door he had spotted from afar was nowhere to be found. In its place was a damaged portion of the floor, looking as though it had been viciously torn apart. The walls and ceiling too bore this devastation, with massive cracks that gaped open to reveal an infinite expanse of blackness. Approaching the edge of the damaged floor, Duncan cautiously leaned forward, attempting to comprehend the vast darkness that stretched below. He looked around, trying to find any semblance of the rest of the mansion. But it was as though the corridor he stood in was hanging in a void, cut off from everything else. Duncan recalled seeing a door and a room at the corridor's end, but now, it seemed as though they had been cruelly ripped away, disappearing into the vast chasm. Lost in his thoughts, Duncan's contemplation was suddenly broken by a soft rustling sound nearby. Startled, he turned to find a figure draped in black and inexplicably missing its head, methodically dusting a marble stand against one of the corridor's walls. Feeling both wary and curious, Duncan took cautious steps towards this enigmatic figure. Unlike the fleeting ghosts he had met in the past, this one didn't vanish. As he drew closer, the headless figure straightened up and, in a gesture of decorum, gave a slight bow. This action, reminiscent of a professional butler's manners, was rendered eerie and unnerving due to the conspicuous absence of its head. "What are you in search of, honored guest?" Strangely disembodied, a voice emanated from the headless figure's chest. Though it held a courteous tone, it cast a shiver down Duncan's spine. Still, he had encountered many peculiarities in his journeys through this strange realm, so pushing away his trepidation, Duncan maintained a calm demeanor as he engaged with the bizarre being in front of him. "What happened to the room at the end of this hallway? Why can't I see it anymore?" "The room has moved on," intoned the headless entity, its words echoing with a deep resonance. "It transitioned from this realm a very long time ago." Puzzlement creased Duncan's brow, prompting him to probe further. "What of its occupant? I believed someone was supposed to reside there. Where are they?" "The room's mistress went with it. They both left our plane of existence together many years ago," the headless one explained. "But how can that be?" Duncan questioned, his voice tinged with disbelief. "I was under the impression it had only been a short while. For you, perhaps it feels recent. But here," the figure paused, emphasizing its next words, "things that seem to have occurred moments ago might have transpired millennia ago. And events you believe to be in the near future? They are distant epochs ahead." This enigmatic explanation left Duncan grappling for understanding. Was he in a place where time behaved erratically? Was this mansion somehow anchored at the edge of a temporal anomaly? His thoughts drifted to the brass key, the very key that had guided him to this perplexing abode. A sudden realization dawned upon Duncan as he felt a cold sensation enveloping his hand. Looking down, he found the brass key resting there, its form seeming to radiate an otherworldly chill. Upon his acknowledgement of the key, the headless figure seemed to react, its form quivering subtly. A deep, muffled sound came forth from its chest. "Ah, you are the fabled guest bearing the brass key. My sincerest apologies for not recognizing its significance earlier. Do you seek our mansion's mistress?" "The mistress?" Duncan asked, trying to mask his growing confusion. "You mentioned she left with the room. How can I seek someone who's already gone?" "There are dual mistresses associated with this mansion," the figure elucidated, its tone ever patient, reminiscent of a seasoned servant. "One mistress, bound eternally to her chamber, has now vanished alongside it. The other, the true mistress of this estate, has never once stepped within its confines." As Duncan processed this revelation, a single name surfaced in his thoughts: Frost Queen Rhaenora. Was she the enigmatic mistress tied to her room? A nascent theory regarding the identity of the second mistress began crystallizing in Duncan's thoughts. "Who is this other mistress you speak of?" he pressed, locking eyes, or rather, focusing intently on the headless entity before him. "The manor you stand in is known as Alice's mansion," replied the figure in an eerily steady tone. "Thus, the mistress can only be Alice." A brief flicker of understanding crossed Duncan's face, his eyes momentarily narrowing. Everything was starting to piece together. The intricate lock he had activated, positioned right on Alice's back, was the very portal leading him to this mansion. How could this enigmatic dwelling not be intrinsically linked to her? It was not just any mansion, but Alice's mansion, bearing her name, and she was its sovereign. As for Nora, she seemed more like a resident bound to her room, confined within its walls, lending her an essence of being an exalted captive rather than a reigning mistress. The tale as narrated by Rhaenora started to make more sense. She was entrapped in the drifting nexus, designated to oversee the ancient god replica situated in the ocean depths. Currently, thanks to some mysterious shadow from subspace, this illustrious captive had managed to flee with her chamber, while the mansion's primary guardian, the warden, roamed its outskirts. Despite his deductions, Duncan found it challenging to juxtapose Alice's playful and innocent demeanor with the commanding presence of the mansion's mistress or even the guardian of this peculiar realm. Setting aside these contrasting images, he composed himself and returned his attention to the headless figure. Why doesn't the mansion's owner, Alice, ever step foot within her own domain? Duncan inquired, the hint of skepticism evident in his voice. She resides in the garden, the headless figure informed, having been in a deep slumber for ages, and it's not yet her time to awaken and reclaim her home. A deep slumber in the garden. Duncan mused aloud, attempting to maintain an exterior of calm even though a myriad of questions churned within him. Is it possible for me to meet her there? Indeed, you may, the figure responded without hesitation. Despite the absence of eyes, Duncan couldn't miss the lingering focus directed at the brass key he held. With the key you possess, you're granted the authority to access any part of this mansion, including the entrance to the garden. If you would kindly follow, I'll escort you there, the figure intoned. Gratefully, Duncan nodded, then proceeded to tail the figure, which led him to the majestic spiral staircase connecting the mansion's levels. While traversing the mansion en route to the garden, Duncan seized the opportunity to inquire further, aiming to extract every bit of knowledge from his guide. What role do you play in this vast establishment? I serve as the butler of this mansion, the figure, now distinguishably the butler, responded. Seeing the hesitation amongst the maids and other staff to interact with you, I deemed it fitting to assist and cater to your needs. The painting depicted a verdant landscape with a majestic tree at its center, its branches laden with resplendent blossoms. The ethereal beauty of the painting stood in stark contrast to the mansion's haunting ambience. Delicate petals, seemingly caught in a gentle breeze, floated down to a shimmering pond below. Upon closer examination, Duncan could discern faint, ethereal figures sitting under the tree, their contours blurred, almost melding into the background, as though they were memories fading away. The artistry was impeccable, but what truly captivated Duncan was the deep melancholy and yearning it emanated, reminiscent of souls in search of something they might never find. Duncan traced a finger gently across the canvas, feeling the texture beneath his fingertips. It was a touchstone to the very essence of the mansion, reflecting the sorrow of souls adrift, seeking solace. Such paintings are scattered throughout the mansion. They capture the collective memories and feelings of the souls that reside here, the headless butler remarked, sensing Duncan's fascination. He added, over time, as souls forget their identities, they leave traces of their essence behind. This mansion, with its many paintings, murals, and artifacts, serves as a tapestry of lost memories. For the few who still remember, these paintings are reminders of days long past. For others, they are simply beautiful relics of an unknown history. Duncan turned to the butler, his gaze thoughtful. Such a poignant testament to the transient nature of existence. These souls, once full of life and vigor, are now just fleeting memories, immortalized on canvas. The butler tilted what would have been its head, a gesture reminiscent of acknowledgement. Indeed, sir. Existence is fleeting, but memories, even if faded, have a way of persisting. They both stood silently for a moment, absorbing the profoundness of the artwork before Duncan finally broke the silence. Let's proceed. I'd like to meet the mistress and perhaps find more such memories along the way. The butler obliged, leading Duncan further into the maze-like corridors of the mansion. Chapter 491, Deep in the Garden. The arresting visual that immediately captured Duncan's attention was a large, captivating oil painting that hung prominently on the wall closest to the mansion's elegant spiral staircase. The artwork had a striking color scheme mainly composed of deep blacks and rich crimsons, creating a vivid and bold contrast that made it impossible to look away. This particular painting was one of several that graced the expansive walls of the luxurious mansion, each portraying its own chaotic scene that felt as if it had erupted from a wild, feverish dream. Unlike traditional landscapes or portraits, the painting featured a complex, abstract composition. Random lines zigzagged across the canvas, intersecting with blocks of color, creating a dizzying visual experience for anyone who dared to study it for too long. The actual meaning or message of the painting remained elusive, hidden within its intricate strokes and whirls. As Duncan continued to focus on the artwork, allowing his eyes to follow the tangle of shapes and hues, he realized that the chaotic patterns were evolving into discernible forms. What initially appeared to be random shadows began to coalesce into definitive lines. The seemingly indiscriminate blobs of color started to take on recognizable shapes. Suddenly, the painting seemed to come alive. It portrayed a powerful blaze, almost like a fireball, soaring through a thick layer of clouds to crash into a turbulent sea below. The blazing entity split the sky in half, and the ocean churned angrily beneath it as if protesting the intrusion. And looming behind this dramatic scene was a menacing figure, enshrouded in dark crimson tones, appearing as a harbinger of some apocalyptic event. Interestingly, Duncan found that the painting echoed a fleeting vision he had once had. In that vision, a trident-shaped spacecraft, engulfed in flames, spiraled down from the sky before exploding in a magnificent splash into the ocean. Upon closer examination, though, Duncan realized that the artwork was not an exact match to his earlier vision. The spacecraft from his memory was a marvel of advanced technology, easily recognizable by its futuristic design and grandiose presence. By contrast, the object in the painting seemed archaic, perhaps even a wooden ship, encircled by flames that looked more like natural fire than the advanced propulsion of a spaceship. It was as if the artist, who might have lived in medieval times, had been driven to the edge of sanity and had dreamed of a futuristic vehicle. However, lacking the context or the vocabulary to fully understand what he had seen, he was forced to interpret this advanced technology through his own limited artistic lens. This resulted in a painting filled with ambiguous symbols and unsettling imagery. Just as Duncan was deeply engrossed in his contemplation of the painting, he was interrupted by the voice of the mansion's headless butler. "Are you intrigued by this painting, sir?" the butler inquired, breaking Duncan's intense focus. Intrigued, Duncan asked with a note of curiosity, "What can you tell me about the origins of these oil paintings that adorn the walls of this mansion?" "The paintings have always been here, sir," the headless butler replied in a tone that was measured and composed, betraying no urgency. "Always?" Duncan pressed, his voice tinged with an air of confusion. "Do you mean since the very moment this grand structure, known as Alice's mansion, was erected? Or perhaps you mean since Alice herself took on her role as the mistress of this estate?" "From the dawn of time, sir," the butler intoned, "prior to any events or existences one could possibly conceive of." Duncan's brow furrowed involuntarily, his face a tableau of perplexity. The butler's reply felt cryptic, frustratingly nebulous, almost like a riddle without an answer. He scrutinized the headless figure before him, but reading emotion or intent from a being without a face proved impossible. What remained were courteous but empty words. Taking a moment to marshal his thoughts, Duncan formulated two more questions. "Does the painting we were discussing have a name? Can you elaborate on its subject matter? The painting is, in fact, nameless, as are all the paintings that grace these walls, the butler informed him. They exist for their own sake, free from the constraints of titles or interpretations. As to what it portrays, I must regretfully admit that the subject exceeds my comprehension. Surely, as the housekeeper of this place, you should be familiar with its many nuances, shouldn't you? Duncan prodded, a touch of disbelief entering his tone. I am merely a servant, sir. This mansion harbors an array of enigmas, protected and secluded in its depths. The knowledge of such mysteries is not intended to fall within the scope of a servant's responsibilities. A brief flicker of irritation twitched at the corners of Duncan's mouth. Part of him wanted to push the butler further, to pry more information from him, but he quickly squashed the urge. This was Alice's mansion, a place with its own peculiar customs and unknown dangers. Challenging the butler could jeopardize the safety of Alice herself, so he resolved to tread carefully. Taking a deep, quiet breath to regain his composure, Duncan's eyes drifted over the numerous paintings that decorated the expansive hallway. Each was a cascade of colors and abstract forms, but unlike the painting that had initially captivated him, none of these seemed to morph or change under his scrutiny. Finally, he spoke. Let us move on, he said, feeling a pang of regret as he tore his gaze away from the mesmerizing artworks. Turning to the headless butler, he issued his next directive. Please lead me to the garden you mentioned earlier. The headless butler executed a slight bow of acknowledgement before turning to continue their guided tour of the mansion. Leading Duncan across the opulent landing on the second floor, they descended the intricately designed spiral staircase. Once on the first floor, they navigated through the expansive hall, eventually arriving at a narrow corridor that led to the mansion's secluded rear garden. However, before proceeding down the corridor, Duncan hesitated and looked back. His eyes were drawn to the opposite end of the hall where a plush, vibrant red carpet culminated at a massive, dark wooden door. The door was framed by tall, slender windows that offered glimpses of thorny bushes planted just beyond the glass. It almost seems like the gateway to the entire mansion, Duncan thought aloud. Suddenly, curiosity ignited within him, and he found himself asking, what's on the other side of that door? The instant Duncan's question escaped his lips, he noticed the headless butler visibly quiver, an unprecedented break in the servant's usually unflappable demeanor. I must urge you, sir, to quell any curiosity about what lies beyond that door, the butler responded, his tone unusually unsettled. That is a pathway to an irrevocable destiny, an abyss of eternal torment. A pathway to nowhere. Duncan's eyes narrowed, his expression gravitating towards stern seriousness. Why would you describe it in such ominous terms? Could it be some sort of portal to another dimension? Another realm, you say? I can't fathom what you mean, but I implore you, never attempt to open that door, the butler cautioned. He began to wave his arms in an agitated manner, clearly unsettled. The door, it seemed, was sacrosanct, a forbidden territory within the mansion that no one was allowed to cross. However, I'm not bound by the rules of this place, Duncan pointed out, his eyes twinkling with a provocative eagerness. He had noticed the butler's emotional perturbation and considered it a significant clue to understanding the mansion's mysterious nature. You said earlier that I hold the key, implying that I have the capability to unlock any door here. True, you do possess a key, sir. But employing it on that particular door would be a grave mistake, the headless butler warned, his tone steeped in palpable anxiety. Despite being constrained by his role and perhaps by rules he couldn't divulge, he made increasingly frantic gestures and used more urgent language to dissuade Duncan. For the sake of everyone within this dwelling, I beg you not to unlock that door. What really is behind that door? Duncan fixed a hard, unyielding gaze on the butler, his voice imbued with grave seriousness. The butler seemed to falter for a moment, stuttering as though struggling to organize his thoughts into coherent speech. Behind that door, beyond that door, he hesitated, lies a world in ruins. An apocalyptic doom is imminent, and that door serves as a seal holding back the end of days. I beseech you, do not unseal that threshold and unleash the apocalypse upon us. Duncan's eyebrows knit together in a deep furrow as he absorbed the headless butler's frantic and fragmented revelations. The words "a world in ruins" and "imminent apocalyptic doom" reverberated unsettlingly in his mind. Could it be that the mansion was not just an enigmatic residence but a fortress against some looming catastrophe? After a few moments of intense contemplation, he took a deep breath and exhaled, as if discharging the weight of the unsettling information he had just received. Don't worry, he finally said, offering a reassuring nod in the direction of the headless servant. I had no intention of opening that ominous door to begin with. The relief that washed over the butler was almost palpable. Despite the absence of a head or face to express emotion, the sudden release of tension in his posture was unmistakable. Your words earlier had unsettled me greatly, admitted the butler, his tone regaining its measured cadence as he resumed his guided path. I urge you to refrain from making such distressing inquiries in the future. The apocalypse has already consumed much of the world, and this mansion is the last sanctuary. Duncan remained silent, carefully observing the butler's demeanor as they walked through the narrow corridor. Eventually, they reached a glass door framed with dark, robust steel. The steel framework divided the translucent glass into a variety of geometric shapes, each filled with etchings of flowers and plants. The overall aesthetic was oddly disquieting, as if a fairy tale world had collided with a darker, more ominous realm. The mistress is awaiting you in the garden. Please make yourself comfortable, said the butler, twisting the door's handle and taking a step back. You're not coming with me? Duncan asked, visibly surprised. The garden is a private space reserved for the mistress and those who possess the key. Even the gardener only enters when it's absolutely necessary, the butler clarified. Should you need assistance, a slender rope is available near the entrance. Pull it, and I will come to the gate immediately. Thank you for leading me here, Duncan responded, diverting his attention away from the butler's unsettling presence. With a gentle push, he opened the creaking glass door, crossing the threshold into the secluded garden. The immediate shift in atmosphere was astonishing. As the door swung shut behind him, his eyes were bathed in brilliant sunlight, a stark contrast to the mansion's otherwise gloomy, enigmatic interior. Sunlight. Actual, life-affirming sunlight. It struck Duncan that, within the heart of this eerie, labyrinthine mansion, there existed a sanctuary filled with the warmth and light of the sun. Duncan's sense of wonder soared as he delved deeper into the garden. His eyes roamed over the lush scene before him, taking in intricately designed flower beds bursting with a multitude of colors, shrubs sculpted to perfection, and meandering pathways flanked by vividly green grass. The garden seemed to revel in an ethereal warmth that suffused the air, lending a surreal glow to every leaf and petal. However, as he tilted his head skyward, that initial sense of awe started to wane, replaced by a nagging discomfort. What met his gaze was far from the ordinary sky one would expect to see outdoors. Instead, he was confronted by an eerie artistic interpretation, almost childlike in its execution. Patches of blue, interspersed with crude white cotton-like clouds and simplistic golden rays, made up a fantastical sky. The center was dominated by an equally amateurish doodle of a sun, radiating lines of golden light. It was from this sun that the garden drew its otherworldly illumination. Despite the whimsical charm of the overhead tableau, Duncan felt a deep sense of unease gnawing at him. This wasn't just a quaint sky, it was a harbinger of the garden's underlying strangeness. Shaking off a shudder, he averted his gaze from the peculiar sky and turned his attention back to the garden's earthly aspects. Soon, his eyes caught a peculiar splash of color that seemed out of place amidst the greenery and blooms. Driven by a blend of curiosity and apprehension, he moved briskly toward the source, dodging through clusters of thick shrubbery and skirting a diminutive wall adorned with an array of flowers. As he reached the area where several pathways converged, he found himself in a secluded clearing at the garden's heart. The atmosphere here was markedly different, hushed and solemn. Dominating the clearing was a single figure seated tranquilly as if absorbed in deep meditation or perhaps caught in the throes of sleep. This figure rested against a grand marble column, which itself was covered in ivy and flowering vines. Yet, as Duncan edged closer, he realized that the romantic imagery of the flowering tendrils was marred by an unsettling detail. Numerous sharp, black thorns peppered the vines, coiling menacingly around the figure's form as if holding her captive in a vegetative snare. Duncan's breath was caught in his throat for a moment as he processed the dichotomy of the beautiful yet imprisoning spectacle. The figure, both regal and vulnerable in her entangled repose, drew his gaze irresistibly. Alice, he finally managed to utter, the word barely more than a whisper, laden with a complicated mix of concern, bewilderment, and anticipation. Chapter 492, Doll's Drawing Board. When Duncan first laid eyes on the figure, resting peacefully amidst the vibrant blossoms and foliage of the garden, a familiar sensation surged within him. The name tied to that figure started to form on his lips. However, just as he was about to utter it, he caught himself, a shiver of realization running down his spine. Memories flooded back from a recent incident at the opulent dormitory. He had mistaken the chilling face of Raynora, known as the Frost Queen, for someone else. Could this be another similar case? A mix of curiosity and unease began to well up in Duncan's heart. Treading carefully, he moved closer to the slumbering figure, eager to confirm its identity. As he knelt down to take a closer look, details began to emerge. The telltale spherical joints that pieced the figure together and the unmistakably smooth, colorless complexion, as white as freshly fallen snow or pure porcelain, were evident. This had to be Alice. His concern was quickly replaced by a rush of relief. But as he observed further, Duncan's eyes were drawn to the elaborate design of black thorns that encased Alice. These thorns sprung from the surrounding flower bushes, wrapping and winding around Alice's delicate, porcelain-like form, crafting an ornate yet somewhat eerie semblance of a skirt. It seemed as if Alice was cradled by the very flora of the garden, completely unaware of Duncan's presence or his voice calling out to her. Being wary of the sharp thorns, Duncan tenderly reached out to touch Alice's face, whispering, "Alice, can you hear me?" His fingers met a cold, unyielding surface, much like that of a dormant doll. There was no reaction from Alice, she remained undisturbed in her deep sleep. Duncan's gaze then caught a peculiar detail tightly grasped in Alice's hand was what appeared to be a painter's board. Although the same thorny vine snaked around her wrist, Duncan noticed gaps that indicated the board could be carefully removed. After a moment of hesitation, Duncan gently gripped the edge of the board. He carefully extracted it, always casting a nervous glance towards Alice, fearing his actions might disturb her. Yet, she remained still, ensconced in her dreams. Duncan breathed a sigh of relief and shifted his focus to the board he had freed. Before him was a canvas painted with wild bursts of colors and unpredictable lines, eerily reflecting the strange sky that dominated the garden overhead. The artwork had the raw touch of a child's hand, capturing surreal and abstract scenes. The canvas displayed a captivating vortex of colors, with a plethora of shades spiraling dynamically, occupying a vast portion of the painting. The remainder of the artwork was dotted with shimmering points and intersecting lines that gave the impression of a starry constellation. And right at the very epicenter of this colorful tumult, there was a deep, throbbing shade of red that seemed to demand attention. Even though the artwork appeared childishly simple and naively executed, there was something about that deep red core that made Duncan feel uneasy. It emanated a potent aura of danger, and the more Duncan stared, the more familiar it felt. Rummaging through his memories, trying to locate a similar sensation, he finally pinpointed it. It was in this very mansion, Alice's mansion, specifically on the elevated landing of the second floor near the ornate spiral staircase, where another artwork had once riveted his attention. This painting showed an immense ship engulfed in fierce flames cascading downwards from the vast skies. And there it was, lurking behind the fiery descent of the ship, that same unsettling, hypnotic, deep red glow. With a deepening frown, Duncan pieced it together. This was not the first time he had come across this peculiar red hue in the mansion. Its repetition was no mere coincidence but rather a foreboding signal of events that were yet to unfold. But what did this red hue symbolize? Was there a hidden meaning behind its luminous gleam? Perhaps it was an omen of a looming, inescapable calamity shadowing his every move. Or maybe it was a metaphorical representation, an ominous prelude to an apocalyptic event. He remembered a cryptic warning from a decapitated butler about the dangers of opening the mansion's grand entrance door. What could be behind those doors? Was it the source of this hauntingly mysterious dark red aura? The thought gave Duncan pause, but he was not one to act impulsively. Although intrigued about what lay beyond the doors, he recognized the importance of restraint. He was determined to unravel this mystery, but not at the expense of plunging the mansion into turmoil or jeopardizing Alice's well-being. Taking a moment to steady himself, Duncan inhaled deeply, letting the cool air fill his lungs. He lifted his gaze to the sky overhead, which bizarrely mirrored the naive doodling that covered the canvas in his grasp. Beside him, amidst the blooms, the porcelain figure continued its undisturbed rest, holding on to the secrets of this conundrum. Was there a connection between the painting, the sky, and this lifeless doll? Was Alice, perhaps, the artist behind these enigmatic creations? As Duncan sifted through the revelations shared by Raynora, a profound realization began to form. Initially, he had thought of Alice as a random fusion of Raynora and the guillotine, a theory also suggested by the Frost Queen. But the more he pondered, the more it seemed that Alice was much more than just an external representation of these elements. While the exterior, Miss Doll, might have been constructed from such components, the soul within was an enigma, housing profound mysteries that seemed to transcend Raynora's own understanding. An analytical thought crystallized in Duncan's mind. In the realm of digital data, if a copied file contains more content than its original, it can only mean one thing: additional information was embedded during the duplication process. Immersed in this sea of contemplation, Duncan felt the weight of the silence around him, pressing down like an invisible force. He lost track of time, lost within the labyrinths of his thoughts. Eventually, he let out a long, drawn-out sigh, signaling his intent to return to the present moment. With utmost care, he aimed to place the painting board back into the doll's hands, wishing to restore everything to its original state, an effort to prevent any potential disturbances within this unpredictable mansion. But just as he was about to position the board securely within the doll's grip, he noticed something peculiar on its backside. Marks that he had previously overlooked now stood out prominently. His instincts immediately heightened, and he quickly inspected the back of the board more closely. These weren't just random scratches, they were methodically inscribed lines of text. The engraved message read, "The messenger brings news from afar. The chosen clan raised the lost ancient stars and molded them into a sacred crown. The third long night has drawn to a close." Duncan remained motionless, fixated on this cryptic proclamation. It resonated with an age-old wisdom and significance. After what felt like ages, he gently released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding and delicately returned the painting board to the doll's grasp with a careful maneuver to avoid the surrounding thorns. The message, however, remained with him, echoing endlessly in the chambers of his mind, hinting at ancient prophecies and forgotten tales. The chosen lineage, the celestial relics of yore, the conclusion of the third long night. Duncan straightened up, his brow furrowed in thought. Piecing together the scattered bits of related information that flashed through his memory, a conceptual tapestry began to take shape. The central thread weaving through this mental construct was the mention of the third long night, as detailed in the revered and forbidden text, the blasphemous book, which was safeguarded by the formidable annihilators. According to lore, it was right after the serene cessation of this third long night that the Epic of the Deep Sea was inaugurated, a monumental period that greatly reshaped the topography and dynamics of the world. The soul-chosen lineage synonymous with the third long night narrative, Duncan surmised, had to be the illustrious forebears of the Crete kingdom, often referred to in whispers as the primordial forefathers. Regarding the resurrection of the once-lost celestial relics, might this enigmatic verse hint towards the renowned episode where the Crete kingdom ingeniously forged the Vision 001 sun, a symbol of their divine authority? However, the puzzle pieces were still too scant and cloaked in ambiguity. It felt like a tantalizingly opaque riddle, shedding minimal light and spawning more speculative interpretations than verifiable truths. Duncan sighed, momentarily letting go of the bittersweet sting of unfulfillment. He methodically surveyed the garden's hauntingly quiet and lush expanse, searching for any overlooked clues. Though bathed in an eerie stillness, the setting showcased nothing but a vibrant greenery mesh punctuated by artistically crafted pathways. He inevitably gravitated back towards the resting doll. Circling the inert entity labeled as Alice, Duncan was suddenly stopped in his tracks by an intriguing find. A tiny keyhole was etched onto the doll. But it wasn't discreetly tucked behind her dress as one might expect, instead, it was conspicuously situated right on the nape of her porcelain neck. This specific detail captured Duncan's interest. He found himself inexplicably drawn, almost magnetically, closer to inspect this minute aperture. Indeed, the presence of a keyhole on this garden's doll was intriguing, but why was its location distinct from that on the Alice he knew? Could the keyhole's unique positioning be indicative of a deeper, metaphorical message? Given the array of mystifying events he'd experienced in this surreal realm, Duncan naturally started to contemplate such symbolic interpretations. But he quickly reeled in these ruminations, realizing they might be rabbit holes leading to mere speculation without definite conclusions. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Duncan cautiously retrieved a petite brass key from his pocket. This key had mysteriously manifested in his hand upon his arrival in Alice's enigmatic mansion. Was this key specifically designed for this very keyhole? With this hypothesis dancing at the forefront of his thoughts, Duncan made a decisive move. He delicately aligned the key with the keyhole on the doll's nape and tenderly inserted it, awaiting the outcomes of his action. With a faint, delicate click, the key seamlessly engaged with the intricate internal mechanism of the doll. Without any prompt, it began to rotate autonomously, mirroring its behavior from a prior experience. As it did, a familiar, almost nostalgic sensation enveloped Duncan. The world around him seemed to pulse, alternating between darkness and illumination. His senses momentarily disoriented, giving way to a brief sensation of floating in the void, only to be followed by the reassuring feeling of firm ground beneath his shoes. In a disorientingly swift transition, Duncan found himself ensconced in the familiar, warmly lit ambience of the captain's quarters aboard the Vanished. Directly in his line of sight emerged the gleaming, porcelain-white curvature of a spine. Alice sat there, gracefully poised on an ornate stool, patiently awaiting the ritualistic winding that would give her movement. The abrupt shift in environment left Duncan momentarily stunned, rendering him lost for words. As he processed the rapid change, a whimsical, almost playful thought danced across his mind: imagine the amusement of fastening some firecrackers to this pristine back. With her heightened sense of hearing, Alice caught a hint of the captain's murmur. Delicately and with great care, she rotated her head, making sure not to displace her dress. A note of curiosity marked her voice. "Captain? What was it that you uttered?" Realizing his musings might have been audible, Duncan was quick to recover. He cleared his throat, attempting to shrug off his initial shock, and replied with a nonchalant, "Oh, merely thinking out loud," while deftly retracting the key from its resting place. "Is our session concluded? Are you feeling okay?" Alice's query took Duncan by surprise. She reached behind, feeling for the latch on her back, her eyes widening in astonishment. "But we've just started." Duncan's motion of removing the key halted momentarily, the implications dawning upon him. The myriad adventures and the seemingly interminable span he had endured within the enigma of Alice's mansion had, in this reality, transpired within the merest fraction of a second. Chapter 493, The Stolen Room. Duncan felt a whirlwind of questions and theories spinning in his mind as he gingerly placed the brass key into his pocket. Standing next to him, Alice seemed alert and watchful, her eyes shifting from one thing to another like a child on the brink of uncovering a hidden secret. "Has anything changed for you, Alice? Do you feel different in any way?" Duncan questioned, his gaze searching Alice's eyes for an answer. "Different?" Alice tilted her head to one side as if pondering the question. She absent-mindedly reached behind her to scratch her back, then finally shook her head. "Well, I felt a brief itch near where the keyhole was, but that sensation has already passed." "Why? Should something have changed?" Duncan couldn't help but frown at her response. "Is that all? No other sensations or feelings?" Alice looked back at him with genuine curiosity. "That's everything. Why do you ask? You look rather serious. Do you know what that key is supposed to unlock?" Gathering his thoughts, Duncan hesitated briefly before settling down on the bed opposite Alice. "What may have seemed like just a moment to you was actually a much longer span of time for me. I found myself in a bizarre place, an immense, antiquated mansion named Alice's Mansion." Alice, who was designed to resemble a Gothic-style doll, widened her eyes in a combination of astonishment and confusion as Duncan recounted his tale. Not wanting to hold anything back, Duncan delved into the details of his experiences in Alice's mansion. He described the things he had seen and heard, as well as the bizarre underwater adventures he'd had, including his encounter with a mysterious entity known as the Frost Queen, Raynora. He was fully aware that Alice might only comprehend fragments of his story, and even the parts she did understand could be bewildering. Yet he chose to reveal everything to her because he believed she deserved to know. He refused to underestimate her by thinking, "She won't get it anyway," and thereby keeping her in the dark. Alice maintained an empty expression while listening to him and didn't speak until several seconds after he had finished talking. "Wow," she finally said, clearly overwhelmed. She ran her fingers through her hair, her face edged with confusion and a hint of regret. "I'm sorry, Captain. I don't fully understand what you're saying. My thoughts feel muddled." "You're not slow, Alice. All of this is extraordinarily complex," Duncan reassured her, having anticipated her reaction. He shook his head and gave her a reassuring smile. "I'm baffled myself. We have a plethora of clues, but they're all fragmented and disconnected. We are far from piecing together this elaborate puzzle." Alice nodded, absorbing what she could from his words. She then furrowed her brow, deep in thought, before her curiosity seemed to resurface. "Tell me, were there many other people in this mansion? And was it true that none of them had heads?" "When I was inside the mansion, I met only one person, a man who introduced himself as the butler of the estate," Duncan began, recounting his unique experiences. "He mentioned that the mansion is full of inhabitants, but that they prefer to remain hidden. What I found most unsettling was that they all appeared to be headless servants or attendants." Alice knitted her brows and murmured to herself as she grappled with the information. "Could this strange phenomenon be connected to my guillotine ability, which allows me to behead people?" "It's a possibility," Duncan replied, keenly aware of Alice's unique power. "Some of these mysterious attendants might actually be the souls of people you've decapitated using your ability." He paused, choosing his words carefully before adding, "However, the butler did mention that the mansion serves as a sanctuary for drifting souls who have found refuge there. These souls did not appear to be victims of decapitation. Duncan fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. I wonder if your guillotine ability might somehow influence the appearance of the souls in the mansion, making them seem headless, regardless of how they actually arrived there. Alice nodded, showing signs of understanding. Her eyes then narrowed as if recalling something. And what about Raynora, the Frost Queen? You mentioned she disappeared. Is that true? Indeed, her room vanished, just as she had predicted, Duncan confirmed. She had said that if the connecting point, which turned out to be an ancient god's wrist, were to be destroyed, the drifting nexus would lose its anchor, much like a ship set adrift after its ropes have been severed. Suddenly, Duncan's words trailed off. He seemed absorbed in his thoughts, his face lined with contemplation. Captain! Alice prodded, puzzled by his sudden silence. What's on your mind? Duncan didn't respond immediately. Only after Alice nudged him a second time did he break his silence. I'm pondering what Raynora meant when she spoke of the drifting nexus. Was she referring to just her room within the mansion, or could she have been talking about Alice's mansion in its entirety? Alice looked a bit bewildered. Does it make a difference? It makes a significant difference, Duncan explained. If Raynora meant that the entire Alice's mansion is the drifting nexus, then destroying the connecting point should have caused the whole mansion to vanish, not just one room. However, if the drifting nexus is confined to her chamber, then what exactly is its relation to the rest of the mansion? Does the link between her room and the larger structure not qualify as a connecting point? Duncan paused and focused his attention on Alice. Most crucially, when I wound the clockwork key into your mechanism, I was transported to Alice's mansion. This suggests that the strongest tie exists between you and that mysterious place. You might even be integral parts of the same entity, he continued. If a drifting nexus requires a stable connecting point to exist, then you, Alice, would logically be the most stable and significant of those points. Alice listened intently, her eyes wide with concentration as she tried to grasp Duncan's complex narrative. Despite her best efforts, she found herself lost in the intricacies of the tale. Yet, Alice had always been genuine in her approach to life, and so she candidly asked, "What are you talking about exactly?" The room where Raynora, the Frost Queen, resided showed clear indications that it had been forcibly separated from the rest of the mansion, Duncan elaborated. Initially, I didn't think much of it. But reflecting on it now, I suspect Raynora might have deliberately concealed something crucial from me. You see, the term drifting nexus should apply to the entire Alice's mansion, which has a deep connection to you. Based on what I observed, the mansion isn't unstable, it doesn't drift on its own. So I've started to wonder if Raynora used the opportunity when I destroyed the ancient god's wrist and potentially weakened some cosmic connection to deliberately isolate her room from the main structure of the mansion. Alice strained her mind to comprehend, trying to piece together the information Duncan had just shared. This time, she seemed to understand the basic premise. So you're suggesting that the Frost Queen saw a chance when you disrupted things and unhooked her room to make her escape? Kind of like how mutineers might take lifeboats from a ship under the cover of a thick fog. Alice inquired, trying to relate it to something she knew. Duncan looked momentarily surprised by her analogy. That's an unexpectedly fitting description. How did you come up with that? Mr. Goathead often tells me stories of treacherous sailors using fog to steal lifeboats, barrels of alcohol, cheese, or even salted fish from a ship, Alice said, elaborating on her inspiration. In his tales, a brave and wise captain would then traverse the entire ocean to reclaim even something as trivial as stolen salted fish. Would you pursue Raynora like the captains in Mr. Goathead's stories? Duncan looked puzzled, almost bemused by her tale. Let's momentarily ignore the oddity of sailors stealing salted fish and why a captain would sail across the sea to get it back. The problem is, I don't even know where to start looking for Raynora. And really, it should be you who seeks her out, given that she stole something connected to your mansion. After all, you are the mistress of Alice's mansion. Fair enough, Alice quickly conceded, shaking her head. To be honest, that room was originally hers to begin with. But what confuses me is her motive. You said earlier that a drifting nexus, when detached, might end up anywhere, even in the terrifying subspace. Why would she take such a drastic risk? Duncan paused, sinking into deep contemplation before finally speaking. Yes, that's the real question, isn't it? He thought back to the Raynora he had met, a tragic figure wrapped in metaphorical chains from birth to her fall from grace. Even in exile at the ocean's depths, she seemed imprisoned by an unending nightmare. She had described her existence as being forever trapped in a cage, even when the physical bars were gone. And now, it seemed, she had managed to escape but took that cage along with her. Maybe she sought freedom, Duncan mused quietly, the word hanging in the air like a question. But could the entire enigma really boil down to something as simple, yet complex, as freedom? As the submersible ascended through the depths of the ocean, the needle on the control panel quivered with increasing frequency. The gentle rocking of the vessel, a sign that they were getting closer to the water's surface, became more noticeable. Through the thick glass porthole, weak rays of sunlight began to pierce the surrounding aquatic darkness, signaling that they were emerging from the abyss. However, despite nearing the surface and its accompanying sunlight, the gloomy atmosphere cultivated in the deep ocean didn't entirely dissipate. It was as if an ethereal weight from the boundless void below was rising alongside them. Invisible tendrils of unease seemed to extend upwards, almost like arms reaching out to hold back the intrepid explorers who had dared to venture into these untamed depths. Duncan's mind was awash with a whirlwind of thoughts, a kaleidoscope of revelations that were as exhilarating as they were perplexing and unsettling. Whether it was the enigmatic soul of the Frost Queen, who had lingered with ancient gods in the abyss for half a century, or the chilling implications that threatened to overturn accepted views of reality, any single notion was enough to shiver the spine of even the most stalwart and pious individual's light of day be damned. The radical idea that all life forms were offspring of ancient gods, that the essence of these gods lay dormant in each being, waiting to awaken, was a concept so outrageous that not even the most blasphemous texts had dared articulate it. Even the fervent adherents of extreme ideologies like those worshipping the Netherlord barely broached such sweeping cosmic theories. The sunlight penetrating the ocean became increasingly bright, a stark contrast to the gloom that still held sway in their hearts and minds. And yet, for a corpse, no amount of sunlight could bring warmth. Agatha folded her hands over her chest, her mind reaching out to her deity, Bartok, as she sought to engage in silent prayer. Despite her desperate attempts, she couldn't find the tranquility required to do so. The peace that usually accompanied her communion with the divine was elusive, overpowered by the unsettling truths and questions that now plagued her mind. Chapter 494, Gathering of the Followers. The peaceful and serene sea was momentarily disrupted, creating cascading waves as a massive submarine emerged from its depths. The brilliant afternoon sun, burning like a radiant gem in the vast sky, cast shimmering light trails over the seemingly infinite ocean. The sun's bright, uncaring glow reflected off the submarine's steel exterior, creating a vivid contrast between the warmth of the sun and the coldness of the metal. Suddenly, an onboard, single-use smoke device positioned at the top of the submarine's hull came to life. It was as if a brief, brilliant fire erupted, quickly followed by a subdued detonation, propelling a blazing, orange streak that cut through the clear blue sky. The crew made a series of adjustments to the submarine's alignment and power settings, allowing it to hover in a stable position on the water's surface. A loud, grinding sound echoed as the submarine's locking system began to slowly release. Inside, Duncan, with steady hands, started turning the handle that kept the thick hatch in place. As he opened it, a wave of the ocean's fresh air flooded into the chamber, embracing both him and his silent counterpart. Although neither of them technically needed air, the sensation of the refreshing sea breeze offered an unanticipated reprieve. The chilling illusions, which had tormented them, weaving into their thoughts and consciousness during their submerged journey, were now starting to fade. Holding onto the handrail for support, Agatha gathered her strength and followed Duncan, stepping out onto the sturdy outer surface of the submarine. The vast ocean met her gaze, a vision of tranquility and grandeur. Looking sideways, Duncan addressed the sentinel-like figure next to him. "How does the daylight feel after our ordeal?" he inquired. Agatha, her voice just above a whisper, answered, "It's as if I've been revived from the brink of oblivion once again. I hadn't realized the depth of longing I felt for the warmth of the sun and the simple pleasure of inhaling fresh air until they were taken from me." "And what of the other you?" Duncan questioned further. "Throughout our descent, she remained distant. She was watching us though, correct?" Agatha nodded. "Our feelings are intertwined. However, she expressed a desire for reflection and chose silence. Would you like me to call her forward for a chat?" Duncan shook his head gently. "No need. Give her the space she needs. This undersea voyage has been a deeply moving journey for each of us, almost like a rite of passage. We must all reflect on it in our own time." Signaling with a subtle gesture, Duncan looked out towards the horizon, and his attention was captured by an oncoming ship. "Behold, the rescue vessel sent by Tyrion is nearing, he declared, a touch of comfort evident in his tone. Fortunately for us, it appears we won't be forced to find our own way back to our home city-state. Emerging from the vast horizon, a spectral silhouette of a steamboat sliced through the ocean waves, moving swiftly toward the source of the submarine's distress beacon. Having accomplished its mission, the submarine was safely guided back to its main ship, with the invaluable gatekeeper aboard. Receiving this report via the pneumatic messaging system, a wave of relief washed over Tyrion, who had been fervently waiting for an update in the Southern Port's command center. As he let out a sigh of relief, an unfamiliar emotion began to surface from deep within him. Pushing his chair back, he meandered to the window, becoming lost in the captivating hues of the descending sun. Suddenly, a voice punctuated the hushed atmosphere. It was Lucretia's voice, echoing from a gleaming crystal ball nearby. "Have you received any updates about father?" Pivoting to face the glowing orb, a hint of surprise colored Tyrion's response. "You caught that?" Was my anticipation so visibly readable? Lucretia, though engrossed in her multitasking, biting into a chunk of bread, hastily jotting down intricate calculations on a hovering parchment, and fine-tuning various experimental tools scattered around, spared a fleeting look at her elder sibling. She quipped with a playful tone, "Your emotional cocktail of anxiety, uncertainty, relief, and a dash of confusion can only signify one thing: father is back." With a mock grimace, Tyrion remarked, "Really? Is this the dissected way scholars converse nowadays? I sound like some emotional pie chart to you?" Taking a moment, Tyrion added with a hint of nostalgia, "Times have indeed changed. It wasn't long ago when news of father's return wouldn't have evoked such feelings in me. My initial reactions, during his earlier expeditions, were starkly different." With a teasing grin, Lucretia chimed in, "Oh, I vividly remember. Your knees wobbled like jelly. You even went to the extent of deploying the sea mist against our own father, staying sleepless for nights on end. You had this knack for waking me up in the eeriest hours, recounting your night terrors. They were so vivid that we both ended up shivering." Cutting her off, Tyrion said with a hint of mock annoyance, "All right, enough of your dramatic flair. Those aren't the memories I'm keen to revisit right now." In response, Lucretia's animated hands stilled, her relentless research temporarily suspended, and the remnant of her bread set aside. She looked intently at Tyrion, her eyes filled with understanding and patience, ready to lend an ear. In Lucretia's steady and intense stare, Tyrion felt an eerie feeling, as if she were scanning every inch of his skin, analyzing him in a way that went beyond the surface. Finally, breaking the palpable tension that had filled the air between them, Lucretia spoke. "When we were kids, it was normal for father to be gone for long periods. Every time we heard the melodious sound of bells from the harbor, we would rush to the rooftop of our house, our eyes scanning the horizon for the distinctive flag on the sail of the vanished. You'd always scold me, telling me to act more ladylike, more composed and graceful. But amusingly, you were always the one who would scramble to the highest point on the roof first." "That was a long time ago," Tyrion responded. Pausing for a moment, he seemed lost in his own thoughts. When he spoke again, his voice was tinged with a deep sense of nostalgia, as if he was conversing with a younger version of himself. "I can still vividly remember the shade of blue that our roof was painted in. The windmill you had placed there would catch the sea breeze, creating a soft, lilting melody. That's how our hidden adventures on the rooftop began." "Things have changed a lot since then," Lucretia said. "We're now experiencing moments that even that old rooftop could never offer, seeing the world from perspectives that were once only father's. But even now, we're not yet walking in his footsteps. Father's explorations took him into the most mysterious depths of the ocean, places so deep that even the ambitious Abyss project hasn't been able to reach. What do you think he's hoping to discover on this latest expedition?" Tyrion became quiet again, contemplating the weight of Lucretia's question. Before he could speak, however, the stillness of the room was shattered by a cacophony of clicks emanating from the mirror behind him. Duncan's voice immediately followed, sounding from the glass, "I've stumbled upon an extraordinary secret and was about to share it with you both." The sudden intrusion shocked Tyrion, his muscles tensed reflexively. But the reaction from Lucretia, who appeared through a magical crystal ball, was even more striking. He heard her gasp audibly, followed by a series of chaotic noises on her end. Then, both smoke and flashes of light filled the crystal ball, abruptly cutting off their connection. With his heart still racing, Tyrion turned to find the mirror behind him ablaze with an ethereal green flame. Emerging from the dark surface of the mirror was Duncan's face, who glanced around curiously. "Is your sister okay?" Did I scare her? He inquired. Could you please not make such dramatic entrances every time you show up? Tyrion found himself mumbling, almost without thinking. As the words left his lips, he felt a blush of embarrassment creeping up his cheeks. He looked at Duncan, wondering if he'd offended him. But Duncan's face remained as impassive as ever. I did consider making a more subdued entrance, perhaps with a preliminary knock or a notice, Duncan admitted, locking eyes with Tyrion. But Vanna pointed out that it's not how I arrive that startles people, it's the sheer surprise of my unexpected presence that does. She probably has a point, so I didn't change it. Besides, catching others off guard has its own entertaining charm. Tyrion's eye twitched in response to his father's cavalier attitude towards the discomfort he induced. Struggling for words, he quickly gathered his composure, schooling his features into a look of curiosity as he regarded his father's reflection in the mirror. Have you returned to the city-state? Should I come find you? The avatar I was using has returned, but you needn't go over there, Duncan interjected. Prepare yourself and head straight to the vanished. Tyrion's surprise was intense. What? I've made an extraordinary discovery in the deep sea. Duncan's countenance took on a grave aspect. This information must not be made public, and it potentially has ties to the ancient gods. Consequently, we need to convene everyone on the vanished for a discussion. I've already dispatched Agatha, and my followers have begun assembling. As the captain of the Sea Mist and the newly appointed governor of Frost, your presence is essential. From his father's demeanor and tone, Tyrion quickly gathered that the situation was exceptional and of significant importance. He immediately straightened up, his earlier casualness replaced by a newfound determination. Understood. I'll leave a note for Aiden explaining the situation. Excellent. Duncan offered a nod of approval, his gaze then swept the room, finally landing on the intricate arrangement of the crystal ball. When you come aboard, bring your crystal ball, he instructed Tyrion. Lucy should also be privy to the situation. She'll be intrigued by the secrets of the deep sea. Tyrion, while penning a note, looked up abruptly. He first shot a surprised look at Duncan, then swiftly nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. I'll make sure to bring the crystal ball. Where is the vanished currently? I'll arrange for a speedboat. No sooner had he finished speaking, Duncan in the mirror waved off his concern. There's no need. I will take you. A knocking sound drew Tyrion's attention to the window. Outside, the ever-present plump white dove, a constant companion to his father, pecked at the window glass of the harbor office, its head tilted at an inquisitive angle. Are you ready to get on board? Plenty of space, and the old driver is steady at the helm. Tyrion was left bewildered, a question mark practically hanging over his head. The Vanished's dining room was the customary meeting point for its crew members. The expansive dining table had been meticulously wiped clean and glistened under the soft light while radiant oil lamps dangled from the columns surrounding the table, casting a warm glow. The ship's faithful followers gathered on either side of the table, creating an atmosphere of anticipation. Vanna and Morris maintained a strict, upright posture. Shirley and Alice seemed lost in their thoughts, engrossed in a world of their own. Nina and Dog, on the other hand, were engrossed in their books, their focused attention evident in their furrowed brows. Yet, today, the tableau was complemented with two unfamiliar faces. Clad in the garb of a blind nun, Agatha occupied a spot at the extensive table. She sat motionless, her lips whispering silent prayers. Adjacent to her, Lawrence, attired in a crisp white coat, nervously clutched his pipe. His gaze flitted around the cabin, scrutinizing every minute detail with an expression of mounting unease. Lawrence's ship was currently moored in the adjacent waters, with his first mate diligently attending to the ship's affairs. Unaware of the specific circumstances, Lawrence, the captain, found himself summoned to the flagship. The unfamiliar surroundings filled the old captain's heart with trepidation. It was his maiden venture onto the Vanished. Stepping aboard this legendary phantom ship, a vessel rumored to have returned from subspace, Lawrence found himself amidst the trusted followers of Duncan Abnemar. They were assembled in this venerable and solemn cabin, awaiting directives from Duncan's command. They had a clear understanding of the identities and origins of the present company: the animated puppet, the fragment of the sun, the sentient demon, the exiled inquisitor, the legendary scholar teetering on the brink of madness. Now, Lawrence was himself a part of this extraordinary assembly. He could never have conjured such a scenario even in his wildest flights of fancy or hallucinations. After all, he was just a retired captain of an exploration vessel. How on earth did he find himself in this situation? Chapter 495, The Atmosphere of the Vanished. Positioned strategically on one side of the hefty wooden table, Lawrence found himself cautiously observing the nuances of everyone in attendance. Simultaneously, he maintained an acute control over his own expressions and muscular movements to prevent revealing any internal emotions. During of which, he intends to seamlessly blend into this peculiar assembly without standing out as a newcomer or foreign element. A torrent of tales about fabled detectives and daring voyagers surged within the depths of the old sailor's mind. Yet, just as quickly as they had arrived, they retreated, like waves of the ocean that crash against the shore only to roll back, abandoning the sand in their wake. This left him in a disarray of disconnected thoughts, absent of any valuable or direct references for his current predicament. After a period of luxuriating in the labyrinth of his own imagination, he summoned the necessary courage and leaned towards Agatha, the individual nearest to him. "Do you have any inkling as to when Captain Duncan might make his appearance?" he inquired in a soft whisper. "I'm unsure," Agatha responded, her voice barely more than a murmur. "He's waiting until everyone has convened," he said. "We just have to be patient. Are there any particular protocols or procedures I should be aware of?" Lawrence pressed on, his voice still a secretive whisper. "This is my first time participating in such a gathering." "Coincidentally, it's my first time as well," Agatha confessed, folding her arms over her chest in a gesture that suggested silent prayer. She mirrored Lawrence's vigilant survey of the cabin. Although the faces encircling the table were all recognizable to her, it was her maiden visit to this particular vessel. "But I wouldn't worry too much. We've had dealings back in the city-state, and everyone has proven to be quite amicable." Lawrence acknowledged her advice with a nod but found his nerves preventing him from settling into a state of calm. He couldn't resist stealing a glance at Vanna, who was situated outside their tight-knit cluster. A familiar figure, Vanna was a renowned inquisitor hailing from Pland. "Your Honor," he began, his voice tentative. "It's my first time attending such an assembly. If I inadvertently commit any faux pas later, I'd greatly appreciate your assistance." Before Lawrence could complete his request, Vanna hadn't even been afforded the opportunity to respond when Shirley, who was perched opposite them at the table, abruptly interjected. "What? You expect her to cover for your lack of manners? Let me tell you, old man, her fits of rage are much more explosive than yours. Remember that time she performed the jumping chop?" Vanna interrupted Shirley's boisterous monologue with a well-timed cough. Meanwhile, as the exchange momentarily derailed Lawrence, Nina, seated directly across him, set down her book. She glanced around the room and murmured, "I'm famished. When is the meal being served?" Shirley replied with a dismissive shake of her head. "The meal won't be served for quite some time." Nina seemed perplexed. "Then why did we come to the dining hall? Didn't you hear the captain?" "There's an important matter to discuss," Shirley explained. Nina admitted she had missed the announcement. "I was engrossed in my book. Uncle Duncan mentioned meeting in the dining hall, so I simply brought it along." Nina shook her head in a flustered manner. "Who has food?" she inquired, glancing hopefully around the room. "I have a stash of cookies and dried, salted fish," Alice declared, a grin of delight spreading across her face. She rose from her chair, enthusiastically plunging her hand into the deep pocket of her skirt and retrieving a handful of treats. "Anyone else feeling peckish?" Nina and Shirley reacted immediately, surging forward in anticipation. Dog, however, found himself yanked off to the side by the leash around his neck, scrabbling frantically at a sheet of parchment with his paws. "Hold on a minute, Shirley," he grumbled, annoyance tinging his voice. "You could have given me some warning before you bolted. I've messed up my coordinate map now." Lawrence watched, dumbfounded, as this chaotic scene unfolded before him. The gathering, initially cloaked in an aura of somberness and seriousness, had abruptly transformed into a lively spectacle. With a sense of trepidation, he hesitantly turned his gaze towards Morris. To his relief, Morris remained the lone figure still seated with dignity. Removing the pipe from his lips, Morris flashed a friendly nod at Lawrence, reassuring him, "Don't worry, you'll get used to it. This sort of thing happens on the ship daily. If you're ever hungry, just let Alice know. She's responsible for everyone's nourishment." Lawrence could practically hear his brain groan as it strained to process this surreal experience. Struggling to find his voice, he eventually managed to stutter out, I'm not actually hungry." No sooner had he finished his sentence than his peripheral vision detected a flickering green light by the entrance of the dining hall. An immediate sense of alertness washed over him. He readied himself to caution everyone, but just as he was about to speak, the door swung open. To his surprise, it was not the proprietor of the Vanished who made his entrance. Instead, it was Tyrion, swaying slightly, clutching a suitcase, and wearing an expression of bewilderment as he surveyed the scene that greeted him in the dining hall. Surely, in the midst of scaling the table, dog, left dangling in mid-air, Nina, clinging on to Alice, and Alice herself, the living doll with an icy regal countenance, with one hand laden with cookies and the other bearing dried fish. The gatekeeper of Frost and the Inquisitor of Pland were situated opposite each other at the table, their expressions unreadable as they calmly placed their hands over their foreheads. The unexpected arrival of Tyrion captured everyone's attention. Even Shirley, who was in the process of cramming fish into her mouth, paused her actions. Numerous pairs of eyes at the table simultaneously turned to appraise the newly appointed Frost governor. The force of their synchronized scrutiny even compelled the Iron Admiral, accustomed to navigating treacherous storms and colossal waves, to instinctively retreat a half-step. However, having previously witnessed the unusual atmosphere of the Vanished, Tyrion quickly regained his composure. Regulating his expression, he proceeded to approach the lengthy table, greeting everyone in an amicable manner. His demeanor was poised and courteous, devoid of any hint of his infamous past life as a pirate who had ruled the frosty seas for half a century. "Apologies for my tardiness, I encountered a few complications while preparing," Tyrion confessed as he navigated his way towards an unoccupied seat adjacent to the long table. He heaved his substantial suitcase onto the table's surface and scanned his surroundings. "Is my father not here yet?" As if on cue, just as Tyrion finished his inquiry, Duncan's voice materialized at the head of the long table. "I am here." In the blink of an eye, a surge of emerald flames erupted at the end of the table, spiraling upwards before exploding in a spectacular shower. As the flames rained down onto the table, the figure of Duncan materialized from within, assuming his position at his designated chair. The following instant, accompanied by a chorus of ethereal whispers, the cabin was awash with an enchanting green luminescence. From the cavernous bowels of the cabin, a disconcerting creaking noise echoed ominously. Morris detected the subtle shift in the atmosphere. He could sense the fundamental essence of the ship itself transforming, shifting into a defensive stance. Following this realization, the ship's voice resonated from within the flaming spectacle. "The issue I am going to discuss today is extremely delicate and hazardous. As such, we require the utmost level of protection. The Vanished will now navigate its way into the spirit world. Throughout the gathering, those with robust faith should remain alert to their mental states. If any revelations related to the gods are heard or seen, report to me without delay." Vanna, Morris, and Agatha exchanged instinctive glances, but their hesitation was fleeting. Duncan's gaze fell upon Tyrion. "Did you bring the crystal ball?" "Indeed, I have," Tyrion confirmed without hesitation. He raised his hand and unlatched the heavy suitcase he had been toting, revealing the mystical crystal ball and a complex lens apparatus within. The objects, pulsating with supernatural power, were now laid bare for all to see. He set to work adjusting the intricate framework on the lens base, ensuring each lens was situated in its proper position. Shortly after, the crystal ball commenced a gradual illumination. Following a momentary pause, a nebulous silhouette started to materialize within the faint light, swiftly gaining clarity. The figure of Lucretia was briefly visible within the crystal ball before abruptly vanishing from sight. Nina, who had been observing the proceedings with keen interest, propping her head up, was left utterly bewildered. She swiveled her gaze towards Tyrion, questioning, "Did it malfunction?" Tyrion, somewhat flustered, rubbed his chin in embarrassment. She tumbled off her chair. As his words echoed into silence, a series of broken noises and the shifting of miscellaneous objects emanated from within the crystal ball. Once again, Lucretia emerged in the heart of the spectral image, the renowned sea witch, with her countenance displaying a hint of startled apprehension as she studied the scenario playing out on the side of the crystal ball. Then, in the very next moment, she nudged Tyrion with a look of disbelief and cried out, "Brother! What on earth are you doing?" "I was the one who requested him to transport the crystal ball to the Vanished, Lucy." Before Tyrion could muster a response, Duncan's voice interjected from beside him. "But I hadn't anticipated him neglecting to inform you beforehand." "Fear not, it's merely a brief conversation with your own father. You're not going to be cursed or anything of that sort." Caught within the crystal ball, Lucretia's expression was peculiar. Clearly unprepared for this abrupt intrusion and ensuing dialogue, she appeared somewhat discomposed. However, the seriousness of the atmosphere on the other side quickly registered, and she managed to suppress her initial shock, striving to regain her equilibrium. "Father, it's been quite some time. My apologies, my reaction was not intentional. It hasn't been all that long, in truth. Do not fret over it, I understand your initial reaction," Duncan responded with a faint smile. Then he raised his head, gesturing towards the other figures assembled around the table. "Let's conduct a brief round of introductions, Lucy. These individuals are the newest members of the Vanished and its fleet." One by one, he introduced each person around the table, who respectfully stood when their names were announced. Lastly, he gestured towards the figure within the crystal ball. "This is my daughter, Lucretia. I imagine many of you are already acquainted with her, so there's no need for an elaborate introduction, correct?" The esteemed border adventurer, Morris promptly acknowledged with a nod. "It's an honor to meet you, madam." With an air of grace, Lucretia reciprocated the nod. "I've also heard of your reputation. Even in Wind Harbor, Moko, and amongst the professors of the Academy of Truth, your achievements and perspectives are frequently brought up during discussions." Regaining her composure, the sea witch presented herself as dignified and collected. She sat upright within the crystal ball, exuding an aura of confidence and elegance in her every movement. She didn't appear to be someone who had just toppled off a chair. "All right, let's curtail the introductions and formalities there," Duncan directed the discussion back towards the main agenda in a timely manner. His gaze swept across everyone present, ensuring everyone was accounted for. Even Goathead, who was immobilized and confined to the captain's quarters, was granted permission by Duncan to listen to the proceedings. Duncan exhaled softly, cleaving the hushed stillness that hung over the room. "To cut to the chase, Agatha and I have recently accomplished a deep-sea exploration beneath frost. The specific depth we descended to has surpassed that of the Abyss project conducted half a century ago. The dive unveiled a myriad of alarming, even terrifying sights, from which we acquired insights that hold the potential to radically upend prevailing assumptions. First and foremost," he paused for effect before dropping his bombshell, "we have conclusively verified the presence of a biological entity of gargantuan proportions at the city-state's oceanic base." Chapter 496, Duncan's Bold Idea. As the luminescent dim green flames flickered and cast their eerie glow within the confines of the cabin, the rhythmic sound of the ocean waves gradually transformed into something akin to a spectral lullaby, seeping into each mind like an unnerving proclamation of the sinful. Imagine learning that the dwellings of mortal kind were constructed upon the remains of unimaginable gargantuan creatures. Meanwhile, ancient, desiccated tentacles dangled ominously from the underbellies of the floating cities, while milky, horrifying eyeballs, devoid of life, stared unblinkingly into the unending, abysmal void. The inhabitants of this peculiar world were all direct descendants of the arcane and hallowed lords, their forms molded from the flesh of the prehistoric gods that once held dominion over all. The unfolding turmoil in the region of frost was not merely an invasion, but signified the reawakening of these forgotten deities from within their very own creations. The hierarchy among the four gods was not necessarily stable, there was also a possibility that they could falter, losing their hold on their dominions. Such phenomena of loss of control had perhaps transpired in this world more than once. The continued protection of the four gods over the mortal realm might be attributed to them being the only remaining divine entities capable of maintaining consciousness. In addition, the ongoing disaster in Frost would not be the last of its kind. As the conditions of the Netherlord continued to worsen, and the inherent flaws in the grand design of creation relentlessly amplified over time, similar awakenings were deemed highly probable across various regions of the world. Defective reincarnations of the ancient gods were expected to surface from the depths of the sea, from the bowels of the cities, and terrifyingly, from within the very essence of every mortal. With a calm composure, Duncan imparted this chilling knowledge he had gained from the deep sea to his followers, deducing conclusions from the information at his disposal. Subsequently, a blanket of protracted silence descended upon the cabin, so profound that it seemed to swallow all sound. Even the usually composed Alice and the typically nonchalant Shirley were moved to silence, a sobering realization of the gravity of the situation at hand finally dawning upon them. After an interval that seemed like an eternity, Vanna was the first to shatter the deafening silence. She drew in a deep breath, her expression turning melancholic as if a storm cloud had settled upon her face. "Had I not heard these words directly from your mouth, I would have dismissed this entire disclosure as the ravings of a delusional doomsday seer," she confessed. "Even the most deranged doomsday ender probably couldn't conjure a tale of this scale," Morris added slowly. Reaching for his pipe, he brought it to his lips, only to discover that the tobacco within had long since been extinguished. With a sigh and a bitter smile, he placed it back down. Yes, indeed, the doomsday enders. One of the most perplexing phenomena in this world is how a subset of disciples from subspaces can somehow retain their consciousness, Tyrion opined, his brow creasing in thought. Following a considerable pause, he found himself compelled to lift his head. Father, is all of this information we've been given genuine? As the words left his lips, he felt a wave of embarrassment as if he'd just asked something utterly redundant. However, at this juncture, he felt it was a question that needed to be asked. Likely, the same question was playing on the minds of everyone seated around the expansive table. At the very least, it represents what I have personally witnessed and heard, Duncan responded with a level-headed calmness. However, he continued that information from only one source could often mislead, and even the most glaring pieces of evidence could lead to several diverging interpretations. Moreover, the Frost Queen might not always have been truthful, and even if she had always spoken the truth, she was not impervious to error. The best they could have done was to deduce the most plausible approximation of the truth based on the data they had at their disposal. What is the most likely approximation of the truth at this point? Tyrion echoed this thought aloud before posing another query. Did the Queen offer any signs or indicators if other cities were to face a situation similar to Frost with the awakening of the ancient gods? No, Duncan shook his head. He also failed to provide a concrete explanation for the mechanism of this awakening. It seems the only way to understand this process might be to dive into the depths of the abyssal sea and verify the state of the Netherlord's true form. At the utterance of these words, several pairs of eyes immediately honed in on Dog, who had been attempting to make himself inconspicuous in a corner. Don't look at me, Dog nearly leapt up in surprise, vehemently shaking his large head. This isn't something I can facilitate. I don't have the means to approach the vicinity of the Netherlord, let alone transport anyone else there. But you have been able to open the passage to the abyssal deep sea, and even managed to assist Shirley in escaping through this route. Duncan looked intently at the sole shadow demon in the room. You also previously mentioned that the Darkhound is a demonic breed originating in the vicinity of the Netherlord, and your homeland is situated adjacent to the Netherlord. In the past, the shallow passage could merely skirt the periphery of the shadowy realm, serving solely as an escape route. Dog hesitated for a moment when he found himself at the receiving end of everyone's gaze. However, left with no choice, he decided to unveil these secrets, which had served as the key to his and Shirley's survival for many years. Unlike the ocean in reality, the abyssal deep sea is a realm far more intricate and uncanny than any you could possibly conceive. It doesn't represent a singular entity, and its disparate regions do not exist contiguously. You may attempt to gaze from the shallow depths into the fathomless recesses, but traversing it is impossible. Even if you were to devote 10,000 years to the task, you wouldn't reach your destination. In that place, distance is an illusion, and so too is movement. I've been cast out from the abyssal deep sea. While I can't elucidate the specific principles involved, it could be that my exile is due to the development of my conscience. For many years now, I've been incapable of opening the passage leading to the vicinity of the Netherlord. Furthermore, I'm not exactly a welcomed entity amongst the denizens there. Even a fleeting transit through the safe zone in the shallow region is enough to attract the wrath of countless demons. Moreover, putting all these deterrents aside, I can't easily transport people there. Shadow demons can only traverse the passage with their symbiotic contractors. Meaning, I can only escort Shirley, I'm unable to bring anyone else along. Dog rattled off this lengthy explanation, then carefully observed the reactions of those around him, particularly focusing on Duncan's response. Pulling his neck back a little, he added, I assure you, Captain, I'm not fabricating excuses. The challenges are indeed numerous. However, Duncan didn't seem irked by Dog's litany of difficulties. He merely fell into deep thought for a moment before speaking in a contemplative manner. So you're implying that the spatial construct of the abyssal deep sea is discontinuous. That's a somewhat accurate interpretation, Dog contemplated for a moment before nodding his agreement. I can't provide a detailed explanation. Currently, I'm poring over Professor Brondal's book 3 Conjectures on Asymmetric Spacetime. Perhaps upon completion, I might be able to present a clearer explanation. Duncan paid little attention to the latter part of Dog's statement, continuing to ruminate before posing another query, but I remember you mentioning that during a period when the Vanished completely lost control, it managed to tear through the entirety of the abyssal deep sea. At this, Dog's expression, abstract though it was, underwent an instant transformation, his entire skeletal frame becoming rigid with a jarring creak. Believing that Dog might be struggling to recall the event, Duncan nonchalantly added some supplementary details. you said it plummeted from the real world into subspace, then resurfaced, repeating this cycle of oscillation across various realms, each time crashing through the entire spirit world and the abyssal deep sea. Does this mean that during its rampage, it managed to shatter the spatial fissures within the shadow realm of the demons? At this question, not only did Dog's expression become increasingly more mental, but the faces of everyone present in the cabin morphed into vivid displays of fearful astonishment. A wave of incredulity swept across the room, even encapsulating Lucretia, who was present virtually via the crystal ball. "See Cap. Captain," Dog's raspy voice finally managed to emit a sound, every fragment of his bone structure quivering, "please don't entertain such frightful notions. Surely, you're not planning to instigate such a cataclysm again. Father, you must exercise caution." Lucretia, who had been conspicuously silent and seemed somewhat distant, found herself compelled to break the silence. With an expression betraying her anxiety, she peered at Duncan through the crystal ball, fearful that her father might revert to that emotionless, terrifying deity at any moment. Invoking the vanished to return to its state of uncontrolled chaos to rip open the doors to the abyssal deep sea was an utterly reckless idea, even from a purely research standpoint. This idea was exceedingly radical. Duncan hadn't anticipated such vehement reactions to his audacious proposition. He shook his head, reassuring them, "Fear not, I wouldn't venture to conduct such extreme experiments. I've always prided myself on being a man of caution." This seemed to ease the palpable tension in the room somewhat. However, Duncan swiftly shifted gears, adding, "However, even from a standpoint of caution, this ancient incident has sparked a thought. Certain attributes of the vanished seem to be capable of disregarding the spatial faults within the abyssal deep sea. I intend to delve into research based on this, with the aim of discerning whether it's possible to pry open the gates to that domain whilst preserving safety." This statement brought the collective unease of the room swiftly back to the surface. But, at least this time, none voiced vehement objections as they had previously. Only Morris and Lucretia, as scholars, stressed once again the paramount importance of safety and caution. Given their attitudes, it was clear they harbored concerns that the captain might impulsively opt to hurl the vanished into the abyssal deep sea one day. Fortunately, Duncan smoothly transitioned to the next subject. "Beyond the state of the Netherlord, there's another matter that presently holds more of my concern," Duncan mused, his fingers stroking his chin as he spoke. "These Enders, to be precise, the rational Enders whose actions are diametrically opposed to the cultists." As he said this, he swiveled his head, his gaze settling on Tyrion. "Tyrion, you once shared with Vanna that 3 enlightened Enders had visited the vanished and spent the entire night in deep discourse with me, correct?" Tyrion nodded immediately, a hint of embarrassment flitting across his face. "Yes, father. At that time, I wasn't certain about your condition, so I discussed some of your past encounters with Miss Vanna." "That's fine," Duncan dismissed with a wave of his hand. "There's much from that period that I don't recall, so it's actually beneficial that you've retained those memories." He candidly acknowledged the memory lapses he suffered as a result of subspace's influence while also acknowledging the reactions of Tyrion and Lucretia. Then he went on, "My point is that I sense that our paths will cross with those enlightened Enders sooner or later." Morris instinctively inquired, "What leads you to such a conclusion?" "Because they appear to have a vested interest in involving themselves in significant historical events." Duncan adjusted his position, his words emerging slowly and deliberately, and the disturbance stirred by the vanished is escalating in magnitude. Chapter 497, Brewing a Storm. The Ender missionaries, one of the various cult groups Duncan came across, were undeniably the most enigmatic and unusual individuals to be called missionaries. They were a rare breed when compared to the more populous Sun cult followers or the adherents of the cult of annihilation. Despite their smaller numbers, however, they possessed an unmatched capacity to stir the pot of chaos. Their behavior was puzzling, their objectives were ambiguous, and to date, their organizational framework, the scope of their membership, and their methods of concealment remained a mystery. But what concerned Duncan more than their strange and unconventional method were their unique characteristics and apparent nonlinear existence within the timeline, a trait common to all members of the group. The 4 divine churches and city-state powers of this world categorized the Ender missionaries, the Sun cult, and the Annihilation sect collectively as the Great Cults. Yet, in Duncan's eyes, the oddities and distinctiveness of these so-called missionaries set them apart, warranting their own category. Based on the data at hand, the Ender missionaries could be broken down into 2 types. The first were the fanatical, unhinged cult followers, while the others were composed of logical, seemingly courteous rational scholars. Morris, methodically cleaning his pipe at the corner of the table, voiced out thoughtfully that the latter would proactively engage with others, attempting to guide those they had selected. However, judging by the frequency of their appearances, these rational-minded followers seemed far less numerous than their crazier counterparts. Agreeing with Morris, Vanna immediately noted that all documented encounters with the Ender missionaries in the heresy reports describe them as insane, thus supporting this theory. This suggests that these lunatics constitute the vast majority of these missionaries, with the sane ones being the exceptions. After all, they are individuals constantly interacting with subspace. Mental abnormalities are expected, Dog casually added, quickly glancing at Duncan. "Ah, Captain, I wasn't referring to you." Choosing to disregard Dog's murmuring, Duncan quietly pondered. After a moment of silence, he abruptly stated, "Regardless of whether they are lunatics or rational individuals, these two types of Ender missionaries share one common objective: they are all attempting to meddle with the course of history." Everyone at the table was momentarily lost in thought. Agatha, who had been mostly silent throughout the discussion, finally spoke up. "Are you implying that the Doomsday missionary who previously made active contact with the Frost Queen did so with a specific future goal in mind? Perhaps we need to try to examine history through the lens of the Ender missionaries," Duncan suggested. Speaking in a calm, unhurried manner, Duncan posed a question. "Let's assume that they truly are a group of time smugglers, living non-linearly in time. What then, do you suppose, is their perception of history?" The dining room fell silent, and after a brief pause, it was Morris's voice that cut through the quiet. "Everything that has happened can be undone by identifying the appropriate point of alteration." Indeed, the actions of the three missionaries who visited the Vanished over a century ago, and the enigmatic scholar who interacted with the Frost Queen 5 decades ago, have profoundly influenced the trajectory of history. From an interventionist point of view, the activities of both the irrational and rational Ender missionaries are fundamentally the same. Duncan nodded in agreement. The distinction lies in their goals. The insane missionaries appear intent on completely obliterating history, while the rational ones seemingly strive to amend history, nudging it towards an expected direction. Amending history, Vanna's brows knitted together in concern. That's a dangerous concept. The flame bearers have always been dedicated to safeguarding our history from external disruptions. They had been the church most involved with the Ender missionaries, and according to the doctrine of Ta Rujan, history possessed its own integrity and purity. It mustn't be tampered with, otherwise it's a desecration of time itself. And what if the goal is to restore a history that has already been dismantled? Duncan queried, promptly adding, "Of course, I am not referring to the actions of the Ender missionaries, it's just a question that genuinely intrigues me." "I apologize, but that ventures into the more profound and complex tenets of the flame bearers," Vanna responded after a moment's contemplation. She bowed her head slightly in an apologetic manner. "Among the four divine churches, they are the most mysterious in their actions and the most enigmatic in their doctrine. My understanding of them is rather limited." "I see," Duncan acknowledged, slowly nodding his head as his eyes swept over the table, settling on the figures of Agatha, Vanna, and Morris. "We are missing an expert on the flame bearers," he sighed softly, almost to himself. At his words, Vanna's and Morris's expressions shifted subtly, while Agatha remained impassive, perhaps because she was still new and didn't react swiftly. Oblivious to the implications of his words, Duncan casually voiced his thoughts before swiftly changing the subject. "Vanna, do you believe that the flame bearers are aware of the existence of the rational Ender missionaries?" Shaking off the slightly irreverent thought that had crept into her mind, Vanna took a moment to ponder before replying with candor. "I can't say for certain, but logically, they should have at least some degree of awareness. The followers of Ta Rujan have been grappling with these heretics and nefarious forces intent on wrecking history for millennia," Morris chimed in, nodding in agreement. "The flame bearers are highly proficient and astute in this field, and given the available information, these rational Ender missionaries have been active for at least a century. Unless they surfaced only those 2 times during such a lengthy period and managed each time to evade surveillance perfectly, the flame bearers' church must have noticed them. I can't fathom why the flame bearers don't seem to have initiated any substantial action to intervene. I'll attempt to reach out to the Storm Cathedral to see if Her Holiness the Pope can extract any information from the flame bearers," Vanna offered promptly. She continued, "Regardless, rational cultists often inflict more harm than mere lunatics. Even though they might appear amiable for now and even seemingly well-intentioned, I find it hard to believe that a group of people, constantly dealing with subspace, can maintain genuine rationality and goodwill." Vanna abruptly realized the implication of her words. After a moment of surprise, she quickly turned towards Duncan and added, "Ah, I didn't mean you. Duncan remained impassive as though he had heard this disclaimer before. He waved dismissively to indicate he took no offense. After a pause, he slowly voiced his thoughts. We need to reach out not just to the Storm Cathedral, and the matter we need to discuss extends beyond the Ender missionaries. Those in the room exchanged looks, with Vanna being the first to grasp his meaning. You want to raise the alarm for the outside world, just as before. Duncan nodded solemnly. Perhaps, the earlier situation was even more perilous. The ancient god's awakening event in Frost might be imminent, or even currently underway. Beneath some city-state, a faulty replica of the awakened ancient god might already be stirring. After all, there's only one Frost Queen while the vast sea houses countless city-states. In order to avoid being caught off guard, we need to inform the various churches and the senior officials of the city-states about this looming crisis. As he finished, he looked up at the figures flanking him on both sides of the table. Vanna, reach out to the Storm Cathedral. Morris, attempt to establish contact with the Truth Academy. Agatha, you should have a direct line to the higher UPS of the Death Church. Share everything we've deliberated upon here today with your respective churches as fully as possible. This includes the real structure underneath the city-state, the circumstances surrounding the Netherlord, and the intelligence on the Ender missionaries. In addition, Lawrence, you are in charge of brainstorming a more dependable method of issuing a warning to the Explorers Association that won't incite panic, a warning pertaining to the awakening of the ancient gods. The seafarers navigating the boundless sea are an observant and seasoned lot. They are adept at discerning any anomalies lurking in the corners of this world. Tyrion, resolve the matters of Frost as soon as you can, then seek a way to liaise with other city-states in your role as Governor of Frost. Similarly, without inducing panic, try to help other cities construct a warning system for the vision of the ancient god's awakening. He poured out all this in one breath, then gathered his thoughts and further underscored the point. Remember, provide the churches with as comprehensive information as possible. After all, they are somewhat skilled in the realm of the supernatural and have ample manpower. Concerning the city-states and the Explorers Association, tread cautiously. This implicates many ordinary citizens. Ponder over how to issue this warning without unveiling too much concealed knowledge. Remember, our aim is not to reveal to them the secrets of the deep sea but to ensure they remain vigilant for possible strange occurrences that may arise in the city-states and along the maritime routes. Does anyone want to add anything? Duncan raised his gaze and calmly observed everyone seated around the table. At that moment, everyone in the cabin, even Shirley and Alice, could sense an approaching tempest, a storm that threatened to engulf the entire world. The forthcoming course of action was being decided and planned by this group of seafarers. Amid the dim cabin, lit by the greenish glow of firelight, at this clandestine meeting with its few attendees, it felt as though the course of the world was being subtly influenced. The sensation of participating in and even molding history gradually rose in Lawrence's chest. His breaths became somewhat difficult, and his heart pounded. This is really going to whip up a storm, this recently appointed old member of the vanished fleet couldn't resist murmuring to himself. It's not about stirring up a storm, but that the storm is already on the horizon. Sitting adjacent to him, Agatha shook her head and spoke in a soft voice. It's just that no one has taken notice, and now, we are about to throw open the window. Chapter 498, Necessary Procedures. Duncan was fully aware that the agreement he had concluded this day was destined to cause a surge of unrest that would span the vast ocean. This warning, as he termed it, carried an impact that wouldn't only affect a small group but everyone. Its significance was profound, not just because of its disturbing content but also due to the origin of its source. Tyrion, his face grim, finally shattered the tense silence that had fallen over the group. This is a serious matter, he started, concern lining his words. We don't need to fret over the Church's response. They've consistently shown vigilance and proficiency when handling transcendental crises. They're bound to regard this with the utmost seriousness. On the other hand, the city-states present a complex situation, and I am dubious as to whether they can all establish an effective early warning system. Then comes the question of how many individuals will heed this dire warning appropriately. Through the shimmering crystal ball, Lucretia's voice echoed. In our world, we are inundated with apocalyptic warnings, most spouted by fanatical cultists. Now, with the Vanished sending out a sudden warning to the world, it's reasonable to assume many will react as they typically do when faced with the Annihilators, if not worse. Speaking in a soft, almost inaudible murmur from across the table, Shirley interjected, at the end of the day, it's their reputation on the line. Expressionless, Duncan cast a brief glance at Shirley before shaking his head in mild disagreement. The reputation of the vanished is of substantial value. Even if there are those who choose to dismiss the content of the warning, they would still treat the warning itself with due seriousness. Whether it's out of fear or respect for the vanished, their caution will suffice. Agatha, with a husky yet soothing voice, chimed in. I will promptly establish contact with the church. She nodded, her conviction clear. I'm certain that the sanctuary of death will accord this warning from the vanished the highest level of attention. Vanna followed suit, adding her agreement to Agatha's statement. Once the news reaches the Death Church and the Truth Academy, it will invariably reach the flame bearers. I'll make sure to confirm this directly with the Pope. In the midst of the discussion, Morris removed his monocle and polished it thoughtfully. It's been a considerable time since my last interaction with the Ark of the Academy. This might be a good opportunity to reconnect with old colleagues. He paused before adding, though, I'll need to make some additional preparations. Procuring the necessary ointments and herbal powders from the sea for communicating with the Ark of the Truth Academy isn't an easy task. At Morris's words, something clicked in Duncan's memory. What about the inquiry I had requested you to undertake earlier? He redirected the conversation towards the scholar. Were you able to trace the origin of the broken cross symbol that the Enders possessed? I must apologize, there hasn't been any progress thus far, admitted Morris, a touch of disappointment lacing his voice. I've dispatched numerous letters to my academic peers and even reached out to several universities with which we share a good rapport, but none have yielded any records pertaining to the broken cross symbol. At present, all we can ascertain is that it may have surfaced on some remnants of the ancient kingdom of Crete. I understand. Although a wave of disappointment swept Duncan, he was well aware that probing into a cryptic symbol was akin to searching for a needle in an endless haystack, given the scant details they had. He did not dwell on the setback, merely responding, continue monitoring this matter, and inform me at once should there be any developments. Immediately, Morris bowed his head in acquiescence. Understood, Captain. Duncan issued a grunt of acknowledgement, pausing momentarily to ensure no detail had been neglected. He then issued a light sigh, stood from his chair, and scanned the individuals gathered before him. That brings us to the end of today's meeting. We have charted our course of action. Should any queries arise later, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. At the far end of the table, a sense of relief washed over Lawrence, who had held his breath in anticipation. The meeting hadn't been as bleak and frightening as he had envisioned, nor was it inundated with odd rituals or stringent, bloody regulations. However, the very notion of being under Duncan's watchful eye at any moment had placed considerable strain on him. Being the newcomer in this setup, he had been on edge throughout. Now, he could finally ease up. However, just as he was about to heave a sigh of relief, he noted that the others around the table didn't appear ready to disperse. Instead, including the esteemed scholar Morris, most of them seemed to be looking forward to the next session. Was there more to discuss? Just as Lawrence was contemplating this, Nina's voice rang out from across the table, finally, we've got the business talk out of the way. Let's eat, I'm famished. Today, we're having a feast. A grand feast, chimed in Shirley, her voice ringing with excitement. Today being our meeting day, we have a hearty soup simmering in the pot. It's the perfect time to serve it, Alice declared as she rose from her seat. I'll fetch the serving cart. Bewildered, Lawrence watched the unfolding scene, struggling to comprehend the sudden shift in proceedings. He turned to Agatha, the person closest to him, only to find a similarly puzzled expression etched on her face. At that moment, Duncan's voice echoed from the head of the table, addressing the unspoken questions lingering in Lawrence and Agatha's minds. It's our tradition to share a meal after discussing business. That's the rule on board. After business discussion, we share a meal. Lawrence echoed, the surprise in his voice unmistakable. For a moment, he thought he had perhaps misinterpreted something. Yet, the truth of the matter became apparent when he observed the living doll Alice wheeling in an oversized food cart back into the room. The ancient cart let out an incessant squeak with each movement, bearing numerous containers, each one brimming with piping hot food. Lawrence watched in sheer disbelief as Alice meticulously arranged the food on the table, with Shirley and Nina flitting about to assist in setting out the plates and cutlery. His nostrils filled with the enticing fragrance of the spread freshly baked bread, a plethora of fruits and vegetables, and several other familiar food items, all unmistakably fit for human consumption. However, the most intoxicating aroma emanated from a simmering pot of soup perched at the far end of the table. Once brimming with the delicate, tender flesh of a mysterious fish species, the delicious soup now bubbled gently on the stove. The steam that rose in wisps from its surface lent an eerie illusion of life to the curled pieces of meat within, as though they were twitching and writhing amidst the hot vapors. But on closer scrutiny, this apparent convulsion revealed itself to be nothing more than an optical delusion, a phantasm that had never truly occurred. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Lawrence rose from his seat, his eyes locked onto the simmering bowl of fish soup. Unable to identify the type of fish that swam in this savory broth, he was nevertheless gripped by a powerful intuition that pounded in his chest, the cumulative product of years spent braving the boundless expanse of the sea. Despite lacking any form of supernatural ability, this ordinary man had developed an uncanny instinct for perceiving the extraordinary. It was a sense that had once alerted him to imminent perils, which could lead to tragic loss of lives and catastrophic shipwrecks. "It's fresh fish," Duncan beamed at Lawrence and Agatha, newcomers to this gathering, "caught just today. I had to travel a fair distance from Frost's main island to nab it." "Fish? A fish retrieved from the treacherous depths far from safety, far from the sanctuary offered by the islands?" A disturbing suspicion began to coil itself in Lawrence's mind, but the pleasant Morris quickly reassured him from nearby. "Your instincts are correct, Captain Lawrence. But rest assured, it's an integral part of the initiation process here. It poses no threat now. Aboard this ship, it's merely sustenance." While Lawrence digested this bewildering information, Alice had already set a bowl of the steaming fish soup before him. However, as she moved towards Agatha, Alice halted, her face edged with confusion. "I can't consume anything," Agatha confessed, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. "This body I inhabit is nothing more than a lifeless vessel. It's lost the ability to take pleasure in food." "Don't mind that," Duncan dismissed her concern with a casual wave of his hand. "It's technically a ship rule, but in reality, it's more akin to a social gathering. If you can eat, then eat. If not, a conversation is equally effective in fostering camaraderie." He paused mid-sentence to glance at the crystal ball resting in front of Tyrion. "Remember to eat your dinner, Lucy." I'm eating," Lucretia hastily assured him. "Looney has prepared baked apple pie and a salted meat pie for me." Upon hearing this, Duncan nodded in acknowledgement, a warm smile playing on his lips as he lifted the wine glass by his side. Raising it high as the convivial host of the evening, he declared, "To the day we've gathered here, let's toast." The subtle sensation of vertigo that had previously clouded his senses gradually dissipated, as well as the spectral green flame flickering at the periphery of his vision also slowly evaporated into thin air. A refreshing sea breeze swept across the deck, momentarily piercing through his haze of confusion and bringing a fleeting moment of clarity to his muddled mind. The events that had transpired during the gathering on the vanished, the ghostly ship, still seemed ethereal and dreamlike, a lingering touch of surrealism infused within his memory. Determined to regain full consciousness, Lawrence shook his head vigorously as if physically attempting to clear the fog from his thoughts. He then meandered to the edge of the deck, staring pensively at the sea that was gradually succumbing to the encroaching darkness of the night. The faintly glowing silhouette of the vanished, still afloat not too far from the white oak, appeared otherworldly. The entire experience felt utterly surreal. To be a part of a congregation on such a mystifying phantom ship, to interact with an array of bizarre entities ranging from sentient puppets, sun fragments, and creepy demons, to explore the arcane mysteries of ancient gods and apocalyptic revelations within the spiritual realm, it was all so fantastical. And then, under the watchful scrutiny and witness of the shadowy being from the subspace, they partook in a communal meal, savoring flesh and blood of an offspring from the ocean's depths. Finally, as the gathering came to a close and the brisk wind of the real world caressed his face once more, the mental tension and numbness began to ebb away. Lawrence found himself regaining his human faculties of rational thinking as the peculiar and relaxed sensations from the gathering faded into oblivion. Only then did Lawrence slowly begin to comprehend the true nature of the extraordinary episode that had just unfolded before him, yet he found himself at a loss for words to articulate exactly what he was experiencing at that moment. A regular individual would have been paralyzed with fear, petrified, or at the bare minimum, they would have been repulsed when reflecting upon the exotic fish they had consumed. Yet, all Lawrence felt was an unusual sense of tranquility and a sense of belonging, which gently mollified his turbulent emotions. The taste of that particular dish was truly exquisite. Chapter 499, A Calm Day. Inside the chilling and grandly domed office, housed within the city-state governor's mansion, stood Tyrion. He was positioned before a mirror, and with the utmost precision, he adjusted the array of gleaming metals and ribbons that adorned his chest. His countenance bore the mark of a single eye, an imposing sight that verged on the frightening. But the addition of a crisp, new executive uniform and a chest full of shiny awards managed to soften his severity, morphing it into a trustworthy authority figure, precisely what the city needed in a stern chief executive at this crucial moment. Taking a measured breath, Tyrion shifted his gaze to the other side of the spacious, domed office. There, two ageless sailors were diligently affixing the new city-state flag to the wall. Adjacent to the flag, there remained a line of inspiring words, indelibly etched near the door from half a century ago, "Let as many people survive as possible." Tyrion observed these enduring words in a silent, reflective manner. After a prolonged moment, he gently nodded and slowly walked towards a large, stately desk situated a few strides away. The upcoming official event left him with a brief respite, a window of time he could mentally use to rehearse the proceedings or simply steady his emotions. On the desk, a complex assembly of lenses started to whir into motion, with the surface of a central crystal ball faintly radiating a warm glow. From the soft glow, an image of Lucretia materialized. Clothed in a somber black dress, she surveyed Tyrion, stating, "That uniform suits you well," in her characteristic sea witch tone. "It complements my eye patch," Tyrion retorted, adjusting the button near his jacket collar and casting a glance at his sister's image in the crystal ball. "Are you here just to tease me?" "I'm genuinely complimenting you," Lucretia asserted with a serious look. "You haven't paid such attention to your image in many years. Your rough and intentionally intimidating pirate persona doesn't fit you at all." "I may need to keep up this appearance for an extended period," Tyrion paused for a moment, "until a more fitting chief executive steps in or father devises other plans. Eventually, I may long for those days of unrestrained freedom and debauchery. But that's not today." Lucretia's lips curled into a faint smile. "What's it like, about to be inaugurated as a city-state's chief executive?" "I've heard rumors about a forthcoming parade where you'll present yourself to the public." "The parade is aimed at soothing public nerves," Tyrion explained, convincing them that order has been restored and that the city-state's leadership remains accountable. "I'm not particularly thrilled about this part, but it's a necessary step. As for what it feels like to be the chief executive..." He paused momentarily, then shook his head and resumed speaking. "I don't feel any distinct change because the handover of government duties and the team-building process have already been accomplished. In fact, I've been caught up in the whirlwind of executive duties until now. Today's so-called inauguration ceremony is merely a public formality." "Is that so? Well, I hope your formality proceeds without a hitch, big brother." Lucretia's laughter rang out as she teasingly referred to him using the familial term from their childhood. Her laughter subsided, and her countenance turned serious. "How are father's orders progressing?" "I've started drafting a series of confidential letters intended for the other city-states," he shared, "but the specifics still need careful contemplation. I need to communicate a stark warning, make them comprehend the gravity of our circumstances, avoid any vagueness, and prevent the other city-states from responding inappropriately or excessively. To be honest, this type of bureaucratic work is much more challenging than commanding a fleet against the deep-sea offspring or other pirate factions." In response, Lucretia nonchalantly suggested, "I think you should just be forthright and grave. Those who attain the position of chief executives are undoubtedly intelligent or at least surrounded by a cadre of wise advisors. They would know how to respond. You're merely offering them a reminder, not instructing them like a governess on how to establish an early warning system." She continued, "I'm prepared to get in touch with the Explorers Association. Oh, I can't wait to see their reaction. A warning from the vanished fleet to the entirety of the civilized world." Tyrion voiced this sentiment with a touch of emotion. The last time such an event occurred was a century ago. Indeed, that was when father first unveiled the vision of the impending border collapse in the inner region. Lucretia murmured as she recalled, "I still remember the tolling of the church bells at that time. Every city-state's newspaper was abuzz, debating the warnings from the renowned adventurer, Duncan Abnamar. So many years have gone by, and he's once again observing the border of the world. History seems to have looped back to its origin. Perhaps in a certain way, the vanished never truly lost its path. Its century in subspace is just a sort of journey within a broader dimension that we're yet to comprehend. Now, it returns, bearing the shine of a new route, just like the phrase left by the famed mad poet, Poemon. They could once navigate straight in one direction until they circumnavigated the world, reappearing from an unexpected angle." Tyrion softly recited this well-known, absurd verse from history. Gradually, he rose from his chair behind the desk. The faint melody of a band wafted in from outside the domed office, and the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from the hallway. The hour to present the city with its new chief executive had finally arrived. "Best of luck, elder brother." And remember not to forget my spirit lens. Don't worry, it's at the forefront of my mind this time. A biting, frigid wind whistled through the sparse shrubbery lining the path. It blew past a dark, intricately carved fence, swept over silent tombstones, and whipped around the vacant platforms that once held corpses on either side of the path before eventually dissipating deep within the cemetery. Two figures ambled along the cemetery path. One was exceptionally tall and robust, draped in a pitch-black coat and crowned with a similarly jet-black wide-brimmed hat. His visible skin was concealed under layers of bandages, giving an eerie impression at first sight. The other figure was attired in a simple, black nun's robe, her eyes shielded, her sandy hair cascading down. I was under the impression that you would attend Governor Tyrion's inauguration ceremony, even in this incarnation, Agatha murmured as she slowly advanced alongside Duncan. Arranging an appropriate seat for you wouldn't have been a challenge. I have no intention of making an appearance. He's faring well. My presence could potentially unsettle him, Duncan responded. I plan to merely wave at him from a distance when the parade passes by here. While speaking, he lifted his gaze to survey the deserted cemetery path and the empty platforms adjacent to it. I miss this place. I recall, it was once filled with coffins. These are extraordinary times, so we had to temporarily alter our process of sending off the dead. The bodies at that time had to be expedited to the incinerator. The silent priests would directly console and bid them farewell next to the furnace. Because of that, this made the cemetery seem eerily quiet, Agatha elaborated. Duncan grunted in acknowledgement. As they approached the end of the path, he suddenly halted. A modest guard's cottage came into view with an unexpected guest at the front. Resembling a tightly wrapped snowball with a thick white winter coat and fluffy hat, a girl of about 12 was diligently sweeping the snow in front of the house with a broom almost as tall as she was. Is that Annie? Duncan slightly turned his head, softly inquiring. Yes, she has been visiting here every day during her school break, except for the initial days of martial law, Agatha quietly confirmed. The previous aged guardian has passed, and a replacement has yet to be appointed. Therefore, the cemetery is temporarily under the purview of the nearest church. Since she's not causing any harm, the church permits her to come and go as she wishes. Do you also consent to this? The girl busily sweeping the snow in front of the cottage finally registered the activity from the path. She swiveled her head, her expression reflecting surprise at the sight of the two figures appearing not too far away. After a few moments of startled silence, she tossed aside the broom she held and ran over joyfully, Sister Gatekeeper, and Uncle Duncan. Annie cheerfully greeted the two familiar faces before her. However, after her exclamation, as if recalling something, she promptly straightened her posture and turned her gaze towards Agatha. Mum mentioned that I should address you as either Gatekeeper or Archbishop. It's all right, you can call me whatever you feel comfortable with. Agatha chuckled, reaching out to gently pat Annie's hat. Aren't you cold? Not at all, Annie shook her head, then she grasped Agatha's hand and pointed towards the cottage not too far away. Your hands are freezing. Come warm up by the fire. I've also brewed some herbal tea. Agatha instinctively prepared to politely decline the offer, but noticed that Duncan had already begun sauntering towards the cottage. Surprised, she paused and decided to accompany him. Inside the tidy and modest guard's house, a fire blazed heartily, the firewood in the hearth crackling and hissing. Steam billowed from the tea stove adjacent to it, and the warmth carried the clear scent and bitter undertones of the herbs. Annie poured 2 cups of steaming tea and extended the heated cups towards Duncan and Agatha. I prepared this for the church guardians who will drop by later. Even if you don't drink it, you can use it to warm your hands. Only now did the girl seem to recall that the Sister Gatekeeper in front of her was already deceased. Agatha didn't take offense and thanked her, letting the cup in her hand gradually warm those fingers. Are you feeling warmer now? Annie inquired again. The teacup and fire were also cold in her world, but Agatha offered her a gentle smile, much warmer. Then, she observed Duncan periodically glancing around. What are you looking for? She questioned him, bemused. I believe this could be a nice place to settle. Duncan withdrew his gaze from scanning the room and spoke to Agatha. After all, maintaining an avatar like this in a house seems somewhat extravagant. Agatha looked taken aback, gradually understanding his implication. A look of astonishment washed over her face. Are you? The vanished needs to carry on with its voyage, and this incarnation of mine that resides in the city also requires a place to call home. Duncan stated nonchalantly, there's no need to fuss about finding a new guard, this could save you quite a bit of effort. Chapter 500, The Man Who Sets Sail. With a slightly puzzled expression, Annie cast her gaze onto the two unexpected visitors that were inside the cabin. Her wide-eyed, inquisitive stare bounced between the faces of Agatha and Duncan like a silent ping-pong match. After what felt like an eternity, the young girl finally managed to regain a sliver of her composure and cautiously voiced out, "Uncle Duncan, are you saying you wish to become the caretaker of this cemetery?" "Maybe," Duncan retorted nonchalantly, throwing a glance towards Agatha, who still wore a look of utter astonishment. "Is it not possible? Is it a prerequisite for a cemetery caretaker to be a retired guardian?" Finally regaining her footing, Agatha quickly countered, "No. It is true that cemetery caretakers typically tend to be retired guardians. However, I am confident that I can secure such a position for you if I advocate for it. The main issue isn't about finding you the job, it's, are you sure you want to remain here, in this cemetery, to take on the role of a caretaker? In Planned, I am still recognized as an antique dealer." Duncan replied, a teasing glint flickering in his eyes, "The ghost ship will never settle at a single location, but my avatar will remain in the city-state. I have to keep myself busy. I cannot simply laze around all day, sipping tea and flipping through newspapers in that grand house situated on Oak Street, can I?" Caught off guard, Agatha stumbled over her words, her cheeks turning a light shade of pink. I never really gave much thought to what your avatar would have to do daily. That's quite typical. Most novels and movies don't bother addressing what the main characters do for a living after the main story ends. In reality, you're stuck handling the responsibilities of two individuals while Tyrion is swamped with paperwork for the entire month." A hearty laugh escaped Duncan's lips. "As for me, I find it monotonous to pilot a ghost ship that never docks and aimlessly drifting on the boundless sea for the whole day. Living a mundane life in the city-state helps me retain some semblance of human behavior. It's my way of—" Agatha cut him off instantly. "I'll sort it out for you immediately. You can begin your work at the cemetery as early as tomorrow." "Duncan, I hadn't finished yet." "I've already heard everything that matters," Agatha retorted, her face taut with seriousness. "Rest easy. Even if the highest cathedral interferes, I will make sure you can peacefully perform your duties as a caretaker in this cemetery. Although I think you might have read a little too much into my words, it's not a significant issue," Duncan responded, slightly taken aback. He then steered the conversation towards the actual job. "So, what are the typical responsibilities of a cemetery caretaker?" "In truth, the job is not that demanding. The primary role of the caretaker is to maintain the peace within the cemetery, to ensure the supernatural forces remain undisturbed. In addition, you will be required to log the entries and exits of both the living and the dead at the cemetery. The maintenance of the cemetery facilities is the responsibility of the nearby church," Agatha clarified, "given the fact that even the nights in Frost have transformed into being exceptionally secure. I suppose it's not just you, all cemetery caretakers probably have less work on their hands." As Agatha uttered these words, there was an unusual inflection in her voice while her eyes intermittently darted towards Duncan. It was evident that she had pieced together the correlation between the recent tranquil nights in Frost and the entity before her, and she had more to say. Even if the city's nights were as perilous as before, would it matter? With such a caretaker presiding over the cemetery, would there ever be incidents of supernatural disturbances again? She surmised that even if some entity from subspace were to emerge from a coffin, it would likely be promptly thwarted by the new caretaker. Nevertheless, this was a positive development. Duncan was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Agatha's mind. He had not anticipated anything too complex. He simply wished to find something to occupy this physical form of his. Taking into account the last lingering will within this body and his connection with this cemetery, he eventually decided to stay and assume the role of the new cemetery caretaker. He would continue to stand guard over Frost from this vantage point, nurturing and protecting this city-state, much like his life in Planned. The cup of hot tea in his hand had gradually lost its warmth, and Duncan set the cup down on a low table beside him. Rising to his feet, he silently scanned the humble room. The modest, austere decor bore the imprints of the previous inhabitant. Adjacent to the door, an old hunting rifle, quite the relic, was securely mounted on an iron hook. The bolt gleamed, reflecting the firelight from the side. Duncan observed the aged hunting rifle for a moment, offered a slight nod of approval, and exited the small cabin. The lively tunes from a street bordering the cemetery drifted over. Interspersed within the music were the echoing pops of fireworks. Annie scampered out of the cabin door behind him, tuned into the distant noise, and joyously tugged at the corner of Duncan's attire, the new governor's convoy is about to traverse the cemetery area. Many people are still apprehensive of the new governor. Lowering his gaze, Duncan's eyes twinkled with amusement. You don't appear to be scared in the slightest. I'm not afraid. Mom said the new governor is a city-state protector, a hero. Annie tilted her face upward, her eyes squinting in the sunlight. Like her father, he's a formidable man. Duncan mulled over her words for a moment and gently patted the fluffy hat perched atop the young girl's head. Indeed, he would make an exceptional governor. Back over on the boundless sea, Duncan strolled across the stern deck, returning to the navigation room where the goathead was attentively steering the ship. On the navigation table, the mist cloaking the surface of the sea map was slowly dissipating. Duncan stationed himself in front of the sea map for a while, his eyes sweeping over the routes close to frost that were gradually coming into focus. Subsequently, he ambled to a corner of the room, where the antique, elegantly shaped oval mirror of the captain's room hung in silence on the wall. The mirror echoed back the scene inside the room, and under the intricate dance of sunlight and shadows, the scene appeared somewhat blurry. Duncan advanced, curled his finger, and lightly tapped the surface of the mirror. In an instant, the otherwise ordinary mirror surface began to undulate with waves of fuzzy light and shadow. It was as though a myriad of mist and dust were rising and diffusing from the world ensnared within the mirror. Then, a figure materialized from the obscure light and shadows. Agatha, the sentry within the mirror, emerged before Duncan. Her slightly husky voice emanated from the item. I'm glad to see you. Duncan responded with a nod and nonchalantly inquired, how are you finding it? Have you adjusted? It's quite comfortable, Agatha slowly admitted. When I initially moved onto the ship, the immense, desolate world within the mirror instilled a sense of unease in me. But perhaps as I began to acclimate to this place, the encompassing darkness has progressively receded. I also attempted to interact with the woman named Martha. She imparted a wealth of useful skills and knowledge about life as a mirror image. Upon hearing this, Duncan's eyebrows lifted in surprise. Oh? You can directly communicate with Martha from here. The Black Oak ship is adrift in the reflective waters nearby. In the world of mirror images, Martha and I are neighbors. A laugh bubbled up from Agatha. It's a remarkable experience. The world in the mirror is disconnected yet interlinked everywhere. I can leap from one mirror to another, materialize in multiple mirrors simultaneously, or retreat into the vast abyss behind the mirror. It might take many, many years for me to fully comprehend all of this. Duncan listened with fascination as this mirror image elucidated the laws of the mirror world that are beyond the grasp of common folk and hard to visualize. When she concluded her narration, he nodded subtly. It sounds like you are relishing this journey, that's good. Agatha paused, her voice a soft whisper as she shared her feelings. Yeah, it's better than I had anticipated. The room then succumbed to silence for a spell. After an indeterminable length of time, Duncan unexpectedly shattered the quietude. I'm curious, what prompted you to abandon Frost to undertake this journey? This will likely be your most unheard journey in this lifetime. This ship might navigate to countless places, to far-flung city-states, concealed secrets, spiritual realms, and even subspace. Agatha plunged into deep thought within the mirror, taking this query to heart. After several moments, she began to speak slowly. I believe it was when we dove collectively into that dark, unfathomable sea. Duncan remained silent, merely observing the figure in the mirror, awaiting her continuation. The voice from the mirror resumed, I carry Agatha's memories and emotions. Within those recollections, I was born in Frost, surrounded by family and friends. I studied and underwent training, endured the church's trials, as well as the familiarity of those streets, those old bell towers, those long-forgotten objects. Everything feels so intimate. All these elements reside in my mind, lucid and profound, akin to experiences I've personally lived through. But what we all comprehend is, until the day of the mirror invasion, the life truly pertinent to me, in reality, spanned merely 3 days. Thus, when my consciousness was revived, and when I returned to this world in the guise of a mirror image, I've found myself constantly pondering over this question: am I gatekeeper Agatha, or a person who merely inherited someone else's memories and was reborn into this world? She paused then, letting herself brew over those words. As a mirror image, her eyes were luminous, and at that moment, they were fixed intensely on the captain outside the mirror. You're correct, one cannot perpetually exist as the shadow of another. Almost all of my life memories are derived from a different individual, but even so, there are 3 days within that memory that are distinctly mine. Yet, if I were to remain in Frost, that fleeting 3-day life would inevitably be engulfed by more substantial and profound memories. I can't sever my ties with that city. I can't evade my human frailties as a mortal. I'm fated to be a shadow, a regret-filled shadow ensnared within memories. And as time passes, this regret will invariably morph into resentment and bitterness. I can't accept this potential outcome. However, during that deep dive journey with you, your words, they allowed me to glimpse new possibilities.